Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 1043 to Chapter 1100. Bakeland, Empress Borough, in the northwestern suburbs. It took more than an hour to reach by carriage. Maker Manor was built along the Tussock River. The surrounding scenery was beautiful, and the interior was lush with flowers and trees. Speaking of which, it was strange. Bakeland was perennially rainy, with relatively little sunlight. However, its suburbs were always covered in thin clouds and bright sunlight. Despite not being far from each other, there were two completely different types of weather. Among them, the northwestern suburbs were the most obvious. It was even one of the most famous grape-growing grounds in the northern continent. And if one traveled along the Tussock River from this area for another 50 kilometers northwest, the weather would be similar to that of Bakeland. Such a situation left meteorologists puzzled. They couldn't find a suitable theory to explain the reason, but Klein had a vague guess. In the Fourth Epoch, this was the capital of the Tudor-Tuluan-Sostal United Empire. Blood Emperor Alista had also completely abandoned his humanity here and became a crazy deity. Therefore, it was normal for the weather and terrain to be permanently altered in a small area. Leonard Mitchell had mentioned this information during their free exchange in the tarot. Furthermore, as a place with a long history, it was unknown how many ancient ruins were buried in this land of hope. They might very well have an invisible influence on the weather. The carriage drove into Maker Manor and passed by the fountain and a small garden surrounded by the main house before stopping outside the main entrance. Just as Klein alighted from the carriage with butler Walter, he saw the manor steward, Richardson, leading 2 rows of male and female servants. They were standing by the door, waiting for their employer. Compared to 160 Buckland Street, there were more servants here, but they were all second-class servants and below. Looking at Richardson, who was dressed neatly and looked brand new, Klein smiled and nodded. "Well done." Without waiting for Richardson's response, he took off his hat and handed it to his valet, Anuni, along with his cane. He directly asked, "Is the living room for ladies to chat and play cards ready?" "It's ready. There are poker, tarot, and some board games. Common musical instruments like pianos and violins have also been moved in," Richardson answered smoothly. Klein passed through the door and nodded slightly. "What about the gentlemen's smoking room?" "Same as the ladies. It's on the second floor of the main building, separated by 5 rooms." Richardson didn't need the manor servants to remind him. He didn't even think before giving the answer. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong with his employer's first hunting expedition, he asked about every trivial matter. Although he was exhausted, he was extremely excited. Klein then asked about the dinner and the guest rooms and confirmed that everything was in order. Before long, the first batch of guests arrived after Maker Manor changed its name to Dante's. It was Mocht and his family. "This place is much bigger than my Elk Manor." Mocht smiled as he took off his coat and handed it to his servant as he praised. "I've always heard that the wine brewed by Maker is excellent, but I've never had the chance to taste it. I can finally satisfy my curiosity today. I hope I won't disappoint you." Klein smiled modestly. As a famous vineyard in the northern continent, the quality of champagne, red wine, and white wine in the northwestern suburbs of Bakeland were all of high quality. However, most of the manors here belonged to nobles, and the self-brewed alcoholic beverages were basically not sold to the public. Therefore, almost no one in the market had heard of it. Only people from the upper class or those close to this circle knew about the situation. Maker was one of the most representative estates in this area. The wine they brewed was widely praised in the circle, and the red wine of special years was even sold for hundreds of pounds per bottle by collectors. However, in order for Klein to purchase such a manor for £20,000, he had to agree to certain conditions. The Duke of Negan would send people to take away all the special vintage wines. Mocht knew this very well, and he didn't have any hopes of tasting the collectible wine. He smiled when he heard that. When he heard that, he said with a smile, "You can open a few more bottles and pour me a tiny cup. Let me judge which vintage is the most outstanding." As a member of high society, he had indeed never drunk Maker Manor's alcohol. The reason was simple. He was a new party member of parliament, and the Duke of Negan was the main financier of the Conservative Party. "No problem." Klein immediately agreed as he swept his gaze across Hazel's face. Compared to July or August, this girl was clearly a lot more cheerful. She no longer cowered when meeting strangers. She even refused to participate in banquets and balls. This made people who knew her well believe that she was ill. And this was all thanks to Justice Audrey. When she met Don Dantes at the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation, she had mentioned twice that she had recently met Miss Hazel Mocht. Such a conversation didn't seem problematic at first glance. This was because Hazel was someone Audrey and Dantes were familiar with. She was someone from their social circles, so it was very normal to seek topics of conversation from a friend. However, Klein understood Miss Justice's hint. He understood that she was referring to the fact that he had met Hazel twice at a ball and a banquet, and that he had undergone 2 follow-up treatments. After settling in the Mocht family's rooms, Klein welcomed the second batch of guests for the weekend hunt. Major General Conas Kilgore had told him ahead of time that he would be bringing a friend. This friend was someone Klein knew, but he didn't know Don Dantes. He was a steam-powered car magnate, from his cage. He was also the main investor of the bicycle project. With the help of a lawyer he suspected to be a lawyer, he had bought an additional 10% of the shares from Sherlock Moriarty at a low price. Since it's related to a lawyer, it's understandable that he's a friend of the Earl of the Fallen. Klein smiled as he went forward and hugged Conas and From's cage. "Welcome." He then took a step back and said to Fromis, who was a quarter Faceac. He was tall and fat, and his eyes were very blue. "I heard that your steam-powered car is very famous. Why didn't you drive it here?" Before Fromis could answer, the tough-looking Conas Kilgore said with a smile, "No, you don't understand him. He won't let go of any opportunity to showcase his steam-powered car. However, that car is too heavy. On the way here, it sank into the soil and couldn't be pulled out. Thankfully, I don't believe in his tricks. I rode the carriage myself and followed behind. Otherwise, he would have to walk the rest of the way on foot. The main problem is that our roads are too poor. They need to be renovated and rebuilt, just like how a steam-powered train needs to lay down its tracks." Fromis retorted and shrugged at Klein. "I was planning on getting some investments from you." "Haha, let's talk about it in the future. In the past, you were the one who invested in us, but now, you're asking me for investments." Only then did Klein realize something. He was considered a rather famous tycoon in the upper echelons of the kingdom. He had donated shares worth more than £10,000, bought an expensive manor, and established ties with the military. It was obvious that he was rich, but in fact, my total assets are only £50,000 to £60,000. It might only be a tenth of Miss Justice's wealth. I wonder when I'll become a tycoon with £1 million. Amidst his self-deprecation, Klein thought for a moment and said, "It's fine. I'm very interested in the combination of machinery and steam. I can take a look at your steam-powered car when I'm free." "It's great." Fromis immediately laughed. "If I didn't know that you had donated a large amount of wealth to the Church of Evernight, I would have thought that you were a believer of steam. After all, I've once drawn a triangular sacred emblem on my chest." Klein didn't continue the topic, afraid that Conas would discover his intentions. He pointed at the staircase. "Why don't we try the cigar collection in the smoking room? Only after I bought this manor did I know that there's a room built to store cigars. It's constant in temperature and humidity. However, as you know, I can smoke, but I don't like it." "That's right. Is there a chief?" A smile suffused Conas Kilgore's face. "Of course." Klein gave an affirmative answer. There was only one reason why he actively held hunting activities, to hunt the Major General and Deputy Director of MI9. Therefore, he had considered the other party's preferences in every aspect. However, Klein wasn't in a hurry to take action during this hunt. This was because he still lacked a sufficient understanding of Conas Kilgore, a man who had concealed his demigod strength. He still needed to grasp his preferences, level of vigilance, and the items he carried with him during the various gatherings and hunts. As a magician's, Klein didn't perform unprepared, in a particular house in Sherwood Borough. Furs put down the book in her hand and looked at Zio, who was pacing around the activity room. She couldn't help but ask, "What are you vexed about?" Zio glanced at her. "I'm vexed over whether to immediately inform MI9 of Viscount Stratford's close contact with an unfamiliar woman, Or to keep it a secret until there are further developments? Why keep it a secret? First asked before answering herself. Viscount Stratford is related to your father's death, but you usually don't have the chance or strength to confront him. You're afraid of exposing yourself and affecting your mother and brother. And now, he might have met with an accident because of that unfamiliar woman. He's in a relatively easy state to deal with. This is your chance. That's why you're hesitating, right? Xiao fell silent for a moment. Yes. Furs closed the book and stared into her friend's eyes. She said seriously, since you're hesitating, it means that you're already leaning towards it. Xiao slowly nodded. Yes. Furs combed her slightly curled long hair, stood up, and extended her right hand. I already know of your decision. Oh, do you need help? Seeing Xiao hesitate without an answer, she laughed. I'm a Sequence 6 Beyonder. Without waiting for Xiao to speak, she looked around. If you're worried, we can still seek additional help. What she meant was that she wanted to seek help from members on the tarot. Xiao thought for a moment and exhaled. There's no need for the time being. Let's give it a try first. Let's head out now and continue monitoring Viscount Stratford. Now? Furs was taken aback. Alright, but before that, I'll use the crystal ball to do some astrology to confirm the level of danger. After some work, she held the pure crystal ball in one hand. There's a certain level of danger. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday Empressboro, the site of Viscount Stratford's mansion. The black-dressed Furs and Xiao hid in a dark corner, staring at the tightly shut iron gate, patiently waiting for their target to appear. It wasn't raining tonight, so they didn't have to face the harsh environment. The carriage parked at the edge of the street light made them understand that the harvest would definitely come. It was only a matter of time. After an unknown period of time, the iron gate made a sound of metal rubbing against each other and slowly opened. A figure draped in a dark cloak flashed out from within. With his head lowered, he walked to the side of the rental carriage and boarded it with light movements. Is it her? First suppressed her voice and asked Xiao. She didn't have the Beyonder power to restore the other party's characteristics through descriptions, nor had she seen him before. She couldn't rely on her spiritual intuition or astrology to make a judgment. Xiao nodded affirmatively. Yes. As they whispered to each other, the rental carriage sped up and left the side door area. Xiao immediately left the corner she was hiding in, prepared to use her Beyonder powers as a sheriff and the enhancement to her physique as an interrogator to follow her target from afar by jogging. What do you want to do? At this moment, Furs pressed her shoulder and ruined her plan. Tailing him. Xiao looked back at her friend in puzzlement. Furs looked at the rental carriage that had yet to completely pull away from them and asked thoughtfully, what's going on? Why are you following me? Also, didn't you say that the target would be protected by a rather powerful Beyonder after entering the Bakeland Bridge area? Yeah. Xiao first answered the second question before saying, your question is so strange. Tracking is obviously to confirm the target's appearance, identity, background, and goal. Furs retracted her left hand from Xiao's shoulder and revealed a smile. Since the target has a rather powerful Beyonder protecting her, it will be very difficult for us to complete the tracking in the Bakeland Bridge area. We won't be able to find her residence and figure out her real identity. Do you want to directly clash with that protector? Although you have my help, have you ascertained the opponent's strength? How confident were they? Would it be dangerous? Also, as soon as a battle breaks out, the target will certainly be alarmed. It's the same as stopping the carriage in advance and questioning it face to face. It will sabotage your most fundamental purpose and raise Viscount Stratford's wariness. He won't be caught in a dilemma, and you will have a chance to attack. There's a chance of failure if you do it. If you don't do it, you'll definitely fail. Xiao emphasized that she knew the predicament she was in. All she wanted was to give it another try and find opportunities along the way. At this time, the rental carriage had already turned at the end of the road and entered the main street. Furs looked at its gradually disappearing figure and shook her head with a smile. No, what we need to do is to change our way of thinking. We should try to figure out the target's appearance first. When the sun rises, we can use her appearance to go to the Bakeland Bridge area to do a routine investigation and gather intelligence from other sources. Your choice of words is very professional, Xiao said in thought. Of course, I'm someone who has written detective novels. Furs responded without any modesty. But, how do we figure out the target's appearance without alarming her? Xiao raised the most critical question. Prepared, Furs took out Lemano's travels and said with a smile, very simple. Very simple. Use the psychological invisibility that Miss Justice recorded. Although Audrey didn't have the chance to use Lemano's travels, she had rented it 2 or 3 times out of curiosity. She studied the Beyond Her Powers effects and characteristics, and she had recorded some of her Beyond Her Powers in it. One of them was the rather practical psychological invisibility. As for her true identity, Xiao and Furs were increasingly certain, but they didn't ask her in person, nor did they do any further investigations. This was the most basic form of respect for a tarot member. Upon hearing her friend's answer, Xiao's train of thought became clear as she instantly had a few ideas. Furs continued speaking to herself, that's right. By using this page of Beyond Her Powers, you will be in the sensory blind spots of the surrounding creatures. Even if you were to appear in front of them, they wouldn't be able to see you. This way, you can directly board the carriage and walk in front of the target. You can openly look at her face and remember all her characteristics. Heh. I sometimes think that a person who uses psychological invisibility might be trampled to death by a large creature that happens to pass by if he's unlucky. Don't cause too much of a commotion later. Don't speak to the surrounding creatures either. That will attract attention, and psychological invisibility will automatically be dispelled. Okay. Xiao nodded and raised another problem. How do I prevent the target from discovering that the carriage door has suddenly opened while it's in motion? Without waiting for Furz's answer, she immediately pressed, Did you record the Beyond Her Power door opening? Did you record the door opening Beyond Her Power? What do you think? Furz smiled as she handed Lemano's travels to her friend. She also explained which pages psychological invisibility and door opening were on. After Xiao memorized it, she immediately ran along the shadows on both sides of the road in pursuit of the rental carriage. Before long, she saw her target. With a gentle shake of her right hand, the bronze-green notebook revealed a yellowish-brown goatskin page. As her fingers gently slid across it, Xiao seemed to see countless waves of light appear on the surface of the deep lake as they spread out. When her vision returned to normal, she sped up and quickly rushed to the side of the moving carriage. In order to confirm it, Xiao didn't take action immediately. With a few large strides, she overtook the horse. She then turned around as though she was crossing the road, but the carriage driver didn't notice her. He didn't shout a warning, nor did he rein in the horse. After confirming that psychological invisibility was effective, Xiao sped up and dodged the horse's charge before coming to the side of the carriage. After some observation, she flipped through Lemano's travels, revealing a piece of white paper covered with strange patterns and symbols. Then, she extended her right hand and pressed it against the wall. Her figure instantly turned transparent as she appeared inside the carriage. The woman in the black cloak was sitting diagonally opposite her, looking at Xiao's glass window as though she was thinking about something. However, she ignored the bounty hunter who had suddenly barged in. At such a close distance, even though her cloak was pulled very low, Xiao could still make out her face. Furthermore, she wasn't as careful as when she was walking outside. Her every move appeared rather casual, causing the cloak to shrink down to her eyes. Instantly, her appearance was reflected in Xiao's eyes, overlapping with a face that retained male characteristics. This was the Beyond Her Power of a sheriff. Xiao's eyes widened as she couldn't help but shout, Sherman? She could foresee that the woman who frequented Viscount Stratford's residence was rather beautiful, but she never expected that she was her friend, Sherman, a young man, a man whose looks couldn't even be considered androgynous had now become so beautiful with such feminine charm. At that moment, Xiao couldn't help but size up Sherman. She was unable to connect her figure to the young man she knew. If it wasn't for her sheriff Beyond Her Powers confirming that she was Sherman from her facial features, Xiao would have definitely believed that she had recognized the wrong person. And even so, she still suspected that she wasn't Sherman, but Sherman's sister who shared the same father and mother. Upon hearing the surprised question, Sherman noticed that there was an additional person in the carriage at some point in time. It was a familiar person. Bounty hunter Xiao Cha. Having changed her name to Sherman, she was first horrified before she instinctively said the words that Trissy often mentioned, the present you can't be touched by someone you know from the past. Do you wish for your husband, the person you love, to know what you were like in the past? Only by completely severing all ties with the past can you obtain a new lease of life and be saved. Similar words quickly flashed through Sherman's mind, causing her to suddenly have a thought that even she herself was afraid of to appear in her heart. Kill her. This thought was like a devil that came from the abyss as it constantly whispered into Sherman's ears, echoing in her heart. Kill her. Kill the person who recognized you. Only by doing so can you truly escape from the past and not lose the present. Kill her. Sherman didn't answer Xiao's question as she clenched her left hand that was placed by her side. She clenched it very slowly and with a slight tremble. Xiao sensed strong emotional fluctuations from him and confirmed that he was Sherman. She then asked in concern, "What's wrong?" Immediately, she asked in concern, "How did you become like this? Where did you go all this time? Did something happen to him? Were you hurt?" Sherman's lips quivered a few times. She relaxed her left fist a little and spoke with a sobbing tone. With a sobbing tone, she said, "I've already begun a new life. Don't disturb me, all right? I don't want to lose everything I have now. I don't want to see the people I knew in the past." The more she spoke, the faster she spoke, and the more obvious her pleading became. Xiao was taken aback for a few seconds as she stared at Sherman and pursed her lips tightly. All right, she didn't stay any longer as she reached out to open the carriage's glass window and jumped out. Sherman watched the entire process in silence before finally letting out a long sigh. She slumped in her seat as though she had lost all her strength. It wasn't easy for her to control the devil in her heart. At this moment, she saw a figure rapidly outline on the other side of her, appearing out of thin air. The figure was wearing a dark, old-fashioned dress, but it didn't ruin her sweet and gentle looks and bearing. Just sitting there without saying a word made it impossible to shift one's eyes away. Demoness Trissy. Why didn't you kill her? Trissy asked with a smile that didn't show any signs of gloom. It was as though she was chatting about what she had drunk the night before. She was one of the few people who didn't discriminate against me in the past. She even helped me. Sherman replied in shock before asking with a frown, "Why are you here?" Trissy smiled. "I'm protecting you." Without waiting for Sherman's response, she said, "You seemed to be in a good mood when you came out." Sherman recalled what had happened and revealed a hint of embarrassment. Maybe, I have a chance to be a mother." As she spoke, she touched her belly with her right hand as the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. "I feel like he's kicking me. Sherman was suddenly taken aback as she blurted out in shock, "How can it be so fast?" She wasn't even sure if she could conceive a child today. Upon seeing her reaction, Trissy's smile became even more charming. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. How was it? Did you get a good look? Just as Furs left the street where Viscount Stratford's residence was, she saw Xiao walk back with a gloomy expression. She looked a little lost. Xiao nodded hesitantly. "I did." After saying that, she seemed to finally snap to her senses and said in shock, "I know her." "I know her." "No, him?" Furs was confused. Xiao habitually observed her surroundings before saying, "He's Sherman. The Sherman I told you about." He actually became a woman. Furs was taken aback when she heard that. She subconsciously asked, "Could it be that you got the wrong person? She's actually Sherman's sister?" Xiao shook her head firmly. "No," she admitted it herself. "She even told me not to disturb her. She wants to completely bid farewell to her past." But how did he become a woman? Furs's eyes darted around as she suddenly recalled something. In thought, she said, "It's not impossible. There's a beyonder pathway that can turn a man into a woman at a certain stage." She remembered that Miss Justice had mentioned something similar in one of their free exchanges. "Ah? Really?" Xiao's eyes widened as she asked in disbelief. "Yes." Furs had already recalled the exact details and gave a rather certain answer. This? Xiao found it hard to accept, but she couldn't find a retort. All she could do was press, which pathway is it? Furs replied, Demonis. It's the assassin pathway. Demonis. Sherman actually became a Demonis. Xiao muttered to herself. Demonis. Sherman actually became a Demonis. Xiao muttered to herself. Demonis. Sherman actually became a Demonis. Xiao muttered to herself. Will she be used by someone? No, I have to warn her. Just as she said that, Xiao turned around and ran with large strides in an attempt to catch up to the rental carriage. However, she didn't find her target even after chasing for a few streets. Sherman and the carriage seemed to have vanished into thin air. Xiao gradually slowed down and finally stopped. She looked at the empty street in front of her with a complicated expression. Behind her, Furs passed through a few walls and finally caught up. Gone. Xiao muttered. Furs similarly cast her gaze forward and replied thoughtfully, That's right. I've been discovered. Without waiting for Xiao to say a word, she turned around and sighed. Let's go back and find another opportunity. Xiao didn't take a step forward as she continued standing there. After a few seconds, under Furz's puzzled gaze, she said, Since they've discovered the problem, will they take action in advance? It's possible. If they don't want their plan to fail, they might try to make one last attempt tonight before we can prepare. Furz immediately agreed with Xiao's judgment. Let's return to Viscount Stratford's place and crouch in a more secluded spot to continue monitoring. Xiao immediately nodded and replied without any hesitation, That's right. All right. In the dock area, inside a warehouse filled with goods. Charmaine sat on the dirty wooden box with her hands behind her back. Thin but tough spider silk coiled around her body. It was as if she had been encased in a transparent cocoon, and she couldn't even make a sound. This isn't a bad thing for you. Trissy stood in front of Charmaine, holding a pitch-black flame in her hand. At the very least, you can determine if he really loves you or if he's lying to you. Charmaine was furious and horrified. She tried her best to plead with a whimper, but Trissy wasn't moved at all. She flipped her palm that held the pitch-black flame and pressed it against Charmaine's stomach. The flame seemed to have a mind of its own. It first dispersed like flowing water before penetrating the skin and flesh as though it didn't have a physical form in an attempt to burrow inside. Trissy's smooth, raven-black hair fluttered in a manner that defied the laws of nature. It was pulled by invisible hands as it extended in every direction, causing the surrounding air to be tainted with a baffling smell. The strands of hair vaguely became thicker as they dispersed, each strand distinct. Deep beams of light surged out from beneath them, carrying curses and words as they rapidly flowed forward, fusing with the pitch-black flame and entering Charmaine's stomach before quickly vanishing. Charmaine's face twitched uncontrollably, but she didn't feel any pain. It was as though it was a purely instinctive reaction. She quickly calmed down and saw Trissy's body, who was dressed in a dark black dress, fade away bit by bit, gradually turning transparent until it vanished. Charmaine's pupils dilated as she struggled once again, but she was unable to escape her restraints. She exhausted herself again. And again, only to begin again and again. It was as though a flood was rising in a silent warehouse, 1 centimeter at a time. After an unknown period of time, the warehouse's door opened with a bang, slamming into the walls on both sides. A figure staggered in. It was none other than the middle-aged Viscount Stratford. He didn't wear a white wig like he usually did when he went out. It revealed his rather high hairline and rather messy black hair. The latter was stuck together, as though it had been soaked by the storm and dried by the sun. But for the past few hours, the clouds had thinned and the crimson moon hung in the sky. It hadn't rained at all. On Viscount Stratford's face, droplets of sweat slid down his stiff necklines. Beneath his skin, there seemed to be countless black threads flowing. His body was slightly hunched, and his facial muscles were contorted. His eyes were filled with pain and worry. After surveying the area and discovering Charmaine, he was first delighted before turning anxious. He charged over, finding it difficult to maintain his balance. And when Charmaine saw him enter the warehouse, her face suddenly turned lively, as though it was covered in a layer of light. She then revealed a look of worry and horror as she frantically tried to shake her head. However, her neck was firmly held in place by the spider silk, preventing her from doing so. She turned even more anxious, to the point that tears seeped out of her eyes. One drop after another, they were crystalline and fragile. Just as Viscount Stratford was about to reach her, there was a loud bang between the two of them. It was as though there was an invisible wall that separated Viscount Stratford and Charmaine. It was impossible to cross. "If you wish to remove the curse and take her away, answer my questions without hiding anything." At that moment, a figure quickly outlined itself in a corner of the warehouse. Her facial features were charming, and when combined, they were abnormally sweet. It was as though she was the lover every man dreamed of when they were young. She was none other than Demoness Trissy. Without waiting for Viscount Stratford's response, she raised her right hand, causing a pitch-black flame to shoot out. The exposed skin on Viscount Stratford's face, hands, and neck instantly became transparent, and blood vessels protruded one after another. And in every blood vessel, black flames burned silently as they flowed silently. The pain in Viscount Stratford's eyes reached its peak at that moment, but it instantly vanished. His expression turned extremely cold as his eyes had a hint of mockery. It was as though the one being cursed wasn't him, but Trissy, who was a great distance away. In the corner of the warehouse, large amounts of black flames suddenly soared around Trissy, illuminating the dense, invisible spider silk. However, it was unable to ignite them. In an instant, Trissy, like Charmaine, was sealed in a transparent cocoon. She was unable to move or escape. At a vent high above the warehouse, another figure appeared. It was a lady of unknown age. She wore a simple and holy white robe. She had black hair and blue eyes. She was beautiful and had an indescribable charm. Katerina Pell. Trissy seemed to use all her strength to finally shout out a name. At that moment, Viscount Stratford grabbed at his body and pulled out an illusory doll that was wrapped in black flames. He shot a glance at Charmaine and turned to Trissy with a smile. "I've never been careless when it comes to matters that concern my life. After Sykes died, I knew that it would be my turn one day." "Heh heh, you're hunting me, so of course there are others who wish to hunt you. We were very patient, afraid that we would scare you away. We didn't do anything and waited until today. Also, your gift isn't bad." Upon hearing Viscount Stratford's words, Charmaine, who was still struggling out of habit, stopped all her actions. Her expression was unprecedentedly lifeless. Her eyes were wide open, but there was no focus in them. It was as though she was sinking inch by inch into water. "Love." Trissy suddenly laughed as though she was mocking herself. She wasn't nervous or flustered at all. Maker Manor. It was already late at night. After arranging the lodgings for more than 20 guests and preparing for the next day's hunting activities, Klein suddenly woke up shortly after he fell asleep. His intuition was triggered as he outlined a scene in his mind. Major General Conas Kilgore, who was dressed in a shirt and trousers, flew out from the guest room's window and floated out in violation of the laws of nature. I haven't even done anything yet. He has his own motives for coming here." With a thought, Klein controlled a cockroach outside and turned it into a marionette. He used its eyes to observe his surroundings. Almost at the same time, Conas Kilgore appeared. After this demigod left Maker Manor, he immediately messed up the distance and quickly arrived at the bank of the Tussock River in preparation to cross it. The cockroach looked on quietly and didn't react. "He's going to the south bank of the Tussock River. What does he want to do? He likes to hunt in the suburbs. Could it be to conceal such actions? This is also the reason why he introduced me to Maker Manor?" Klein lay in bed and seriously analyzed Conas's actions. When the Mi-9 demigod truly stepped onto the south bank of the Tussock River, Klein suddenly recalled something. Back when he escaped from the underground ruins wherein Zangwill and company were, he had appeared northwest of Bakeland, on the south bank of the Tussock River. It wasn't too far from where Maker Manor was. As his thoughts raced, Klein suddenly switched places with his valet, Anuni, who was in the room next door. And under the grapevines about 150 meters away from the manor's main house, a centipede that was slowly crawling suddenly stiffened before relaxing. Almost at the same time, its figure vanished, and Don Dantes appeared in his blue and white checkered pajamas. Klein had switched places with his marionette again, he decided to use this method to secretly tail Kona's Kilgore and figure out where he was going and what he was planning to do. Although this way, he could only teleport 150 meters at a time, and every activation required a gap of 2 to 3 seconds, including the process of turning into a marionette. Compared to flaming jump and traveling teleportation, it was sufficiently stealthy and silent. It was very difficult for Kona's Kilgore to discover him. After all, he was a demigod. Even if he wasn't good at things like spiritual intuition, he was still a demigod. He definitely couldn't be underestimated. By the same logic, the reason why Klein didn't rely on creeping hunger to hide in the shadows was because, despite being stealthy, his speed was relatively slow. It was impossible for him to chase up to a demigod. In the deep night, from Mager Manor to the south bank of the Tussock River, the rats, venomous snakes, spiders, and fish that swam between the tree roots and the rocks turned stiff and sluggish. One marionette after another transformed. With their help, Klein constantly teleported without causing any commotion. Soon, he arrived at the south bank of the Tussock River and chased after Kona's Kilgore, maintaining a distance of nearly a kilometer. To a Bizarro sorcerer, even if his marionette left his control range, he wouldn't be released from his controlled state and die on the spot. Without a Bizarro sorcerer's consciousness catalyzing it, this process was rather slow, taking nearly 10 minutes. Therefore, Klein wasn't worried that he would lose Anuni, who was lying on his bed, due to his tailing. As long as he could return within 10 minutes, he could continue controlling his marionette. Silently, Klein followed Kona's Kilgore up the Tussock River, passed through a dense forest, and climbed up a mountain beside the shore. At this moment, Kona's Kilgore, who wasn't wearing a vest or coat, suddenly stopped and checked his surroundings. He gradually expanded his perimeter as though he was marking out his territory. Upon seeing this, Klein didn't dare stay any longer. He immediately switched positions with his marionette and continuously retreated, opening up a distance of nearly 3 kilometers between him and the MI9 deputy director. At the same time, he took the initiative to give up his control over the marionettes in front of him. The death of a few worms wouldn't arouse suspicion. This was too common in the outskirts and forests. King of the Five Seas, Nast, was able to create a combat environment that was beneficial to him. Could Kona's Kilgore, who was also a demigod of the Black Emperor pathway, have the ability to mark out an area, tamper with, add to, or use certain rules to make a stalker expose their whereabouts the moment they enter, preventing them from hiding? Very likely. Vigilantly, Klein took out a gold coin from the pocket of his pajamas and spun it between his fingers. This time, he deliberately controlled his strength so that there was no clanging sound. The gold coin silently flew up and then fell back into his palm. Without needing to lower his head, Klein's mind naturally reflected the gold coin state. The king's portrait is facing up. This means that there's an anomaly in the area ahead. There's a very high risk, as expected of a demigod. Such powers are truly enviable. However, does he think he can escape my tracking just like that? Klein scoffed inwardly and retreated dozens of meters. He found an abnormally quiet spot and turned himself into German Sparrow. Right on the heels of that, he clasped his hands and placed them in front of his mouth. He whispered, "Blessed of the sea and spirit world, protector of the Rorstad archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, controller of tsunamis and storms, the great Cavituous." After praying, Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. He sat in the fool's seat and beckoned for the white bone staff with a ring of blue gems embedded at its tip. Then, with the help of his prayer light and the sea god scepter's response to his believers, he saw the situation in the area where German Sparrow was. He then took the initiative to raise his field of vision, allowing the nearby scene to enter his field of vision. With that as a base, he expanded his surroundings by 5 nautical miles. This was the limit of the range that the sea god scepter could observe with the prayers of his believers. This way, the area that Kona's Kilgore had marked out, where nothing could escape his senses, appeared in Klein's line of sight. At the dock, in the warehouse filled with goods. "Love." After Trissy chuckled, her figure suddenly turned faint and was dyed with the luster of a lake at night. In an instant, she was wrapped in layers of demonis of unaging Katerina Perlman's spider silk. She was bound tightly and turned into an illusory mirror. It was a full-body mirror that was taller than a person. Inside, aqueous light fluctuated as a dark glow appeared, as though it was a door that led to another world. At that moment, it didn't reflect the scene in front of it. Instead, it outlined a room. The room was hazy and dark. The bed and furniture had been sliced into countless neat pieces that were scattered everywhere. Only the central area was clean, without even a speck of dust. Trissy stood there, wearing a dark and gloomy black dress. Her smooth hair cascaded down and fluttered in the wind. It accentuated her abnormally fair face, making her look like a female ghost from folklore. She wasn't present at the scene. Instead, with the help of the illusory mirror, she had projected her figure and strength from an unknown distance away. It was as though she was real, therefore, she wasn't flustered at all when she was being controlled and hunted. Upon seeing this situation, Katerina Perlman, who was dressed in a simple holy white robe, didn't hesitate at all as she let out a sharp scream. Invisible sound waves rapidly spread out as her hair fluttered. Each strand was distinct and thick. Furthermore, it was dyed with a dull grayish-white color. The illusory full-body mirror suddenly shook violently, as though it would collapse at any moment. And in the messy room it illuminated, the bed, desk, and chair fragments turned grayish-white and lost their luster. They looked like rocks. In front of Trissy, the brownish-yellow floor also turned into grayish-white rocks. They quickly extended towards the only human in the room like a surging tide. Trissy didn't attempt to resist. She immediately turned around and waved her hand as she pounced towards the open window. In midair, invisible spider silk that belonged to her appeared. All of them turned dim and evolved in the direction of grayish-white. At the same time, cracks appeared one after another on the dark and deep full-body mirror. With illusory kacha sounds, it collapsed and directly disappeared. However, before the full-body mirror completely disappeared, the grayish-white color in the completely petrified room strangely flowed backward, condensing into a figure. The figure was dressed in a simple and holy white robe. She had lustrous raven-black hair and a pair of blue eyes that looked mature and innocent. She was none other than the demoness of unaging, Katerina, who had just been in the warehouse. As the dark light dissipated, Viscount Stratford could no longer see the situation in the room opposite him. He retracted his gaze and cast it at Charmaine. The look in his eyes turned slightly complicated before returning to normal. Trissy sure is patient. In order to deal with me, she actually spent several months nurturing a new demoness. Viscount Stratford shook his head and chuckled. What does she want you to obtain from me? At that moment, with the connection with Trissy severed, the spider silk around Charmaine had already relaxed. It was no longer able to bind her or restrict her movements. This beautiful girl wore a blank expression as she replied with empty eyes, "She wants me to know who you're truly loyal to." Without waiting for Viscount Stratford to speak, her eyes suffused an indescribable glint. She hesitantly asked, "She wants me to know who you're truly loyal to. How many of the promises you've made to me, how many of them are true?" Viscount Stratford was taken aback for a moment before he chuckled. "You're probably the most foolish and naive which I've ever seen." Charmaine's expression froze on her face. The light in her eyes, which she had regained after much difficulty, dimmed bit by bit. Outside the warehouse, in another direction, Xiao and Furs were hiding in the shadows, observing the silent target area. They had followed Viscount Stratford here, their patience paid off. They found that the captain of the royal guards had left the mansion in the dead of night and was rushing to the dock area near the Bakeland Bridge. With Xiao's share of powers, they chased after him from a great distance and confirmed that Viscount Stratford had entered the warehouse in front of them. In addition, they also noticed that Viscount Stratford wasn't in a good state. He seemed to be injured. "Actually, we had the chance to make a move on the way." Furs looked at the warehouse door and muttered. Xiao didn't even turn her head. "But you yourself said that you had a nagging feeling that things weren't that simple. You wanted to wait a little longer. This might be an astrologer's intuition, or it might be a sign of stalling," Furs said in a self-deprecating manner. They didn't say anything else as they returned to silence and continued waiting patiently. At this moment, a pitch-black flame suddenly ignited on the ground in front of them. This strange flame rapidly split apart as it stuck to the ground and flowed in all directions, outlining a line of Ruan text. "The opportunity you've been yearning for is here." Xiao and Furz's pupils dilated at the same time as they exchanged looks, unsure of how to react or what to say. After a few seconds, Furz finally couldn't help but ask, "What do we do?" Upon hearing Furz's question, Xiao hesitated for a moment. We've been discovered, they had said something similar before, but now that they repeated it, they expressed a completely different meaning. Previously, they were pointing out that Sherman's identity had been discovered by Sherman's secret protector or monitor. Now, the main point was that their choices and corresponding actions were all within the expectations or arrangements of the person behind the scenes. There was no secret to speak of. This meant that the opportunity Xiao longed for might really appear, but it was impossible to guess what was hidden behind it. If we follow the intentions of the person who left the message, the final outcome will be completely dependent on her goodwill. And that's something we can't control, Xiao added from a rational point of view. The reason why she used she to represent the person behind the scenes was that she recalled the sweet fragrance she smelled when she left Sherman behind. Furz listened quietly and nodded in agreement. Yes, we've been too passive in this whole situation. The best choice is to leave this place. As soon as she finished speaking, she glanced at the warehouse and opened her mouth, but she didn't say anything. She thought of Sherman's possible situation and suspected that he was in deep danger, but in the end, she deliberately ignored it and did not mention it. To her, Sherman was only a person who existed in Xiao's description. He was no different from a character in a novel. If she had the ability and the opportunity to save him, she would be willing to do so. However, she definitely wouldn't consider the risk of making her friend rash and putting her life in danger. Xiao nodded. All right, we'll leave now. However, the person who left the message definitely won't be happy to see us do this. There will definitely be some obstructions. How about this? We'll escape in different directions so that he can only choose one side. Whoever successfully leaves this area will immediately cause a commotion and attract the official Beyonders. Why don't you just create a commotion here? Furz asked subconsciously. This will definitely be stopped or destroyed. Xiao gave her reason. Furz nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Alright, let's not delay any longer. Let's begin. Xiao didn't say another word as she held a triangular blade that was so transparent that it was nearly invisible. With her back bent, she jumped out of her hiding spot and ran out of the dock along the shadowy area. Through Ma'am Hermit of the Tarot, she had spent 500 pounds to commission an artisan to create a mystical item using the dust and remnant spirituality of an ancient wraith. It was called Wintry Blade. Anyone who was hit by this weapon, even if it was just a touch, would fall into a frozen rigidity. Even their thoughts were out of control, as if they were possessed by a vengeful spirit. At the same time, once the battle continued, even if the enemy of the Wintry Blade did not have direct contact with this triangular stinger, their thoughts would gradually slow down and their movements would become stiff. On the other hand, the negative effect of the Chilling Blade was relatively less terrifying. There was only one negative effect, which was to make the user's body lose its temperature bit by bit and turn into an undead. Once the time limit was exceeded, the process would be irreversible. Therefore, Xiao had been enjoying running or riding her bicycle more and more recently, so as to generate heat to fight against the loss of temperature. But even so, all she did was increase the time it took for the Chilling Blade to leave her body from 3 hours to 4 hours. After running for a distance, Xiao looked back and realized that Furz had already passed through the wall and vanished from her previous hiding spot. After staring for 2 seconds, Xiao bit her lip, turned around abruptly, and changed directions. She was heading straight for the warehouse. Soon, she arrived at the site of her destination, but she wasn't in a rush to head for the entrance. She looked up, as if she was searching for another passageway, one that was more hidden and unnoticed by the people inside. At this moment, she turned her head sharply and saw a figure flash over from the corner of the wall. The figure was dressed in a black dress and had slightly curly brown hair and a pair of light blue eyes. It was none other than Furz Wall. Didn't you leave? Amidst her surprise, Xiao didn't forget to suppress her voice. Furz curled the corners of her mouth. Weren't you also fleeing this place? Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words. After a few seconds, she asked, how did you realize? You actually didn't mention anything about Sherman. This isn't like you at all. I've already prepared a reason to persuade you. Furz replied quickly. Xiao was taken aback as she said with a complicated expression, there's no need for you to return. Furs ignored her as she pressed the wall to the side of the warehouse. If you continue talking, perhaps we won't have to be troubled over this matter because it's already over. I actually didn't think of such a good solution. I should have directly said it and insisted on rescuing him with you. As for you, you definitely would have dissuaded me and refused to agree. You would have just wanted to act on your own. If we repeated this a few times, the matter would have ended by itself. Xiao gave her friend a deep look. Without any hesitation, she raised Chilling Blade and stood beside her. Furs immediately flipped through Lamino's travels, augmenting herself and her friend with some beyonder effects. Then, she put away the spellbook and grabbed Xiao's arm with one hand, pressing the other against the wall. Just as Xiao was waiting to open the door to enter, she realized that Furs didn't immediately activate her powers. The best-selling author took a deep breath and quickly said, after entering, "We'll first hide and observe. We'll take action when we're certain that there's a chance. If there's really no chance or if we can't grasp the opportunity, we'll quickly leave. That way, we can at least avenge Sherman and not be buried with him. Only by being alive will there be all sorts of possibilities." Xiao immediately nodded and replied solemnly, "Yes. All right." Furs wished to say a few more words, but considering that they had already wasted some time, she couldn't delay any further. All she could do was open the illusory door and pass through the wall with Xiao, arriving behind a row of wooden crates. She, who was no longer inexperienced with such actions, instinctively crouched down and pulled out Lamino's travels, flipping to one of the pages. Similarly, Xiao didn't rush deep into the warehouse. She bent her back and placed her eyes between the wooden crates to observe the situation in the empty area. The female Sherman sat lifelessly on a wooden box. Her brown hair seemed to be blown by the wind as it swayed gently. Standing in front of her was Viscount Stratford. The captain of the royal guards tightened his collar and surveyed the area, seemingly looking at something. "Unfortunately, you're only a demoness. Don't worry. I'll let you die without any pain. I'll let you be completely purified." As he spoke, he took out an item from his inner pocket. Xiao used the enhanced vision of the interrogator potion to clearly see the item. It was a cross that was stained with bronze. There were a few spikes protruding from it as though they had once pierced through someone. Its style and characteristics were something none of the countries in the Fifth Epoc's northern continent had. It presented an ancient charm. "Very good. You know that resistance is useless." As Viscount Stratford spoke, he pressed one of the fingers that held the bronze cross onto one of the spikes. His bright red blood immediately flowed out and was absorbed by the spike, seeping into the item. The mottled bronze on the cross's surface began to disintegrate as it rapidly peeled off, revealing the corporeal object condensed from light beneath. In just a second or two, the item in Viscount Stratford's hand had turned into a radiant cross. It emitted a pure and flawless light, illuminating the surrounding area abnormally bright. The shadow of the wooden crate rapidly receded as the dark spots on the wall rapidly evaporated like water. Beside Charmaine, the countless spider webs that belonged to Trissy floated up as though they were struggling in a fire. In a few moments, they melted away. The light grew brighter, but it wasn't blinding at all. Black flames and crystalline ice spewed out of Charmaine's body. They turned faint under the illumination and turned transparent until they vanished. In the vicinity of the radiant cross, there were no evil existences, nor was there any remnant of darkness. Upon seeing Sherman's expression begin to warp, Xiao couldn't help but turn her head to glance at Furs. She could clearly sense how terrifying the radiant cross was. She began to waver in her decision to save her. Furs also noticed what was happening. She pointed at Lamino's travels, raised her left index finger, and whispered into Xiao's ear, "Don't worry, Lamino's travels." She whispered into Xiao's ear, "There's only one chance. I'll do my best to help you create it. If it doesn't succeed, or if you can't grasp it, we'll give up." Xiao didn't hesitate as she nodded solemnly. Furs immediately straightened her body and flipped Lamino's travels to a charred page. This page was filled with all sorts of complicated, distorted, and indescribable symbols and labels. It gave one the feeling of howling winds. Demigod power of the sailor pathway, hurricane. After observing her surroundings again and confirming that there were no other enemies, Furs's gaze pierced through the gaps in the wooden crate and locked onto Viscount Stratford. She nimbly slid her finger across the charred page. With a loud boom, a visible hurricane stirred up from beneath Viscount Stratford's feet as it surged into the sky. Having suddenly suffered such a terrifying attack, the captain of the Royal Guards was unable to maintain his balance. He was lifted up by the hurricane and slammed into the warehouse's roof. Boom! The warehouse's roof was torn apart by the hurricane as a portion of it collapsed downwards. The remaining portion spun in the wind as it rose higher and higher. Viscount Stratford nearly fainted from the impact. He could no longer hold on to the radiant cross as he allowed it to fly out of his palm. The spike separated from the corresponding finger with a smear of blood as a mottled bronze green covered the cross's surface once again. The flawless radiance then disappeared. Upon seeing this, Xiao didn't hesitate to rush out of her hiding spot. Her eyes first reflected Viscount Stratford's figure before two blinding bolts of lightning lit up. Psychic piercing. Amidst the raging hurricane, Viscount Stratford was like a helpless leaf that had been blown down, one that could be torn to shreds at any moment. In such a state, he couldn't react at all, much less speak. All he could do was rely on his disciplinary paladin's powerful body to barely hold on, hoping that he wouldn't lose an arm or a head in the terrifying hurricane. He originally believed that his hunt was a success and that he was about to capture Trissy. Furthermore, he was extremely certain that she didn't have any helpers, therefore, he had placed all his attention on Charmaine. To his surprise, he had suddenly become prey, falling into a trap without any warning. Seeing that the hurricane was beginning to weaken, and that he had only suffered some damage from the impact without suffering any fatal injuries, Viscount Stratford hurriedly attempted to control his body to prepare for the upcoming battle. At this moment, he felt a stabbing pain in his head as though a sharp dagger had stabbed into it and stirred it a few times. This feeling was both familiar and unfamiliar to Viscount Stratford. This was because although he had never experienced it directly, he had attempted it on many targets and observed their reactions. This was a beyonder power he had once been most adept at using. Psychic piercing, bang. Having suffered an attack, Viscount Stratford, who had failed to adjust his body's condition, slammed heavily to the ground. The bronze cross fell several meters away with a clang. Tap. Tap, tap. 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 With wintry blade in hand, Xiao strode forward and charged at Viscount Stratford, who was struggling to stand up in a daze. As for furs, she had already skillfully flipped through Lamino's travels before Xiao rushed out. She unfurled it to a page that resembled a goatskin parchment. As her fingers moved, the shadows that had appeared around Viscount Stratford came alive once again. They condensed into black chains that coiled around the target, binding him tightly. Viscount Stratford, who had just recovered and regained his senses, didn't even have the time to choose a punishing target and forbid certain things when he lost his freedom once again. Even his mouth was bound with a shadow chain. Abyss shackles, the abyss shackles that originated from the sanguine or mid-sequence beyonders of the moon pathway. After using it once, Furs was rather fond of this beyonder power. She found it very practical, so she later spent gold pounds to get Mr. Moon, who had already become a viscount, to make the corresponding records. Bang! At this moment, Viscount Stratford suddenly erupted with strength that exceeded his previous strength, shattering the shadow chains. He chose the binding around him as the target of punishment. But at this moment, Xiao had already rushed in front of him like a high-speed steam locomotive. With a whoosh, she threw out the transparent triangular dagger. With a puff, the wintry blade stabbed into the target's abdomen. Viscount Stratford's body stiffened once more as his eyes glazed over, as though he had turned into an ice sculpture. Xiao released her hand, allowing the wintry blade to stab into the captain's stomach. It was as though she wanted the wraith on the weapon to continue possessing the target and forcefully control him. Then, she swung her arm, clenched her fist, and smashed it below Viscount Stratford's ear. Under the double blow, Viscount Stratford fainted without even a grunt, his stiff body collapsing once more. After completing this strike, Xiao left her back to Furs. She walked past the swaying Viscount Stratford, who had the wintry blade in his stomach, and ran towards Sherman, who was still sitting on the wooden crate. Furs flipped through Lamino's travels once again, using another beyonder power to add another layer of binding to Viscount Stratford. Then, she walked out of the row of wooden crates she was hiding in and approached the ancient bronze cross. The scene she had just seen made her suspect that it was an item at the demigod level. According to the official beyonders, it was a grade 1 sealed artifact. And the process of Viscount Stratford carrying it and using it made her believe that the negative effects of the cross weren't that direct. She could attempt to pick it up. Of course, as a former astrologer, Furs took out the pure crystal ball as she walked and quickly did a divination. No problem. Furs glanced at the outcome and sped up her pace. At this moment, Xiao had already rushed in front of Sherman. Looking at her friend who had become rather beautiful, she was momentarily at a loss for words. In her eyes, there was something wrong with Sherman's state. This demoness hair was all fluttering, and every strand had turned thick like thin snakes. At the tip of the thin snakes, some had eyes, while others had their mouths split open. They looked extremely strange and terrifying. On Sherman's face, mysterious patterns that resembled black paint seeped out from her skin as they rapidly spread throughout her body. Her slightly hollow eyes quickly reflected Xiao's appearance as she gradually regained some of her luster. There was a hint of confusion and pain in her eyes. She immediately opened her mouth and stuttered, "Xiao. I'm in so much pain, Xiao. I'm in so much pain." Xiao's vision blurred. Although she had a lot of general knowledge regarding the details of the mysterious world, after all, Tarot's discussions were too high-end, and MI9's information was biased towards secret organizations, she still knew quite a bit about losing control. In the circles of unaffiliated Beyonders, this was something that couldn't be avoided. Therefore, Xiao knew that Sherman had already begun to lose control. It was irreversible, and it would only worsen. Sherman seemed to realize her state. She panted and revealed a poignant smile as she spoke with great difficulty. "Kill me. I've done many wrong things that I need to repent for. I've also obtained what I wanted." Xiao's tears dripped down. Without any hesitation, she pulled out her backup weapon, an ordinary revolver. She then pressed the revolver against Sherman's forehead. Sherman smiled as a charming luster appeared in her eyes once again. Call me Sherman, Sherman." Xiao's face couldn't help but scrunch up as her eyes turned misty. Bang! 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 She repeatedly pulled the trigger and fired the bullets inside. Flowers bloomed one after another, red and beautiful. Upon seeing this scene, Furs subconsciously pursed her lips. 2 seconds later, she let out a long sigh, bent down, and extended her hand towards the bronze cross. The moment her fingers touched the item, it was as though she had touched a flame. It was hot and scorching, burning her soul. Furs instinctively retracted her hand, alarmed and puzzled. She remembered that Viscount Stratford had never acted in such a manner before. As her thoughts raced, Furs glanced at Viscount Stratford and kicked the bronze cross towards the nearby Xiao. "Give it a try. Also, we have to leave immediately. The commotion just now will definitely attract the official Beyonders. Also, who knows what the person who left the message will do." Xiao's eyes were red as she didn't say a word. She bent down and picked up the bronze cross. Throughout the entire process, she didn't show any signs of discomfort. Furs didn't ask any questions as she walked to the stiff Viscount Stratford's side and warily looked around. After Xiao put away the bronze cross, she carried Sherman's corpse and took 2 steps back to Viscount Stratford's side. "That item is very precious, and his status is also very important. We will definitely become the targets of the royal family's pursuit. We have to interfere." Furs looked down at Viscount Stratford as she muttered to herself in thought. She quickly made a decision. She raised her hands, lowered her head, and piously chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name. She didn't believe that giving up the bronze cross for her and Xiao would reduce their importance, preventing the royal family from pursuing them. Therefore, without any hesitation, she directly prayed for Mr. Fool's help. To her, even sacrificing the item to Mr. Fool was better than staying at the scene. Almost at the same time, she saw a holy angel with 12 pairs of flaming wings on its back. This angel released a phantom and descended from the sky, using its flaming wings to wrap around her and Xiao. After this scene vanished, Furs was just about to say something when her body suddenly trembled. She sensed a terrifying and evil feeling flowing out of the void. Her eyes focused as she squatted down without any hesitation. She reached out her hands and grabbed Xiao and Viscount Stratford's calves. At the same time, on the bracelet she wore on her wrist, the last dark green stone with burn marks emitted a light blue and illusory glow. In an instant, Furs, Xiao, Viscount Stratford, and Sherman's figures turned transparent as they vanished from their spots. In the blink of an eye, they had left the dock area and appeared in the outskirts of St. George Borough. During this process, Furs had also used her Beyonder powers as a scribe to successfully copy a journey. After observing her surroundings and confirming that there was no one around and that it was a mountain forest, Furs released her grip on Zio and Viscount Stratford's calves and straightened her body. With Mr. Fool's angel's blessings, there shouldn't be any danger. The person who left the message definitely won't be able to lock onto us. Furs heaved a sigh of relief and said with some lingering fear, the one that descended in the end was at least a saint. Thankfully, we escaped quickly. Zio gently put down Sherman's corpse and said in thought. If the person who left the message is Sherman's supervisor, then she might have already investigated where we live. We can't return there again. Yes, let's change locations. Following that, Furs cast her gaze at the unconscious and stiff Viscount Stratford. You can question them now. Make haste. As she spoke, she handed Laymanos Travels to Zio and exhorted, there's mind reading on it. Use it with candlelight. Also, start with the simple and unimportant questions to lower your resistance. Zio received the spellbook with a solemn expression when her wrist suddenly trembled. She couldn't hold on to Laymanos Travels any longer. Pa. Bronze green. The notebook fell to the ground as Zio frowned. It's like a flame. Furs had similar experiences, so after some thought, she said, try throwing that cross away. Zio followed her suggestion and successfully picked up Laymanos Travels. It repels other mystical items. Upon seeing this scene, Furs nodded slightly. Zio didn't harp on the problem as she quickly prepared a lit candle. Then, she pulled out Wintry Blade, making Viscount Stratford no longer turn stiff and sluggish as though he had been possessed by a wraith. When the captain of the Royal Guard slowly woke up, she triggered the corresponding page of the notebook. Viscount Stratford instantly turned dazed as all that was left in his eyes was the dim yellow candle flame. Why did Sherman approach you? Zio asked the question she had thought of. Viscount Stratford answered blankly. She wants to investigate who I'm loyal to. Zio was taken aback as she instinctively asked, who are you really loyal to? Viscount Stratford said slowly. Of course it's His Majesty. Lord of the Mysteries, His Majesty. Upon hearing Viscount Stratford's answer, Zio was momentarily at a loss as she was filled with questions. She found it hard to understand why Charmaine would deliberately approach the captain of the Royal Guards just to find out who he was loyal to. It did not seem to be something too important or valuable. As for Viscount Stratford's answer, it was very orthodox, and there was nothing wrong with it. Charmaine sacrificed her life just to get an answer like that? Zio originally wanted to ask about Charmaine's motive for investigating that trivial matter, but she instantly realized that it would be too quick to touch on the core information, making Viscount Stratford, who had yet to enter his state, resist. Hence, she temporarily held back her impulse. She pondered for a moment, then asked, do you know Mason Dill? Yes, Viscount Stratford replied in a daze. Zio Dericha continued to raise a simpler and less important question. Who is he? He's the former chief of the Royal Guards. Viscount Stratford only answered the question and didn't elaborate further. At this moment, Furs didn't listen to the mind reading that was still at a superficial stage. She took out the pure crystal ball and placed it in Zio's pocket. After transferring the items, she bent down again and carefully tried to pick up the bronze cross. This time, as her fingers trembled slightly, the feeling of burning her soul did not come through her touch, allowing her to easily pick up the item with a few spikes. Indeed, this cross will repel all mystical items other than itself. It won't tolerate their existence. I still have the remnant spirituality of the moon paper figurine and the ancient wraiths, but it doesn't have any reaction. This means that it doesn't reject items that don't contain Beyonder characteristics. It doesn't reject spirituality and power? If that's the case, will it also reject the Beyonder characteristic in my body, but it won't be that obvious. This is another negative effect of it that needs a certain amount of time to appear. Furs had a rough idea of the bronze cross and cautiously put it into the secret bag containing the various ritual materials. After doing this, Furs looked down at the silver bracelet on her wrist and confirmed that it was empty. There were no more decorations hanging on it. She had used up all 5 of her stones that could teleport people. However, Furs wasn't as terrified as she used to be. Although she was already certain that the full moon's ravings would become clearer and more terrifying with each depletion of the stone, she also knew that with Mr. Fool's help, this wouldn't be a problem. In the past year, if it wasn't for the fact that she had to stay above the gray fog for a short period of time during every full moon or blood moon, she would have forgotten that she was still suffering the torture of the full moon's ravings. I hope that one day, this curse will completely disappear. Furs couldn't help but sigh as she retracted her gaze from the silver bracelet that was gradually dimming. She then sincerely thanked Mr. Fool in her heart. No matter what his true purpose is, he has at least saved me time and time again, not just with the full moon ravings. This cross doesn't seem to be of a low level. I wonder if Mr. Fool will be interested in it and if he's willing to accept my sacrifice. Previously, I didn't have any good items or information, so I was unable to repay that kindness. Now, I finally see a possibility. This is a shared spoil of war. I only have half. I wonder if Mr. Fool is willing to accept a sacrifice that only gives him half. No, Xiao was also saved by Mr. Fool before, I might even be able to please Mr. Fool because of this. If he is satisfied, he might bestow a few Beyonder powers for me to record in Lamino's travels. No, Lamino's travels definitely can't record the powers of a deity. It won't be able to bear Mr. Fool's powers. Yes, the powers of an angel under him can do it too. No. I can't be too greedy. Even if I can get Mr. World to copy a few powers, I'll be very satisfied. Furz's thoughts wandered as she had a dreamy look of anticipation. This was the instinct of a best-selling author. As for why she didn't look forward to anything else but the records of Beyonder powers, it was because she had a deep understanding of the importance and terror of demigod-level Beyonder powers today. If Lamino's travels hadn't copied Tornado, she and Xiao wouldn't have been able to capture Viscount Stratford tonight. They might not even have been able to escape successfully. Even without the bronze cross, Viscount Stratford was a rather powerful Beyonder. If he hadn't been injured by Tornado from the beginning, causing him to feel dizzy from the fall, their sneak attack wouldn't have had the desired effect. There was a high chance that they would have suffered a counterattack. Of course, separating the terrifying Radiant Cross from Viscount Stratford was the key to the outcome of the short battle tonight. And it was also thanks to Tornado. On careful thought, in a less pressing environment, under the premise of removing the bronze cross and the travels' demigod-level powers, it's not impossible for Xiao and I to defeat Viscount Stratford by joining forces. We might even have a high chance of winning. The variety and reasonable combination of the Beyonder powers in the travels is truly very powerful. Together with Xiao's psychic piercing powers and wintry blades effects, as well as the direct combat, Viscount Stratford's defeat would only be a reasonable outcome if he didn't have any special mystical items. A living scribe with rich experience is actually this powerful. The more Furs thought about it, the stranger she felt. It was that she had probably become a little more powerful. Back when she dealt with the ancient wraith, she already had a similar understanding. However, she later suffered a strange corruption, leaving her with a lingering fear. She didn't think too deeply about it. Back when she punished the sanguine Viscount Ernst Boyar, she and Xiao hadn't participated in the actual battle, so they naturally didn't measure their strength. And this time, their enemy, Viscount Stratford, was the captain of the royal guards of the Rouen royal family. He was at least a sequence 6, with a high chance of being a sequence 5. Furthermore, he wielded a demigod-level item, so the difference in strength was rather clear. This allowed Furs to instantly determine her level in the Beyonder world. Although the reason for their victory was mostly due to their sneak attack, the possibility of a successful sneak attack was also a manifestation of their strength. I'm already a scribe. After matching my powers with Lamino's travels, I'm almost equivalent to a rather powerful sequence 5. The only problem is that I'm still lacking in experience. As Furs reflected, she cast her gaze at Xiao and Viscount Stratford and continued listening to their questions and answers. At that moment, Xiao's question had already entered a core region that could easily cause resistance. What caused Mason Deer's death? After asking this question, Xiao's emotions suddenly became extremely complicated. She felt anticipation, unease, excitement, and fear. This was the question she had wanted to ask 8 years ago. In the past 3,000 days and nights, she had been searching for the answer, but she was afraid that the answer was not what she wanted. She was afraid that her father had indeed participated in the rebellion and had been executed for it, without any honor to speak of. Viscount Stratford didn't immediately answer Xiao's question. He discovered His Majesty's secret and wanted to inform the three major churches. He failed and was executed on the spot. Xiao was stunned for a few seconds before finally confirming that she had obtained the answer. Although this answer frightened her, it allowed her heart to return to its original position and settle down. Secret. His Majesty's secret. She whispered to herself and asked in an urgent manner. What secret is it? Furs, who was next to her, was also stunned. She didn't expect things to develop to this extent. At that moment, Viscount Stratford's facial muscles visibly contorted as he spat out a few words with great difficulty. That secret is, suddenly, his body trembled violently as his dazed eyes regained their luster. Right on the heels of that, he disintegrated from the most minute of structures, instantly turning into a firework. The blood-colored firework shot into the sky and exploded, illuminating the night and reflecting into Furza's and Xiao's eyes. This. With her previous experience, Furza's gaze faltered. Without another word, she immediately squatted down and grabbed Charmaine's corpse and Xiao's calves. Their figures quickly turned transparent as they vanished from the spot, teleporting to the south of the bridge. Above the grey fog, Klein, who was holding the sea god's scepter, also saw the firework that dyed the sky red. Back when Furs was praying to him, he happened to be observing Konas Kilgore's actions in the majestic palace. In passing, he had stored the Red Priest card and summoned the paper figurine he had cut. He used the powers of the mysterious space to respond. During this process, he discovered that the person lying beside the magicians and misjudgment was Viscount Stratford. This was a target that he paid close attention to. Although he didn't personally investigate him, he knew that there was something wrong with him. He knew that Demonastrice was targeting him, so he remembered the corresponding looks and characteristics at a ball. Klein didn't know what the two tarot members were up to, but since it involved Viscount Stratford, he definitely wouldn't ignore the importance. He directly used the corresponding Crimson Star to observe the subsequent encounters of the magicians and misjudgment. After advancing to a demigod and obtaining more authority here, Klein could use the corresponding Crimson Star to directly investigate the situation in the surrounding area without the need for the tarot members to pray. This was similar to a believer that had been specially marked. However, Klein restrained himself from doing so and had never attempted it before. This allowed him to hear Xiao and Viscount Stratford's conversation. And as someone who knew the inside story, he knew very well the true meaning and weight of the question of loyalty. Combined with the fact that the former captain of the Royal Guards, Mason Dill, had discovered the king's secret and had failed in his attempt to inform the three churches, Klein had a guess about the answer. He suspected that the greatest culprit behind the Great Smog of Bakeland was the King of Rouen, George III. Above the grey fog, inside the palace, Klein, who was holding the sea god's scepter, stared at the Dark Emperor and Tyrant cards on the table in front of him with a solemn expression. Although Viscount Stratford's answer only proved that King George III was hiding a huge secret and had played a key role in the Great Smog of Bakeland, making him likely the greatest culprit, it didn't prove that he was the mastermind behind everything. After all, he could also be a puppet. But to Klein, that was enough. The target was extremely clear, and he had clues to investigate what they were plotting. Seeing that the magicians and misjudgment were far away from the anomaly and that their safety was basically guaranteed, Klein retracted his gaze and continued observing the actions of MI9's deputy director, Konas Kilgore, through the prayer point of light. After a while, Konas Kilgore, who had marked the territory and confirmed that no one was tailing him, walked to a mountain wall and took out an item. His entire body was tainted with a ghostly blue glow as he gradually turned hazy and blurry. Then, he vanished into thin air, his whereabouts unknown. It's a rather special type of traveling. Through a fixed ritual and item, it achieves a point-to-point teleportation within a very short range. Back when I came out of the underground ruins where Nsangwil was, I also passed through a similar door. Yes, this place isn't too far from the mountain where Mr. A pursued me. This kind of setup is very suitable for areas that need to be kept secret. Without permission from the inside, it won't have any effect even if I hold an item to activate it. And once something goes wrong, destroying the corresponding ritual can prevent the enemy from entering, preventing them from finding the exact location. Klein nodded in enlightenment. Combined with Viscount Stratford's confession, he initially believed that the king's secret and the scheme of the three families were hidden deep in the underground ruins. As long as he could enter and carefully investigate, there was a high chance of obtaining the truth of the matter. However, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the investigation of the matter would be extremely difficult. This was because he first needed the corresponding item to use the faceless transformation to fool the guards and teleport in. And this wasn't an easy task. According to Rhodes, not only was Konas Kilgore a demigod of the Black Emperor pathway, he also had a rather powerful sealed artifact. Even if Klein was prepared, he didn't have much confidence in defeating this Major General Deputy Director of MI9 without inviting an angel-level helper. Not to mention, he had to deal with the other party secretly without being discovered. And the angels he could invite each had their own difficulties and problems, so they might not necessarily agree. Even if I take down Konas Kilgore without alerting anyone, I have to consider the danger after entering. With the previous experience, it's impossible for them to not be wary of a faceless. The king is cooperating with the psychological alchemy and the demonist sect, so they're definitely plotting something significant. The possibility of an angel existing in the underground ruin is extremely high. Klein frowned slightly, unable to find a reliable way to complete the investigation. He tapped his fingers on the edge of the long, mottled table and decided to think about it in a different way. A few seconds later, Klein had an inspiration. Why do I want to complete all the steps myself? The king's secret and scheme are likely to be detrimental to the three churches of Storm, Evernight, and Steam. Otherwise, the former captain of the Royal Guards, Mason Dill, wouldn't have informed the three churches. As a blessed of the Evernight goddess, at least for now, isn't it obvious what I should do? This can also accumulate contribution points in preparation for exchanging for the scholar of your potion formula in the future. In an instant, Klein's thoughts became extremely clear. Without any hesitation, he left the world above the gray fog and returned to the real world. Dressed in his blue and white checkered pajamas, the German sparrow raised his hands once again and took on a praying posture. He chanted in ancient Hermes, Evernight goddess, loftier than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. You are the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, the Mistress of Repose and Silence. This time, Klein didn't hold any ceremony because he wasn't praying for a bestowment or a response. All he wanted was to describe Viscount Stratford's instructions and his observations of Konas Kilgore. Therefore, all he needed to do was pray. After praying, Klein exhaled and stood in a remote spot in the forest, patiently waiting for the possible developments. In less than a minute, a figure suddenly outlined itself in front of him, like a portrait that was quickly being drawn. The person was dressed in a simple robe with a tree bark belt tied around his waist. His hair was draped over his shoulders, and his feet were bare. He had a pair of dark and serene eyes. He was none other than the leader of the ascetics, ranked first among the 13 archbishops of the Church of Evernight, servant of concealment, Ariana. Good evening, Ma'am Ariana. Klein bowed without any surprise. Ariana glanced at him and returned the greeting. Good evening. She didn't make any small talk. Is Konas Kilgore nearby? Yes, less than 10 kilometers away. Klein raised his hand and pointed in a direction. He has already used an item to vanish. What should I do next? Ariana nodded. Slightly. Wait for him to come out and find an opportunity to capture him. Isn't that a little too direct? You look quiet and simple, a reserved and cultured person. No, an angel, why are you so radical in your style? If Konas Kilgore hadn't gone to the underground ruins and instead headed for another secret base, or if he wasn't too deeply involved in the king's scheme, then the matter of an archbishop of the church attacking the upper echelons of MI9 without permission would be huge news. The kingdom's internal strife would worsen. Klein was momentarily at a loss for a response to Ariana. Although he would definitely take action against Konas Kilgore if he were to handle the matter himself, just the fact that he was involved in the slave trade and silencing him was sufficient reason for him to do so. But the problem was that a demigod from a secret organization attacking the upper echelons of the military was completely different from an archbishop of an Orthodox church attacking the upper echelons of the military. As though sensing Klein's thoughts, Ariana calmly explained, "You'll be the one doing it, not me." Klein wasn't used to her style. Ariana continued. "I'll create a world of concealment for you and provide you with the necessary support." Fight in concealment? Fight with the help of an angel? Klein nodded in thought. "Then where should I ambush?" Ariana answered succinctly. "In your maker manor." "Just as I thought. But I don't wish to say it myself." Klein sighed inwardly. His choice of ambush spot was based on a very simple logic. It was when Kona's Kilgore was the most relaxed and unguarded. Without a doubt, when he completed his secret mission and returned to Mager Manor, believing that all the adventures of the night were over, he would be the most relaxed and unguarded. By the same logic, if the king's secret and scheme were very important, then it was very likely that an angel would be watching Kona's Kilgore from the underground ruins from afar, paying attention to his safety. Once he was attacked, they would immediately respond. And when he returned to his normal life, the gaze that was cast at him would likely be retracted. After all, there were only so many angels, and they wouldn't be that free. Thankfully, I used the most covert method of tailing him. Furthermore, I'm sufficiently far away. From the looks of it, Mariana didn't leave the battle to me to avoid risks or reduce the negative effects, but to maintain a concealed state to prevent the battle from being discovered by the existence in the underground ruins. This will expend a lot of her energy." As his thoughts raced, Klein gained a deeper understanding of the entire matter. At this moment, Ariana added, "Don't worry. The battle in the world of concealment won't destroy reality." "That's pretty good." Klein silently muttered to himself as he thought and said, after some thought, he said, "Then I'll have to make the necessary preparations." "All right," Ariana replied calmly. She actually didn't ask me what preparations I need to make. I'm already prepared to say that I have to at least change my clothes. As Klein lampooned himself, he looked down at his blue and white checkered pajamas. His left glove quickly turned transparent as he vanished from his spot. Inside Mager Manor, Klein's figure flashed out. Maintaining his German sparrow appearance, he quickly changed his clothes and put on his top hat. Right on the heels of that, he took out a piece of paper and wrote with his finger. A scarlet flame spewed out from his fingertip, leaving charred marks on the paper without igniting the item. The charred marks were like patterns as they quickly formed a complicated symbol, a mixture of the symbol of prying and concealment. With the completion of the symbol, the full-body mirror in the room suddenly turned dark as aqueous ripples appeared. Silver lines appeared, forming words one after another. "Great Master, your loyal and strong servant, Erodes, is here to answer your summons. Do you have something to ask me?" "Yes." Klein nodded and looked out the window. "What demigod-level powers and which powerful sealed artifact does Kona's Kilgore possess?" This was the general information he had previously obtained. After confirming that Kona's Kilgore was the target, he had done the corresponding research. Now, he wished to gain a deeper understanding so that he could make more targeted preparations. On the full-body mirror surface, the silver words twisted and squirmed, quickly forming new words. "Great Master, Kona's Kilgore is an Earl of the Fallen. In order to conceal his strength, the sealed artifact he wields belongs to the lawyer pathway, but it has some characteristics of the arbiter pathway mixed in. It's called Concerto of Light and Shadow." On the full-body mirror, the silver text seemed to have a life of its own. Line by line, they vanished and reassembled. Concerto of Light and Shadow is a pocket watch. It can prohibit certain actions within a certain range, and it can also deprive the target of certain beyonder powers. However, the restrictions caused by the two combined don't exceed 2. Concerto of Light and Shadow can also bestow certain negative states onto the target, making them slack off, be greedy, lose their fighting spirit, or focus all their attention on money. Apart from these, the wielder of this sealed artifact can also distort the target's words, actions, intentions, and attack effects. It can turn a fatal wound into a serious injury, an attack into a pushback, an advance into a retreat, and an escape into a charge. The negative effects of Concerto of Light and Shadow are rather serious. Among them, the main point is that once the wielder enters a combat state, all the Beyonder effects that appear within a certain range will undergo intermittent and random mutations. It doesn't differentiate between friend and foe, making it difficult to control and unpredictable. In other words, lightning strike can still create a bolt of lightning, or it can splash the target with cold water. It can also summon an unknown spirit world creature. Due to this reason, Kona's Kilgore deliberately gathered a mystical item that allows him to be lucky at critical moments, hoping that the random effects that appear intermittently will be more beneficial to him. It does have a certain effect, but it's not that great. Kona's Kilgore also has a special pistol. It's a mutation from a particular evil god's sacrificial incident. It's called Rever's Scream of Despair. It can be fired without the need for bullets. Every shot is extremely powerful. It can constantly fire rapidly, like a miniaturized machine gun. The target it hits will also suffer Rever's roar of despair before his death. They will experience different states of pain, dizziness, and confusion. The biggest problem with this pistol is that its wielder will also hear the roar of despair, just less frequently. As an Earl of the Fallen, there's no doubt that Kona's Kilgore has a qualitative change of distortion and unreasonable bestow. In addition, he can utilize the rules, magnify effects, and chaos order. Use can allow a certain state to be maintained for a longer period of time or end earlier, allowing the rules to be more beneficial to oneself. For example, after he jumps into the air, he can prolong the state of being off the ground, achieving the effect of floating. The effect of magnification is to enhance the effects or influence of certain actions. It can turn an ordinary strike into an execution, and it can turn an air hug from a certain distance into a restraint. Chaos, on the other hand, affects the structure, scale, and accuracy of attacks. It can cause a seemingly massive building to collapse, reduce a distance that is clearly far too few steps, and cause an attack that is aimed at you to deviate to one side. Through magnification, utilization, and distortion, Beyonders of the lawyer pathway can, to a certain extent, do things that only the arbiter pathway can do. Of course, the low and mid-sequence Beyonder powers of the lawyer pathway, such as bribery, are also possessed by an Earl of the Fallen. Furthermore, they are stronger. Great Master, I have finished answering. Is it okay? Your answer makes me feel like you're reading an instruction manual. You're definitely gathering information in the spirit realm bit by bit. Also, you're asking for praise for something like this? Klein cursed silently and nodded slightly. Not bad. After answering Erodes' question, he quickly entered the zone and analyzed the demigod powers of Kona's Kilgore and the characteristics of the powerful sealed artifact. The Earl of the Fallen is indeed a sequence for a demigod existence. He has undergone a qualitative change in every aspect. Be it bestowal, distortion, exploitation, or magnification, they aren't easy to deal with. If I'm not careful, I'll suffer. As for chaos, it's not that terrifying. It's basically a certain enhancement of the powers of a sequence 5 mentor of confusion. Concerto of Light and Shadow does indeed have the characteristics of the arbiter domain, and what's most vexing about it is the negative effect. To a Beyonder of the seer pathway, their combat style definitely leans towards preparation, precision, and control. Once they start fighting, they'll definitely have one attack after another, one set after another. During this process, if there's a random deviation from time to time, the entire plan can easily be messed up and fail to be realized. This is very dangerous. As he thought about it, Klein realized that the main problem was with the sealed artifact known as Concerto of Light and Shadow. As a Beyonder who liked to set traps for his enemies, Klein didn't wish to put in so much effort and finally land himself in an extremely dangerous situation. He didn't wish to use the Fate Siphon charm to switch fates with his target to reverse the situation and finish off his opponent in one fell swoop, only to realize that the life-saving and victorious item had only summoned a rabbit. Or perhaps, it might even turn into fireworks to celebrate the user's sudden death. Kona's Kilgore can use an item that increases his luck to reduce the effects, but I can't do so. Luck or misfortune that isn't at the level of an angel won't affect me at all. However, I have Winner Anuni as my marionette. Klein pondered and raised a second question to Erodes. How do I avoid the intermittent random anomalies of the sealed artifact? In the dark mirror, silver words shot out from the ripples, forming a new sentence. There's no need to avoid it. All I need to do is make Kona's Kilgore become unlucky. In this aspect, the demigods of the Evernight pathway are experts. That makes sense. According to the theory of relativity, as long as Kona's Kilgore is more unlucky than me, I'll be the lucky one. Ma Mariana also said that she would provide the necessary support. To her, before creating Concealment World, secretly giving Kona's Kilgore bad luck should be very easy and simple. Klein suddenly nodded and said, "Very good. That's all for today. If there's anything in the future, I'll summon you again." "Yes, Master." "No problem, Master." "Goodbye, Master." On the full-body mirror surface, a simple drawing of waving appeared immediately after the silver words. Seeing the mirror instantly return to normal, Klein retracted his gaze and quickly simulated the battle that was about to happen. Gradually, he had a certain train of thought. He grasped the inspiration that flashed through his mind and began to refine it further. After coming up with a few contingency plans, Klein walked to the balcony and faced the garden in the night. He whispered, "Can you make Kona's Kilgore fall into bad luck before the battle?" After a short period of silence, a calm and ordinary female voice rang in his ears. "Yes." "Then I have no problems," Klein immediately replied. His surroundings quickly returned to silence. As the cold autumn wind blew, Klein expressionlessly stared at the manor at night for a few seconds. Then, he pressed down on his silk top hat, tugged at the human-skinned glove on his left hand, and took out Death Knell from under his armpit. Right on the heels of that, he swiped his thumb diagonally, making the iron-black revolver's revolver move. As the night deepened, the crimson moon occasionally pierced through the clouds. Maker Manor was completely asleep in such an environment. At this moment, a figure stealthily walked over from the south bank of the Tussock River, taking 2 to 3 steps to return to his room. He was none other than MI9's deputy director, Kona's Kilgore, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers. This demigod, who had the appearance of a tough man, surveyed the area and didn't discover anything abnormal. He smiled and walked to the tiny bar counter in the guest room. He took out a glass and picked up a bottle of red wine produced by Maker, preparing to pour himself a thin layer to celebrate this beautiful night. At this moment, his spiritual perception was triggered as he abruptly looked up. He then saw a few grayish-white chimneys on the opposite roof suddenly be enveloped by shadows as they were dyed the color of ink. To the side of these chimneys was one of the signature steeples of Maker Manor's main house. It had also turned dark, and a bright red moon was silently hanging behind the top of the steeple. The clouds and stars in the sky had already vanished. Apart from the gigantic crimson moon, there was only the pitch-black night. Under the night sky, the flowers and trees were clearly right in front of him, but they lacked vitality. They were dim and hazy, as though they were very far away. Black and red, shadows and buildings, silence and plants, all of them appeared in Kona's Kilgore's eyes in a strange manner. This? As the demigod's pupils dilated slightly, he didn't hesitate to respond. He reached his left hand into his pocket and reached his right palm under his armpit, taking out 2 items. Among them, he held a strange pistol in his right hand. It was gray in color and a few times larger than an ordinary revolver. It looked like a sledgehammer that only existed in ancient warfare. The unusual thing about this pistol was that it had a total of 6 barrels, each of which was rather thick and deep. Its cylinder was inlaid with more than 10 ugly rivets, giving it a kind of rough beauty. Kona's Kilgore held a metal pocket watch in his left hand. On its dial, half of it was neatly arranged with all sorts of symbols arranged in chronological order. The other half was chaotic and messy, even invading the area opposite it. And the two seemed to be connected to a mechanical core that couldn't be seen directly. It had a more complicated and dizzying structure. Almost at the same time, a figure appeared from the gigantic crimson moon outside the window, gliding over at an extremely fast speed. He grew bigger and clearer. He was a young man with black hair and brown eyes. His facial features were chiseled, and his lines were cold. This young man wore a silk top hat and a black trench coat. He held a unique revolver in one hand, and his other hand was covered in transparent human skin. Under the bright light, it was as though he was carrying the gigantic crimson moon on his back. German Sparrow. Upon seeing a young man dressed in a black trench coat and holding an iron-black revolver descend from the crimson moon, Kona's Kilgore, who was no stranger to important figures in the world, immediately responded. His left hand, which held the iron-skinned pocket watch, moved his thumb rapidly, reaching for one of the few metal buttons that were messily embedded at the top of the pocket watch. He raised his right arm abruptly and aimed the 6 gray barrels that formed a circle at German Sparrow. This process was like the sparks from the collision of metals. It quickly ended, and Konas Kilgore's left thumb ultimately didn't press down. He overcame his conditioned reflex and didn't directly use the Concerto of Light and Shadow's prohibition. This was because he didn't know much about German Sparrow and didn't know what he was best at. Furthermore, someone with German Sparrow's looks might not necessarily be German Sparrow. Blindly prohibition would only be a waste of an opportunity. He planned on observing and waiting a little longer so that he could formulate a more targeted law and distort the rules. Bang! 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 The strange revolver let out a scream of despair as it spewed out a black and cold storm of bullets, instantly enveloping the enemy under the crimson moon. At this moment, German Sparrow's figure suddenly turned transparent, turning incorporeal. At the same time, the bullets that arrived tore through the target in the black trench coat, tearing apart the afterimage he left behind. And behind Konas Kilgore, the cold-faced German Sparrow suddenly appeared. His body was half-hunched as he leaned forward. The black top hat on his head was dyed with a hint of blood under the crimson moonlight. He suddenly raised the iron-black long-barreled revolver in his hand, and as he took aim, he opened his mouth slightly and touched the trigger. Bang! To Konas Kilgore's right, the floorboard exploded as countless fragments splattered. German Sparrow's shot was ridiculously off-target, and its destructive power was clearly lacking. This was the Earl of the Fallen's distortion. It deviated the trajectory of the bullet and reduced its might. Seizing this opportunity, Konas Kilgore disrupted the measurement of distance and arrived at the bedroom's balcony in one step. Then, he half-turned his body and pressed one of the metal buttons on the iron pocket watch in his hand. He then solemnly said, "Don't worry, don't worry. Teleportation is prohibited here." Without a sound, Maker Manor, which was illuminated by the gigantic crimson moon, underwent some unknown change. After firing the shot, the German Sparrow, whose body had quickly faded, appeared in the void again. He did not succeed in changing positions. Concerto of Light and Shadow, forbidden, to Konas Kilgore, regardless of what German Sparrow was good at, since he could teleport, he had to immediately stop him. An enemy who could teleport at a high frequency without any gaps was not only annoying, but dangerous. Realizing that his teleportation had failed, the German Sparrow's expression did not change. His figure quickly distorted, and all the colors faded, leaving only deep black. This deep darkness suddenly collapsed and spread out on the ground. It merged with the shadows in the areas where the moonlight couldn't reach, and it was difficult to distinguish them from each other. Bang, 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 bang. The spot where German Sparrow had been standing was riddled with bullet holes, tearing through the floor. Rumble, that place immediately collapsed, revealing the room below, but no dust rose up. And amidst this commotion, Maker Manor remained shrouded in deep shadows. No one was jolted awake, and there was no echo. Konas Kilgore resisted the urge to immediately forbid him from hiding in the shadows. With Rever's shout of despair and Concerto of Light and Shadow in hand, he calmly observed his surroundings, waiting for German Sparrow to appear again and launch an attack. However, in the dilapidated room, the shadows were silent without any movement. And outside the window, the steeple and chimney were still covered in a cold black. The gigantic crimson moon seemed to hang above the roof. The plants in the garden, the distant grapevines, and all sorts of classical windows seemed to have degenerated into the background in such a night. Despite being visible to the naked eye, they didn't even shake. The entire Maker Manor was cold, dark, and silent. It was as though it had been forgotten in a corner that no one paid attention to or discovered. There was no vitality to speak of. As a demigod and an important figure in the world of intelligence, Konas Kilgore quickly had a guess about this. He suspected that it had something to do with the authority of concealment. This made him make many connections, but German Sparrow still hadn't appeared. He actually didn't launch a sneak attack, and he even gave up on the opportunity to strike continuously, leaving me with so many openings. Doesn't he know how difficult it is to deal with a high-sequence lawyer or arbiter once they make sufficient preparations in the early stages of battle? Konas Kilgore was puzzled. His observation of his surroundings and his relatively relaxed state allowed him to quickly recognize his situation. He understood that defeating the enemy, German Sparrow, wasn't the key. Escaping this strange and secretive world was the key. If I can't leave this place, there might be other dangers in the future. As long as I can escape this dark Maker Manor, even if an angel were to descend, I wouldn't need to be that afraid in Bakeland. And in such a man-made secretive world, there has to be an exit. This is a rule that can't be circumvented in mysticism. Using and twisting rules is what demigods of the lawyer pathway are best at. Amidst all sorts of thoughts, Konas Kilgore quickly made a decision. He suddenly turned around and jumped up from the balcony, moving as fast as a spring. This military demigod jumped to a high place, but he didn't slow down or show any signs of falling. Maintaining this speed, he went higher and higher until he actually flew up into the sky. Earl of the Fallen, exploitation. This was an exploitation of the rules. It prolonged the process of taking off, allowing him to maintain his speed for a long time. If Konas Kilgore could become a Sequence 2 angel, he could even use this beyonder power to jump from the ground to the Crimson Moon. As he jumped into the air, Konas Kilgore swung his right arm and activated the beyonder power, Chaos. He wanted to use the entire Maker Manor and the strange world as his target. He wanted to create a certain amount of chaos, using this to create a temporary ripple and expose the true exit. In an instant, the flowers and grapevines in the background of Maker Manor began to sway. The dark steeple, chimneys, and classical windows also lost the feeling of being shrouded by shadows. In the entire world, only the gigantic crimson moon that was right in front of him didn't change at all. It continued hanging there silently. It was the exit. Konas Kilgore grasped a pattern from the chaos, and based on the feedback, he determined where he should leave. Without any hesitation, he exerted strength from his waist and used the beyonder power of magnification to forcefully change his direction, allowing himself to run towards the bright red moon. At this moment, a person grew out of the shadows in front of Maker Manor's main building. It was the cold-looking German Sparrow in a black trench coat and half-top hat. Whoosh, a strong wind appeared out of nowhere, sweeping German Sparrow upwards as he chased after Konas Kilgore. Amidst the wind, German Sparrow raised the iron-black revolver in his right hand and pulled the trigger. Bang, a bullet flew out and exploded into countless fragments. They then transformed into a storm that completely enveloped the area where Konas Kilgore was. Death knell, carnage, a sweep of grapeshot bullets. Almost at the same time, Konas Kilgore changed his direction without any warning. He went from running towards the moon to plummeting straight down. As such, he managed to dodge the storm of bullets as though he was prepared. No, it wasn't that he was prepared. He was already prepared. Although his main goal was to escape the mutated Maker Manor, he was still worried that German Sparrow would take the opportunity to attack him. Therefore, he came up with a simple trap. He planned on using his escape as bait to fish out the hidden German Sparrow and first injure or even severely injure him. Halfway through his descent, Konas Kilgore's figure suddenly bounced back, once again distorting the direction he was heading in. This time, his destination was the next stop on the German Sparrow's flight path. Right on the heels of that, he forcefully pulled the pocket watch back with his left hand and grabbed the German Sparrow through the air, pulling him from dozens of meters away to him. Earl of the Fallen, magnify, whoosh, amidst the howling wind, Konas Kilgore grabbed the clothes in front of German Sparrow's chest and pressed the strange pistol in his right hand against it. Bang! 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 Rever's shout of despair shot out countless bullets like a machine gun, instantly tearing German Sparrow's body apart, turning it into pieces of paper that flew everywhere. Konas Kilgore's gaze froze slightly as he immediately moved his left thumb and pressed one of the metal buttons on his pocket watch. Amidst the clicking sounds, the Earl of the Fallen didn't hesitate to say sternly, "Substitutes are prohibited here." The moment he said that, the howling wind in midair stopped. Maker Manor regained its silence and was once again enveloped by the dark shadows. Konas Kilgore changed his direction and began circling in midair in search of German Sparrow. However, the night froze without any abnormalities. The Earl of the Fallen deliberated for a moment and prepared to continue running towards the gigantic crimson moon. At this moment, figures grew out, grew taller, and rapidly took form in the garden, vineyard, and Manor's main house. They had black hair, brown eyes, and deep facial features. They wore silk top hats and black trench coats. They were all German sparrow, the only difference was that some of them had normal shapes, while others had sunken backs. Some were slightly bloated, while others only had a thin layer. Upon seeing this scene, Conas Kilgore immediately recalled a dangerous enemy he had once encountered. One of the secret leaders of the Intis intelligence department. A bizarro sorcerer. After Conas Kilgore finally figured out which beyonder pathway the enemy belonged to, the German sparrow in the garden, vineyard, and manor raised his left hand at the same time. He bent his middle finger, ring finger, and pinky, and extended his index finger and thumb, making them form the simple image of a pistol. The index finger that represented the gun barrel and muzzle aimed at the midair Conas Kilgore, and the corresponding forearm trembled as though it was struck by the recoil. Bang, 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 amidst the deafening sound, rather illusory white pigeons appeared beside the Earl of the Fallen, who was wearing a white shirt and black trousers. They flew in all directions in an extremely spectacular and beautiful manner. This was the random anomaly brought about by the iron pocket watch's concerto of light and shadow. It turned the air cannonballs that could destroy houses into harmless white pigeons of peace. Conas Kilgore, who had used chaos to interfere with the enemy's salvo, wasn't surprised when he saw the white pigeons flap their wings and disappear into the sky. He was already mentally prepared. He had already suffered the negative effects of the sealed artifact for several years. Seizing this opportunity, he didn't hesitate to raise his palms that held the iron pocket watch and the strange pistol, hoping to make them collide. This was distortion, a distortion that targeted all the German sparrow beneath him. To Conas Kilgore, the most troublesome thing about fighting a bizarro sorcerer was that he couldn't tell if the enemy in front of him was a marionette or the actual body, unless the marionette was crudely made. This way, he didn't dare to use many of his beyonder powers because they were useless against marionettes. It was still fine if it was an area of effect prohibition, but deprivation that targeted a single target was completely meaningless in combat. No matter how many beyonder powers were deprived, it wouldn't affect the actual body. When the time came, the other party could just switch to another marionette to resolve the problem. Due to similar principles, the amplification of the negative effects of the mystical items on his marionette was also strategically abandoned by Conas Kilgore. Similarly, the Earl of the Fallen's bestowment was useless. It was even inferior to deprivation. At the very least, deprivation could make a bizarro sorcerer marionette lose the corresponding beyonder powers. The negative state provided by bestowment couldn't affect a marionette at all. Be it slacking off, losing his fighting spirit, or being anxious or only focused on money, it was meaningless to a marionette that was essentially a dead person, one that didn't have the ability to think or act. Therefore, Conas Kilgore decided to first resolve the problem of identifying his marionette and body. In this aspect, others might not have a solution, but a high-sequence beyonder of the lawyer pathway definitely didn't have such worries. Everything had rules and followed certain patterns, and the lawyer demigods were good at finding loopholes and making use of them. In addition to having combat experience with other bizarro sorcerers, and having seriously considered how to deal with similar situations, Conas Kilgore was rather certain that distortion could restrain his enemies. He knew that a bizarro sorcerer could seamlessly switch between his main body and all his marionettes. He planned on distorting this point, making it so that a bizarro sorcerer could only switch with 2 or 3 specific marionettes. This way, the difficulty of distinguishing between his main body and marionette would be minimized. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that distortion couldn't exceed the necessary limits, and that the area of effect prohibition had reached its limit, Conas Kilgore would definitely use a simpler method to deal with it. For example, he could make a bizarro sorcerer only be able to switch with one marionette, or he could directly prohibit everyone from switching with their marionettes. Conas Kilgore held Rever's shout of despair and concerto of light and shadow with his hands as though he was doing an action of compressing a large area to a small one. Earl of the Fallen, distortion, silently, a red flower dyed with deep shadows appeared in his hand, as though he wanted to dedicate it to the German sparrow in the garden, vineyard, and manor. As for the crazy adventurers who were either thick or thin, normal or terrifying, they didn't show any abnormalities. Conas Kilgore had also encountered a random anomaly. It was a random anomaly brought about by concerto of light and shadow. It had changed the effect of distortion to summon a flower from the garden below. And at this moment, the illusory dove formed from the air cannonball had yet to dissipate. at this moment, the battle between the two demigods added a sense of absurdity, comical, and hilarious. Of course, be it the German Sparrow or Kona's Kilgore, they didn't think so, especially the latter. He once again felt a familiar sense of helplessness. He didn't stop and immediately clashed his palms again to complete distortion, using numbers to fight against the random anomaly. However, German Sparrow wasn't a dead man, so he didn't abide by combat etiquette. The large swath of crazy adventurers either gestured with their pistols or used death knell, which was of unknown authenticity, to aim at the Earl of the Fallen in midair. At the same time, Kona's Kilgore's heart stirred as he turned his head slightly and looked up. He saw another figure appear in the gigantic crimson moon that hung silently at the top of the pitch-black steeple. This figure wore a silk top hat, a black trench coat, and human-skinned gloves. He held an iron-black revolver and had a cold expression. His facial features were deep. It was another German Sparrow, with the crimson moon on his back. He glided down as his figure grew larger and clearer. The iron-black revolver in his hand had long been raised and was aimed at Kona's Kilgore. Bang! Bang! A bullet with translucent parts shot out from the muzzle, heading straight for Kona's Kilgore. This was a deprivation bullet made from a worm of time left behind by Amon's avatar. It was different from the Arbiter Pathway's deprivation. In essence, it was theft. It could steal the 3 Beyonder powers that the target had recently used in a chronological order for them to use. However, the Arbiter Pathway's deprivation could directly deprive a target as long as it chose a target. Although the deprivation of this bullet didn't need to hit the enemy to be effective, the target had to be within a certain range without leaving the area. This also meant that one couldn't be dodged, and one could only rely on one's level and sequence characteristics to resist or weaken it. The other could be effectively dodged if one detected it ahead of time. Klein had given up on launching a sneak attack to stall for time. On the one hand, it was to allow Kona's Kilgore to use his prohibition and deprivation on Beyonder powers that seemed important to him but weren't key to the battle. On the other hand, he was waiting for the first random anomaly to appear. Then, he would seize the gap between the two anomalies to use the deprivation bullet to steal Kona's Kilgore's 3 powerful powers. For these 2 goals, he had even handed Death Knell and Creeping Hunger to Inuni, making him look like a real German Sparrow and not a marionette. From the looks of it, Kona's Kilgore would lose distortion, chaos, and magnification. Bang! 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 At the same time, the German Sparrows below also began firing. Suddenly, the air cannonballs and the deprivation bullet exploded, turning into red, purple, yellow, or green fireworks. However, they were unable to illuminate the deep night. The concerto of light and shadow had once again created a random anomaly. It produced multiple effects in a row, as though it didn't need to pause. Kona's Kilgore immediately smiled as he clasped his hands together. Suddenly, the young men wearing silk top hats and black trench coats that were illuminated by the gigantic crimson moon dimmed one after another. Only 2 of them remained in their previous states. The Earl of the Fallen's distortion had taken effect. This meant that German Sparrow could only switch positions with the 2 normal marionettes. Right on the heels of that, Kona's Kilgore didn't pause at all. He swung his arm and threw out the flower that he was holding with his pocket watch. The flower suddenly sped up as though it had an unknown weight to it. Like a sharp arrow, it shot towards one of the normal marionettes. This attack had been magnified, and it had the effects of bribe, weaken, boom. The flower was like a cannonball as it slammed heavily into the ground, causing it to shake violently. The shockwave it brought with it lifted up all the normal and abnormal humans in the surroundings. They were either torn apart or severely injured, especially the 2 marionettes that could switch positions with the German Sparrow. They were reduced to pieces of flesh and blood. Kona's Kilgore maintained his calm. As he distorted in midair and circled around, he raised Rever's shout of despair and aimed it at the German Sparrow who had descended from the crimson moon. At the same time, he secretly prepared bestowment. He wanted to make the target suffer the negative state of lack of fighting spirit. At this moment, Kona's Kilgore's mind suddenly went into a daze as his thoughts turned sluggish. This? Turning into a marionette. Kona's Kilgore tensed up as he understood his situation. He then saw that the German Sparrow who had descended from the crimson moon wasn't as far from him as before. The distance between them was only about 100 meters. The other party had unknowingly entered the range where he could control spirit body threads and had stayed there for at least 3 seconds without him noticing. Deception. It was a deception bullet created by Amon's avatar. Just now, when Klein, or Winner Anuni, pulled the trigger and shot out the deprivation bullet, he didn't fire once, but twice. This was his way of preventing random anomalies. In a situation where an anomaly had happened once, even if the 2 bullets that were slightly apart were to encounter something similar again, only one of them would be affected. After all, it was an intermittent, random anomaly. It was possible for it to happen 2 or 3 times in a row, but the probability of it happening 4 or 5 times in a row was extremely low. Therefore, there was bound to be 1 or more attacks that didn't have any anomalies, and back then, the second deception bullet's release had been concealed by the marionettes firing in unison. This was also another reason why Klein had gotten Anuni to use Death Knell, to rely on his luck. Finally, he successfully deceived Kona's Kilgore, allowing Anuni to sneak into a safe range of 150 meters. He controlled the spirit body threads and completed initial control. Once this began, it meant that the Beyonder powers had taken effect. Since there weren't any anomalies, there wouldn't be any more anomalies. No good. He's controlling the spirit body threads. As a senior Beyonder and demigod existence who had interacted with Faceless, Nimble Right Master, and Bizarro Sorcerer, to the point of directly fighting them, Kona's Kilgore wasn't unfamiliar with the present situation. He was even rather familiar with it and had a certain level of understanding. Therefore, he knew very well that he had fallen into a fatal trap. The amount of time he had to save himself didn't exceed 15 seconds, and in these 15 seconds, his thoughts would become more and more sluggish. Eventually, just thinking of a solution would take him a few seconds, and his stiff body would take quite a bit of time to put his thoughts into action. This also meant that Kona's Kilgore only had slightly more than 10 seconds to save himself. Of course, he had previously considered how to deal with the final few seconds. It was to give up control of his body and reveal his mythical creature form, using this to delay the time he was turned into a marionette. He could also use his existence to interfere with the enemy, causing him to suffer a certain impact. However, this way, even if he successfully escaped his marionette state and even defeated the enemy, Kona's Kilgore wasn't confident that he could continue living. He wasn't a demigod who could freely switch between human and mythical creature forms. He wasn't confident that he could maintain his rationality in his mythical creature form. In other words, by releasing his mythical creature form to escape his marionette state, there was a high chance that the person Kona's Kilgore would die on the spot, and a monster with the same name would occupy his body. And it was precisely because of this that Kona's Kilgore wouldn't make such an attempt unless he had no other choice. Taking advantage of the fact that his thoughts weren't too sluggish and the fact that Revel's roar of despair rang in his ears, the military demigod quickly came up with the first plan to save himself. At a speed that wasn't too slow, he moved his right thumb. Earl of the Fallen, magnify. Kona's Kilgore didn't want to magnify a particular state of his or the attack of a particular sealed artifact, but the negative effects of Revel's roar of despair. This strange revolver would occasionally make the wielder hear a roar of despair. To creatures without godhood, this was very serious. It was easy for them to lose control, go crazy, suffer a mental breakdown, or have their minds go blank. And at sequence 4, due to them possessing the side of a mythical creature, the effects of the roar were greatly reduced. To Kona's Kilgore, the shout only left him in a daze and made him a little irascible. It didn't affect him too much, and he was even beginning to get used to it. And at that moment, he wanted to magnify the roar of despair to the point where even a demigod couldn't withstand it. This would cause his psyche to experience a piercing pain, allowing him to escape the control of the spirit body threads. As Magnify didn't require any obvious actions, it took effect extremely quickly. Opposite him, the German Sparrow, who was holding Death Knell and wearing a half-top hat, wasn't able to stop it in time. This allowed the Earl of the Fallen to successfully use this Beyonder power. But in the next second, what Kona's Kilgore waited for wasn't a terrifying roar, but silence. The normal roar that was still present also disappeared. This was a random anomaly brought about by the concerto of light and shadow. How unlucky. These thoughts slowly flashed through Kona's Kilgore's mind. Without the time to be depressed, he immediately began his second attempt to save himself. He raised his right hand and aimed Revel's roar of despair at the German sparrow who was 150 meters away. He was about to pull the trigger. At the same time, the strong winds that were blowing at his right hand suddenly disintegrated from within, quickly dissipating into air currents. Earl of the Fallen, Chaos, Konas used this to resist German sparrow's interference. Right on the heels of that, there was a series of banging sounds. Revel's roar of despair was like a machine gun, spewing out dangerous bullets without stopping for a long time. The black-cloaked German sparrow's body trembled continuously, but he wasn't hit. The bullets brushed past his silhouette and flew into the distance, shattering the windows and walls of Maker Manor, causing one of the houses to silently collapse. Bang, 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 the subsequent storm of bullets continued attacking. Finally, German Sparrow was hit multiple times in a row. Amidst the splattering of blood, German Sparrow was like a paper figurine in a gale. He constantly swayed and struggled, as though he could be torn apart at any moment. Bang! 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 The strange pistol finally stopped its roar. As for German Sparrow, apart from his head, every other part of his body had hideous bloody holes. Typically speaking, this was definitely a state that only a dead person would have, but German Sparrow continued controlling his spirit body threads as though he wasn't affected at all. The exaggerated wounds on his body were slowly but resolutely healing. This was the effect of the Flower of Blood ring. This German Sparrow was essentially Winner Inuni. The reason why he didn't die from the whirlwind of attacks was because he had released the luck he had accumulated. It was because Kona's Kilgore was sufficiently unlucky, and the roar of despair brought about by the bullets was equivalent to nothing to a marionette. Seeing that the violent attacks hadn't achieved the desired effect, and that the time he had to save himself was dwindling, Kona's Kilgore followed the plan he had just thought of. Without any thought, he slowly released his left fingers. The iron-skinned pocket watch left his palm and fell to the ground. At this critical moment, Kona's Kilgore decisively abandoned the concerto of light and shadow and made it leave the battlefield so as to avoid the effects of the random anomalies. Following this, he might only have one or two chances to save himself. If any negative anomalies happened, there was no way to salvage the situation, as the sealed artifact, which was half order and half chaos, rapidly plummeted. Kona's Kilgore moved his finger with great difficulty at the rapidly healing German Sparrow's wounds. He should have had two choices. One was to follow the third method of saving himself that he had originally thought of, acting without thinking. The second was to magnify his enemy's injuries, making him die on the spot. However, while Kona's Kilgore was still able to think quickly, he didn't expect that German Sparrow wouldn't die after being shot so many times. Even his control over his spirit body threads wasn't affected. The plan didn't have a corresponding follow-up. And at this moment, his mind felt like it was stuffed with paste. He couldn't think too much, and he didn't wish to waste time. All he could do was act according to the plan. Whoosh, wearing a transparent glove and holding a black revolver, German Sparrow was surrounded by strong winds that carried him as he spiraled high into the sky. Whoosh, German Sparrow was carried by the strong winds, and under the witness of the gigantic crimson moon, he ran towards the pitch-black night sky. Earl of the Fallen, magnify. The strong winds that helped German Sparrow fly were magnified into a tornado. This way, the distance between him and Kona's Kilgore would quickly be pulled to more than 150 meters. As a result, his marionette transformation would fail. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, the expression on Kona's Kilgore's face, who had yet to escape control, suddenly turned complicated. The tornado rapidly expanded and swept over. It affected him and threw him high into the sky, preventing him from pulling away from German Sparrow. How unfortunate. Under the night sky and the crimson moonlight, the two figures became smaller and smaller. Soon, the tornado returned to normal, and their upward flight was alleviated. Seizing this opportunity, Kona's Kilgore's thoughts that were about to freeze gave him another thought. Stop. He stopped maintaining his flight, and with the help of the Earth's gravity, he rapidly plummeted down like a meteor, rapidly opening up a distance between him and German Sparrow. Then, he ignored the German Sparrow who was riding the strong winds and turned around to chase after him. He slowly pulled his left arm in front of him as though his joints had rusted. This was the action of closing the door. He wanted to use the distortion of an Earl of the Fallen to create a wall-like seal in the air, preventing German Sparrow from chasing up to him. At this moment, the marionettes, the German sparrow, who were still alive, raised their left arms and gestured for a gun to be fired. Bang, 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 bullets shot out, blanketing Kona's Kilgore in midair. By the time the shockwave dissipated, Kona's Kilgore's body had a few bloody holes. After being hit by the first few bullets and cannonballs, he had used the intense pain and the trembling of his body to finally escape the control of the spirit-body threads, allowing him to regain the speed of his thoughts. Following that, he disrupted the subsequent shots at the critical moment and distorted the injuries he suffered. Ultimately, he didn't die, but was severely injured. As for the German sparrow, who was falling from a high altitude with many mystical items in hand, he was blocked by the invisible wall he created, preventing him from chasing up to him. With another distortion, Kona's Kilgore's falling speed instantly slowed down as he gently landed on the ground. Before he could do anything else, his body stiffened again as he stood rooted to the ground in a daze. He felt that his hands and feet were resisting him, no longer listening to his commands. He felt that there was an unfamiliar object hidden in his body. Then, under the illumination of the gigantic crimson moon, a figure walked out of the master's room in Maker Manor and stood on the balcony. He had black hair and brown eyes. He wore a silk top hat and a black trench coat. His facial features were chiseled and cold. He was another German sparrow. This German sparrow's right hand was also in a shooting stance. Then, he retracted it and brought it to his mouth to blow at it. This was Klein himself. What he had just shot wasn't an air bullet, but a parasitic bullet that had been pushed out with the strength of an air bullet, a parasitic bullet made from a worm of time left behind by Amon's avatar. It could create a worm of time that couldn't live for long, allowing it to parasitize the target's body, allowing the user to control it. Klein had deliberately taken out the bullet and held it in his hand because he was waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for Kona's Kilgore to throw away the concerto of light and shadow while in a state where he couldn't dodge or distortion. The former was already foreseeable after the Earl of the Fallen had his spirit body threads under initial control. This was because he wouldn't allow random anomalies to affect his ability to save himself. As for the latter, patience was needed. Just now, his patience had paid off. An opportunity had appeared. Klein was the first to raise his hand and shoot. Without the interference of the random anomalies, he accurately shot the parasitic bullet into Kona's Kilgore's body. If it wasn't a deceit bullet but a deprivation bullet that had taken effect previously, it would have been a different method of attack. Temporarily unable to control his body, Kona's Kilgore looked at the German sparrow on the balcony. Under the gigantic crimson moon, he took off his top hat, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed slightly. As his black trench coat fluttered, even his thoughts turned sluggish. No. Kona's Kilgore stood rooted to the ground as a strong sense of despair surged in his heart. As a military demigod who had experienced plenty of danger, he had a clear understanding of his present situation. He could already hear the footsteps of death approaching. He wanted to risk his life and reveal his mythical creature form, but it was useless after he issued the order by slowing down his thoughts. His body had been parasitized and was no longer under his control. At that moment, Kona's Kilgore couldn't even shed a tear. Under the gigantic crimson moon's illumination, time ticked by. Suddenly, Kona's Kilgore raised his left hand and touched his inch-long hair. He had already become Klein's marionette. In fact, he still had a chance at the very end. This was because the duration of parasitism wasn't as long as the time needed to completely turn into a marionette. In those 2 to 3 seconds, he could attempt to reveal his mythical creature form. But the problem was that he still had the effects of misdirection and deception. His thoughts became more and more sluggish with the passage of time. He couldn't grasp that short opportunity. Klein looked at his new marionette and silently exhaled. He raised his head and looked at the clear red moon. All right. In the gigantic crimson moon, a black dot instantly appeared and descended from the sky. It was none other than the Archbishop of the Church of Evernight, servant of concealment, Ariana, who was wearing a simple robe and a tree bark belt. In this concealed world, this ascetic didn't use any beyond her powers. She floated in midair and cast her gaze at the Earl of the Fallen. She gently raised her right hand, and a blurry Kona's Kilgore's soul appeared above the military demigod's head. As a result, Klein lost control of his marionette. He wasn't too surprised by this. After all, he hadn't separated a worm of spirit to send it over through his spirit-body threads. His control over the marionette was essentially at the Sequence 5 stage, not at the demigod level. "Where did you go?" Ariana asked calmly as she looked at Kona's Kilgore's soul. Kona's Kilgore's expression warped slightly before he replied, "Ruin number 1. Is this a contractual promise, or is it a psychological cue?" Klein, who was watching the mediumship, noticed something from the Earl of the Fallen's reaction. However, this did not affect anything, because this was the hidden world, the world that no one knew about, the world that no one could sense. Where is the relic located? Who did it belong to? What is it being used for now? As the Archbishop of the Evernight Goddess and an angel of the corresponding pathway, Ariana could share a certain amount of the authority of concealment. Therefore, she didn't start with simple questions and went straight to the point. She wasn't worried that any accidents would happen. Kona's Kilgore's soul trembled slightly, giving off the feeling that it would explode on its own, but nothing happened in the end. He replied hesitantly, "The ruin is located in the Sturlevin section of the Tasik River. It's deep underground and has been set up to interfere with divination and prophecy." Sturlevin section. That's quite a distance from the mountain where Mr. A was previously and the spot where you just disappeared. From the looks of it, you are still very cautious. And the effects of that point-to-point teleportation are much better than I expected. A map of the northwestern suburbs of Bakeland quickly formed in Klein's mind. Kona's Kilgore continued answering, "That ruin once belonged to Blood Emperor Listitutor. I'm not sure what it's being used for. I'm unable to enter the depths of the ruin, and I'm only in charge of sending in the people and materials gathered through various means." Blood Emperor Listitutor's name made Ariana fall silent. After 2 to 3 seconds, she said, "What materials did you gather?" This time, Kona's Kilgore didn't put up much of a resistance as he mentioned everything, including large amounts of mercury, iron ore, and ritualistic materials from different domains. As for Klein, he was unable to extract any useful information from it. This was because it was just too comprehensive. Anything was possible. He's indeed very cautious. He's using large amounts of junk to conceal what he's truly searching for. Even the demigod in charge of such matters doesn't know why. This is very much in line with the style of a spectator pathway beyonder. A design by psychological alchemy? Klein nodded his head indiscernibly with a guess in mind. Ariana didn't seem to notice anything. "Do you have any guesses as to what they're doing?" "What is it?" "Yes, I suspect that they're digging up something and attempting to perform a ritual." Kona's Kilgore voiced his judgment. Ariana quietly looked down at him for a while. "Who allowed you to participate in the underground ruins? Who can enter the depths of the ruins?" Kona's Kilgore struggled again, but nothing happened. He said hesitantly, "I accepted His Majesty's orders. The reason why I was able to become a demigod was because he provided me with formulas, ingredients, and opportunities. Furthermore, he gave me Concerto of Light and Shadow, allowing me to act as a Sequence 5 Beyonder without holding back. Apart from His Majesty, only 2 demigods of the royal family can enter the depths of the ruins. One is Prince Grove, and the other is Duchess Georgina. They all have the surname Augustus. But the royal family definitely doesn't only have these 2 demigods. Miss Justice doesn't know much about the 2 of them either. She only mentioned that they seldom participate in social activities. Even their seats as a member of parliament have been given to their children. Yes, at the level of a demigod, even if they don't have the beyonder characteristics of undying or ageless, it wouldn't be a problem for them to live to more than 100 years old. It's indeed not suitable for them to hold public office and frequently appear in public. Klein tried hard to recall, but he failed to come up with anything. Ariana was silent for a few seconds. "Have you seen Collins in the underground ruins?" "Who is he?" Kona's Kilgore asked in confusion. Ariana didn't answer. She continued asking, "Apart from them, who else did you see in the underground ruins?" Kona's Kilgore maintained his slightly dazed state from being channeled. "There's also the Demonist sect and the psychological alchemy. The former's representative was originally Despair Nightingale Panatia, but after the Great Smog, it was changed to Sanctus of White Katerina. The latter is Vin Rambus." "Did they enter the depths of the underground ruins?" Ariana asked in detail. I don't know. I wasn't following them at all times. Konas Kilgore shook his head. At least when I met them there, they were in the periphery. Ariana asked about other matters, attempting to outline the overall outline of the matter from another angle. However, she could tell that King George III arrangements were flawless. Even a demigod like Konas Kilgore only knew what his mission was. He could only move about in a certain area and was unable to learn more. After some thought, Ariana flipped her right hand and gently pressed down, pressing Konas Kilgore's soul back into his body. Klein's control over his marionette was restored. Klein could not help but sigh in his heart. The authority of concealment is truly amazing. Even if my Ariana were to secretly interrogate my marionette one day, I wouldn't know. At this moment, Ariana turned her body and said to him on the balcony, we can basically confirm that there's something wrong with George III, as well as the location of the underground ruin. I'll meet the archbishops of the Church of the Storm and the Church of Steam in Bakeland immediately and persuade them to take action tonight to open the relic. Before I inform you, control Konas Kilgore and pretend that he's fine. Then, make him vanish. He's worried that when he negotiates with the Church of the Storm and the Church of Steam, they will discover that something has happened to Konas Kilgore and seal the underground ruins ahead of time or activate other emergency plans? Klein roughly understood and nodded. No problem. Ariana, whose hair was simply draped over her shoulders, didn't say anything else. With a casual wave of her hand, she pulled the iron pocket watch over. This sealed artifact was bestowed by George III. Perhaps we can find some clues from its earlier origins. Does it mean that you want to take it away? Klein replied without any resistance, I'll leave it to you. With regards to this, he had no complaints. He even believed that it was only right. After all, half of the credit for this battle was due to Ariana's world of concealment and the blessing of misfortune. In that case, even if she didn't take the concerto of light and shadow, Klein would have taken the initiative to suggest it. In this aspect, he had always been fair. And the concerto of light and shadow was the item he didn't want the most out of all the spoils of war. This was because it was incompatible with a bizarro sorcerer's combat style. The random anomalies would definitely affect his performance, weakening him far more than his enemies. Klein had just considered that if the spoils of war he received were this pocket watch, he would have to bluff, no, sell it to the Snake of Fate, Will Septon. Only a life school of thought demigod who relied on luck to survive could control the concerto of light and shadow. And when the time came, such a huge secret organization and a sequence one would definitely have other powerful sealed artifacts to exchange for it. Upon receiving his response, Ariana nodded gently. She first threw the iron pocket watch back into Konas Kilgore's arms, making the Earl of the Fallen look no different from before. Her figure then vanished as though it had been erased by an eraser. Even the gigantic crimson moon hanging high in the sky and the pitch-black world of steeples and chimneys were quickly wiped away. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. Klein was in the master bedroom, while Konas Kilgore was in the guest bedroom dozens of meters away. He held Rever's scream of despair tightly in his hand. Then, the Mi-9 Major General used the chaos to place the pistol back into his armpit holster. He picked up the glass of Mager Manor's specialty wine and took a sip. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Bakeland, Northborough, St. Samuel Cathedral. The Cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the Archbishop of the Bakeland Diocese, deep blue officiant Randall Valentine descended from the wind and landed in the steeple with the huge bell on the left. He wore a black robe embroidered with the symbol of the storm. He had a thick beard, and his hair was short and straight. Its color was dark blue that was nearly black. This muscular demigod cast his gaze to the side and said to the figure who was already waiting there, Hormick, do you know what's going on? Why did Anthony suddenly invite us over? The person he spoke to was wearing a white priest robe and a clergyman's bonnet. He had a benevolent look and a gentle expression. He was none other than a member of the Church of Steam's Divine Synod, the Archbishop of the Bakeland Diocese, the demigod Hormick Haydn. Upon hearing Randall's question, Hormick calmly replied, I didn't arrive much earlier than you. I didn't arrive much earlier than you. In fact, I only left the lab a few minutes ago. Not only was he a clergyman, but he was also a famous scientist. He was an honorary professor at the University of Bakeland's physics department. Randall Valentine was just about to say something when he suddenly saw a figure walk up the winding narrow staircase. In the darkness that the crimson moon couldn't illuminate, he ascended the steeple. This figure wore a black clergyman robe with a tinge of red. There were 5 dark sacred emblems on his chest. His face was clean without a beard, and his eyes were deep and serene. He was none other than one of the 13 archbishops of the Church of Evernight, the person in charge of the Bacolod diocese, St. Anthony Stevenson. Is there something that can't wait until daybreak? Or does your Church of Evernight like to discuss matters at night? Deep Blue officiant Randall Valentine was the first to speak. Anthony walked up the stairs and stopped there. With a serious expression, he said, there's something very urgent. What is it? Randall pressed. At this moment, Hormick Hayden also cast his gaze at Anthony Stevenson, waiting for him to give him an answer. In such a situation, Hormick especially liked the presence of people from the Church of the Storm. This meant that they would take the initiative to ask questions without being tactful. There was no need for him to say anything else. Anthony glanced at them and said, "It's related to the royal family." "It's related to the royal family. Let Madame Ariana explain it to you." As soon as he finished speaking, the silhouette of a barefooted woman wearing a simple robe and a tree bark belt quickly appeared in the shadows beside him. As soon as they saw this existence, Randall and Hormick immediately bowed. "Good evening, Madame Ariana." Their expressions became solemn at the same time. They had a deep understanding of the importance of what happened that night. It was definitely not a small matter for an angel who walked on earth to appear. At the same time, they could not help but be shaken, realizing that they did not know when the mistress of the night cloister, the stealthy servant, Lady Ariana, had come to Bacolod. Under normal circumstances, the 3 churches, the royal family, and the military had a certain tacit understanding in this aspect. It was that the grounded angel and grade 0 sealed artifact wouldn't appear in Bacolod. "Good evening, archbishops." Ariana returned the greeting without the slightest arrogance. She raised her right hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. A faint glow bloomed, producing scenes in the darkness. It was the entire conversation between Ariana and Conas Kilgore. It was as if this secret that had been kept for so long had finally been revealed to others. As he watched, Deep Blue officiant Randall Valentine couldn't help but say, "Don't worry." He actually advanced to sequence 4 and became a demigod. This archbishop knew Conas Kilgore. He originally believed that the deputy director of MI9 was only a sequence 5 and had relied on a sealed artifact with severe negative effects to have combat strength at the demigod level. He never expected that it was just a disguise. The Church of the Storm had a greater influence on the military than the other 2 churches. No one responded to Randall. After the secret was revealed, Hormick said, "That's right. A secret relic that involves the Blood Emperor and a large number of people being sent in. No matter how you look at it, it's not a good thing." "Indeed." Randall agreed. "Let's go to the ruins now." Ariana looked around and calmly said, "This concerns the royal family and the king. You'd better seek permission from your respective Holy See first." In this angel's context, the Holy See referred to the Holy See, the core of the Church's power. "All right." The 2 archbishops agreed without any hesitation. After a while, Deep Blue bishops Randall Valentine and Hormick Hayden, who had received feedback, each carried a sealed artifact. Together with Anthony Stevenson and Ariana, they arrived at the spot where Conas Kilgore had previously entered the Blood Emperor ruins. Ariana then took out an iron-black coat of arms engraved with complicated symbols and held it in her hand in an attempt to activate it. She didn't disguise herself at all. She just stood there calmly, as though she wasn't worried that the guards in the ruins would recognize her. Seeing the actions of the secret servant, Hormick seemed to be thinking about something. Randall wore a calm expression, as though he didn't think there was anything wrong. In the underground ruins, on a strange metal pedestal, a ghostly blue light suddenly soared up, forming a door. 4 black-armored guards immediately looked through the ghostly blue light to observe the situation outside. They were prepared to use a certain method to confirm if the person who had awakened the teleportation door was someone else in disguise, so as to decide if they should open the door. However, they didn't see anything. There was no one in the corresponding area. Just as they were feeling a strong sense of unease and puzzlement, a figure quickly outlined itself behind them. It was none other than the leader of the Church of Evernight Ascetics, Ariana, whose robes had traces of being mended. In the blink of an eye, the 4 guards fell asleep. Anthony, Randall, and Horimic entered the underground ruins one after another. They didn't directly head down the path. Instead, they passed through the hall and floated in midair, overlooking everything. This was the world that was ruled by darkness. Some of the light came from the strange moss that grew in different places, as well as the flames that were reflected from the human buildings. With their illumination, even beyonders who didn't have night vision could grasp the overall appearance of the massive ruins. On one side was a gray rock wall. It extended upwards with no end in sight, as though it was connected to the ground. On the other side was a bottomless dark valley, like the abyssal residence of a devil. A stone-paved path ran through the two, connecting the halls and buildings together. From time to time, humans would come and go in silence. The archbishops of the 3 churches were just about to capture a few people who could enter the underground ruins and interrogate them about the situation inside when they suddenly saw a figure fly out of the dark valley, heading straight for them and the other demigods. The figure had a rectangular face, and he wore a white wig. By his mouth, there were 2 slightly curled whiskers. His eyebrows were thick, and his eyes were rather large. He looked somewhat similar to the characters on poker cards. He wore a formal attire and a cloak. The tips of his shoes were extremely long, and his attire was out of sync with the current era. It was as though he had lived 100 years ago. Anthony, Horimic, and the other archbishops weren't unfamiliar with him. They knew that he was Prince Grove Augustus of Sonia, one of the demigods of the royal family. "How did you enter this place?" Grove asked first, his expression somewhat alarmed. After exchanging looks, Anthony took the initiative to say, "We've been investigating a few cases of mysterious disappearances. We locked onto MI9's Kona's Kilgore, and through him, we found this place." Grove's expression changed a few times. He looked at the woman who made one feel calm and deliberated before asking, "What's the matter?" He deliberated and asked, "I'm Ariana." "Yes, I'm in charge of those disappearances," Ariana replied succinctly. Prince Grove revealed a bitter smile. "We were too greedy. After discovering this ruin, we only wanted to excavate it ourselves and harvest the items inside. In order to keep it a secret, we even established a certain connection with the Demonist sect. We used them to gather people to build a passageway and hold a certain ritual." "No, it's not what you think. It's just a normal ritual. They're still alive, deep in the ruins. If you don't believe me, I can lead you down to investigate now. Apart from the seal and buildings that have yet to be completely opened, there's nothing there." Upon hearing his answer, Anthony, Horimic, and Randall exchanged looks and saw the puzzlement in each other's eyes. This was completely different from the reaction they had expected and imagined. This made them suspect that they had made a mistake. The matter was far from as serious as they had imagined. At this moment, Ariana spoke up. "You even created the Great Smog." "No." Prince Grove shook his head again. "That's a lesson from working with the demonesses. They actually wanted to control Edisac and use him to wield power over the kingdom. After we saw through it, we created the Great Smog. Ever since then, we've severed all ties with them." Having said that, he pointed down and said frankly, "That's the lesson of working with the demonesses. How could we do something like excavating the ruins of the Blood Emperor just to keep it a secret? As long as you go down deep and carefully inspect it, you'll understand what I mean." "Heh, don't worry. With Ma and Mariana around, no trap can trap you. Besides, ignoring the question of whether we have the ability to do so, even if we can secretly bury you deep in the ruins, the church will discover the problem. I don't believe that you didn't report this matter to your respective holy sees before you set off. Wait a little longer. If you don't return, they will definitely have the right response." Randall, Anthony, and the other demigods thought for a moment before casting their gazes at the simply dressed Ariana. Ariana nodded calmly. "All right." Under Prince Grove's lead, an angel and 3 saints entered the depths of the underground ruins. They discovered that there was a ruin hidden in the darkness that no one had set foot in. There were men and women who had been taught to form different rituals. Everything was peaceful and orderly. Ariana, Hormick, and the other demigods checked different areas according to their own thoughts. They even left the area and went further away to investigate, but they didn't discover anything. After receiving Ariana's notice, Klein made Konas Kilgore a servant in the manor, making the deputy director of MI9 vanish. Then, he wasn't in a hurry to hold a sacrificial ritual. He sent the items he had obtained above the gray fog for research and patiently waited until dawn. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. A smear of orange lit up the horizon as one manor after another on the north bank of the Tussock River awoke amidst the morning mist. The tall and fat from his cage came to the guest bedroom where Konas Kilgore had slept last night and knocked on the door, planning on having breakfast with the deputy director of MI9. However, there was no response from inside. The Major General has already gone to the dining hall? From his cage turned around in puzzlement and left the floor. After breakfast was over, everyone realized that Konas Kilgore had vanished. Under Don Dantes' lead, they came to the guest bedroom and watched the manor steward, Richardson, open the door with a key. There was no one inside. Does Major General Kilgore have the hobby of taking a morning stroll? Mocked pinched his cheekbones and asked in puzzlement. From his cage shook his head without any hesitation. No. Did you hear anything last night? The Chancellor of Bakeland University of Technology, Portland Moment, surveyed the area and asked. Mocked thought for a moment. No, it's very quiet here. It's very suitable for a vacation. Beside him, Hazel looked into the room curiously, but she couldn't think of a possible situation. At this moment, from his cage raised his guess. Major General Kilgore is an important figure in the military. There are often unexpected matters that require his attention. Perhaps he left the manor a long time ago and returned to Bakeland. This steam-powered car tycoon was clearly trying his best to make the matter seem less serious. He seems to know something. At the very least, he can guess that Konas Kilgore has his own motives for coming to Maker Manor. As Klein listened to their conversation, he wore a heavy expression as he said to Walter and Richardson, "Ask the servants in the manor if they saw Major General Kilgore last night or this morning. Ask the servants in the manor if they saw Major General Kilgore last night or this morning. If not, send someone back to Bakeland and visit Major General Kilgore's family. Inform them of this matter and let them decide if they need to immediately report it to the police." After giving the instructions, Klein stroked his white sideburns and said to Mocked and the other guests, "It's impossible to figure out the matter immediately. Perhaps Major General Kilgore really left due to an urgent matter. We can't delay everyone's vacation because of this. Let's do it this way. We'll continue with the hunting arrangements and return when the police arrive." As Major General Kilgore's companion, from his cage, had given the reason of an urgent matter and it was very convincing, Mocked and company agreed with Don Dantes' suggestion and left. Hazel was the last to walk as she looked at the guest bedroom and the room beside it. She had a nagging feeling that something was amiss and subconsciously wanted to use her powers as a cryptologist to reconstruct the situation there. However, an intense fear arose deep in her. She didn't know what she was of the thought. She vaguely felt that she had some experience in similar matters, and those experiences told her not to look at things that she shouldn't see, and not to listen to voices that she shouldn't hear. After all the guests and servants left the floor, in the room beside Konas's guest room, a thick carpet that carried a coffee table suddenly moved. After the guests and servants left the floor, in the room beside Konas's guest bedroom, a thick carpet with a coffee table suddenly moved. Bit by bit, it pulled its body out from under the sofa and coffee table without causing too much of a stir. It was flesh and blood that had congealed. As the flesh and blood squirmed and reassembled, the carpet quickly transformed back into a person, a young man with a mixed blood appearance. He was Don Dantes' valet, Anuni. And now, the one following Don Dantes was Konas Kilgore. They had the same face and the same figure. To Klein, there was actually no need for Anuni to disguise himself in such a manner. He could hide among the servants and use illusions to interfere with their senses, preventing them from noticing that there was an additional person. It was a much simpler and more reliable method, but acting was still very important to a demigod. It was to speed up the digestion of the potion and resist the inclination of losing control and madness. Therefore, Klein would deliberately seek to be strange when handling the details. Of course, he didn't wish to harm the innocent. Even if he had to create a strange and terrifying atmosphere, he tried his best not to let others notice it. He didn't want them to be overly horrified and traumatized. That strange and terrifying atmosphere was mainly used to make himself and the potion in his body acknowledge him. This would undoubtedly speed up his digestion, but without the feedback of the audience, it meant that the acting wasn't complete. The speed at which the Bizarro Sorcerer potion was digested definitely wouldn't be as fast as expected. Even though he had done so many things and performed so many acting, Klein didn't feel that it was possible for him to reach Sequence 3 this year. East Bakeland, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Xiao sat on a chair that wasn't stable enough, looking out the window in a daze. She wore a rare gloomy expression. First drank a mouthful of water and walked to sit opposite Xiao, blocking her line of sight. You seem to have lost your motivation? Is it because of that answer that you don't know what to do next? Is it because the king is out of your reach? Xiao's eyes flickered as she slowly came to life. Be it restoring my father's reputation or seeking revenge, the hope is so slim when facing a king. I can't think of any way to complete such matters. That's because you're still too weak. When you reach Sequence 4 and become a demigod, you'll realize that there are plenty of solutions, just that it's more dangerous. In addition, you can still make use of others. Just like that monitor of Charmaine's. She also wants to know who Viscount Stratford is loyal to. She's definitely very interested in the king's secret. Charmaine. Xiao repeated the name as her mental state suddenly recovered. On the table beside them, there was a bronze green cross and a ghostly blue gem that resembled a vertical eye. The surface of the gem had thread-like patterns. It was the Beyonder characteristic that had seeped out after Charmaine's death. It softened the surroundings and added a sense of beauty. However, due to the existence of the bronze green cross, its light could only be shrunk to a very small area. That monitor is one of the murderers who caused Charmaine's death, Xiao said rather seriously. They had already found a place to bury Charmaine, and Furs had flipped through Lamino's travels to bury her soul. Furs immediately nodded. Yes, that's why she was driven to investigate the king's secret and touch upon the potential risks. Didn't you say that she might be monitoring our previous residence? Then, we'll find a chance to disguise ourselves and return there. We'll throw a piece of paper into the mailbox and write that Viscount Stratford is loyal to King George III and that George III is hiding a huge secret. This way, I believe that person will be able to see it. Xiao thought carefully and nodded solemnly. All right. After discussing what to do next, Furs stood up and pointed at the bronze green cross. We've received Mr. Fool's help many times. It's time to show our sincerity. I plan on sacrificing it to Mr. Fool now. Do you have any objections? No, Xiao answered without hesitation. Maker Manor. It was another evening. As Konas Kilgore's family had informed them to wait a little longer, saying that the deputy director of MI9 often did such things and that it involved secrets related to national security, Mocked and company didn't panic. On the lawn behind the manor, they used the animals they hunted to hold a barbecue dinner that was different from the usual. He watched as the gentlemen rolled up their sleeves and personally busied themselves by the grill. He watched as the ladies went over to help from time to time. He watched as the children ran around, eager to give it a try. Klein held a cup of sweet white wine produced by Maker Manor and sat on a white wooden chair with an obvious smile on his lips. Beside him, his mixed-blood valet, Anuni, stood straight and awaited instructions. And in a particular room in the manor's main building, a pair of eyes was silently watching the area below. It belonged to a person who looked identical to Anuni. As the evening breeze blew, Klein was just about to get up and head to the grill to perform what it meant to roast Desi-style meat when he suddenly saw a figure quickly outline in front of him. It was Ariana, who was wearing a simple robe and a tree bark belt. This secret servant looked at Don Dantes and said, "There's nothing special in that underground ruin. There's nothing special in that underground relic." He then described the situation that he and the 3 archbishops had seen there, as well as Prince Grove Augusta's speech, and highlighted the key points. This was because Saintess of White Katarina had provided help to Viscount Stratford. This clearly meant that the king's faction and the Demonist sect hadn't severed ties. This was because Viscount Stratford had the help of Saintess of White Caterina. This clearly meant that the king's faction and the demonist sect hadn't severed ties. This was because Saintess of White Caterina had provided help to Viscount Stratford. This clearly meant that the king's faction and the demonist sect hadn't severed ties. With such a deep collaboration, wouldn't the demonist sect and psychological alchemy request for a split of the spoils? In that case, why didn't they directly seek out the three churches? Klein's intuition told him that the problem with the ruin hadn't really been discovered. He suspected that the news had been leaked midway, allowing the king to make preparations. With Ma and Mariana around, the possibility of them using divination or prophecy to discover something amiss can be eliminated. From the moment I removed Kona's Kilgore to the joint operation of the three churches, there aren't more than 10 people who know of this matter. Furthermore, all of them are members of the upper echelons of their respective churches. How could there be a leak? Something happened to Viscount Stratford, causing the people in the underground ruin to activate the emergency plan? No, his status isn't at that level. Even Kona's Kilgore doesn't know the exact situation, much less him. He's only in charge of liaising with the demonist sect and dealing with peripheral matters. He might not even know of the underground ruin. Klein's thoughts raced as he searched for a reason. He first eliminated the possibility that the matter with Viscount Stratford had caused them to make preparations. After all, the death of the captain of the Royal Guards wasn't that important. As such, there were very few possibilities that could explain the entire matter. Firstly, someone who knew of the secret had deliberately or unintentionally leaked the situation for a particular reason. Secondly, someone had discovered something amiss with Kona's Kilgore's seemingly normal state, but Klein didn't notice anything at all. They're also cooperating with psychological alchemy. Could it be that one of my thoughts was read and the secret was exposed? But I have the Grey Fog's augmentation. No matter what, there should be some abnormality, just like when I faced the spectator demigod with Anderson. Psychological alchemy originates from Hermes's legacy. Hermes is. As he thought about it, Klein's pupils suddenly dilated. He instinctively stopped himself from delving deeper into the matter, but after looking at Ariana, he relaxed. He asked, "Is this place very secretive?" "Very secretive," Ariana replied calmly. There were people coming and going behind her, but no one discovered her. Klein exhaled, and the thoughts in his mind finally took shape. Roselle the Great mentioned in his diary that the members of that ancient secret organization are all important figures. Then, could it be that some of the upper echelons of the three churches are members of the Twilight Hermit Order? And could the ruin that Ariana and the other archbishops saw not be the real ruin, but a ruin that Adam imagined? P.S. The Citibank's custom-made credit card from some event was released. As for the exact event, I've already forgotten. Students who are interested can take a look. The following is the advertisement: instant VIP card, complimentary 8,888 coins, complimentary 180-day unlimited card membership, complimentary 300 yuan unlimited gift bag, complimentary exclusive badge. The first 500 copies of each work card can be applied for free. Application method: Jidan Reading app, personal account page, starting star exclusive card, pull down to find the corresponding work card and click to apply. Reining in his thoughts, Klein looked at the concealment angel opposite him and deliberated. Is there a possibility that the ruins you saw were actually imaginary? He didn't directly mention Adam and the Twilight Hermit Order, worried that directly discussing such matters in Ariana's concealment domain would be heard by Adam, who had grasped the spectator pathway's uniqueness and had obtained 0-08. In Ariana's world of concealment, Klein believed that it wasn't a problem to think about Adam and the Twilight Hermit Order, but it wasn't necessarily the case once he said it out loud. After all, Mr. Dorr had been able to discuss Adam with Roselle the Great without any scruples. Apart from the secret sorcerer's beyond her powers of secret guarding, he was also a king of angels. His level wasn't lower than Adam and Amon's, and he might even be higher. Fantasy. Ariana repeated the keyword in Klein's words in a low voice, as if she had already guessed it. At his level and rank, he wasn't too unfamiliar with ancient history and the main characteristics of the 22 pathways. Moreover, he was also an angel who acted on behalf of the authority of concealment and had the highest reading authority on all the information held by the church. A few seconds later, Ariana stared at the seated Don Dantes. Psychological alchemy? From Konas Kilgore's confession, it was obvious that the king's faction was cooperating with the psychological alchemy, and this was an organization that controlled the spectator pathway. Klein first nodded before adding, "That's right. Their higher-ups probably don't have the ability to dream. In this world, there are only one or two people who hold such authority." Ariana nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. Now that the underground relic is open to us, I'll find a way to verify it. If it's true, it means that one or several archbishops of the Church of Storm or Steam are his people." He didn't mention the possibility that there was a problem with the upper echelons of the Church of Evernight. This was because the goddess wielded the authority of concealment. In this aspect, it was very difficult for anyone to hide from her. Klein was a little surprised when he heard that. He couldn't help but ask, "The underground relic is open to the three churches?" Yes, if it really imagined it, then it means that their cooperation is close to success. They just need to delay it for a while. Ariana gave a simple explanation of her speculation. "That's exactly what I'm thinking. The tides of the times are about to surge in an attempt to drown everything. Thankfully, I'm more prepared than before. I have an additional marionette at the demigod level. In a sense, he's stronger than me. After all, he can use my Beyonder powers, while I can't use his. Since it's difficult to digest the Bizarro Sorcerer potion in a short period of time and seek an advancement, having a powerful marionette is also one of the effective measures to protect myself. The Sanguine and Miss Sharon's plans for Rose School can be paid attention to." Klein's thoughts ran wild. He composed himself and asked casually, "The three churches don't believe Prince Grove's words?" "I don't believe it." Ariana shook her head frankly. "Konas Kilgore mentioned Katerina. But you don't have any evidence. After all, the other party can explain that after they severed ties with the Demonist sect, Katerina was sent to reason with them in an attempt to mend their relationship, but she was cruelly rejected. During this process, as they knew each other's secrets, they didn't take action the moment they met. Konas Kilgore, a demigod who doesn't know the inside story, mistakenly believed that they were still cooperating, and against an angel family that controlled at least half of the military, the three churches couldn't just fall out with them without any evidence. Firstly, they weren't united. Secondly, they had to consider the possibility of countries like Faesac, Intis, and Phaenopotter, as well as the churches of the eternal blazing sun, the god of combat, Earth Mother, and the god of knowledge and wisdom taking advantage of the situation. Klein quickly made a judgment of the situation. He simply mentioned, "That's right. There are traces of Sanctus of White Katerina on Viscount Stratford's side. I'll try to find her." Apart from that, Klein also wanted to find the dangerous Trissy and eliminate her. He wanted to make up for the mistake of letting her go in order to make use of the Demoness. Her value was obviously not as great as her danger. "I'll try as well." Ariana indicated that she would also investigate Katerina. I have to say that Madame Ariana's attitude when discussing matters with me is very comfortable. She doesn't give off the feeling of being condescending like an angel or an archbishop priestess. She completely treats me as an equal. Hearing Ariana's words, Klein felt inexplicably emotional. He asked, "Did you catch Vin Rambus of the psychological alchemy?" This was one of the key points in Konas Kilgore's testimony. It was one of the clues that exposed the plot of the king's faction. "He's missing," Ariana answered succinctly. "Indeed. The possibility of the news being leaked midway has increased. Vin Rambus has gone underground, but it doesn't mean that he won't contact Miss Justice and his direct subordinates. When the time comes, Miss Justice has hated him for a long time. The only problem is that Adam is currently in Bakeland and has imagined a fake ruin. If that's the case, attacking Vin Rambus means that there's a high chance of being watched by this King of Angels. It's even possible that he is sitting beside Vin Rambus without anyone knowing." The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt his teeth ache. It had to be said that in this era where it was rare for a true deity to descend into the real world, the two brothers, Adam and Amon, were the upper limits of their status, level, and strength. They were synonymous with terror, power, and irresistibility. A king of angels was the existence closest to the divine throne. Compared to Amon, I'm more afraid of Adam. Who knows when he will be sitting next to you, listening to you speak, looking at you with a smile, reading your truest thoughts, and letting you die a natural and reasonable death. Thinking of this, Klein couldn't help but look around, afraid that the simple-looking priest with innocent eyes and a beard was standing near the grill with a plate in his hand, waiting for food while smiling at him. Without a doubt, Klein did not discover anything. Noticing his reaction, Ariana calmly added, "He's not here." "Phew, fortunately, I have the protection of the secret angel." Klein controlled his thoughts and nodded slightly. "I'll keep an eye out for Vin Rambus." Ariana nodded. "When this is over, you can try to pray to the goddess. In other words, the goddess is very satisfied with my performance this time. When the time comes, she will bestow me the scholar of your potion formula?" Klein roughly understood what Ariana was getting at. He stood up and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. "Praise the lady." Ariana also drew the crimson moon. "Praise the lady." Her figure vanished inch by inch, as though she had been wiped away into thin air. And the guests at the bonfire banquet did not notice the ascetic's arrival and departure. Klein sat down again and continued analyzing his situation from another angle. Kona's Kilgore disappeared without any warning, and the evidence and words Ma and Ariana presented indicate that the deputy director of MI9 has fallen into his hands. In other words, the attack on Kona's Kilgore is definitely related to the Church of Evernight. Kona's Kilgore disappeared in Maker Manor. Maker Manor belongs to Don Dantes, and Don Dantes is a believer of the Evernight goddess. From the King's faction and from what I know from psychological alchemy, there's a high chance that Don Dantes is a secret informant of the Church of Evernight. This way, my safety can be guaranteed, but I can't avoid being watched and monitored. I have to be careful. I have to think of a reason to add a new servant in the future. I can't keep Kona's Kilgore or Anuni hiding. This will make it easier for problems to be discovered. Or, I can make one of the marionettes change into human skin clothes and fuse with the other marionette. As he thought about it, Klein stood up and placed the sweet white wine in his hand on the small table beside him. He turned around and walked back to the manor's main house and entered one of the washrooms. He then took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the grey fog. He beckoned for the sea god scepter and used the prayer light he had marked for Anuni to observe every corner of Maker Manor. During this process, Klein's mind was a little tense. He was rather worried that he would see a simple-dressed, bearded, golden-eyed priest. Of course, compared to seeing such a priest, he was more afraid that the priest would raise his head and smile in response to his gaze before raising the wine glass in his hand. Fortunately, after a series of inspections, he confirmed that there was nothing abnormal about Maker Manor. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and retracted his spirituality. He cast his gaze at the bronze cross placed on the long mottled table. This was an item that the 2 tarot members, the magicians and Judgment, had just sacrificed. They said that they were thanking Mr. Fool for his various blessings, hoping to please this existence. It looks like it's of quite a high level. Klein picked up the spiked cross and used divination to quickly grasp the beyonder powers and negative effects of this mystical item. The 2 were actually one. This bronze cross could purify the powers of degeneration, filth, corrosion, darkness, evil, disease, and other domains, making them quickly dissipate until nothing remained. Based on this principle, this mystical item could also remove the mental corruption of a beyonder characteristic. It was also because of this powerful and pure purification that the bronze cross repelled other mystical items and beyonder characteristics from coming into contact with them. It couldn't coexist on the same person. Furthermore, it also repelled the wielder's beyonder characteristic, but it was relatively less obvious. Over time, it would cause the beyonder characteristic to seep out bit by bit. In other words, if one wore or held the bronze cross for more than an hour, the beyonder sequence would drop by at least 1 level. If it exceeded 3 hours, a non-demigod would definitely regress to an ordinary person. If it exceeded 6 hours, Sequence 4 and Sequence 3 saints would also lose their beyonder powers. It was almost useless against angels because angels could shatter beyonder characteristics and had extremely powerful control over their source of power. It can be used to retrieve characteristics from beyonders who failed to advance but didn't die or lose control. The powers of this cross are very similar to the Unshadowed of the Sun pathway. Klein nodded in thought. As he scrutinized the bronze cross in his hand, Klein was certain that it corresponded to at least a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Apart from purifying effects, this mystical item also possessed demigod-level spells like sun flaring. And if its negative effects were used well, it could resolve many problems. For example, it could help people who had strayed into the Beyonder world in hopes of escaping their madness to return to normal. It could also help people who had consumed an extra potion to purge the corresponding Beyonder characteristic. This required precise timing, otherwise, it was easy to cause one's sequence level to drop. Of course, the body and soul that had been transformed by the potion would definitely clash with the essence of an ordinary person. Beyonders who relied on the bronze cross to exit this circle would undoubtedly suffer from repercussions. The exact situation would be different depending on the different pathways, sequences, and individual details. This made Klein sigh. This was the most useful and valuable negative effect he had ever seen. To him, the only problem was that he couldn't carry the bronze cross around for long periods of time, even if it was given to a marionette. It would cause the marionette's Beyonder characteristic to purge, causing its level to drop. And after becoming a marionette, there was no way to consume potions to advance because his spirit body was essentially dead. As for marionettes that were ordinary creatures, wearing the cross for long periods of time would cause them to praise the sun and lose control. I can only place it above the gray fog and take it out when I need it. To a bizarro sorcerer, this doesn't affect me too much. After all, I won't perform unprepared. I'll then confirm if it corresponds to an unshadowed. If it does, I'll wait for Little Sun to digest the Priest of Light potion before selling it to him. I believe that the chief of the City of Silver's 6-member council wouldn't be stingy with a sealed artifact of equivalent value in exchange. The sun pathway is clearly more suitable for the forsaken land of the gods than the other pathways. Klein thought in a good mood as he placed the bronze cross back on the long-modeled table. He didn't immediately confirm it. He planned on doing it after returning to 160 Buckland Street. When the time came, he could also use dream divination to figure out the origins of the sealed artifact. Maker Manor was too close to the underground ruins. Perhaps it was within the range of the royal family's angel or even Adam. During the attempt, if he triggered any changes that caused the gray fog's fluctuations, it was possible that his greatest secret would be discovered. Even if this sealed artifact doesn't correspond to an unshadowed, it must belong to the sun pathway. At most, it would be mixed with other Beyonder characteristics. No, it would be rejected. And the symbol of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun is a golden sacred emblem. It resembles an abstract sun and has nothing to do with a cross. Yes, after eliminating this possibility, the only ones related to the sun domain are the city silver creator, the ancient sun god, Adam and Adam. For it to appear in Viscount Stratford's hands, does this mean that the one cooperating with the royal family is the Twilight Hermit Order, and that psychological alchemy is just a cover? Of course, there are too many other possibilities. Perhaps it was gathered by the Augustus family themselves. As a rather famous angel family with a long history in the Fourth Epoch, it's very normal for them to gather certain items of the ancient sun god. If this sealed artifact was really provided by Adam, could it be his arrangements against Demoness Trissy and her companions who are clearly involved with an evil god? It's very reasonable for Viscount Stratford to choose this cross that's good at purification and give up the other items. When he decided to eliminate Charmaine, he didn't know if she had been corrupted by an evil god. He was afraid that an accident would happen, so he didn't use any direct means of attack. Instead, he wasted time to activate the sealed artifact. It's also very reasonable. Yes, it's indeed very reasonable. I just wonder if there are any signs of it being arranged by someone. With this in mind, my 0-08 phobia is acting up again. Right, Miss Magicians and Miss Judgment had discussed Adam in private. It involved the forsaken land of the gods, the giant king's court, and the king of angels. Even if it was really arranged by Adam, what's the point of him giving this item to Miss Magicians and Miss Judgment? Klein's scalp tingled as he calmed his emotions. He decided to attempt the verification after returning to Buckland Street. Without any delay, he immediately returned to the real world. As for the items on Kona's Kilgore, he didn't rely on the gray fog's enhancement. Just his divination abilities had allowed him to gain a basic grasp of the exact situation. Apart from the Concerto of Light and Shadow and the emblem that the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, Ariana, had taken away, Kona's Kilgore still had two mystical items. One was Rever's roar of despair, which Rhodes had mentioned. It stemmed from a failed sacrifice, and it had two uses. One was normal shooting, which was slightly weaker than an air cannon. The other was a machine gun that could fire a large number of bullets in a second or two. These two methods came with a roar of despair. It had a certain impact on a demigod at the saint level, but it wasn't too much. Of course, not all demigods could withstand such an attack. For example, Klein himself didn't have a freakish body or defense to withstand it head-on. The other item was called Lucky Grass. It looked very simple, but it was a 4-leaf clover that had been made into a protective charm. Its ability allowed the wearer to accumulate a certain chance of success after every failure. The negative effect was to magnify the flaws in the wearer's character. Klein's evaluation of it was that he might as well change it to Mother of Success. These two mystical items didn't have much practical value to Klein, so he continued placing them on his marionette, Kona's Kilgore. And this demigod-level marionette was his greatest gain. A lawyer's keen grasp and use of loopholes in the rules, as well as his guidance and persuasion of his targets, a barbarian's strength and physique to break the rules, a briber's bribe, a baron of corruption's distortion, a mentor of chaos's chaos, and an earl of the fallen's bestowal, magnification, and utilization were all very good powers. If not for the detailed information he had obtained from Rhodes, making sufficient preparations and formulating a plan, as well as the help of the Angel of Concealment, Klein wouldn't have absolute confidence in keeping Kona's Kilgore behind him, even if he had Fate's Siphon and other items. In fact, compared to turning him into a marionette, using Creeping Hunger to graze Kona's Kilgore would be more inconspicuous, making it harder for him to be discovered. But that way, I'll only be able to use 3 Earl of the Fallen Beyonder powers. As Klein thought, he walked out of the washroom and returned to the lawn where the bonfire banquet was held. On the lawn, Mocht stood in front of the roasting rack, his forehead covered in sweat as he performed East Balam-style roasted meat. Hazel stood a little further away as she watched with sparkling eyes. She no longer had the arrogance she had in the past. Her face even had some black marks from the soot. As for Portland Moment, he held a glass of wine and watched with a smile as the young man to him busied himself. From time to time, he would pick up a skewer and take a bite out of it. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly felt calm. On Sunday afternoon, the group of people who had gone to the outskirts of Bakeland returned to Buckland Street. Before dinner, Klein had once again entered the world above the grey fog and picked up the bronze cross. He first confirmed that the cross corresponded to the Sun Pathways sequence for Unshadowed. Furthermore, he had uncreatively named it Unshadowed Crucifix. Following that, he picked up a fountain pen and wrote a new divination statement, the origins of this cross. Klein didn't directly divine if the Unshadowed Crucifix's acquisition had any traces of an arrangement, afraid that it would point to Adam and alert him. He planned on starting with the origins of the sealed artifact to investigate the exact situation. If the previous owner of the Unshadowed Crucifix was Adam, the truth of the matter would undoubtedly lean towards deliberate arrangements. Putting down the fountain pen, Klein looked down at the bronze cross in his hand and exhaled with a heavy expression. I'm courting death again. He suspected that the Unshadowed Crucifix originated from the City of Silver's creator, the ancient god of the sun. This was a deity more powerful than the ancient gods like the Dragon of Imagination. The damage suffered from spying on him was definitely worse than when Klein had divined Roselle's travels. However, things were different now. Klein was now a Sequence 4 Bizarro sorcerer, a demigod. The damage he could withstand and the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog far exceeded that of a Sequence 5. After spending a few seconds to calm his emotions, he leaned back in his chair. With the Unshadowed Crucifix in one hand and a piece of paper in the other, he softly repeated the divination statement. Over and over again, Klein used cogitation as a springboard to enter a deep dream. In the blurry world, a grayish-white building appeared. Its original shape couldn't be seen clearly. It was located in a pitch-black environment, as though there were monsters lurking around it. A crack appeared on the grayish-white building's surface, and a pale-skinned palm extended out. A figure walked out. It was a man wearing a black clergyman's robe with a silver cross hanging in front of his chest. The man's hair wasn't long, and it was mainly black. However, the roots had a pale yellow to gold luster. His eyes were pure gold, and his skin was rather fair. His facial features were deep, and his eye sockets were sunken. He looked rather similar to the people of the northern continent. He took 2 steps forward and reached out to grab the ordinary-looking cross. His eyes gradually recovered from their dazed state as the corners of his mouth curled up. He then said in a deep voice, "Let there be light." In an instant, the pitch black surrounding the grayish-white building was pierced through by the bright light, revealing its true appearance. This was a deep valley where one couldn't see the top, and endless light filled every corner. Hence, there was light in the world. The scene flashed and jumped to the next scene. A drop of golden blood that emitted light and heat dripped down and landed on the silver cross. Following the blood upwards, there seemed to be a figure formed from pure light. His face, which couldn't be seen clearly, was facing upwards. There was a corporeal pain and warped expression. His gaze was cast above the grey fog, at Klein, who was sitting on the fool's high-backed chair. The deep voice sounded again, "Mysteries." Suddenly, Klein's thoughts exploded without any warning. P.S. Klein's various expressions are very obvious, and it's easy to read his thoughts. Wasn't the reason stated clearly earlier? Put down the thick mask and don't disguise yourself unless necessary. The boundless grey fog began to boil as the ancient and majestic palace burned everywhere. The blazing flames condensed into a ball, as though a bright white sun had risen in this mysterious space. The howling hurricane overturned the long mottled table and snapped the thick stone pillars, causing half of the palace to collapse. Sitting in the fool's seat, Klein's head was first boiling before many holes appeared. Charred maggots crawled out from the fractured surface. He didn't die. He even calmly extended his right palm and tapped the armrest of the high-backed chair. The mysterious space above the grey fog began to tremble. Layers of power surged out, calming the hurricane and extinguishing the flames, causing the blazing white sun to rapidly dissipate inch by inch. The thick stone pillars stood erect once again, and the long mottled table returned to its original state. The magnificent and holy palace seemed to have never collapsed or been damaged. Klein's head instantly recovered, and the maggots that had drilled out lost their charred black color and returned to being transparent before crawling back. "It's indeed stronger than the dragon of imagination," Ankwelt. As Klein muttered to himself, his expression couldn't help but warp. He couldn't help but raise his hand to rub his forehead. "It hurts. The pain is clearly stronger." As he muttered, he tapped the edge of the long mottled table, causing the mysterious space above the grey fog to tremble again. Amidst the tremors, a pitch-black shadow suddenly appeared on the ground of the palace. The shadow twisted and struggled, but it was eventually swept clean by the grey fog's power, leaving nothing behind. After nearly a minute, Klein finally calmed down and recalled the scene he had just seen. That should be the ancient sun god, the City of Silver's creator, Amon and Adam's father. From the cross accessory he wore and the words, "Let there be light," he is most likely the first transmigrator. Perhaps he's a European or American, and he might even have a church background. He uses a language that can stir the powers of nature. It's similar to Jotun, but also different. Furthermore, it's not Elvish, Dragonese, or ancient Hermes. Yes, it's similar to the ancient Fasak of the northern continent and the Dudanese of the southern continent. Even though I haven't grasped this language, I can barely understand what he is saying. This is the language he grasped in that strange grayish-white building? He transmigrated there and inherited a rich inheritance? The second scene is the scene of him being betrayed and being eaten by the 3 archangel kings of white, wisdom, and wind. For a god who claims to be the creator, the physical pain and distortion would probably only appear in such a state. Yes, the divine blood that she dripped before her death fused with the silver cross, changing the latter's form, making it a sealed artifact of a rather high level. From the looks of it, this unshadowed crucifix has either been obtained by one of the 3 archangel kings of white, wisdom, and wind, or it has fallen into the hands of Amon or Adam. To them, this is an important relic of their father. The former possibility isn't too high. The positive and negative effects of this crucifix are very useful. Furthermore, its origins are a secret that has to be concealed. No one would give it to the Augustus family. From the looks of it, it was really arranged by Adam. Why did he naturally and reasonably give the unshadowed crucifix to mismagicians or misjudgment? Through certain observations, he has discovered that the 2 ladies believe in the fool. This crucifix is for the fool who doesn't belong to this era. He wants to know where his father, who similarly doesn't belong to that era, came from. But the problem is, how does he plan on raising the question, and how does he obtain the answer? That City of Silver creator's level is really very high. He actually sensed my prying across a long period of history. He cast his gaze above the gray fog, onto this mysterious space. Furthermore, apart from the destruction on the surface, there's also the corrosion in the dark, producing a strange shadow. He nearly lurked here. Does this mean that after grasping the authority of multiple domains, a deity's level will also undergo a qualitative change? What does this whisper mean by mysterious? Is it referring to me, or the original owner of this mysterious space? Questions flashed through Klein's mind, making him have many guesses, but he was unable to obtain a final answer. Due to his fear of Adam, he felt that it was better for the unshadowed crucifix to be shattered by the City of Silver's god-level sealed artifact and reassembled into a pure beyonder characteristic. Reining in his thoughts and suppressing the questions in his mind, Klein conjured a new pen and paper and wrote down the knowledge he had gained from looking straight at the City of Silver creator. Sequence 4, Unshadowed main ingredients, 1 drop of sun's divine blood, or 3 tail feathers of an adult sun divine bird, and 1 piece of holy radiance stone. Supplementary ingredients, 60 milliliters of sun divine bird's blood, 30 milliliters of holy radiance stone accompanying liquid, 7 drops of mutated fingered citron juice, 10 grams of heart of magma powder. Ritual, extract the strongest and most unwilling to give up emotions, then consume the potion and inject these emotions in the process. Sequence 3, Justice Mentor, Sequence 4, Black Knight, Sequence 3, 3 Chiefs Templar. After doing this, Klein picked up the bronze-green crucifix again and examined it with a solemn expression. Then, he threw the unshadowed crucifix into the junk pile and used the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog to suppress it. He didn't want the paper figurines he cut to begin praising the sun the next time he came. In front of an ordinary house in Sherwood Borough, the mailman on a bicycle braked and stopped at the door. He then parked the bicycle, took out a letter from the bag in the back seat, and glanced at the address to see if it was correct. It's here. For Zio. The mailman quickly walked to the mailbox and threw the letter in his hand. Then, without any delay, he got back on the bicycle and paddled away. After a while, a layer of pitch-black flames suddenly rose from the mailbox. The flame burned quietly and quickly disappeared. Empress Borough, in the Hall family's luxurious villa. Audrey, who had just returned to the hall after leading Susie for a stroll in the garden, saw her father, Earl of Hall, enter. As he took off his hat and scarf and handed them to his valet, he frowned slightly, seemingly in deep thought. "Dad, did something happen?" Audrey asked in concern. This was the most basic observation. There was no need for her to hide anything. Earl of Hall restrained his troubled expression and smiled. "It's nothing too important. I just didn't expect Vin Rambus to be a member of a cult." "He's a member of a cult?" Audrey appropriately expressed her surprise. She knew that Vin Rambus was indeed a high-ranking member of the secret organization Psychological Alchemy, but she didn't understand how this matter had suddenly been exposed. Earl of Hall nodded solemnly. "Yes, he's wanted by the 3 churches. I'm not sure which cult he's involved in." "Has he been caught?" Audrey's eyes darted around slightly as she asked curiously. "No, he disappeared before he was wanted." Earl of Hall sighed. "It's really hard to imagine that he's a cult member. He has an excellent demeanor and is very knowledgeable. His views on all aspects are rational and pertinent, and he's filled with wisdom. That's just a side he wants you to see." Audrey mumbled inwardly. Then, as usual, she entered the small prayer room at home before dinner. She faced the sacred emblem of the Evernight goddess and assumed a praying posture. But what she murmured was this: "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." After chanting the honorific name, Audrey reported concisely, "Vin Rambus has gone missing. He's been labeled as a cult member and is wanted by the 3 churches." After saying this, Audrey was just about to seriously pray to the goddess when a large swath of grayish-white fog suddenly appeared in front of her. In the middle of the grayish-white fog, a blurry figure sat on a chair, looking down from above and nodding gently. "I got it." Just as this hidden existence said that, the scene in front of Audrey suddenly changed, revealing a figure who was focused on praying. "Honorable Mr. Fool, the Church of Evernight has obtained information from Conas Kilgore. It is confirmed that King George III is hiding a huge secret. For the Blood Emperor's ruins in the Straven segment of the Tussock River, he colluded with the demonist sect and the psychological alchemy to traffic humans and create missing persons cases, leading to the tragedy of the Great Smog of Bakeland. The representative of the demonist sect was Despair Nightingale Panatia in the early stages. Later, it was Saintess of White Katarina. The psychological alchemy is Vin Rambus. Please remind Miss Justice to be careful when she encounters Vin Rambus again. She has to be prepared to seek help at any moment. His Majesty. Audrey's eyes widened slightly as her heart stirred. She couldn't control herself. On the one hand, this news was too shocking for a noble like her. On the other hand, it was because the lie accessory she wore had an amplifying effect on her emotions. Almost at the same time, a report flashed in Audrey's mind. It was a report that left a deep impression on her. According to preliminary statistics, more than 21,000 people died in the smog, and the subsequent spread of the plague killed nearly 40,000 people, including young children and strong young men and women. So that's how it is. What exactly is the king plotting? The three churches likely haven't obtained any actual evidence, otherwise, Father wouldn't only be vexed to that extent. Audrey felt an inexplicable sense of anger and sadness. It was as though a certain principle she had adhered to in the past had been mercilessly trampled. It was as though a certain set of values that had been established for a long time had silently collapsed. She subconsciously lowered her head and closed her eyes. Right on the heels of that, she took a deep breath and whispered, "Thank you, Mr. Fool. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Please convey my gratitude to Mr. World." After the prayer, Audrey sat in the silent darkness without moving for a long while. In a 2-bedroom apartment in Bakeland's East Borough. Furs was holding a fountain pen and writing on an open piece of paper. This was a letter to her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. She told him that due to a certain danger, she had no choice but to move out of her original residence. She also told him not to send her previous letter there again. If she did, she had to change her address as soon as possible. It was best if she even changed her identity. After writing a bunch of words, Furs put down the fountain pen, folded the letter, stuffed it into an envelope, and stuck a stamp on it. Then, she changed into her clothes for going out, took the letter, and left the room. She didn't really want to go out, but this was her new residence. Ignoring all kinds of alcoholic beverages, there wasn't even coffee beans, instant coffee, black tea leaves, the newspapers of the day, the latest magazines, or books. For these, she had no choice but to personally send the letter and go out of East Borough to do some shopping. As for Zio, she had long gone out. She wanted to send the matter of Viscount Stratford's true loyalty is to the king back to her rented apartment. She wanted to see if she could force Charmaine's overseer to take action. Seriously, the fear after the matter was so intense that I nearly forgot to write to teacher. If I had done it earlier, I could have gotten Zio to send it together. Furs wore a bonnet with a veil draped over it, walked down the slightly dark stairs, and walked all the way to the bottom before walking out of the apartment. This was one of the borderlands of East Borough. The residents were mainly skilled workers and low-level managers. The public security here was relatively good, and there were even paperboys around. Furs listened to the occasional jingle of the bell as she slowly walked down the street. At this moment, a postman stopped his bicycle, took out a stack of newspapers from his bag, and entered the apartment beside it. Furs casually glanced at it and discovered that the top of the stack of newspapers was News at Sea. People here actually subscribe to such newspapers? Their jobs are related to maritime trade? Furs retracted her gaze and muttered in surprise. However, this wasn't something worth paying attention to. After seeing the mailbox on the street, she quickly walked over. The postman entered the apartment, found a few targets from the rows of mailboxes, and stuffed the corresponding newspapers into them. Not long after he left, one of the boxes was opened and the newspaper inside was taken out. The person who took out the newspaper walked up to the 3rd floor, opened one of the rooms, sat on a simple reclining chair, and began to read while swaying. Beside the reclining chair was a black wooden table, on which were stacked messily with newspaper after newspaper. Some of these newspapers were neatly folded with the front page facing up, while others were asymmetrically bent to reveal one of the pages. They all displayed the corresponding report, breaking news. crazy adventurer becomes a wanted criminal, crazy adventurer reappears, an unbelievable hunt, the man closest to the king of the sea, an adventurer worth £90,000, the story of German Sparrow and the 3 female pirate admirals, famous battle, German Sparrow assassinates Vice Admiral Ailment late at night. Not long after Furs finished her shopping and returned to her rental apartment, Zio also ended her trip and returned. They had such a tacit understanding because it was already Monday, and 3 o'clock in the afternoon was approaching. Dang! 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 As the nearby cathedral bell reverberated, a crimson light surged in front of Furs and Zio's eyes like a tidal wave. Within the grand and majestic palace, numerous figures appeared one after another and condensed into form beside an ancient mottled long table. As usual, Audrey stood up first and faced the end of the long bronze table. She lifted her skirt and bowed. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Miss Justice is still in a rather low mood. From the looks of it, she's still affected by the news from last night. The Fool Klein nodded indiscernibly and responded to the greetings of the tarot members. At this moment, Audrey, who wasn't in a good mood, was the first to discover that there was a bronze cross on Mr. Fool's right hand. Where did this cross come from? For Mr. Fool to place it on the table, it's at least an item at the level of a card of blasphemy. Who did it come from? What's its use? Questions quickly surfaced in Audrey's mind, making her unable to contain her curiosity. This was the first time Mr. Fool had placed an item that wasn't a card of blasphemy in front of him. Following that, the hanging man Alger, the hermit Catlia, and the other tarot members also noticed the bronze cross that was much more eye-catching than the cards. Just like Miss Justice, they couldn't help but guess the origins, level, and use of the item. Among them, son Derek vaguely felt an invisible summoning as he felt that the bronze cross was attracting him over. He then recalled a basic rule that was mentioned in many of the courses in the City of Silver, Law of Beyonder Characteristics Convergence. This is a high-level sealed artifact of the Sun Pathway? Derek suddenly came to a realization. Magicians Furs and Zio recognized the bronze cross as the sealed artifact they had sacrificed. Their pupils dilated slightly, as though they wanted to see it more clearly. Mr. Fool places so much importance on this item? It's more important than what Zio and I imagined. Furs was taken aback and couldn't hide her curiosity. When it came to matters involving deities, her thoughts would never develop in the direction of romance. Zio and Furs had similar thoughts, but they didn't say a word. They felt that Miss Justice would definitely take the initiative to ask about such matters. And just as Audrey was about to raise her hand slightly, the hermit Catlia closed her eyes and turned around to face the end of the long bronze table. Before she bowed and spoke, the Fool Klein suddenly chuckled. "Don't worry. The pair of glasses I conjured can seal your eye of mystery prying." He knew very well that Ma'am Hermit had already pushed open the door to becoming a demigod and obtained godhood, becoming a mysticologist. On the one hand, this was because Admiral of Stars Catlia had held the ritual. Before consuming the potion, she had prayed to the Fool, hoping that she could advance under his watch. This way, even if she ultimately didn't succeed, she would be blessed and wouldn't lose control or go crazy. She could then think of a way to expel the excess characteristics and start all over again. Regarding this matter, Klein actually didn't have much confidence. This was because he had never attempted it before, and his divination didn't provide any effective answers. However, he still agreed to Ma'am Hermit's request. He believed that if she failed and didn't die, it would definitely be thanks to Mr. Fool. If she lost control or went crazy, then she wouldn't have to care if Mr. Fool was a cheat. In short, Klein's main goal was to give her a certain level of confidence and competence, allowing her state to be more conducive for her advancement. After all, Admiral of Stars couldn't find any other existence to provide her with such blessings. After witnessing Ma'am Hermit successfully advance to a demigod, Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he lampooned inwardly. At times, it's easier to act as a god than a human. When believers encounter danger, there are usually 2 outcomes. One is to live, and the other is to die. If they live, they will naturally be blessed by a deity. If they die, no one will care about their thoughts. On the other hand, after becoming a demigod, he could use more of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. This allowed the Fool Klein to easily see the astral projection states of the tarot members, and from there, he could read their current beyonder pathways and sequence levels. Xianxia, who had taken the initiative to seal the Eye of Mystery prying, heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that. She respectfully said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, there's a page of Roselle the Great's diary this time." "There's a page of Roselle the Great's diary? She's done with Queen Mystic? But there aren't any abnormal changes in Bakeland." No one noticed Amon's invasion of Buckland Street. Or the demigod battle at Maker Manor. The fool Klein nodded without batting an eyelid. "All right, you can think of a question or request." As he spoke, the hanging man, Alger, Audrey, and company acutely understood a piece of information from the conversation. Ma'am Hermit had been worried that the glasses she conjured wouldn't be able to seal her Eye of Mystery prying, and she had never had such a worry in the many gatherings she had before. This means that Ma'am Hermit's Eye of Mystery prying has been greatly enhanced. Why would there suddenly be such a huge improvement? As she has advanced to a demigod? Our tarot has a second demigod member? Audrey made the connection to Xianxia's purchase of a mythical creature's blood and immediately had a guess. She swept her gaze across the male members opposite her and discovered that Mr. the Hanging Man's sitting posture had subconsciously changed. He was a little defensive, as though he knew that Ma'am Hermit had become a demigod. Little Son's gaze was still fixed on the bronze cross without any reaction. Mr. Emlyn was a few seconds late as he looked up at Ma'am Hermit. Mr. Starr was similar to Little Son, but his eyes were a little empty, as though he was waiting for the diary session to end. "Honorable Mr. Fool, can this question be accumulated for the next time?" At this moment, Xianxia replied. "Accumulated for the next time. This is because Queen Mystic still doesn't wish to be affected?" Then, why did she suddenly provide another diary page? What did she prophesize? In order to maintain his image as the fool, Klein didn't ask why as he nodded gently. "Sure." Xianxia didn't say anything else as she conjured the diary page and watched it flash into Mr. Fool's hand. Klein casually scanned it and saw most of the contents. July 19th, the night of the blood moon. Mr. Dorr's answer has allowed me to confirm one thing. In that ancient secret organization, the second blasphemy slate I saw wasn't complete. According to Mr. Dorr, the main difference between the second blasphemy slate and the first blasphemy slate isn't that the latter has many unique sequence names, but that the former has many more things. It's a secret that the ancient sun god saw in his later years. Alright, as a true god, he doesn't have any so-called later years. It's just that from his birth to his death, that period of time is indeed considered his later years. In other words, the creator of the second blasphemy slate was the ancient sun god? Regarding this question, Mr. Dorr gave an almost affirmative answer. He told me that after the ancient sun god perished, the blasphemy slate was born. Does this mean that this is considered a key relic of the ancient sun god? Then, who was the creator of the first blasphemy slate? The original creator who truly created everything? And what additional knowledge was there on the second slate? Mr. Dorr didn't answer. He only said that this involved too many secrets. It wasn't something that could be explained with just a few words. If he could return to the real world, he would be able to explain it in detail. Would I fall for it? Because of the mention of the blasphemy slate, I recalled two questions that had been troubling me for a long time. What does it mean to conform to the trend of the times? Who sets the trend of the times? Mr. Dorr's reaction was very strange. He laughed for more than 10 seconds before telling me to be careful of the spectator. What's the connection between this and my question? With his reminder, I seriously recalled the contents of the second blasphemy slate and discovered an unusual problem. As a beyonder with a savant background, my memory is something I can be proud of. I won't forget anything I've seen. However, I only remember that the spectator pathway's sequence 0 is visionary. I have no impression of its apotheosis ritual at all. I remember the other 21 pathways' apotheosis rituals very clearly. Only this one, not only do I not have any impression of it, I even subconsciously neglected it. I probed Mr. Dorr, what's the apotheosis ritual of the spectator pathway? Mr. Dorr laughed again and said in a teasing and leisurely tone, didn't you just say it? The apotheosis ritual of a spectator is to make the development of the times match one's expectations. Then, at the critical juncture, one consumes a potion to advance in the stipulated trend of the times. I think this is the truth. Compared to the era is a part of the original creator, and only when the era develops according to expectations can he draw power from it and be resurrected. This explanation is more direct and intuitive. I knew that among the founders of that ancient secret organization, apart from fanatics, there must be existences who have their own plans. Thinking about it carefully, this is really a terrifying thing. It's fine when you're at the middle and low levels, but once you're at a high level, it's very likely that a certain thought, a certain philosophy, or something you want to push forward doesn't conform to a certain existence's secret plan. You'll be unknowingly guided or suddenly destroyed. Be careful of the audience. How does Mr. Dorr know about the second blasphemy slate and the various rituals to become a god? His answer is that he has seen the complete second blasphemy slate. Together with him are Solomon, Zeradal, Tudor, Trensostal, Augustus, Einhorn, Sauron, Castilla, Zoroast, Stiano, Constantine, and others. These are all surnames that stand above all beyonders in the fourth epoch. The secrets contained in this diary page made Klein feel as though he was facing a mythical creature. His mind was being assaulted by a storm of knowledge. The apotheosis ritual of a spectator is to make the development of the times match his fantasies? If that's the case, Adam has been consciously preparing for this matter since the beginning of the fourth epoch. Therefore, the secret that King George III is hiding and the possible developments are in line with his expectations, and it might even be driven by him? When the tides of the times roll in, with no way to change it in a short period of time, he will ascend to godhood. If that's the case, the in-depth investigation of the Great Smog will be abnormally dangerous. Even though I'm currently a blessed of the goddess and have an official background, allowing me to cooperate with angels at any time, I still can't guarantee my safety. After all, the goddess probably won't be able to descend for a very long period of time. Klein's thoughts raced as he momentarily had the intention of retreating. If this were in the past, he could feel at ease after reporting this matter to the Church of Evernight. He could even leave Bakeland for a vacation. But now, as a blessed of the goddess, he had already promised to search for Vin Rambus and Saintess of White Katarina. It was very difficult for him to escape. It had to be said that there was always a loss for every gain. Furthermore, Klein didn't know how Adam wished for the times to develop. If something like the Great Smog of Bakeland were to happen again, he really wouldn't be able to extricate himself. There were people he cared about here, and there was peace he yearned for. At the very least, I have to know what the king's secret is before deciding what to do. Apart from the Beyonder pathways and sequence potions, what other secrets are there on the second blasphemy slate? Klein retracted his gaze and made the Roselle diary in his hand vanish. Then, he looked around with a calm expression and smiled. You may begin. At this moment, Justice Audrey didn't hide her curiosity as she raised her hand slightly. She raised her hand slightly and asked, Honorable Mr. Fool, does the cross beside you have any special meaning? If the answer requires an equivalent exchange, you can directly make a request. Klein placed the unshadowed crucifix on the table, waiting for the members of the tarot to ask questions so that he could inform Little Son and the hanging man who might use the cross. After all, it was impossible for Mr. Fool to take the initiative to mention such matters. Therefore, he smiled at Miss Justice. This question is nothing. It's a relic of the ancient god of the sun, the ancient god of the sun. The ancient god of the sun? The creator that the city of Silver believes in? This cross actually has such a background? A captain of the royal guards whose only a sequence 6 or 5 actually has a relic of the ancient god of the sun? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Magician's Furs almost couldn't believe her ears when she heard Mr. Fool's answer. At this moment, the Fool Klein casually mentioned, its level isn't too high, and it only corresponds to an unshadowed. Its level isn't too high, and it only corresponds to an unshadowed. Its greatest use is to remove the mental corruption in a Beyonder characteristic, helping people who consume too many potions expel the excess characteristics, allowing people who don't wish to stay in the mysterious world to return to normal. This power is amazing. It's no wonder Mr. World previously asked me if I was willing to completely escape the mysterious world if I were given a chance. Audrey immediately felt that her curiosity had been satisfied. No wonder. It really is an item that makes me feel uncomfortable. He made a judgment and turned his head to look at a particular Sunday. Derek, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised. He felt like his dream had come true. His dream was to free all the residents of the City of Silver from the curse and return to the sun, no longer having to constantly suffer madness, pain, and torture. And if such a dream could be realized by inheriting the relic of the ancient god of the sun, the creator that the City of Silver believed in, it would truly give him a sense of destiny and inevitability. He spoke before the hanging man could. "Honorable Mr. Fool, can I think of a way to exchange for this item?" "As long as you can pay the price." Klein nodded slightly. "Mr. Fool is really great, too great." Sun praised from the bottom of his heart. "As long as I pay the price, I can exchange for it." The hanging man, Alger, gained inspiration from the usage of Miss Magician's travels. He then asked, "Honorable Mr. Fool, can I rent this cross for a day or a few hours at a certain price?" He had no intention of renting it at the moment. As the wind-blessed potion was digested relatively quickly, he planned on consuming the additional ocean songster potion before considering the problem of expelling the excess beyond her characteristics. "Sure," the fool Klein answered simply. "I can rent it?" Leonard had previously obtained quite a bit of benefits from borrowing Lamino's travels. After hearing Mr. Fool's answer, his mind jolted as he seriously analyzed if he could use the relic of the ancient sun. A few seconds later, he realized that he didn't have such a need. Not only was the sun pathway good at dealing with wraiths and specters, but the Evernight pathway was also very good at it. Furthermore, when he returned to Bakeland from Tingen, Leonard had an additional 4 flaring sun charms. He planned on giving half to Klein, who had provided him with information, and the other half for his own use. As for expelling the excess beyond her characteristics and withdrawing from the mysterious world, he had no need for it. He was about to hold a ritual to become a spirit warlock. At this moment, Magician's first glanced at Zio, feeling a little regretful. She didn't regret sacrificing the cross to Mr. Fool, but she regretted that she didn't attempt to rely on herself or use Lamino's travels to record the corresponding powers before sacrificing it. Of course, this was mainly because she was rather timid. Without being able to use an astrologer's means to figure out the effects of the cross, she didn't dare to rashly attempt it. After all, I can still rent it from Mr. Fool in the future. She tried her best to be optimistic. Seeing that no one made any requests, the fool Klein retracted his gaze and gestured for the members of Tarot to begin the transactions and exchanges. In fact, the unshadowed crucifix currently had a potential user, and that was the Fog Sea's strongest hunter, Anderson. After this fellow boarded the Golden Dream, he had undergone all sorts of experiments under Vice Admiral Iceberg's arrangements in an attempt to digest the foreign substance in his body. He had already achieved some results, but he hadn't completely eliminated any latent problems. "I'll get Donna's to ask later." With this in mind, Klein muttered silently. At this moment, Audrey made a request for a transaction. "Ladies and gentlemen, do any of you have the heart of a dream catcher, the crystal of a mind phantom, or the complete brain of an adult mind dragon?" Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. After hearing Miss Justice's words, son Derek replied rather enthusiastically, "Our City of Silver's warehouse should have the complete brain of an adult mind dragon." Our City of Silver's warehouse should have the complete brain of an adult mind dragon. I'll let you know after I confirm it. He originally wanted to say that even if there was an adult mind dragon's complete brain, it would most likely be filled with crazy and distorted mental corruption. However, after looking at the bronze cross, he felt that it wasn't a problem. It's that simple? Audrey's eyes lit up when she heard that. Her depressed mood from last night had turned a lot better. Indeed, compared to the outside world where there are fewer and fewer dragons, the City of Silver, which has been passed down from the second epoch, is more likely to have the corresponding ingredients. It's mainly because they don't have the high-sequence formulas of the spectator pathway. Even if they had the ingredients, they wouldn't be able to use them. Furthermore, they lack an artisan, so there's no way for them to turn beyonder ingredients into the mystical items they need. Sometimes, they'd rather just store them like that. Audrey instantly thought of many things as she asked with a faint smile. "If there is, what do you need to exchange it for?" "I haven't thought about it yet." Son Derek immediately felt a little embarrassed as he nearly raised his hand to scratch the back of his head. His biggest goal and main motivation was to exchange for the Creator's relic from Mr. Fool, but he didn't have anything of equal value. If it were in the past, he would definitely be worried, but now, amidst his vexation, he quickly had an idea. I'll try asking the chief. He's definitely very interested in the creator's relic. Due to this thought, he really didn't know what to get Miss Justice to pay. He planned on figuring out other matters first. Okay, then confirm it first. It's best if you see if there's any adult mind dragon blood. Audrey didn't press further as she nodded slightly. That was the most difficult supplementary ingredient to obtain in the Dreamwalker potion formula. Audrey then looked around, indicating that she had completed the transaction. You don't need to look at me. Although I do have quite a bit of savings, there's nothing I want to buy. It's mainly because teacher hasn't given me the Traveler potion formula. Among the first 5 sequences of Apprentice, my favorite is Traveler. I've always yearned for the beautiful scenery and delicacies of different places, but I've always been stopped by the long journey, the crowded or simple means of transportation, the inns I don't know if they're clean, or the bulky luggage. When I become a traveler, none of this will be a problem. Magician Sferza's thoughts gradually wandered as she fantasized about her future life. Zio pondered for a moment. Everyone, help me keep an eye out for the Arbiter Pathways Sequence 6 Judge and Sequence 5 Disciplinary Paladin Potion formulas. She had a chance of obtaining the Judge formula from MI9's liaison, but she believed that Viscount Stratford's death would definitely cause a storm in Bakeland. When that happened, many things might change. Therefore, she planned on making additional preparations on the tarot. After all, she was only asking everyone to keep an eye out for it and not gather it. Furthermore, Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 were definitely considered mid-level in MI9. If the intelligence personnel wanted to obtain the potion formula, there was a high chance that they would have to pass a new inspection. This wasn't something that the liaison, who was very friendly to her, could help her avoid. To Zio, who was eager to raise her sequence and figure out the king's secret, there was no doubt that she couldn't just place her hopes on the military. Okay. The hanging man Alger was the first to respond. Due to its influence on the royal family and the military, it was very likely that the Church of the Storm had some potion formulas for the Arbiter pathway. Of course, this wasn't something a Sequence 6 captain in charge of acting as a pirate would know. Only when the hanging man became a Sequence 5 and was summoned back to the church or assigned to more important matters would he have a chance to come into contact with it. Immediately following that, the hermit Catlius said, "That's right. As the Arbiter Pathways potion formula is strictly controlled by the royal families and military of Rouen and Fainapotter, it rarely appears in the outside world. However, I can try to help you obtain it, but I can't guarantee success. Also, if you need it, I can provide a mystical item of the Judge pathway. It will be the corresponding main ingredient after it is shattered and reassembled." When the words shattered and reassembled were mentioned, Catlius subconsciously wanted to turn her body, indicating to Miss Judgment that she could seek Mr. Fool's help, but she ultimately controlled herself. As for the method to obtain the potion formula, it was actually very simple. It was to take the initiative to listen to the hidden sage's ravings and accept the knowledge him imbued into her. After reaching Sequence 4 and becoming a demigod, her tolerance had undergone a qualitative change. However, the hidden sage wasn't in existence without intelligence. He might very well add some negative influences to his ravings and knowledge. He might even descend through space and corrupt the listener. Therefore, such matters were still dangerous. And the reason why Catlia had the courage to attempt it wasn't because she was rash or arrogant, but because she was a member of the Moses Ascetic Order. As an ancient organization that believed in the hidden sage, while the upper echelons of the Moses Ascetic Order were influenced by this existence, they had also gradually figured out a relatively safe method of listening. Similarly, the hidden sage's malice towards the members of the Moses Ascetic Order wasn't exaggerated. He rarely took the initiative to harm them. Most of the time, he simply imbued them with knowledge and made them pursue believers. To Catlia, as long as she controlled the frequency and number of times, she could obtain knowledge from the hidden sage in a relatively safe manner. She suspected that the influence and corruption that came with it could be easily and naturally removed every time she participated in a tarot gathering and entered the world above the grey fog. The only problem was that she couldn't control what knowledge she obtained each time. It all depended on the hidden sage's mood and thoughts at the time. In a sense, this was a passive and irresistible secret deed ritual. And the mystical item of the Judge pathway that Catlia was willing to provide came from the Fog Sea's strongest hunter, Anderson. It was a button. After becoming a demigod, some of the items she had were of little use. One of them was this button. After hearing her words, Xiao didn't hesitate to agree. Alright, I'll consider buying the Judge Potion formula when I obtain it. I hope that by then, I'll have advanced to another sequence. The power above the gray fog that I can wield will no longer be close to the level of an angel, but at the level of an angel. Only then will I be able to shatter items and reassemble the characteristics. Otherwise, I'll have to trouble Ma and Mariana or will Septon. Yes, if Mr. Azek wakes up, things will be much simpler. I wonder if the unshadowed crucifix can make an items beyond her characteristics seep out. It doesn't seem possible. It will repel those items and prevent them from approaching. Removing this limitation, in theory, it should be possible. I'll then try to use the gray fog's powers to force the unshadowed crucifix to be placed next to other mystical items. Klein, who was listening to the tarot members' conversation, thought and thought. After discussing misjudgment's matter, the other members didn't seem to have any need for a transaction. Leonard had already made up for his shortcomings in mystical items. The hanging man Alger was working hard to legalize his strength. Son Derek was only thinking about the Creator's relic. As for Emlyn and Katlia, they had just advanced not long ago, so they didn't have anything they wanted for the time being. Among them, Katlia had the intention of renting the crucifix to see if it could remove the remnant corruption in Artisan Charf's body. However, the Roselle diary she had gathered came from Queen Mystic. She needed to exchange for answers, so she wasn't able to produce anything that Mr. Fool would be interested in, she believed. After that, I'll try to gather the diary of other emperors at sea. As Katlia secretly made a decision, Emlyn thought for a moment and looked at the magicians. Ma'am, I might need to rent that travel notebook in the next 2 weeks. No problem. Magician's Furs had originally planned on spending money to get Mr. Moon to add abyss shackles and other beyonder powers to the spellbook. Now, she was naturally very willing. This meant that not only did she not need to spend money, but she could also receive a sum of money. With this in mind, she couldn't help but add, try not to record a full moon. If Lamino's travels was mostly filled with the effects of a full moon, she would be very troubled. When Emlyn nodded in agreement, the hanging man Alger interjected as though he was in thought. The Sanguine's hunt of the important members of Rose School is about to begin? Yes. Emlyn didn't hide anything. Once the plan is finalized, I'll get everyone's help in providing suggestions. No problem. The first person to answer him wasn't the hanging man, but the silent German sparrow of the world, who was sitting at the bottom of the long bronze table. He has a certain level of interest in this? It wasn't only Emlyn. No matter how slow-witted the other members were, they had such a realization. With the hanging man, the hermit, and Justice agreeing to help Mr. Moon with the Sanguine's plans, the tarot transaction came to an end, and it was time for the exchange. The world German sparrow sat up slightly and looked at Leonard. Help me ask if that person has seen the second blasphemy slate. Blasphemy slate? Audrey and the other members instantly grasped this unusual term. Following that, shocked thoughts flashed through their minds. The second blasphemy slate, Mr. Starr isn't as simple as he seems. Someone he knows has actually seen one of the most important items in myths and legends. Apart from being a member of the church and an official beyonder, he has other secrets. It's no wonder he can join the tarot. Leonard was also shocked. He never expected Klein to make such a request. After a few seconds of silence, he exhaled. All right. After answering, Leonard came to a realization and grasped the hidden message in Klein's request. Does he mean that old man has once seen something like the blasphemy slate? Without giving Leonard a chance to think further, World German Sparrow surveyed the area and mentioned something else. The Church of Evernight obtained information from MI9's deputy director, Konas Kilgore, confirming that King George III of Rouen is hiding a particular secret. He secretly sent people to excavate the Blood Emperor's ruins and colluded with the Demonist sect and the psychological alchemy. Klein controlled the dummy and described in more detail what he had previously told Miss Justice. At the end, he even added two sentences. The three churches don't seem to have found enough evidence. With Vin Rambise's disappearance, the matter seems to have calmed down on the surface. There's some reason to suspect that there might be traitors among the upper echelons of the three churches. Such a major incident actually happened in Bakeland this week? Klein seems to have obtained information from the church. Why don't I know anything about it? As he listened, Leonard looked at World German Sparrow with an odd expression. He was momentarily in a daze, unsure who was the red glove of the Church of Evernight, the person who was about to be groomed by the upper echelons. Looking back, he had vaguely grasped something, but he was unable to truly grasp the inspiration to form an idea. Zio, who had originally planned on sharing Viscount Stratford's encounter and confession on the tarot to seek help, was surprised to discover that Mr. World's investigations overlapped with her own goals. If I had known this would happen, I would have sought Mr. World's help when I followed Viscount Stratford to the warehouse in the dock area. That way, I might have been able to bypass the restrictions and obtain more clues. Zio looked around and deliberated over her words, preparing to speak. At this moment, the hanging man Alger was shocked. He recalled the few tarot incidents 3 to 4 months ago, before the Star and Judgment had joined. Back then, World German Sparrow had sought the help of the tarot members to pay attention to Kona's Kilgore's information and testify that Vin Rambus was the mastermind behind Quarren's suicide. Indeed, a simple case like Quarren's suicide wouldn't make the world put so much effort into it. The people he's investigating might very well involve secrets that affect the world's situation. Also, there might be traitors in the upper echelons of the 3 churches? Which cardinal or high-ranking deacon would this point to? Alger sensed the turbulence of the undercurrents and smelled an opportunity. Normally speaking, as a member of the Church of the Storm who wasn't highly regarded, a beyonder who acted as a pirate for a long period of time, the best outcome for him was to become a Sequence 5 Ocean songster and return to the church to be a deputy to the upper echelons of the mandated punishers. It was almost impossible for him to wield a holy artifact and become a demigod. Only when the situation changed and things happened frequently would he be able to rely on the tarot to show sufficient talent and make great contributions, allowing him to be treated as a target for nurturing. Similarly, Catlia seemed to be able to see the dark clouds gathering in Bakeland as the winds gathered momentum. She vaguely understood why the Queen had stayed there for the past half a year. Emlyn frowned, once again feeling that Bakeland was no longer a suitable place for the sanguine. I can only hope that this doesn't spoil the hunt for the important members of Rose School. Also, it's best if Father and I aren't as busy as last year's Great Smog. Emlyn thought back to the past as his frown deepened. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Son beside him and discovered that the youth was sitting upright, but his eyes were rather blank. He couldn't help but scoff inwardly. I'll take note of Vin Rambise's whereabouts. Audrey broke the brief silence and took the initiative to speak. Zio also looked at the World German Sparrow and said, I'm investigating something that also involves the King's secret. I'm investigating a matter that involves the King's secret. If you need my cooperation, please don't hesitate to do so. Having said that, she briefly mentioned the problem regarding Charmaine's monitor. All right. Klein knew that it was Demonastrice. He made the fake World nod and chuckle hoarsely. Be it taking note of Vin Rambise's whereabouts or investigating the King's secret, you have to take note of the many coincidences around you. If there are, please inform me immediately. He didn't directly mention the Twilight Hermit Order and Adam, worried that Miss Justice and the others wouldn't be able to help themselves from overthinking things in private. It was inevitable that they would be overly nervous, thus exposing a problem and attracting attention. Too many coincidences. Magician's Furs and the other tarot members repeated this phrase inwardly, each having their own guesses. After about 10 seconds of silence, Sun said, after a period of adjustment and preparation, I'll follow the exploration team to the afternoon town camp. After a period of adjustment and preparation, I will follow the exploration team to the afternoon town camp. This time, we might try to enter the giant king's court. To Audrey and company, this wasn't something too unexpected. They had long known that after Sun advanced to Sequence 5, there was a high chance that the City of Silver would carry out such an operation. Therefore, at this moment, they weren't surprised or stunned. Instead, they had the feeling that they had been waiting for a long time. It was as though the curtains to an ancient myth were slowly being lifted in front of them, presenting the truth. The hanging man Alger thought for a moment and vaguely reminded him, when the time comes, listen to your chief's arrangements and try your best to pray to Mr. Fool. If you encounter any problems, you can request for a small-scale discussion like the moon. Alright, Mr. the Hanging Man's son didn't find it difficult. This was something he usually did or wanted to do. After discussing this matter, the hanging man Alger turned to the end of the long bronze table and bowed piously. After discussing this matter, Alger turned to face the end of the long bronze table and bowed piously. After discussing this matter, the hanging man Alger turned to the end of the long bronze table and bowed piously. Honorable Mr. Fool, I have an answer to the matter you previously asked me to investigate. Under the puzzled and curious gazes of the members, he continued, there were a total of 5 colonels from the Faisac Empire who participated in the Konotopsi battle in 1338. 2 of them died in that battle, and 1 of them was discharged due to old age. He died 2 years ago due to excessive drinking. 1 of them was promoted to brigadier general and transferred to the Royal Naval Academy, becoming the deputy dean. The other has already become a rear admiral, and he's currently the commander of the 2nd Squadron of the Faisac Conquest Fleet. Just as he said that, Alger applied for the authority and conjured a piece of paper filled with detailed information. The fool Klein made it flash into his palm and quickly scanned through it. He got the hanging man to investigate the Faisac colonels who participated in the Konotopsi battle in 1338, mainly to find the original owner of Creeping Hunger. That naval officer had captured the 2nd mate of the Enmat, Andy Hayden, and grazed him. He was one of the absolute victors, so it was impossible for him to have died on the spot. And the subsequent discovery and encounter with the hanging man on the primitive island made Klein suspect that the person who gave Zillings the glove was the Twilight Hermit Order. Be it an official member or a peripheral member, it's unlikely for them to die so easily. Furthermore, they died from excessive drinking. Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility of them being silenced. Klein's thoughts raced as he memorized the 3 names on the piece of paper. Boris. Died in 1347. Cause of death, excessive drinking, Suzdal. 48 years old, Brigadier General, Deputy Dean of the Faisac Royal Naval Academy. Dmitriev. 45 years old, Rear Admiral, Commander of the 2nd Squadron of the Faisac Conquest Fleet. Retracting his gaze, the fool Klein nodded gently and said to the hanging man, continue gathering detailed information on the latter 3. Continue to collect detailed information on the other 3 and figure out their life experiences. Yes, Mr. Fool. The hanging man Alger agreed without any hesitation. This was also an opportunity for him. Once the mission was completed, he could attempt to apply for the cross. After a short exchange, this week's tarot gathering ended. Leonard returned to the real world. Sitting on the sofa, he hesitated for a moment before putting his legs on the coffee table. Then, he lowered his voice and said, he suppressed his voice and said, old man, have you seen the 2nd blasphemy slate? In his mind, Palazorost's slightly aged voice sounded. No, the person who saw the 2nd blasphemy slate was my great-grandfather. Heh, who mentioned this? Leonard didn't answer Palazorost's question as thoughts echoed in his mind. The blasphemy slate really exists. Old man's great-grandfather had seen the 2nd blasphemy slate with his own eyes. It's no wonder he can become an angel. After a few seconds, Leonard asked curiously and expectantly, old man, do you know the potion formula for Night Watcher? Old man, do you know the potion formula for Night Watcher? Old man, do you know the potion formula for Night Watcher? Naive. According to my great-grandfather, the situation back then was urgent, and the opportunities were limited. The blasphemy slate could automatically teleport away at any moment. Every smart person knew that it was best to first grasp a complete beyonder pathway before browsing the others. In addition, the knowledge on the blasphemy slate is presented in essence and not in words. Every viewer needs time to decipher it. By the time the blasphemy slate was taken away, not everyone could truly memorize a complete beyonder pathway, much less take into account the others. I do have many potion formulas for other pathways, but they were gradually gathered by my family over the years. There aren't many high-sequence formulas. Is that so? Leonard laughed dryly and asked, who took the 2nd blasphemy slate away? Palazorost fell silent for a moment. If my great-grandfather's description isn't wrong, it should be the King of Angels, Adam. The 7 deities, no, it should be the 6 deities back then. Didn't they participate in this matter? Leonard pressed in surprise. Palazorost chuckled with an inexplicable meaning. At least not on the surface. P.S. There will be a bonus for the first August monthly pass tomorrow, so it's still better to have two. A bolt of lightning streaked across the deep sky, illuminating the entire city of Silver. However, it didn't last long before it quickly faded away, returning the world to darkness. After Derek Berg opened his eyes, he immediately got out of bed and ran for the door. As he walked, he slowed down his pace, and a troubled expression appeared on his face. How am I supposed to mention the creator's relic to the chief? Tell the chief directly that I've taken a fancy to an item? No, that won't do. Although according to Mr. the Hanging Man, the chief has a tacit understanding towards such matters, I have a nagging feeling that I shouldn't be so direct. Derek had always been a thin-skinned youth. Even when his parents were alive, he rarely reached out to ask for things. He stopped where he was and seriously recalled the performances of Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, and the other members of the tarot who were good at conversation, hoping to find a reasonable excuse by imitating them. After simulating for a long time, Derek gritted his teeth and decided to be more direct. He picked up Thunder God's Roar, opened the door, entered the street, and walked all the way to the Twin Towers in the north of the city. Along the way, many City of Silver residents walked out of their homes with smiles on their faces as they gathered in the direction of the training grounds. This period of time was the season for the black-faced grass harvest. It was a festival for the City of Silver to offer sacrifices to the Creator. It was also one of the rare days of the year when people who were struggling to survive in the darkness felt happy from the bottom of their hearts. Looking at the children who were still skipping and the adults who were wearing the black-faced grass amulet and rings, listening to their discussion and the occasional singing, Derek gradually calmed down, and his footsteps became more and more determined. After arriving at the spire in the middle of the Twin Towers, he was notified and met Colin Iliad, the chief of the 6-member council, in a room at the top of the spire. This demon hunter was the same as usual. His white hair was rather messy and unkempt. The wrinkles on his face were rather heavy, and there were old scars that were either deep or twisted. His light blue eyes were deep and experienced, as though they could see through one's heart. When Derek was done bowing, he nodded. How's your mastery of the Priest of Light potion? This referred to the spiritual restraint and proficiency in the corresponding divine arts. Derek answered frankly, that's right. Just a little more. Well, there's no need to rush. The other members of the exploration team are not ready yet. They still need some time, just like Lovia. She's still collecting and searching for materials to advance, Colin Iliad said casually. Indeed, Elder Lovia will also participate in the exploration of the Giant King's court. She's attempting to open the door to becoming a demigod? Derek was stunned for 2 seconds before he asked without hiding anything, does Elder Lovia have the follow-up potion formula? This was a problem that had always troubled the Shepherd Elder, causing her to be unable to become a demigod for many years. Yes. Colin gave an affirmative answer, but did not give an explanation. He asked, what's the matter this time? Derek felt a little anxious when he heard that. He didn't make a request, but he still said rather directly, don't worry. Your Excellency, I discovered a relic of the Creator. It corresponds to the sequence 4 unshadowed of the Sun pathway. The tall and muscular Colin Iliad, who was dressed in a linen shirt, focused his gaze as the look in his eyes changed. It contained extremely complicated and indescribable emotions, causing Derek to stand rooted to the ground, forgetting what he was about to say. Amidst the indescribable silence, Demon Hunter Colin said in a deep voice, Relic? Relic? Derek's pupils constricted as he realized that he had accidentally said something serious. He had agonized over the fact that the Creator might have been devoured and completely perished, never to return for a long period of time. It was to the point that he had the illusion that it was common knowledge. Faced with the chief's question and gaze, Derek fell silent, momentarily at a loss for an explanation. He hesitated for a few seconds before he finally opened his mouth with great difficulty. Yes, relic. The kings have betrayed the Lord. He subconsciously used the term the ecclesiastic in Afternoon Town used to address the kings of angels. Colin looked at Derek. Just like that, his light blue eyes seemed to lose focus for a moment. The demon hunter didn't say a word for a long time. After nearly a minute, he calmly said, that's right. After nearly a minute, he calmly said, I got it. His voice unknowingly turned a little deep. He didn't ask where the creator's relic Derek had discovered was, what it looked like, or what it was used for. His eyes regained their deepness. He didn't continue the topic just now, but changed the topic. Instead, he said, "You've already become a Sequence 5. You have the right to know what kind of saint-level sealed artifacts the City of Silver has. Once you can reign in your spirituality and completely grasp the theurgical spells, I'll give you the corresponding information and lead you to the place where they are sealed. If you can be compatible with a particular saint-level sealed artifact and reduce its negative effects, then you can wield it." The compatibility here referred to Derek's psyche being sufficiently similar to the remnant psyche mark of a high-sequence beyonder in the sealed artifact, allowing him to reduce the terrifying negative effects through a certain degree of deception. In the City of Silver, there was no lack of commonly used beyonder characteristics and ingredients. Furthermore, everyone had grasped the acting method. The main thing that prevented them from advancing was the difficulty of fulfilling the ritual's conditions. Sometimes, not having a potion formula didn't stop them from advancing from Sequence 8 to Sequence 7, or from Sequence 7 to Sequence 6. As long as they advanced through the correct method of consuming a potion and had completely digested it, they could attempt to directly consume a beyonder characteristic to advance if they were willing to take the risk. The chances of success weren't too low. And from Sequence 6 to Sequence 5, without the aid of a ritual, the chances of success were extremely low. Therefore, in the City of Silver, there were many Sequence SIXS, and Sequence 5s became rare. They were a class that was highly valued. Why did the chief suddenly mention this? Does he mean that I can use a saint-level sealed artifact to exchange for the creator's relic? I haven't expressed my intentions in this regard. Yes, I'll first sacrifice the information to Mr. Fool and see which one can please him. Derek was stunned for a few seconds before he came to a realization and nodded solemnly. "Yes, Your Excellency." He didn't say anything else as he bade farewell and prepared to participate in the Harvest Festival. Demon Hunter Colin watched his back disappear through the door before he slowly walked to the window and cast his gaze at the altar near the training ground. There were already many people gathered there. They were surrounding the Creator's altar, either using ancient dances to please the deities, or opening their throats to sing praises of the great existence. They had obvious smiles on their faces, and their eyes were filled with longing and anticipation. It was as though the Creator would return in a few more years, and all their suffering would end. Such expectations had been shattered time and time again in the past 2,000 to 3,000 years, but they would rise again and again, supporting people's hearts to resist the despair and oppression. Colin Iliad stood by the window, watching intently and seriously. Bakeland, Buckland Street. After returning to the real world from above the grey fog, Klein felt a little heavy. The diary page from Roselle the Great had allowed him to pry into the secret of a spectator. He understood how dangerous it was to continue investigating the king. Even with the Church of Evernight backing him and the goddess's blessings, it wasn't that safe. It's mainly because the goddess is digesting the uniqueness of the death pathway. She won't be able to descend for a very long period of time. I hope that the Lord of Storms and the God of Steam and Machinery can respond in time. No matter what, with Ma Mariana, Willa Septon, and Pallas Zoroast, even if I face a king of angels, it's not certain death. Even if I die, they still have a chance to snatch my corpse back. The longer I hold on, the higher the chances of me surviving. Klein used a self-deprecating method to relieve his stress. Previously, above the grey fog, he had already decided on the focus of his investigations. It was to pursue Saintess of White Katarina and Demoness Trissy, whose sequence was unknown. As for Vin Rambus, as long as he didn't take the initiative to contact Miss Justice, he would try his best not to search for him to prevent any accidents he couldn't fend off. On the one hand, I'll wait for Miss Judgment's reply. On the other hand, I'll try to see if I can find Vice Admiral Ailment and use the bloodline connection to lock onto the Saintess of White. The possibility isn't too high. The three churches will definitely think of such a solution. The Demoness sect won't be unprepared. I'll get Donnas to attempt to gather items related to Vice Admiral Ailment later. I'll rely on the Grey Fog's divination that can block out interference. Yes, I can also get him to ask about Anderson's situation. There's no rush. The unshadowed crucifix is undergoing experiments. Klein reined in his thoughts and got out of bed. He had already used the gray fog suppression to bind the unshadowed crucifix and the mystical item, broken finger, together. He wanted to see if a beyonder characteristic would appear the next time he went up. After resting at home for a while, Klein changed his clothes and went out with his valet, Anuni. He planned on heading to St. Samuel Cathedral to pray before heading to the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. This valet wasn't actually Winner, but Kona's Kilgore. The real Anuni had long used the flower of blood ring to transform into flesh and blood and hid in the Earl of the Fallen's stomach. At that moment, the weather in Bakeland was seasonally gloomy. The gas lamps on both sides of the road, which were surrounded by iron grills, hadn't been lit. There were a few sparsely lit lamps in the houses on the left and right. Klein watched all of this without any expression. He took a carriage from Buckland Street to Phelps Street and prayed at St. Samuel Cathedral. Then, he put on his top hat, picked up his cane, and walked to the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. As he approached the door, he heard the sound of bells. He saw Miss Audrey riding a modified bicycle that didn't have a crossbar. It was rather exquisite as she came out from a small alley. She was wearing a plain white dress and a pair of black leather shoes. Her blonde hair was tied up in a simple bun, and her blue eyes were focused on the road. On the seat behind her was a large golden retriever that could maintain its balance no matter how the bicycle swayed. Upon noticing the elegant gentleman with white sideburns in front of her, the corners of Audrey's mouth curled up slightly. Her smile was clear as she greeted him briskly. "Good afternoon, Mr. Dantes." "Good afternoon, Miss Audrey. You seem to be in a good mood?" Klein watched as she braked the bicycle and propped herself up with her feet. Audrey pursed her lips as her smile brightened. "You're right. I'm indeed in a good mood. After riding a few laps like this, I feel like all my troubles have disappeared. P.S. I've received double. Seeking monthly tickets. There's another update tonight. PS2, recommending a new spy novel from the Republic of China, Spy Tracks. It's written with great sincerity. Forensic Dr. Lin Jiangbei accidentally transmigrated to the Republic of China and became a military agent. He used his identity to pursue Japanese spies and help the underground organizations. In this era of war, he wrote a hot-blooded legend of Chinese men. Not bad. A spectator's ability to adjust themselves is quite strong. Klein praised inwardly. He looked at the golden retriever on the back seat of the bicycle and sized up the bicycle that was different from the ones on the street. He then casually asked, "What's up?" He casually asked, "Is this a new bicycle specially designed for women?" "What do you mean by specially designed for women?" "If you wish to ride it, you can ride it too." Audrey replied with a smile. "I'm only telling the people at the bicycle company to consider different groups with different needs. This is their latest product. It hasn't entered the factory yet, so let me try riding it and give some suggestions." "What a great idea." Klein praised with a smile before asking in thought, "You know the owner of the Bakeland Bicycle Company?" Audrey's eyes curved as she replied, "Of course. I'm one of the main shareholders of the Bakeland Bicycle Company." "Main shareholder? I forgot about that." She still succeeded in the end. Klein seemed to understand something as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. "So that's how it is. My imagination is still lacking. How was it? How did it feel after the test ride?" Audrey held the bicycle's head as her eyes darted around. As she recalled, she said, "It's great. It's very suitable for women." "Honorable lady, that's not what you said just now." Klein pricked up his brows, but he didn't interrupt the girl's words. Audrey smiled again as she continued, "To me, it allows me to adjust my mood and release my stress. It's just like riding a horse. However, riding a horse requires special clothes. I have to go to a racecourse or the suburbs. It's impossible to let a horse gallop at home or on the streets. It lacks the necessary feeling. However, a bicycle doesn't have such a problem. I can even go to alleys that aren't accessible by horse carriages. It allows me to see different scenery. When I rode past a family's house, I saw a few flowers blooming in their garden. I felt especially happy. Well, when I meet other cyclists, I am also very happy. They are working hard to live, with a little hope. Although they are busy and in a hurry, they are not numb at all. Okay, don't laugh at me. I know you are going to say that those who can afford a bicycle are definitely not at the bottom of this society. I am just happy for them. I hope that one day, I can ride my bike through every street in Bakeland. Klein listened quietly, his mood improving bit by bit. With Miss Justice's description, the scene seemed to appear before his eyes, and this was a negligible change he had brought to this world. He laughed and said, "No, I have no intention of refuting. This sounds interesting. This is what I hope to see in Bakeland. The more the merrier. I used to have some doubts about certain things, but now it seems to have lessened a lot." Having said that, he pointed at 22, Phelps Street, the door of the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. "Let's go in. It looks like it's going to rain soon." "Alright, I'll park the bike." Audrey got off the bicycle and pushed it and the golden retriever towards the back door. There was a specially designated parking spot for bicycles. It was located inside the house, and it wasn't afraid of the rain. In organizations like the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation, more and more staff members who needed to head out often rode bicycles. Of course, no one dared to rely on such a means of transportation to enter East Borough. There, everything could be stolen. Just as they were approaching the back door, the golden retriever, Susie, jumped off the bicycle and looked back at the spot from before. She said in puzzlement, "Audrey, that Mr. Dantes' tone is a little complicated when he heard that you are one of the major shareholders of the bicycle company, but I can't decipher what he really means." Audrey pursed her lips and chuckled. "I previously heard that Mr. Dantes was one of the people who competed with Hibbert for the bicycle company's shares." "I understand." Susie revealed a bright smile, happy that her observation was accurate. Inside the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation, Klein waited for Miss Audrey to return with her Beyonder dog companion before heading to the second floor with them. At this moment, a staff member came forward and said to Audrey, "Miss Director, Principal Portland Moment of Bakeland University is waiting for you in the reception room." "Miss Director, Chancellor Portland Moment of Bakeland University of Technology is waiting for you in the reception room." The staff member first greeted Director Don Dantes before answering, "Why is Principal Moment here?" The staff member first greeted Director Don Dantes before answering, "He didn't say." "He didn't say." Before the staff member could finish his sentence, the tall, rosy-cheeked Portland Moment walked out of the reception room as he combed his white hair. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. "Honorable Miss Audrey, please forgive my abrupt visit." In Rouen, after getting to know each other, one would address a noble lady by her surname and address a lady by her first name. "It's my honor," Audrey replied politely. Portland Moment was a principal who was more focused on academics. Without any flattery or small talk, he directly said with a smile, "It's like this. I wish to add a mechanical laboratory to the technical university. The goal is to invent and promote all kinds of machinery that are beneficial to industry and life. I wonder if you're interested in donating or investing?" "Heh, Don, how about it? Do you have any thoughts of cooperation?" "Don't worry, I'll definitely get a grant from the Higher Education Commission. It's a good idea, but Bakeland, and the entire kingdom, might fall into a maelstrom." After hearing Principal Moment's words, Klein was momentarily dazed. Audrey nodded slightly and said with a smile, "It sounds interesting, but I need to see more information." "It sounds interesting, but I need to see more information. This is my responsibility to myself and to all of you." "I had the same thoughts," Klein said. Portland Moment laughed heartily and said, "No problem. I'll organize some things for you when I get back." Fog C, on the Golden Dream. German Sparrow is actually concerned about Anderson's situation. Also, what's the meaning of gathering items related to Vice Admiral ailment? Many pirates have been frantically pursuing such items, but they have never succeeded. After receiving German Sparrow's message, Donna's was filled with puzzlement. But no matter how puzzled he was, he still carefully and seriously thanked Mr. Fool. Following that, he put down his fishing rod and turned to enter the cabin, heading all the way to the room where Anderson lived. After knocking on the door and opening the door in one fell swoop, Donna's crossed his arms and stood at the door. "What do you think? How's the digestion of the thing in your stomach?" Anderson put down his paintbrush and shot a glance at Danitz before replying with a heavy tone. He replied with a heavy tone, "It already knows how to call me daddy." Donna subconsciously took 2 steps back. Anderson immediately regained his composure and smiled. I'm just joking. It's not bad. Your captain has ideas and actions. The only problem is that he has failed too many times. The thing in my stomach has been isolated. It won't affect me for a long time. He rubbed his stomach as he spoke. Donna's raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, it was supposed to be affected? Anderson sized up Donna's. You should have heard that certain beyonder characteristics or potions will seep into objects if they are in prolonged contact with them, transforming them into sealed artifacts that are difficult to use. And the human body is just a relatively special item. Sometimes, I suspect that you obtained your beyonder powers through contact with potions and not ingesting them. This resulted in your brain being corroded. In the past, Donna's would have been furious, but now, he just snorted. In other words, if you don't isolate yourself, the thing in your stomach will gradually infiltrate and transform you, including your brain? Anderson clicked his tongue in wonder. Very good. Continue. Don't stop. I think you can attempt to advance to sequence 6. Yes, you're usually quite skilled at setting fires. Donna's replied disdainfully, I'm just lacking some ingredients. Recalling German Sparrow's instructions, he pressed unwillingly. How do we deal with it after the quarantine? Anderson rubbed the first button on his shirt and chuckled. There are 2 ideas. One is to find a demigod like an unshadowed to help and let that thing slowly seep out. In this aspect, your captain knows someone. The only problem is that at the same time that thing seeps out, my beyonder characteristic might also seep out, causing my sequence to regress, or even become an ordinary person. The second idea is to think of a way to obtain the iron-blooded night potion formula and prepare the corresponding ritual and supplementary ingredients. I want to see if I can take the initiative to contain that thing and use it to become a demigod. That sounds very dangerous. Donna's gave a pertinent evaluation of the latter idea. Anderson's smile became more obvious. Indeed, it's very dangerous. I don't even know if it will work. But, don't you think that such a difficult and challenging thing is very interesting? At least this is more in line with my taste than the first one. Donna's shook his head seriously. I don't think so. He then asked in a half-provoking and half-probing manner, have you not an estate, nay, property somewhere? I can help you send the ashes back. Anderson wasn't angry at all. He nodded solemnly. When the time comes, you can consider eating my ashes directly. Why isn't this fellow provoked at all? The corners of Donna's mouth twitched as he decided to give up. He would find the captain and ask how he could obtain items related to Vice Admiral ailment. Late at night, at 160 Buckland Street, Klein was just about to sleep when he saw Miss Messenger walk out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hands. One of them was biting a thin letter that had been stuffed into an envelope. Who sent it? Klein asked out of habit and reached out to take it. Rionette Tinker's 4 heads opened their mouths one after another. I don't like nicknames. Of Sharon, P.S. The first monthly ticket in August will be updated. Seeking monthly tickets during the double period. Sharon, who doesn't like nicknames. How did she know? She's communicated with Miss Sharon before? Upon hearing Rionette Tinker's answer, Klein was first taken aback before questions surfaced in his mind. From his point of view, under normal circumstances, the messenger and the sender wouldn't communicate. The entire process was to appear, take the letter, and leave. Besides, when did Miss Messenger need to seek the other party's permission for a nickname? Did Frank Lee and Patrick Bryan express their approval? A few seconds later, Klein instinctively guessed that Miss Messenger and Miss Sharon definitely had some sort of connection, and Rionette Tinker didn't wish to hide anything. Reining in his thoughts, Klein tore open the envelope, unfolded the letter, and quickly scanned the contents. There's something I wish to receive your help with. I'll discuss the details with the brave. Compared to before, Miss Sharon isn't as stingy with her words. She's slightly better. Is this a change from advancing to a demigod? Klein thought for a moment before walking to his desk. He picked up a fountain pen and wrote on the letter, "When do you wish to meet?" Just as he put down the fountain pen, he glanced at Rionette Tinker, who was standing by the side, seemingly waiting for him to write a letter. Klein felt a little more certain. He folded the letter, handed it over, and said in a seemingly casual manner, "For Miss Sharon." One of the heads that Rionette Tinker was holding bid on the letter as the other three said, "You, this time. You. Paid. Postage, no. Paid. Postage." Klein cleared his throat, took out a gold coin, and handed it to Miss Messenger. Seeing Rionette Tinker vanish, he revealed a thoughtful expression. He walked to a reclining chair and sat down, patiently waiting. Less than a minute later, the messenger in the dark and complicated dress walked out of the void once again. She was biting on the letter from before. Klein didn't ask as he received the reply and unfolded it. "If you don't have any problems, it's best to do it tonight." "Tonight?" Klein nodded thoughtfully and flicked his wrist, causing the letter to burst into crimson flames and quickly turn black. The flames expanded and engulfed his body. By the time the flames subsided, Klein's figure had already disappeared from the reclining chair. The embers hovered in the air and fell into a trash can not far away under the influence of an invisible wind. In Bakeland's North Borough, Sherwood Borough, and the bridge area, the gas wall lamps in the buildings that weren't connected brightened a little before returning to normal. Before long, Klein appeared in a room he had privately rented at the edge of East Borough. He changed his clothes, put on his gold-rimmed glasses, and left as Sherlock Moriarty. He arrived at the Brave. This time, he didn't look for Ian, who was playing board games with a group of people in the chess room. Instead, he listened for a few seconds before he pushed open the door of one of the billiard rooms and slowly walked in. Just as he locked the door, he saw the outline of a silhouette on his left and right. Sitting on the high stool on the left was Sharon, who was wearing a small bonnet and a regal dress. She had pale blonde hair and blue eyes. Compared to before, her face wasn't as pale as before. She only looked a little like she had lost some blood. This made her deviate from the image of a female ghost and closer to a doll. Standing beside the billiard table on the right was Merrick. The young man who liked to play cards with zombies was increasingly pale. The malice in his eyes that needed to be restrained wasn't obvious, but it gave off a repressive feeling. "Good evening, both of you." Klein smiled as he took off his hat and bowed. "Good evening, Mr. Detective." Sharon's body seemed weightless as she floated up slightly and returned the bow seriously. Merrick did the same. At that moment, the billiard room felt like it was haunted. Klein casually pulled a high stool and sat down. He chuckled. And said, "What's the matter this time?" "I'm sorry. I might have to trouble you again." Sharon bowed again. Merrick hurriedly said, "We've reached an agreement with the Sanguine. We've come to an agreement with the Sanguine to cooperate against the important members of the Rose School of Thought in Backland. We'll definitely leave the details to us, including how to lure them out, how to ambush them, and how to take action. I just hope that you can watch the entire process and lead us away when an accident happens. Feel free to mention whatever you want. We can discuss it. That also means that I'm a contingency plan to prevent any accidents. What if Emlyn gets the world's help in secret? When the time comes, their plan is to have 2 demigods as backup. That seems doable. I'll be Sherlock Moriarty and get Conas Kilgore to be German Sparrow." Klein thought for a few seconds and didn't directly respond to Merrick. Instead, he said, "Let me ask a few questions." Merrick glanced at Sharon and nodded slightly. "All right." Klein looked at Sharon, who was sitting on the high stool like a doll. "The Tutensis 2 mummy you previously obtained was prepared for you to advance to Sequence 4 puppet. And are you sure that you've become a demigod?" This was something he had learned from their conversation and letters. His main goal was to confirm it and start the conversation. Sharon looked back at him quietly. Her voice was a little ethereal and inhuman as she said, "You're right." "Yes." Klein nodded slightly and asked directly, "What's your relationship with Rionette Tinker?" "What's your relationship with Rionette Tinker?" Sharon's blue eyes moved imperceptibly. "She is my teacher." "Teacher?" "She." Although Klein had some guesses, he nearly drew a gasp as he felt his teeth sting. In the blink of an eye, although his expression didn't change, countless thoughts surfaced in his mind. Miss Messenger was originally an angel? I actually used an angel as a messenger? Isn't this a little too exaggerated? She is even Miss Sharon's teacher. Back when she applied to be my messenger, it probably wasn't that simple. From the looks of it, she's definitely at odds with the mother tree of desire. Did she sign a contract with me because she covets me? No, she's definitely my enemy. It's no wonder Miss Sharon was able to easily obtain the puppet potion formula and the corresponding ingredients. So it's because of my teacher's help. As his thoughts raced, Klein decided to ask a question and use the process of Miss Sharon or Marika's answer to calm himself down. He deliberated for a moment. What's the exact situation? This time, it was still Sharon who answered. She was even more inanimate than Hormic's robot. In the early 5th epoch, death perished. The southern continent's Star Plateau, Paz Valley, and other places experienced a wave of resistance against the Balam Empire's rule. During this process, the chained god appeared, and the Rose School was born. My teacher was originally the daughter of the ruler of the Highlands back then. Later, she became a blessed of the chained god and helped her father establish the Highlands Kingdom. After that, she became a Sequence 2 angel, one of the leaders of the Rose School. She advocated temperance and used a life of poverty and low desires to resist madness. 922 years ago, the Son of God, Sua, was born. Everything began to change. Indulgence in desires and bloody sacrifices gradually became mainstream. Originally, teacher was able to barely maintain it, preventing the temperance faction from being affected. But as time passed, the influence of the mother tree of desire grew. Sua also successfully advanced a few years ago, becoming a true abomination. An internal war erupted. Teacher protected us as we escaped from the highlands, the river valley, and the grasslands. As for me, I watched her perish under the siege of Sua and the other upper echelons. However, she didn't completely die. She had made certain preparations beforehand and resurrected in a special state in the spirit world. She yearned for the integrity of her body. Is that so? In other words, Miss Messenger only has the nature of an angel, but she doesn't have the corresponding powers. She's in a weak state. It's no wonder she wasn't able to easily deal with Rose School's demigod, Jack. Wait a minute, although I've worked with many angels, they're all incomplete or very weak. Apart from Maya Mariana, all of them are in such a state. Mr. Aztec, Pallas Zorost, Willa Septon, Miss Messenger. Is there something wrong with my title of the Fool? Could it be that they are waiting for me to give Scholar of Year the corresponding charm? Klein was enlightened as he felt wistful. He didn't ask Rionette Tinker why she yearned for money. After thinking for a moment, he said, Miss Sharon, Rose School definitely doesn't lack the potion formula for puppet. After you obtained the Tutance's 2 mummy, they likely treat you as a demigod. In addition, Ma and Rionette Tinker had once appeared in front of Rose School's demigods and fought them. This also means that Rose School definitely knows that she is still alive and will definitely be wary of her. And your teacher-student relationship with her isn't a secret on their side. Under such circumstances, isn't it too idealistic for you and Merrick to use yourselves as bait to fish out the important members of Rose School in Bakeland? Do you think they will only send 1 or 2 demigods to deal with you? What level of help can the Sanguine provide? Also, I previously mentioned that due to a certain identity of mine, the Mother Tree of Desire places great importance on me. She even got Abomination Sua to directly take action. As for your teacher's cooperation with me, they are also very aware of it. Putting all of this together, it's not hard to guess what kind of blow you will receive if you appear. Having said that, Klein's expression turned serious. The entire billiard room turned abnormally silent, but Sharon's expression didn't change at all. The entire billiard room instantly fell abnormally silent, but Sharon's expression didn't change at all. P.S. Update first, then change later. Seeking monthly votes during the double period after a few seconds, Sharon calmly replied to Klein's question. It's not bait, but a lure. Just as Klein was about to ask what the difference was, Merrick explained in detail. In the past, when we were pursued by Rose School, we discovered quite a number of their members in Bakeland. However, due to our lack of strength and fear of traps, we didn't take action against them because we didn't want to attract the attention of the churches. This time, we plan on choosing one of the more important ones to take action. We will also deliberately miss out on some, allowing the hidden ones to escape secretly and pass the news to Rose School's person in charge in Bakeland. And in secret, the sanguine demigods will keep an eye on them. Through the information chain, they will find the person in charge. This person will definitely be an important member of Rose School. Once they're killed or captured, we'll take the next step based on the key information obtained through interrogation. That's rather reasonable. It's mainly using my understanding of Rose School to formulate a plan and not using myself as bait. This will allow me to effectively control the situation and not destroy Bakeland. Klein nodded slightly. If that's the case, I can participate in it. He didn't mention that he needed to consider it first and return to determine the level of danger. This was because this matter wasn't something that Sharon and the Sanguine needed to do in the near future. When he divined that something went wrong, he could stop it as a participant. What kind of payment do you need? Marik's standing posture relaxed a little as he asked. Klein smiled. If there aren't any accidents throughout the process, I wish to receive Ma and Rionette Tinker's help once. If I have to take action, I'll add the right to choose the spoils of war first. You can discuss it with Ma and Rionette Tinker first before writing to me. In fact, he was still a little puzzled. He believed that since this was the plan, there was no need to seek him out. With Miss Messenger hiding in the dark, it was enough to prevent any accidents that Sherlock Moriarty could deal with. There's no need. Sharon, who was as pale as a doll, shook her head. I can promise you right now. Has this been discussed with Miss Messenger? Klein thought for a few seconds and asked honestly, then why didn't you ask Ms. Rionette Tinker for help to prevent accidents from happening? Sharon's pale blonde hair seemed to be tightly bound by the small bonnet. It did not move at all. Her voice was ethereal as she replied, he doesn't want the blood breeds to discover his existence. I see. Klein deliberated for a moment and raised another question. You people advocate abstinence. Why would you actively seek to deal with a key member of Rose School? Is revenge not within the scope of restraint? Sharon looked at him with her blue eyes and said, in the past few decades, Rose School has been working hard to make the mother tree of desire descend into reality. This will bring about unimaginable disasters. In addition, Master also desires to have a complete body. If the mother tree of desire really descends into the real world, it would be an unimaginable disaster for me. However, what does this have to do with Miss Messenger's complete body? Her body was once torn apart, and it was in the hands of different key members of Rose School? Or could it be that the bodies or characteristics of high-sequence beyonders of the same pathway can become a part of her body through some ritual? Klein mumbled inwardly and probed, what's the matter? Abstinence is a sequence 1 of the mutant pathway? Then what are sequence 2 and 3 called? He had once asked Miss Sharon the first question, but he had only received a rather vague answer. Sharon answered without any hesitation. She didn't speak too quickly, but she still had the ethereal and inhuman feeling. I wasn't too sure in the past, but now, I can confirm that sequence 1 is abstinence. Sequence 2 is ancient bane. Sequence 3 is known as cursed object in ancient times, now known as disciple of silence. Does this mean that you weren't sure the last time I asked? That is to say, only after you summon Miss Messenger will you acknowledge her and learn more secrets? Klein nodded in enlightenment. Then I have no more questions. Write to me after you've decided on the time for the operation. Thank you. Sharon floated up once again as though she was weightless and bowed. Marik pressed his hand to his chest and bent his back slightly. There's no need. Klein stood up from the high stool and wore his top hat with a smile. This time, there wasn't a smacking sound as the scarlet flame soared up and engulfed him. Under the night sky in Bakeland, countless lights were silently lit, as though the starry sky had descended to the ground after being covered by layers of clouds. As the few stars twinkled, Klein returned to the rental apartment at the periphery of East Borough. Just as he changed his clothes and prepared to return to North Borough's Buckland Street, he heard stacked illusory prayers. It came from a man. Nodding in thought, Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the grey fog. He extended his spirituality towards the constantly expanding and contracting crimson star. As he expected, this corresponded to Emlyn. This vampire, who was already a viscount, prayed piously, Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to request for a small-scale gathering. Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to request for a small-scale gathering. The participants will be me, Mr. Hanged Man, Ma'am Hermit, Miss Justice, Mr. World. To Emlyn, these are the representatives of Tarot's intelligence, experience, knowledge, and observation skills. Poor Leonard. Klein chuckled inwardly as he leaned back in his chair and responded to Emlyn's request. Above the grayish-white fog, inside the ancient palace, 5 crimson beams of light simultaneously rose from both sides of the long bronze table, condensing into different figures. Mr. Moon, has the Sanguine's plan been finalized? Audrey first greeted everyone before asking with piqued interest. Emlyn surveyed the area and said frankly, yes, the exact plan is this. Yes, this is the exact plan. Through 2 Temperance faction members who defected from the Rose School of Thought, he recounted the plan that Sharon had described to Sherlock Moriarty from another angle to the world, German Sparrow, and company. Finally, he said, if we can obtain effective information, we Sanguine plan on seizing the opportunity to raid Rose School's headquarters, hoping to snatch away an important item. What important item? Catlia asked curiously. This is an item that can make an ancient faction attempt to attack the headquarters of a secret organization. It's definitely not simple. Her importance might even exceed that of an ordinary angel. It's even stronger than some grade 0 sealed artifacts. Emlyn didn't hide the truth. It's a holy artifact left behind by our Sanguine ancestor. Due to an accident, it was obtained by Rose School. I'm not sure what it is exactly. A holy artifact left behind by Lilith. In the hands of Rose School. The Sanguine places great importance on it. This time, key points flashed through Klein's mind as he acted as the world, German Sparrow. Combined with the many secrets he had learned, he quickly came up with an uncertain guess that might be the key to the Mother Tree of Desire's corruption and control of a portion of the Moon Domain's authority. This is something that Miss Sharon and company didn't mention. The Sanguine are also holding back, and they're quite ambitious. Yes, it can't be described as ambitious. That ancestor Lilith, whose identity is unknown, seems to have foreseen the chaos of the situation and the arrival of the apocalypse. Therefore, she made the Sanguine change their ways and be more radical in order to seek more support? This is snatching the lifeline of the apocalypse. Klein didn't say a word as he listened quietly. The others were also pondering over the important information revealed by the moon. Alger was no exception. He pondered for a few seconds before saying, that's right. He pondered for a few seconds before saying, in other words, in this operation, you Sanguine will hide in the shadows and won't be targeted by Rose School? Yes, Emlyn replied in a relatively relaxed manner. The Sanguine's plan was jointly decided upon by Duke Ulmer, Marquis Nibs, and a few earls in Bakeland. Without a doubt, many of the problems had been considered repeatedly. No matter what, even a pig that had lived for more than 1,000 years would definitely have sufficient wisdom and experience. The hanging man Alger nodded gently. I have another question. How can you be sure that the person in charge of Rose School in Bakeland is only a saint, and that there aren't more demigods or even angels hidden? You should know very well that the situation in Bakeland is very complicated. It's not impossible for Rose School to increase the number of powerhouses and conspire against certain matters. If that's the case, you'll be like thieves who wish to steal something but end up barging into Civilau's yard. Civilau's yard was another name for Bakeland's police department. Emlyn became increasingly relaxed. This time, Duke Ulmer will personally observe the entire process. Even if an angel descends upon Rose School, we'll still be able to easily escape. In addition, regardless of which side it is, none of them wish to create a huge conflict in Bakeland. Without an overwhelming advantage or the confidence of not causing a huge commotion, they will naturally stop fighting. Upon hearing his answer, the hermit Catlia curled up the corners of her mouth indiscernibly. She reminded him, to beyonders who aren't demigods, even a slight collision between angels will produce a shockwave that's enough to destroy them. Emlyn snapped out of his pride from witnessing the Sanguine's powerful strength and was momentarily at a loss for a response. At this moment, Audrey's eyes darted around slightly as though she was thinking about something. Mr. Moon, what do you need to do in this plan? What do I need to do? The one in charge of monitoring the secret members of Rose School and locking onto the true target through the transmission of information is Earl Mistral. The ones who take action are Marquis Nibs, Earl Mistral, and the demigod from Rose School's Temperance faction. The one watching everything in secret to prevent any accidents is Duke Ulmer. I seem to only need to contact that wraith named Merrick and maintain communication between the two sides. The more Emlyn thought about it, the odder his expression became. It doesn't seem like there's anything I need to do. At least, there's nothing particularly important. P.S. This chapter's reviews seem to have closed. It'll take a few days. PS2, requesting for monthly votes on the last day of September. It would be a waste if you don't vote, by the way, requesting for recommendation votes on Monday. Emlyn's eyes shimmered as he leaned back in his chair. He spoke in an unhurried manner as he answered Miss Justice's question with a smile. What I need to do is very simple. I need to ensure that both sides can smoothly push things forward. Then, you probably don't need to directly participate in the battle, right? Audrey originally wanted to press him further, but after sizing up the moon and rethinking what she had just said, she smiled faintly. In that case, there's only one thing you need to do. Ensure your own safety. Makes sense. I can't let this matter affect me. After all, there's nothing I need to do. I'm not in charge of the parts that require me to take risks. After renting Lemano's Travels and spending money to get the world to record a few pages of teleportation, there won't be any problems with my safety. Emlyn thought for a few seconds before nodding slightly. Very good suggestion. As the other parts of the Sanguine hunting operation didn't involve the Tarot members, it wasn't controlled at all. This private exchange quickly came to an end as the participants returned to the real world. Klein wasn't in a rush to leave. After his figure vanished, he appeared on the Fool's Seat again. He beckoned for the unshadowed crucifix and the Marauder Pathway mystical item, Broken Finger, which were tied together. At this moment, the surface of the grayish-white forceps that seemed to be polished from two finger bones had already surfaced. Grains of sand that appeared pitch black and deep because they had absorbed all the surrounding light. They slowly flowed and gathered, as though they were about to reassemble into a new form. As for Broken Finger itself, the grayish-white color turned translucent as it reflected some light. Tiny cracks appeared on it. The unshadowed crucifix can actually make the beyonder characteristics of mystical items and sealed artifacts slowly precipitate and reform. Of course, the premise is that there's a power similar to the mysterious space above the gray fog that suppresses it, making it willing to come into contact with other items that contain beyonder characteristics. Klein nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, the grayish-white Broken Finger suddenly buzzed and let out a passionate voice. Oh, my son! Praise you! Praise the sun! As the tweezer-like item sang, creaking sounds came from inside, as if it would break into pieces at any moment. But this did not affect its praise of the sun. Klein looked at this scene with his mouth slightly agape. For a moment, he didn't know what kind of expression to show. After a few seconds, he sighed and separated the unshadowed crucifix and Broken Finger. He threw them to the edge of the junk pile in different spots and used the gray fog's power to suppress them. Then, he prepared to leave this place and return to the real world. At this moment, the point of light that represented the Fool's only believer and had been marked emitted rings of light as it emitted overlapping prayers. Klein restrained his various thoughts and spread his spirituality over. Immediately, the scene of Donna's praying in his room appeared before his eyes, and the corresponding voice echoed in his ears. Honorable Mr. Fool, your humble believer requests that you pass the following words to German Sparrow. According to my captain, there are many things at sea that are rumored to be Vice Admiral Ailment's personal items, but all of them are fake without exception. And ever since she was injured in that attack, this pirate admiral has placed great importance on keeping her itinerary a secret. She rarely plunders. The last time her fleet appeared was 2 months ago, on Theros Island west of the Berserk Sea. After that, she sailed into the vast sea, and no one knows where she went. The foreign object in Anderson's stomach has already been under initial control. It has been isolated from his body to a certain extent, and it won't seep into his flesh for a very long period of time. There are 2 ways to completely resolve this latent danger. One is to seek the help of a sequence 4 unshadowed of the sun pathway, but there's the possibility of his beyonder characteristic being greatly purified. The second is to find the Hunter Pathways sequence 4 iron-blooded night potion formula. Through the help of rituals and ingredients, he can directly absorb the foreign object. Anderson is more inclined to the latter plan. He's willing to take the risk. It's obvious that Donnas is imitating Vice Admiral Iceberg's answer. This doesn't seem like his normal speaking style. However, some of the words aren't accurate enough. Could it be that Donnas secretly changed it and used synonyms that he can understand better? He's worried that German Sparrow won't understand? Klein pricked up his brows and focused his attention back on the content itself. Vice Admiral Ailment has followed the instructions of the Demonist sect and is hiding during this rather critical period. If that's the case, it's basically impossible to capture her in a short period of time. And in another month or two, the matter might blow up completely, and there's no need to find her. I'll first send Donnas to try and find her to preserve some hope. I'll shift my focus to finding Demonist Trissy. I have her contact details, and I can consider using the excuse of working together to deal with Saintess of White Katerina to get her to meet German Sparrow. I'll see if I can control her and use her to bait out Katerina. I can help Anderson with the two methods to eliminate the latent danger. Since he's inclined to take the risk and use his advancement to absorb the foreign object, then I don't need to use Donnas to promote the short-term usage rights to the unshadowed crucifix. That's pretty good. At the very least, I don't need to worry about the crucifix Adam gave me meeting with the foreign object Adam left behind. As for the iron-blooded night potion formula, with Anderson's important role in luring Insanguil out, it's not like I can't give it to him. The foreign object in his stomach is a reward from Adam. Yes, I can't directly give it to him. He's not a believer of the fool. German Sparrow also has no reason to give him such a high-level item. As his thoughts raced, Klein quickly made a decision. He conjured World German Sparrow and made him take a praying pose. Fog Sea, inside the Golden Dream. Bang, the wooden door was pushed open and slammed heavily into the wall. Amid this commotion, Anderson paused his fingers that were flipping through the pages of his book. He looked at Donnas, who was standing by the door with a normal expression. I have a very good mission for you. Donnas, who was draped in a cloak and without gloves, raised his chin and chuckled. Anderson sized up the pirate in front of him and clicked his tongue. You seem very pleased with yourself. What mission? Donnas glanced at him. Accompany me to Theros Island and help me search for Vice Admiral Ailment. In addition, help me gather the Beyonder ingredients that Conspirer needs. You'll have to pay for it yourself. Anderson nodded thoughtfully. So, what's the reward? The corners of Donna's mouth curled up bit by bit as he said in a condescending manner, Iron-Blooded Knight's supplementary material list and advancement ritual. Anderson did not respond or speak. He stared intently at Donnas for nearly 10 seconds. Then, as if he couldn't wait any longer, he threw away the book in his hand and stood up. With a bright smile, he said, When are we leaving? Bakeland, East Side, in a 2-bedroom rental with the curtains drawn. Trissy, who was dressed in a black dress, packed her luggage and prepared to head to the next hiding spot. Her slightly round face was a little thinner than before. Apart from her sweetness, there was an indescribable elegance to her. Even though she was in the dirty and chaotic East Side, she didn't seem to be tainted by any dust. Trissy didn't immediately carry the black suitcase. After looking around, she walked to the desk, spread out the letter, and picked up a fountain pen. Mr. German Sparrow, I've already obtained the information I need from the captain of the Royal Guards. He's truly loyal to King George III. You should understand what this means. Next, my goal is to figure out what this king is up to. For this, I plan on making the Demonissex Saintess of White, Katerina, my enemy. She definitely knows the corresponding secrets. She's a Sequence 3, a Demoness of Agelessness. She's extremely difficult to kill or capture. I have to admit that my strength alone isn't enough to deal with her. If you're interested and competent, we can try cooperating. You know how to contact me. Trissy. Putting down the fountain pen, Trissy folded the letter and began to set up the ritual to summon German Sparrow's messenger. She had only written to this crazy adventurer at this point because she was worried that he would use the messenger to lock on to her hiding spot. Then, he would directly teleport over with helpers to deal her a blow. Therefore, she only made this attempt when she was about to move. Although Trissy wasn't sure what German Sparrow's intentions were, nor was she able to determine if he would suddenly attack her, she was habitually cautious and chose the process that could guarantee her safety. After handing the letter to the messenger, I'll leave and wait for German Sparrow to contact me. I'll try my best not to meet him until the very last moment. I don't know what faction is hiding behind him either. I have to focus on mobilizing and making use of him. I can't trust him too much. This is indeed troublesome, but it's safe enough. As Trissy thought about it, she ended what she was doing. She took 2 steps back and looked at the candle flame. She chanted in ancient Hermes, I summon in my name a spirit that wanders the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be controlled, a messenger that belongs solely to German Sparrow. Just as she said that, the candle flame swelled up and turned abnormally pale. Right on the heels of that, a figure stepped out of the candle flame. She wore a dark and complicated black dress and held 4 blonde, red-eyed, and bright heads in her hands. The 8 scarlet eyes on the 4 heads turned at the same time as they cast their gazes at Trissy. Trissy's pupils dilated as if she had seen something extremely terrifying and impressive. P.S. Requesting monthly votes at the end of the month. Requesting recommendation votes on Monday. It will be updated in the wee hours of the morning. PS2, recommended book, Monsters Will Die If They Are Killed. This was an era of madness. Anomalies and evil creatures walked the land, and the souls of the past returned to the human world. The shadow of the end was constantly approaching. But there seems to be something different? If you want to kill me, kill me. If you want to cut me up, cut me up. Don't come over. Brother Zhou, stop fighting. If you keep fighting, this evil demon will die. Brother Zhou, forget it. Let them go. It's too tragic, Su Zhou, it doesn't count. After all, monsters would die if they were killed. Bakeland, St. George Borough, in a room filled with junk in a factory. The mirror with obvious cracks flashed as its surface turned dark and deep, as though it was connected to another world. Suddenly, a white hand reached out from beneath the mirror, as though it had penetrated through layers of water. A figure walked out of the mirror. It was none other than the sweet and beautiful demoness Trissy, who was dressed in a black dress. Her face was unusually pale, as though she had lost all color. Her forehead was covered in sweat. With a thud, the suitcase in Trissy's hand fell to the ground. She could no longer suppress the horror in her eyes. Following that, she muttered to herself with a blank expression, "His messenger is actually an angel, his messenger is actually an angel." At that moment, Trissy felt a chill run down her back as though a cold wind had blown past her. She had never expected that summoning a messenger would be so dangerous. Thankfully, the woman with the 4 heads didn't do anything after watching silently for a while. She just received the letter and left. North Borough, 160 Buckland Street, inside Don Dantes' manor. Who sent it? Klein asked with anticipation as he received the letter from Miss Messenger. Rionette Tinker's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads said one after another, vessel of filthy darkness. Darkness, this nickname. Klein was taken aback when he heard that. He was momentarily unable to immediately figure out who Miss Messenger was referring to. His mind quickly flashed to the people who had the method to summon messengers as he filtered them one by one. In just a few seconds, he had a conjecture. Trissy, according to what Klein knew, this demoness who had been renamed Trissy Cheek was very likely one of the mediums for the Primordial One's awakening or descent. In such a situation, it wasn't impossible to call her a vessel. And anyone who knew enough about the mysterious world knew that the Primordial Demoness was an evil goddess. She was known as the Terminator who ended everything. Her goal was to create the apocalypse and destroy everything. Furthermore, she wielded the authority of emotions and emotions related to desires. She was described as filthy and dark. It wasn't too appropriate, but it was understandable. Similarly, filth and darkness could also describe Trissy, who had been corrupted to a certain extent by an evil god. As expected of an angel, to dare speak of the primordial demoness in such a manner. Klein marveled inwardly and was about to open the letter to read it quickly. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly looked at Miss Messenger. "How did the sender react to you?" "She's very scared." Rionette Tinker's 3 heads spoke one after another. The one that didn't get a turn could only open its mouth. Klein's expression turned slightly solemn as he deliberated and asked, "What's the matter? Did you mark her?" Rionette Tinker's head, which hadn't been able to speak, spoke first. No, the remaining 3 golden-haired, red-eyed heads added. Because she has the aura of the primordial. Klein was silent for a few seconds before he nodded. I understand. After watching Miss Messenger step into the void and leave, he unfolded the piece of paper and quickly scanned through Trissy's letter. She's actually looking for me to deal with Saintess of White Katarina. Isn't that exactly what I wanted to do? Klein's eyes flickered a few times as he immediately found a black blob that resembled paste. Right on the heels of that, he transformed into German Sparrow and evenly smeared the blob onto a small mirror in the room. After patiently waiting for nearly 10 minutes, Klein failed to contact Demoness Trissy even after the black blob completely evaporated without leaving anything behind. Indeed, Trissy, who has been corrupted by the primordial Demoness to a certain extent, recognized Miss Messenger's level. She was frightened by the angel who delivered the letter. For the time being, she probably won't be contacting German Sparrow. Sigh, if I had known that Miss Messenger was an angel in a special state, I definitely wouldn't have let her appear in front of Trissy. Or I would have exhorted her to send her letter along with the Demoness summons. Klein sighed silently. All he could say was that he was really unlucky. At this moment, he suddenly heard a series of illusory pleas. In a dark alley in the Bakeland Bridge area, Zio hid Wintry Blade and entered as she warily looked around. Not bad. You're getting more and more experienced. As a deep male voice sounded, a figure walked out from the darkness around the corner. He was tall and wore a golden mask that revealed his eyes, nostrils, mouth, and cheeks. He was none other than the MI9 member who had previously contacted Zio. Why did you contact me so urgently? Zio took the initiative to ask. The golden-masked man did not exchange pleasantries either. You seem to be monitoring Viscount Stratford's surroundings. Have you noticed anything unusual recently? Zio thought for a moment. Yes. He had intimate contact with a woman of unknown origin. He had asked her to come to his mansion late at night several times. I tried to follow the woman, but failed twice. Also, Viscount Stratford suddenly went out 2 nights ago. I don't know where he went. I couldn't follow him. The golden-masked man tersely acknowledged and asked for all sorts of details. As for Zio, she answered according to what she had seen back then. She only hid the fact that she had met Charmaine in the carriage and had followed Viscount Stratford to the warehouse. Not bad. Your persistence has paid off. The golden-masked man nodded slightly, as though he didn't doubt Zio's words at all. He exhaled and changed the topic. With this matter, your contribution points will increase by quite a bit. To be frank, if this continues, it won't take long for you to accumulate enough contribution points to exchange for a Sequence 6 potion. However, before that, there will definitely be a strict qualification review. As for your background, there's no need to doubt it. I know very well that your background definitely won't pass the review. Actually, there's no need for you to seek the truth. I know that this is the motivation for you to persist in the mission related to Viscount Stratford, but my personal advice is to let go of this matter. With your current sequence and abilities, it's enough for your mother and brother to lead a good life. Don't worry, no one will come looking for trouble with you. And if you insist on persisting, I can't guarantee what will happen. Although Zio had already expected such a speech, she still couldn't help the palpitations and surging emotions in her heart when she heard it. She blurted out, "That's right." She blurted out, "Who are you?" "I'm just an ordinary mid-sequence beyonder." The golden-masked man smiled and said, "You might not know this, but the position of Captain of the Royal Guards has the corresponding authority of MI9. It's equivalent to the Deputy Director in charge of matters related to the royal family. When your father was still alive, I was his subordinate, and I received his help in various aspects. After he passed away, I, who didn't commit any mistakes or know of any secrets, was excluded from the core authority of MI9. You see, I can only be in charge of peripheral intelligence agents like you." Having said that, the golden-masked man sighed. "Your father has helped me a lot, so after I recognized you, I deliberately made you an intelligence agent under me. I'll provide you with some help within the limits of my authority. However, I have my own family and my own life. It's impossible for me to do anything too dangerous or take on too much risk for you. How about this? I'll help you get the judge potion formula. After that, you don't need to accumulate contribution points or seek advancement. Instead, you should exchange for something that will make your life better. As for what you plan on doing in private, I don't know, nor do I want to know. Xiao fell into a daze as her lips quivered. My father, what kind of person is he? The golden-masked man replied with a sigh, he's a truly heroic, noble, and just noble, but he's not perfect. He's impulsive, impatient, irritable. Xiao listened quietly. She wanted to ask something else, but all she said was a phrase. Thank you. Go back. I'll leave a message for you to meet me after I get the formula for judge. The golden-masked man waved his hand. After Xiao's figure completely disappeared from the alley's exit, the golden-masked man was about to turn around when he suddenly heard an ethereal voice. She's lying. It is certain that she followed Viscount Stratford near the scene of the crime. The golden-masked man was silent for a moment. She was probably just worried that it would arouse suspicion. With her sequence, how can she defeat Viscount Stratford? Furthermore, wasn't it said that Viscount Stratford had a grade 1 sealed artifact? I believe it's very likely that she didn't even dare to get close. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived. The ethereal voice replied, that's right. Regardless, since there are suspicions, we have to conduct further investigations. Don't ask about the subsequent matters. Outside the alley, Xiao was calmly walking along the street lamps. She had deliberately not mentioned that she had followed Viscount Stratford. This wasn't to hide it or to clear herself of suspicion or to avoid trouble. Her true goal was the opposite. Before the tarot incident, her original plan was to say that she had followed Viscount Stratford to a warehouse in the dock area and had been frightened away by a terrifying tornado. This would be more convincing, more believable, and less likely to arouse suspicion. However, after knowing that the world, German Sparrow, was interested in this matter, she had secretly changed her mind. She decided to leave her story open to suspicion. She felt that at her level, it was very likely that she would need another 3 to 5 years, or even longer to investigate the king's secrets. Perhaps there was no hope forever. And with the help of the world's strength, she might succeed this time. For this, she was willing to take the risk and place herself in the middle of a torrent. And today, before meeting the golden-masked man from MI9, Xiao had prayed to Mr. Fool, asking him to pass on her thoughts to the world, German Sparrow. P.S. Early update on the first day of October. Seeking a guaranteed monthly ticket without this chapter, I didn't even feel like writing a summary. I face-bombed. I went on 2 trips in September. One was to Chengdu for a meeting, and the other was to Canada to participate in an exchange forum and sightsee. I probably spent half of my time outside, but I didn't stop updating or ask for leave. This was all thanks to my chapters. However, it's been more than a week since I came back, and I'm still jet-lagged. I wake up frequently at night, and when I wake up, it takes a long time before I can fall asleep. It's like taking an afternoon nap. When I lie down in the afternoon, I want to wake up at the scheduled time, but I can't even open my eyes. I just want to sleep again. This has caused my work and rest schedule to be a little abnormal. I feel very tired. Yep, I should be able to adjust soon. The chapters in September were mainly unfolding. I cut in from different angles and characters. My goal was achieved, but there were still some problems. These were actually 2 problems with the overall structure. After the 4th novel ended and the 5th novel began, Klein was actually in a state of missing a goal. This would cause the overall tension of the plot to decrease, but I couldn't just throw him a goal all of a sudden. He needed to experience it himself, to witness it, and to build it up bit by bit. In addition, because he became the blessed of the night, his short-term safety was guaranteed, and the sense of danger was also reduced. The sense of ups and downs required for the story also decreased a little. This wasn't the first novel, so he could easily write about his daily life. Back then, my goal in designing the 5th novel was that the rhythm of the later parts would be tense and urgent, like a surging flood. Hence, it was better to relax and be safe in the beginning. It wasn't good to always be tense. In October, I won't be going out. Focus on writing. As for holidays, they basically don't exist for web novelists. I'll update as usual on the 11th, but I'll rest for half a day on the weekends. Yep, if my work and rest schedule can return to normal, I'll try to add more chapters to the September monthly votes on the first weekend. Here, I thank everyone once again. Curly-haired baboon seems to have a birthday already. It's next April 1 st. Also, I only said that the length of the next 3 novels would be shortened. The 5th novel's length is about the same as the first 4, at least 200 chapters. So don't worry, take your time to read. The chapters have been updated in advance. Please guarantee the monthly votes. It's currently the double period, so don't wait, you can vote now. I'm going to watch the military parade today and celebrate the motherland's birthday. I really don't have time to write. The second chapter will be posted at 7 p.m. today. Hee. Also, my QQ group and public account are all free. Anyone who joins will have to pay. Those who use all sorts of methods to ask for money and advertise must be fake. Everyone, please be vigilant. Finally, I wish the motherland a happy 70th birthday. I wish everyone a happy National Day. I'm begging for monthly votes. Lord of the Mysteries is obsessed with the military parade. The noon chapter is at night, begging for monthly votes. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Above the boundless gray fog, inside the magnificent and ancient palace, Klein held the unshadowed crucifix in one hand and the sea god's scepter in the other. He was looking at the real world through the crimson star that represented judgment. In his spiritual vision, there was another person hiding in the sinister alley other than the short Miss Xiao and the golden-masked MI9 personnel. It was a man in his 30s. He didn't have any special features, and he was a typical person from north-central Rouen. Not only did he blend into the shadows, but he also had a trait that made it hard for others to ignore him. If not for him being above the gray fog and having a true vision, Klein suspected that he wouldn't have been able to discover this person immediately even if he was present. It was only when the other party did something abnormal that he could rely on his spiritual intuition to form the corresponding image in his mind. Hiding in the shadows and psychological invisibility? Half relying on items, and the other half relying on a sequence. Combined with everything else, this isn't a demigod, that's right. In the eyes of the king's faction, Miss Xiao is only a sequence 7. She doesn't have any mystical items. If Viscount Stratford's matter is really related to her, then there must be a supporter behind her, or even a faction. With such turbulent undercurrents, directly getting a demigod who knows too much to investigate might very well lead to them falling into a trap. And if a demigod who doesn't know the whole story were to appear, the news would most likely be leaked to the 3 churches, causing the investigation to be dominated by them. This way, a sequence 5 or 6 with strength and trustworthiness, but one that doesn't know too many secrets due to the restrictions of one's level would be a good candidate. Klein silently muttered to himself as he gave up on the idea of using his identity as German Sparrow to teleport over to capture the person. He temporarily couldn't obtain any useful information. He decided to wait patiently for the situation to change. Of course, it was impossible for Klein to constantly stay above the gray fog to monitor the situation. If that happened, his body in the real world would be in an unprotected state for an extended period of time. He wouldn't be able to withstand any accidents. For this, he created a batch of charms and handed them to Judgment, magicians, and the other tarot members. If they discovered that something was amiss, they could immediately activate the charms and receive aid from the world. This would be faster and simpler than directly reciting the fool's honorific name and having him convey it. This was the inspiration that Klein had obtained from the Evernight coat of arms provided by the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, Ariana. It was equivalent to a solidified ritual that pointed to oneself. From a mysticism point of view, the principle wasn't complicated. The difficulty in realizing it was that the one being pointed at had to be able to receive information remotely and respond. That was to say, if it was limited to a certain area, a sequence 3 saint could do it. Without any restrictions, it had to be at the level of an angel. As a newly advanced demigod, German Sparrow was able to make the charm effective because he had used the corresponding honorific name and symbol of sea god Cavituous when he created it. And sea god had used the gray fog to allow himself to respond to the entire world. This sounded complicated, but to put it simply, Klein was taking advantage of his other identities. As for the materials for the talismans, they were mainly made of tin, which was very easy to obtain and cheap. In the Bakeland Bridge area, Xiao had her hands in the pockets of her brown jacket as she strolled leisurely on the streets. Under the illumination of the street lamps that were separated by a distance, her expression was relatively calm, but her mind was abnormally tense. One of the palms in her pockets was touching the hilt of wintry blade through a tear, while the other was holding a charm made of tin with slight force. It was the summoning talisman provided by German Sparrow, the world. As she walked forward and circled around several streets, Xiao didn't receive any attacks. The night was quiet. She was initially worried that the king's faction would directly capture her through MI9 and other official organizations and bring her back for investigation. If that were the case, summoning Mr. World would only put him in an extremely awkward and dangerous situation. It was equivalent to becoming enemies with all the official factions in Bakeland. But later, she realized that this wouldn't happen. This was because it would expose her existence to the three churches. When the time came, the one leading the investigation definitely wouldn't be the king's faction in MI9. The investigation will definitely be done in secret. The people involved might not even be from the military. They're still observing. Are they afraid that I'm bait? Mr. World said that I shouldn't trouble him if I can resolve it myself. Xiao looked around and didn't dare to relax. She didn't continue loitering outside as she returned to the periphery of East Borough and entered the apartment she rented. To be frank, she wasn't willing to involve Furs in this risky attempt, but the two of them were the ones tailing Viscount Stratford. This also meant that Furs had also been included in the investigation. Although MI9 might not be able to find Furs as long as she hid in East Borough and didn't go out often, that would result in the corresponding investigation being expanded. Her past experiences, family, friends, and correspondence partners would definitely be investigated. It would easily affect others. Furthermore, if the two of them hid separately and didn't live together, the scent of bait would be too obvious. It would be difficult for the target to take the bait. After obtaining Furs's approval, Xiao finally chose to face the subsequent developments with her friend. When she opened the door and entered, Xiao had just taken off her cap when she saw Furs put down the magazine and stand up. She tucked her hair and asked with a smile, "You weren't followed, right?" This was a secret signal they had agreed on ahead of time. On the surface, it was a show of concern if she was being tailed, but in fact, she was asking if she had encountered any investigations. No. Xiao shook her head seriously. Furs didn't continue the topic as she began nagging about how there weren't any good tea leaves or alcoholic beverages in the nearby area. They could only be discovered after walking far away. This warm and peaceful atmosphere lasted until late into the night. The two entered the bedroom and lay on the bunk bed. After the candlelight was extinguished, Xiao was just about to say something when a holy and pure light suddenly appeared in front of her. The light instantly condensed into a human figure, with 12 pairs of scarlet flame wings growing out of its back. The figure suddenly descended as layers of wings closed and enveloped Xiao. Mr. Fool's angelic blessing. Xiao instantly came to a realization. This was also something she had solemnly prayed to Mr. Fool when she contacted the world's German Sparrow. This was because she already knew that the king's faction was cooperating with not only the Demonist sect, but also the psychological alchemy. And Beyonders of the spectator pathway were not only capable of hypnosis, but they could also walk through dreams. She had to be wary of investigations that used these two abilities. If she didn't make preparations, Xiao suspected that even if she was being investigated, she might not be able to sense it, much less inform Mr. World. Everything quickly calmed down. Xiao opened her mouth and said to Furs, "Good night." "Good night." Furs didn't react in time, as though she was about to fall asleep. This made Xiao understand that she had also obtained the angel's blessing. As time passed, the two of them fell asleep one after another. After an unknown period of time, the dazed Xiao suddenly became clear-headed. She knew that she was dreaming. Right on the heels of that, she felt a shadow-like object wandering in the gray sky. Deep in her heart, all sorts of thoughts surged out, forming a dream. Among these thoughts, the things that had left the deepest impression on her recently were mainly matters, including the night when she broke into the warehouse and the details of Viscount Stratford's attack. Xiao was a little frightened at first and wanted to wake up from her dream, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't escape from this state. It was as though she was still seeing a dream when she opened her eyes. She quickly calmed down and attempted to control her thoughts, only to discover that it wasn't difficult. Hence, the memories of directly attacking Viscount Stratford were concealed. However, after some consideration, Xiao deliberately didn't do it cleanly and left behind some clues. In the dream, she and Furs discovered something abnormal in the warehouse, but it wasn't the tornado that tore open the roof as mentioned to MI9. Furthermore, they didn't immediately flee. Xiao believed that this would make the intruder sense the problem, but there was no way to resolve it. Later on, the investigators were able to confirm that a demigod or faction was hiding behind the two of them. They believed that it wasn't that difficult to deal with because the level of concealment wasn't too high. This way, it was very likely that they would send a demigod to deal with the aftermath. And this was the development that Xiao was looking forward to. After all, every demigod held an important position, and there was a high chance that they knew the king's secret. At this moment, Xiao's dream began to scatter, as though it had lost some sort of guidance. She knew that this was a sign that the intruder had left. For the rest of the night, she and Furs didn't encounter any abnormalities. The sky lit up as the first rays of dawn spread along with the thin fog. After breakfast, Audrey boarded her carriage as usual with her golden retriever, Susie, her maidservant, Annie, and her bodyguard. She headed for the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation at 22, Phelps Street in Northborough. Jingles sounded from time to time outside the window, bringing with them a strange liveliness. It made Audrey turn her head to look at the streets and admire the people passing by. This made her feel tranquil and more energetic. She felt that the entire world was filled with vitality. At this moment, Audrey saw an additional figure in the carriage from the corner of her eye. The figure was wearing a black three-piece suit and a dark red bow tie. He held a top hat in his hand, and his hair was completely white but still lush. His light blue eyes seemed to hide infinite wisdom. This was Vin Rambus, a counselor of the Psychological Alchemy Council, a demigod of the spectator pathway. All of a sudden, Audrey fell into a trance, as though she had lost all her vigilance and defenses. Inside the carriage, Susie, Annie, and the rest had blank looks in their eyes, as though they had entered a semi-sluggish state that lacked focus on their surroundings. Vin Rambus's gentle voice sounded. 2 things. First, don't you know Furs and Xiao? Arrange a meeting with them and hypnotize them. P.S. Update first, then change later. The second chapter will be delivered today. Seeking monthly votes. That gentle voice seemed to resonate with the thoughts deep in Audrey's heart. She only had a slight resistance, but she felt that it was her true thoughts. Vin Rambus looked at her emerald green eyes and continued unhurriedly. Second, in the following banquets and balls, stop resisting the prince's advances. Second, in the banquets and balls that follow, you will no longer be so resistant to the prince's advances. Also, praise them in front of Earl Hall and his wife. This is the reflection of your subconscious. Then, forget that I've ever been here and said these words to you. Forget that such actions are abnormal with your original behavior. Don't attempt to seek blessings, and deviate from the key points of the Church of Evernight's Mass. After saying that, Vin Rambus retracted his gaze from Audrey's eyes and turned to hint at Annie and the others, so that they wouldn't be surprised by their mistress's subsequent abnormal behavior. After taking care of these matters, his figure disappeared from the carriage just like that, not causing a single sound. Ding-ling-ling, another bicycle passed by outside the carriage window. Audrey's slightly unfocused eyes regained their luster. She glanced at the people and carriages on the street and suddenly let out a small cry of "Aya!" Then, she turned her head and said to Annie and the others in embarrassment, "I forgot something. I forgot something. I have to go to Glaine's place first." At that moment, the carriage had yet to leave Empress Borough, so it wasn't too far from Viscount Glaine's residence. Annie and the other servants didn't find it strange or awkward. They hurriedly instructed the carriage driver to turn into another street. Audrey only arrived at Phelps Street at 9:40. She stepped onto the second floor of the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation and walked into her director's office. She watched as her personal maidservant, Annie, and the others tidy up the file racks or use the spring water they brought with them to prepare black tea. Audrey opened the door to the small lounge with her golden retriever, Susie. She seemed to want to check her face again to determine if she needed the maidservants to touch up her makeup, During this process, Audrey glanced at the keyhole and asked Susie in a relaxed manner. Was there anything abnormal about my behavior today? This was a habit she had developed in the past few days. Ever since Vin Rambus disappeared, she knew that Mr. Fool's angel's blessing wasn't permanent and could only be maintained for a short period of time. Furthermore, she couldn't predict if Vin Rambus would come looking for her or when he would come. She couldn't pray to Mr. Fool in advance and make the corresponding preparations. Therefore, based on her understanding of psychology and mysticism, as well as her cautious attitude, not only did she examine her actions 3 times a day to see if there were any abnormalities and if there were too many coincidences in what had happened to her, she also specially exhorted Susie to pay attention to her condition and be her mirror. This was to prevent him from being hypnotized or cued by Vin Rambus without realizing it. The golden retriever, Susie, sat at the side and thought seriously. Yes. Audrey's smile froze. She looked at Susie and waited for her explanation. Susie's nose twitched, and she looked around before continuing. That's right. You didn't have any plans to visit Viscount Glaint when you left, but you changed your route midway. You would inform me of your general itinerary in advance over the past few days. You also said that you would discuss with me if there were any last-minute additions or changes to your plans. After hearing Susie's answer, Audrey's expression turned solemn. She still didn't find anything abnormal about this matter, but this state was the most abnormal. This made her come to a conclusion that was almost certain. Vin Rambus had been here before, right after she left and before she went to Glaint's mansion. He had already used cues and hypnosis to eliminate all traces. However, he didn't exhort a dog to make it feel that everything he saw was normal. Audrey subconsciously wanted to get Susie to leave so that she could pray to Mr. Fool, but she became hesitant. Could my current actions be monitored by Vin Rambus? Could he be sitting somewhere in this room, quietly watching me? No, if that's the case, he would have already noticed that something was wrong when I asked Susie. Praying wouldn't result in anything worse. Even if he's really here, Mr. Fool would have discovered it. I can promise future sacrifices and pray for him to directly send down divine punishment. But why don't I want to pray or ask for help? Audrey stood there, all sorts of thoughts running through her mind. She instinctively wanted to escape. This made her feel conflicted, and she discovered a little resistance in her heart. From a psychological and mysticism point of view, she had a vague guess. She hurriedly dismissed the thought of asking for help and allowed herself to be in the state of praying to the goddess without any desire for a response. This reduced the conflict in her heart by more than half. Audrey immediately became certain. She gestured for Susie to leave before looking into the mirror and hypnotized herself softly. You're not asking for help. You're just praying daily. You're not asking for help. You're just praying daily. After repeating this several times, the light green vortex in Audrey's eyes that could attract souls slowly dissipated, and her eyes returned to normal. She then raised her hands, clasped them between her mouth and nose, and chanted softly in ancient Hermes. She softly chanted in ancient Hermes, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. I might have already met Vin Rambus. In her words, she didn't mention that she wished to receive help. All she did was describe what she had just discovered. After waiting for a while, a crimson light surged in front of Audrey's eyes, drowning her like a tidal wave. Suddenly, her thoughts became clear, and a series of scenes flashed through her mind. It was Vin Rambus, who was sitting in the carriage, sitting opposite her in a black 3-piece suit. It was the elder who had exhorted her with a gentle voice. It was the demigod of the spectator pathway whose light blue eyes seemed to hide endless wisdom and vortexes. At the same time, those words rang in Audrey's ears once again, making her recall everything that had happened. When the crimson light vanished, what appeared in front of her was a long, mottled bronze table. Sitting on the high-backed chair at the very top was a mysterious figure shrouded in grayish-white fog. Amidst the lingering fear, horror, and panic, Audrey stood up, lifted her skirt, and bowed at the mighty existence. Thank you for your blessings, Honorable Mr. Fool. Klein nodded slightly and smiled approvingly. You handled it well. Upon hearing this, Audrey suddenly felt at ease. She was no longer as terrified as before. She sat down and calmly described what had happened to her. As the fool, Klein couldn't directly discuss it with Miss Justice, analyze it for her, or give her any suggestions. All he could do was smile and say, "This is a test that fate has for you." Test? Only by passing this test will I have the qualifications to become a demigod. Only then will I be able to protect the people I want to protect in the complicated situation of Bakeland. Audrey interpreted Mr. Fool's hint and nodded seriously. I understand. Klein didn't say anything else as he sighed and smiled. Go back and welcome it. Audrey was just about to express her gratitude again when a crimson light appeared in front of her. Everything she saw became a blur. In the blink of an eye, she returned to the real world, but she no longer forgot or ignored anything. Test? Does it mean that I have to resolve the danger from Vinrambis while ensuring that my secret isn't exposed? Even if I cause Vinrambis' death, I won't be suspected by the psychological alchemy? What should I do? Audrey looked at the abnormally beautiful blonde girl in the mirror, turned her head slightly, and glanced diagonally across her. There was a large lounge in that direction, which belonged to the directors who didn't hold a position in the Foundation. Nearly 10 minutes ago, when she was going up the stairs, Audrey saw Mr. Don Dantes inside. Above the grey fog, Klein tapped the edge of the long, mottled table with his fingers as he analyzed what had happened to Miss Justice and Miss Judgment last night and this morning. That's not right. Adam has already given me the unshadowed crucifix through Miss Judgment and Miss Magicians. How can he not know who's backing them? Why is there a need to probe? Last night, I thought that the investigation of Miss Xiao was purely an operation of the King's faction, with only a mid-sequence beyonder from the psychological alchemy being seconded. And due to certain reasons, Adam didn't share the matter regarding the Fool with the King's faction and the Demonist sect. After all, he still wishes for me to provide some feedback, but from the looks of it, this probe also has a portion of Adam's will. Otherwise, Vinrambis wouldn't have gotten involved in this matter. Even for the Twilight Hermit Order, a saint is rather precious and important. It's impossible for them to be abandoned or sacrificed so easily. What is Adam trying to probe? To probe if Miss Judgment's actions are purely due to her own reasons, or is it because of the Fool's will? If the Fool were to obtain the unshadowed crucifix and realize that the King's secret is related to Adam's scheme, he would still insist on getting his subordinates to investigate. That would be making an enemy of the Twilight Hermit Order. And Adam knows the true identity of the German Sparrow, but with Adam's powers, there's no need for him to probe anything. All he needs to do is sit beside Miss Judgment and listen to her thoughts to grasp the true situation. There's no need to go through so much trouble, unless he has already left Bakeland, or rather, he doesn't dare to enter this city due to certain taboos and can only investigate through his subordinates. Did my warning to Ma and Mariana and the Church of Evernight take effect? Adam sensed the danger of a deity's descent? There's a high chance that's the case. Although he knows that German Sparrow is related to the Death Consul, he probably hasn't sensed that something is wrong with artificial death. Even the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction hasn't discovered this point. Therefore, with the augmentation of the authority of concealment, he doesn't know that the goddess won't be able to descend for a long period of time. Next, I have to deal with Vinrambis. I have to make Miss Justice clear of any involvement and not be suspected. Just as Klein thought of this, through the corresponding prayer light, he saw Miss Audrey enter the director's lounge in search of Don Dantes. He hurriedly reined in his thoughts and returned to the real world. P.S. Update first before making changes. Seeking monthly votes during the double period PS2, recommended a book, Losing Money to Become the Richest Man Begins with the Game. It's a very interesting book. Just from the title, one can roughly guess the content. It's a little similar to The Richest Man in Tomato, who works hard to lose money by investing in crappy projects. It's quite fun. Good morning. Where's Mr. Dantes? Audrey smiled politely as she asked the young servant of Rouen and East Balam. Anuni bowed. He went to the washroom and will be back soon. Honorable lady, do you want to wait here? Okay. Audrey found an armchair and sat down. Her mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts. To be frank, if it was just to deal with Vinrambis, she already had a concrete idea. It was to hypnotize herself ahead of time, and when Vinrambis came to obtain feedback, she would activate the charm given to the world by German Sparrow without any malice. Then, she would cooperate with the crazy adventurer to hunt the demigod. In order to ensure that there aren't any problems, I can also seek Ma'am Hermit's help. She's already a demigod, so she can hide in the shadows and join forces with Mr. World at the critical moment. In that case, Vin Rambus probably won't be able to escape, right? Audrey pursed her lips and resisted the urge to bare her teeth. As for how the hermit could come to Bakeland, she didn't find it problematic. She could rent Laymanos Travels and get Mr. World to record the teleportation before praying to Mr. Fool to pass it to her. But this way, even if Vin Rambus failed to escape and revealed the murderer, psychological alchemy would have sufficient reason to suspect that the last person this demigod came into contact with was Audrey herself. And this meant that there would be countless troubles in the future. Audrey's eyes shifted slightly as she tried to calm herself down. At this moment, Don Dantes, who had white sideburns and a scholarly air, returned from the washroom. He smiled and greeted the noble lady who was waiting for him. After getting his valet, Anuni, to guard the door, the tycoon looked around before finally landing his gaze on Audrey. "You seem to have encountered some difficulties?" Audrey didn't try to decipher Mr. World's words and actions. Yes, she described the key points of her previous encounter and said, "That's right. What should I do to solve this problem?" The true meaning of solving the problem was to not leave behind any future troubles. Klein smiled. "Why don't you discuss it with those two ladies?" "That's right. Just like Mr. Moon, I can request for a small private exchange." Xiao and Magician's Furs, who are already embroiled in this matter, definitely have to participate. Apart from them, I have to invite Mr. World, Mr. the Hanging Man, Ma'am Hermit, and Mr. Moon. Forget about Mr. Moon. Audrey felt a baffling sense of excitement. At this moment, she felt that she was not fighting alone. "I understand." Audrey nodded with a smile on her face. She immediately thought of another question and took the opportunity to ask, "Why did Vin Rambus get me to stop ostracizing the princes and praise them in front of my parents?" Klein thought for a moment and said, "It might be a show of friendliness on the surface. It might be a show of friendliness on the surface to rope in your father and hint to the Church of Evernight backing him. Regardless of the secret the king has, whether it succeeds or not, he will ultimately need the support of at least one Orthodox church to divide the opposing forces." "Is that so?" Audrey didn't reject Mr. World's explanation too much. This was because peeling away the outer shell of Beyonder powers was essentially the politics she was familiar with. She didn't stay any longer and returned to her office. After dealing with her daily matters, she seized the afternoon break to pray to Mr. Fool and request for a small gathering. Above the endless grayish-white fog, dark red beams of light rose around the mottled, ancient bronze table. Audrey surveyed the area and stood up to bow at the other members. "Everyone, I have something I wish to hear from you." "It sounds urgent," the Hanging Man Alger replied with a nod. Audrey sat down and said, "Yes. Yes." She then looked at Xiao and the Magician's Furs. "I met Vin Rambus this morning. He hypnotized me to do two things for him and forget he came. Fortunately, I was rather cautious and careful. I quickly discovered something amiss, and with Mr. Fool's blessings, I recalled everything. One of the things Vin Rambus wants me to do is to arrange a meeting between Miss Judgment and Miss Magicians and take the opportunity to hypnotize them. I'll learn from them about the mastermind behind their recent actions and get them to leave Bakeland as soon as possible." "What?" Magician's Furs was initially only worried about Miss Justice's safety, but she never expected things to go one full circle and end up involving her and Xiao. He actually used Miss Audrey to make a move. It was really hard to guard against being targeted by a semigod. Furs felt even more astonished and afraid after her initial astonishment. She couldn't help but glance at her friend, only to see Xiao sitting there calmly, but her hands had unconsciously clenched into fists. Catlia was somewhat puzzled as she frowned. Psychological alchemy, or should I say Vin Rambus, discovered that Miss Judgment and Miss Magicians are members of our tarot? This was a very serious and crucial matter. Audrey shook her head. "No, it's just because I know them in the real world." At this point, she no longer attempted to hide her identity from Furs and Xiao. In fact, from the moment Xiao joined the tarot team and obtained the judgment card, Audrey knew that she would be exposed sooner or later. Through repeated observations, she confirmed that her two friends had already guessed it, but they tacitly didn't expose her. "You know them?" Catlia nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge and asked in surprise. Audrey nodded. "Yes, they were actually recommended to the club by me. Mr. the Hanging Man can testify, Didn't we chant Mr. Fool's honorific name in order to save ourselves and get pulled here? How did we end up being recommended? Magician's Furs looked at Miss Justice before looking at Xiao with a blank and puzzled look. Xiao also revealed a rare similar expression, because the word recommendation had exceeded her knowledge and guesses. Audrey was a little embarrassed. She blinked her eyes and explained to her two friends in embarrassment, that's not the case. Test? That's a little embarrassing. She blinked and explained to her two friends in embarrassment, because of your uniqueness, and because I wish for tarot to develop and strengthen, he recommended the two of you to Mr. Fool. However, this is only a chance for you. If you hadn't passed Mr. Fool's test, he wouldn't have pulled you here. Test? What kind of test did I undergo? Magician's Furs remained confused, but Xiao thought of many things, especially the origins of the piece of paper with Mr. Fool's honorific name, as well as the encounter that made her frantically seek someone to exorcise the evil. It's no wonder I felt like they knew each other. It's no wonder Miss Judgment only joined the club after so long. It's likely that the tests they underwent were different. Each of them has their own uniqueness. This uniqueness is the selection criteria for tarot. Do I have it too? Catlia came to a realization and had her own guesses. Having already made his judgment, the hanging man Alger, who wasn't surprised at all, chuckled when he saw this. We can talk about these matters in the future. Miss Justice, the question you wish to ask is how to deal with Vin Rambus. Yes. Audrey returned to the topic at hand and asked seriously, not only do I have to deal with Vin Rambus, but I also have to prevent psychological alchemy from suspecting me. What should I do? Alger didn't have the experience of dealing with a demigod, so all he could do was use the thoughts he had developed over a long period of time to deliberate. All he could do was rely on his long-developed train of thought and say, lock onto Vin Rambus's whereabouts and take action after he makes contact with others? How do I do that? Audrey raised the question and answered it herself. After obtaining the answer from Miss Judgment and Miss Magicians, when I see Vin Rambus again, I'll wait for him to leave before chanting Mr. Fool's honorific name and asking him to cast his gaze on this demigod? In theory, it's possible. My true vision above the gray fog has a radius of nearly 10 kilometers. As long as Vin Rambus doesn't know how to teleport, I'll be able to determine his whereabouts and trajectory for a short period of time. Then, I'll return to the real world and directly travel over there. This requires the help of divination. But the problem is that the Fool has personally interfered. Klein, who was using the identity of the world's German sparrow, said hoarsely, let me remind you of something. Miss Judgment and Miss Magicians mentioned Adam in the real world. Psychological alchemy originated from the excavation of Hermes's ruins. Hermes was a member of the Twilight Hermit Order, and one of the founders of the Twilight Hermit Order was Adam. And Mr. Fool doesn't wish to directly become enemies with the Twilight Hermit Order over this matter. Even if we want to do something, we should try our best not to let it be known. The amount of information contained in this series of words made the hanging man Alger, the hermit Catlia, and company feel like they were experiencing a brainstorm. Xiao and Magician's Furs were even more shocked. So that organization is called the Twilight Hermit Order. Mr. Fool doesn't wish to become enemies with the Twilight Hermit Order over this matter because he had just worked together with the Angel of Imagination Adam to plot and Sangwill's matter? I never expected psychological alchemy to be related to the Twilight Hermit Order. Wait, Hermes? He's still alive? He's actually a member of the Twilight Hermit Order? Are the members of this organization really important figures that we can't imagine? The hanging man Alger first glanced at the world German sparrow before he couldn't help but look at the hermit Catlia. He discovered that the latter was equally shocked, and she didn't hide it. Twilight Hermit Order. Is this the ancient secret organization that Roselle the Great once joined? The hermit Catlia seemed to mutter to herself as she asked in search of confirmation. The world German sparrow gave the answer yes. After you return to the real world, it's best not to recall such matters. It's very easy to be sensed. If you're worried about yourself, you can get Miss Justice to give you some psychological cues. P.S. Update first, then change later. Seeking monthly votes during the double period in the ancient palace above the grey fog, after the world's German sparrow finished speaking, no one spoke for a moment. There was silence. The one who cooperated with the king's faction to investigate me and Xiao is psychological alchemy. Psychological alchemy was established from the excavation of Hermes's ruins. Hermes is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order, and the leader of the Twilight Hermit Order is Angel of Imagination Adam. And Xiao and I have mentioned Adam in the real world. We're being watched by a king of angels? This. In the world of mysticism, just making a slight mistake will cause one to encounter such danger? Magician Firz's mind was filled with the world's German sparrow's warning. She was extremely alarmed and flustered. Although she had experienced many things in the past, she had never clearly understood the dangers of the Beyonder path. Any mistake could lead to extremely terrifying consequences. I have to be careful in the future. Of course, the premise is that I can survive under the watch of King of Angels Adam in this matter. May Mr. Fool bless me. First seriously reflected on herself and silently prayed. Xiao similarly didn't expect her situation to be so difficult. She never expected that a King of Angels would be implicated in this matter. She couldn't help but be alarmed and fearful. However, she already had the thought of sacrificing herself to seek the truth, so she quickly calmed down. However, she couldn't help but turn her head to glance at the magicians, feeling guilty for dragging her friend into such a predicament. At this point, crying and repentance are no longer able to resolve the problem. All I can do is try my best to deal with it and let Firz live at the critical moment. Thankfully, I have Mr. Fool's blessings. Xiao muttered inwardly as she cast her gaze at Audrey. Then what should I do next? She had mixed feelings regarding Miss Justice's recommendation back then. On the one hand, she knew that she had acknowledged tarot purely out of good intentions. On the other hand, she felt that she had been watched by a secret existence for some baffling reason. Thankfully, it was Mr. Fool, otherwise, she would have died a tragic death without even having her soul freed. Yes, I was probably pulled in only by voluntarily chanting Mr. Fool's honorific name. There wasn't any coercion. In the end, I ended up sitting here mainly because of my own choice. It has nothing to do with Miss Justice. Also, if not for her recommendation, I might never have had such an opportunity. I wouldn't have been able to mature and pursue the truth. Xiao pursed her lips and took a deep breath. Audrey knew about the Twilight Hermit Order, Hermes, and Adam, so she was the calmest. She just didn't expect that Firz and Xiao's casual mention of the Angel of Imagination would cause them to really pay attention to her. This made her truly realize, for the first time, the terror hidden in the phrase "all who speak of it will be known." After some deliberation, Audrey looked at the world German sparrow and attempted to interpret it. Mr. Fool is saying that he doesn't wish to directly become enemies with the Twilight Hermit Order at the moment. Does he mean that he can do it indirectly? Klein nodded slightly. That should be it. Does it indirectly include interfering with divination, watching, and prophecy? Audrey asked in thought. At this small gathering, the world German sparrow represented the Fool's will. Klein laughed and said in a low and hoarse voice, perhaps more indirectly. His answer was rather vague because the Fool hadn't thought of what to do. Their conversation seemed to have given Alger some inspiration. He looked at Justice, the magician, and Judgment in turn before saying, I'm not sure if I'll be able to find them. Which one of you is a believer of the Evernight Goddess? He was almost certain that at least one of the three ladies believed in the Evernight Goddess. After all, people from Rouen, residents of Bakeland, female, and educated could filter out a large number of believers of other deities. I am. Judgment Xiao didn't hide anything. Audrey raised her hand slightly. Upon seeing this, the hanging man Alger nodded slightly. We can try to mislead them and make it look like the matter of dealing with Vin Rambus was done by the Church of Evernight, and not tarot. When he said this, Alger cleverly changed his pronoun. He was clearly only invited to be a consultant and wouldn't actually participate in the matter. He should have said whatever you do, but he used whatever we do. Throwing the blame to the Church of Evernight. This idea sounds familiar. Klein, who had transformed into the world's German sparrow, felt a baffling sense of humor. Then how should I mislead them? Audrey's eyes darted around as she hurriedly pressed. The hanging man Alger looked around and said, Vin Rambus only hypnotized you not to seek blessings or to be in a critical spot during the Church of Evernight's Mass to receive the baptism. However, he didn't tell you to avoid the Church of Evernight's Archbishop. You can totally create an opportunity to meet the Archbishop. Of course, there's no need to say anything. This way, when Vin Rambus dies or disappears, the psychological alchemy will likely suspect that the Church of Evernight has sensed something wrong with you and set up a trap. Without waiting for Miss Justice's response, he looked at Xiao. After you are hypnotized, before you leave Bakeland, find an Evernight goddess cathedral nearby and pray seriously. You will act like a spy sent by the Church of Evernight into the tarot. This will make the psychological alchemy misunderstand that the matter regarding Vin Rambus looks like it was done by us in tarot, but it's actually just a smokescreen. The mastermind is the Church of Evernight, acting like a spy sent by the Church of Evernight into the tarot. Klein felt a baffling sense of guilt when he heard that. He wasn't a fake blessed of the Evernight, and Leonard wasn't a fake red glove either. It should be said that the convener and host of the tarot, Mr. Fool, will also draw the crimson moon on his chest. Klein mumbled inwardly in amusement and exasperation. As a result, he gained quite a bit of inspiration. This can only fool ordinary beyonders. Without Mr. Fool's angel's blessings, the upper echelons of the psychological alchemy can easily figure out the truth, Katlia reminded him. The hanging man replied, therefore, the main point is to have Mr. Fool's indirect blessings. Otherwise, at our level, how can we deceive a king of angels of the spectator pathway, Adam? Also, misjudgment, magicians, when you go to the Evernight Goddess's Cathedral to pray, it's best you pray to Mr. Fool and ask him to help you escape the hypnosis, so that you won't have to leave Bakeland. Under such circumstances, Bakeland is safer than anywhere else. Alright, Xiao replied seriously. Seeing that the discussion had reached this point, Audrey and company cast their gazes at the world, German Sparrow, waiting for his reply. Klein's train of thought had already taken shape. After some deliberation, he laughed hoarsely. Actually, there's a simpler way to interfere. What method? Audrey widened her eyes as she asked in concern. Klein looked at Miss Justice and pointed above his head. Once Vin Rambus leaves, burn that hat accessory before activating the charm I gave you. That feather hat accessory? A hat accessory that can receive the response of a so-called deaf? Mr. World wishes to lure this person in to interfere with divination, observation, and prophecy. Audrey's green eyes rippled as she nodded thoughtfully. I know what to do. When the time comes, the response will be the power of concealment. This way, no matter what happens, Adam will only believe that the goddess has interfered. He will believe that she is protecting the Hall's family and that it has nothing to do with tarot. I wonder if the goddess will send Maya Mariana. If that's the case, it'll be very simple to deal with Vin Rambus. If not, I'll give myself Angel's Embrace ahead of time. With a marionette that's essentially a dead person, my chances of winning are also very high. Klein mumbled inwardly and didn't say anything else. Audrey quickly perfected her plan as she muttered to Xiao and Magician's Furs, wait until Wednesday afternoon to find me. That way, I'll have a chance to meet the Archbishop of the Church of Evernight ahead of time. I'll pray for Mr. Fool's angelic blessings in advance. I won't be hypnotized by Vin Rambus when I meet him. I'll take action once he leaves. Vin Rambus is a cautious and conservative person. He'll likely choose to meet on the way to avoid being discovered or falling into a trap. Soon, under the discussion of the tarot members, a plan of action was formed. The world's German Sparrow rejected Katlia's suggestion of providing help. After all, he couldn't be certain that there wouldn't be any powerhouses from the Church of Evernight involved. As for the reward, all the spoils of war would belong to the world. Just as Audrey would also provide help for free according to his request. Wednesday afternoon, in Viscount Glaine's manor. After returning from the racecourse, Audrey, who had made a detour to the manor, was wearing a simple white shirt, trousers of the same color that made it easy for her to move about, and bright leather boots that reached her knees. She wore a black jacket that resembled a knight's suit. She stood in the Viscount's study and looked at Xiao and Furs. Who got you to investigate Viscount Stratford and pursue the king's secret? Her green eyes were like ancient pools deep in the mountains. They were quiet, deep, and clear, making one unknowingly lose themselves in them. At that moment, Xiao and Furs were truly hypnotized. The former replied in a daze, "It was me. I was investigating the cause of my father's death, however, I prayed for the blessings of a particular existence. Audrey raised a few more questions and received satisfactory answers. Then, she said in a gentle and beautiful voice, "Leave Bakeland. Leave Backland. Leave this place. This doesn't belong to you. Alright, you will wake up when you hear me clap." Just as she said that, Audrey clapped her hands lightly. Xiao and Furz's eyes instantly regained clarity. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Xiao and Furz bade farewell and left. Audrey began waiting patiently. She planned on staying at Viscount Glaint's manor for another half an hour until Xiao entered the nearest cathedral of the Evernight Goddess and completed her prayers before heading elsewhere. This way, regardless of whether Vin Rambus appeared midway or somewhere else, she would be prepared. Picking up the lady's bonnet with a white feather, Audrey walked out of the study. She planned on meeting up with Susie and Annie before finding Glaint to have a chat to kill time. Just as she took 2 steps, she suddenly heard a gentle and smiling voice. "Well done." Audrey's pupils dilated as she hurriedly turned her head. She saw the silver-haired, light blue, and neatly dressed Vin Rambus standing diagonally beside the elegant wall lamp. This demigod was actually waiting in Viscount Glaint's manor for Audrey to complete her hypnosis and obtain the answer, and at this moment, Xiao and Furz might not have walked out the door yet. This completely exceeded Audrey's expectations and the hanging man's analysis. This meant that Vin Rambus was at the scene, so there was no need to ask the target through Audrey. The risk of him being nearby and personally hypnotizing him was the same. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period. PS2. Recommended a book, I Became a Boss Ancestor. It's the story of an Earth transmigrator who founded a sect, fought against the will of the heavens, and finally became a Dao ancestor. How did this happen? Even if Xiao and Furz didn't have any delays along the way and maintained a relatively fast speed, it would take at least 15 minutes to reach the nearest Evernight Cathedral. Fortunately, I was rather cautious. I prayed to Mr. Fool ahead of time to bestow me with an angel's blessing. I really hypnotized Xiao and Furz just now. The thoughts in Audrey's mind churned, but she quickly suppressed them. Her eyes were first lost before they revealed a look of enlightenment. It was as though she had finally woken up from a long dream and recalled the things she had forgotten and neglected. "Mr. Rambus, why are you here?" Audrey made her voice sound ethereal, as though she was still immersed in a dream. As she spoke, she used a psychiatrist's control over her emotions to make the inevitable anxiety flash through her mind like a normal thought. It didn't cause any abnormalities. This unexpected change left her at a loss as to how to proceed. Without a doubt, she knew that she had to first deal with Vin Rambus's subsequent questions to prevent the demigod from having any suspicions. But if that was all, he might leave in a few minutes. As for Xiao and Furz, they definitely hadn't entered the Evernight Cathedral and hadn't completed the misleading step. When the time came, forcefully igniting the hat accessory and summoning world would easily cause a flaw in the completion of the matter, preventing her from truly resolving the latent problem. No, I'd rather miss it than push forward with the plan when I'm not fully prepared. Patience, forbearance, and caution are the keywords of the mysterious world. At the very least, Vin Rambus will only be using me for a long period of time and won't directly harm me. Even if he wishes for me to marry the prince, the entire process will take more than half a year. I still have enough time to wait for a second, third, or even a fourth or fifth opportunity. The only problem is that I need to inform Xiao and Furz and get them to hide as soon as possible. When Audrey's eyes returned to normal, revealing a slight sense of wariness and fear, she quickly made up her mind. After observing her reaction and hearing her question, Vin Rambus smiled and said, "This should be the first time you've truly hypnotized someone. I was worried that an accident would happen, so I specially came here to wait." "Heh, with your background, it's true that you rarely have the chance to use such abilities." His voice was gentle and filled with concern. Unknowingly, the vigilance and fear in Audrey's eyes melted little by little. And in Audrey's spiritual world, she once again had her consciousness split. Part of her was elevated, and she felt like she was looking down at the island and sea. This made her realize that the favorable impression and sense of security she had just felt was the result of being guided. Seeing that Audrey had returned to normal, Vin Rambus nodded slightly. "How did they answer your question?" Audrey said frankly. Zio said that investigating Viscount Stratford and pursuing the king's secret stemmed from her own will. She was filled with suspicions about the cause of her father's death. Her father was the former chief of the royal guards, Earl Mason Dill. However, she mentioned that her actions were blessed by a certain existence. As she spoke, Audrey nearly paused. This was because, under the spirituality sky, she, who was looking down at the island of consciousness and the spiritual sea, saw a figure rapidly rising from the bottom of the sea. It followed the conjured staircase, penetrated the subconscious's domain, and ascended to the island of her body of heart and mind. The figure wore a black three-piece suit and had a head of silver hair. It was another Vin Rambus. Vin Rambus didn't have a smile on his face, and he had an extremely sinister aura. A portion of his skin was covered in grayish-white scales, and not only did his eyes turn from light blue to golden, they were even vertical, as though he was an animal. If she hadn't had such an experience in the past, Audrey might not have been able to pretend that she hadn't noticed anything at such an abnormally tense moment. She wouldn't have been able to stop herself from stuttering. In the real world, Vin Rambus smiled at Audrey's pure and beautiful face. He asked further, "Which existence blessed you?" Audrey shook her head as the island of consciousness changed accordingly. At the mention of this matter, Zio and Furs were very resistant. There were signs of them escaping the hypnosis, so I didn't dare press further. Of course, the blessings of a certain existence can be explained as Mr. Fool's attention, or it can also be understood as the goddess's gaze. Under the spirituality sky, Audrey, who maintained her lucidity, mumbled silently. Vin Rambus continued asking about the details of the hypnosis. 2 to 3 minutes later, he nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. You do have the talent for hypnosis. When the recent matters are over, I'll give you the Dreamwalker potion and personally preside over the ritual for you. Yes, don't be too averse to love and marriage. You're not even 20 yet. It's the time to pursue and enjoy such matters. Your charm is enough to make everyone like you. You can enjoy their gazes and fawning over you." Vin Rambus used indirect hints and guidance to make Audrey lower her resistance towards love and marriage. This despicable fellow. Under the spirituality sky, Audrey puffed up her cheeks and muttered angrily. She then controlled her consciousness on the island of consciousness to reveal some shyness and yearning. Vin Rambus followed the principle of gradual improvement, and he didn't expect to succeed on his first try. Upon seeing this, he retracted his consciousness that had invaded her body of heart and mind, allowing his illusory self to leave the island. He then said, "Forget what I just said. Forget what I just said. They are spontaneous thoughts in your heart. When I leave this place and my back disappears from your sight, you will forget that I was here." Upon hearing this, Audrey couldn't help but secretly heave a sigh of relief. This meant that Vin Rambus was about to leave. Although it had only been about 5 minutes since Vin Rambus appeared, which wasn't enough for Zio and Furs to enter the nearest Evernight Cathedral, Audrey still hoped that Vin Rambus would leave as soon as possible. The pressure of being in the company of a demigod in the spectator domain was unimaginable. There's still a chance in the future. As long as I retain my consciousness, there's still a chance. Audrey, don't be depressed, don't be anxious. Audrey, the noble lady, silently consoled herself as she watched Vin Rambus turn around and walk to the hall. She didn't relax, didn't exhale, and tried hard to maintain her normal state. Suddenly, Vin Rambus stopped in his tracks and turned around. His light blue eyes narrowed as he looked at Audrey. "Why were you so afraid when you first saw me?" I was so surprised that I couldn't hide my emotions well." Audrey felt her scalp tingle under her long blonde hair. Her mind was spinning quickly, and she asked with a puzzled expression, "Is that so? Isn't that normal? It's inevitable to have a temporary shock when someone suddenly appears beside you." Vin Rambus nodded, seemingly agreeing with this explanation. He sized up Audrey and suddenly said, "You always carry a mystical item that can change shape with you. You always carry a mystical item that can change shape with you. Why aren't you wearing it today?" To a spectator, this was an abnormal detail. Oh no. I clearly hid lie under my clothes most of the time. How did he discover that I didn't wear it this time? He had secretly read some of my memories that I didn't protect in order to appear normal. Faced with Vin Rambus's question, Audrey felt like her thoughts were about to freeze. The reason why she didn't rely was simple: she was afraid that this accessory would magnify her emotions, making it impossible for her to completely hide her true thoughts when facing a demigod of the spectator pathway. And this meant that she had foreseen that she would encounter Vin Rambus today. This was something that shouldn't have happened under normal circumstances. In an instant, Audrey grasped onto an idea and smiled blankly. It will magnify my emotions and lower the success rate of hypnosis. To prevent any accidents from happening, I removed it ahead of time. Vin Rambus nodded slightly. So that's how it is. Just as Audrey was feeling a little relieved, this demigod of the spectator pathway suddenly narrowed his eyes. If it's just this matter, there's indeed no need to suspect it. However, when you first saw me, the fear that exceeded your limits, it doesn't seem that simple. As he spoke, Vin Rambus's light blue eyes turned vertical as they were quickly dyed with a golden luster. The two golden vertical pupils clearly reflected the image of Audrey, who was wearing a knight's attire. With a hum, Audrey's thoughts turned extremely blurry. Only the her under the spirituality sky barely managed to maintain some lucidity. On the surface of the sea of consciousness around the island, waves surged and blanketed it. At the same time, the sinister and illusory Vin Rambus returned to the island. He stopped beneath the seawater, allowing grayish-white dragon scales to fly into the foundation of the island, which was also the massive subconscious domain of humans. Audrey immediately felt her thoughts distort. She wanted to confess everything and confess all her secrets. Relying on the lucidity of the her under the spirituality sky, she barely controlled herself and didn't reveal any secrets. She also knew that there would definitely be problems if this continued. She hurriedly gathered a small amount of her thoughts and relied on the angel's blessing and her split consciousness to prevent Vin Rambus from noticing it. This small amount of thoughts included reaching her hand into her left pocket. At this moment, Vin Rambus, who had invaded the mind world, had an increasingly sinister expression. He snorted coldly. There's indeed a problem. If there wasn't a problem, Audrey would have revealed all her secrets and private matters one by one, starting from the most important ones, instead of remaining silent. Similarly, due to the rapid manipulation, Audrey didn't have the time to sort out all her secrets. Even if she wanted to hide something, she would be discovered the moment she opened her mouth. After confirming the abnormality, Vin Rambus no longer hesitated. His eyes turned extremely cold as grayish-white scales covered the surface of his skin. The storm in the sea of consciousness suddenly turned intense, and Audrey, who was under the spirituality sky, immediately began to falter. The final defense of her consciousness domain was rapidly weakened by the waves of attacks and was about to shatter. Humph! Vin Rambus increased the strength of the mind storm once again, and he was satisfied as he felt Audrey's entire island of consciousness tremble. This meant that he was about to completely control her. At this moment, he heard an ancient, awkward-sounding word: fate. In the real world, Vin Rambus looked up in surprise and saw Audrey's green eyes being dyed with the brightest and most charming golden color. P.S. Update first, change later. Seeking monthly votes during the double period as the words that originated from ancient Hermes resounded, the spots where Audrey and Vin Rambus were dimmed. It was as though someone had passed by, blocked the nearest window, and then quickly left. When the light was restored, in the illusory world, the island of consciousness that was enveloped by the terrifying psionic storm changed from Audrey's to Vin Rambus's. The one who had invaded his body of heart and mind had changed from Vin Rambus to Audrey. Fate Siphon Charm. This was a charm created using Amon's Worm of Time as the material and the Fool's powers. It could steal the target's fate for a short period of time, swapping it with the user's corresponding future. This was the consultation fee Audrey received from German Sparrow when she treated Hazel's mental breakdown. With the help of this charm, she had grafted the future where the barrier of her consciousness was about to shatter and her mind was about to be controlled to Vin Rambus. She had stolen the ability to control a psionic storm and open the door to the target's body of heart and mind, directly modifying and planting the corresponding consciousness's fate. In an instant, the situation reversed. Audrey went from the brink of collapse to gaining the absolute advantage. Of course, this advantage could only be maintained for a short period of time. To be frank, if it wasn't for the fact that she had thought about how to struggle and save herself when she was in a perilous situation, Audrey definitely wouldn't have thought of using the Fate Siphon charm. Or rather, by the time she thought of it, it was already too late. Similarly, at this moment, just as she had rehearsed it several times in her mind, she suppressed her shock at the effects of the fate siphon and quickly confirmed her condition. Using her present advantage, she made the psionic storm that was mixed with the effects of hypnosis sweep over, instantly opening the door to Vin Rambis's body of heart and mind. Vin Rambis immediately froze, as though he was an ordinary person who had placed all his attention on Audrey's golden eyes and had been hypnotized. Yes, at this moment, as a demigod of the spectator pathway, his mind was being controlled by Audrey, who was only a sequence 6. In that case, even if the effects of the fate siphon ended, it wouldn't change the fact. However, Audrey knew that she had only used the magical charm to open the door to his body of heart and mind using Vin Rambis's own abilities and completed the initial control. If she wanted to do anything else, she would definitely suffer the corresponding repulsion. And with her sequence level, she had no way of resisting or controlling the stronger ones. Furthermore, she could clearly sense that Vin Rambis was subconsciously resisting this state. His face in the real world was also beginning to show a small number of grayish-white scales. It won't be long before he'll be able to break free from my initial control over his mind. Audrey suddenly realized this. She then cast her gaze at Vin Rambis's head, somewhat regretting that she didn't bring a powerful pistol with her. Otherwise, she could have taken the opportunity to fire several shots in an attempt to kill him. Soon, she recalled the dragon scales she had. She believed that Vin Rambis definitely had them as well, and they were even more powerful and sturdy. It wasn't something that ordinary attacks could break through. Even most mystical items that corresponded to low and mid-sequence beyonders couldn't do it, and if she couldn't kill him in one strike, Vin Rambis would definitely be able to use this opportunity to regain his senses and escape the control. Without any hesitation, Audrey, who lacked sufficient offensive means, quickly made a decision. Hypnotize him, he's best at hypnosis, and he has extremely strong resistance against it. He wouldn't have prepared any additional items to defend against it. I can't let him do anything that goes against his will. With the difference in our levels, I definitely won't be able to resist the corresponding subconscious resistance. Thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind as her lips turned slightly dry. She tried her best not to show any abnormalities as she looked into Vin Rambis's eyes and said in a rather gentle voice, "Find a place to wait in Glaine's mansion. Find a place to wait in Glaine's mansion. Look for me in the garden in 15 minutes. The implantation of this subconscious thought didn't result in any obvious rejection. Audrey successfully completed the control. Vin Rambis was indeed there to look for Audrey today, and the meeting location was also Viscount Glaine's mansion. Audrey's hypnosis had only changed the corresponding time and exact location. Furthermore, the difference was very small, so it matched Vin Rambis's will. It didn't take much effort, nor did it encounter any strong resistance. All right. Vin Rambis replied to Audrey's words. Audrey didn't have the time to relax. She perked up and continued looking into his eyes. She gently said, "You'll only be looking for me in 15 minutes, so you haven't seen me today. Since you haven't seen me, everything that happened just now definitely didn't happen. It will be forgotten." As Vin Rambis had already accepted the hypnosis, he followed the corresponding logic. Although there was an instinctive resistance, it wasn't too strong. Soon, it vanished into nothingness under the bright, golden, and enchanting eyes. "Yes, I haven't seen you. Nothing happened just now," Vin Rambis repeated with a slightly dazed expression. The grayish-white scales on the surface of his skin increased in number. After settling this crucial step, Audrey resisted the urge to pat her chest and thought for a second. She thought for a second and said, "When you hear my singing, you will become quiet." She had wanted to use her charm to complement the hypnosis, but she realized that she didn't know how to make any seductive poses, nor was she able to make the corresponding expressions. All she could do was raise her hand to tuck her golden hair and tilt her head slightly. Her eyes swirled as her smile turned bright. Following that, she hummed the melody of Manor Under the Moon with a nasal voice. Vin Rambis looked at the girl who was as beautiful as sunlight, flowers, and gems. As he listened to the ethereal voice, his heart gradually calmed down. He no longer had any feelings of resistance. Seeing that the other party was about to break free from her initial control, Audrey didn't delay any further. She pointed to the other side of the corridor. "Go there." Regain your clarity of mind when you see the stained glass and remove the dragon scales. She knew very well that on the other side of the corridor, in the direction of the main entrance, there were exquisite stained glass with a white background. This instruction didn't contain any danger, nor did it go against Vin Rambise's will. He immediately took a step forward and quickly walked down the corridor before turning right. After his figure disappeared from her sight, Audrey slowly exhaled. She allowed the lingering fear, horror, and tension to surge up and wreak havoc in her heart. Her body trembled slightly as her mouth opened slightly. She began to inhale and exhale uncontrollably. After 10 seconds, Audrey used placate on herself to calm herself down. Then, she looked at the wall clock and stood there. She raised her hands, clasped them in front of her mouth and nose, and softly chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name. She prayed for the angel's blessing once again and asked this mighty existence to inform the world German sparrow that she had confirmed when Vin Rambis would come and that she would summon him 2 minutes in advance. She wanted him to silently calculate the time he would arrive and not be in a hurry to get too close to prevent Vin Rambis from sensing an ambush. During this process, Audrey only briefly mentioned what had happened. She didn't describe it in detail to avoid wasting time. Then, she raised her hands and pressed them against her cheeks, returning her expression to normal. She then began to hypnotize herself to hum the melody the moment she saw Vin Rambis. After doing all of this, Audrey headed to the hall and first found the golden retriever, Susie. She took back Lai's necklace and the alcohol nemesis diamond brooch from her. The latter could resist mental influence, but it could only be worn for half an hour at most. Otherwise, the damage to the liver and brain would be irreversible. Therefore, Audrey planned on wearing it after leaving Glaine's mansion to prevent Vin Rambis from finding her midway. Susie didn't notice anything amiss with Audrey as she watched her put on the brooch and the necklace. After a few minutes, Audrey folded a black gauze glove and placed it in the pocket of her night's attire. Using the excuse of going to the bathroom, she took a detour and entered Viscount Glaine's garden. Then, she looked at the clock on the steeple attached to the house and nervously tried to remember the time. To her, she was afraid that Vin Rambis wouldn't come, but she was also worried that he would be early or late. As time ticked by, Audrey used placate twice to calm herself down. When there were 2 minutes and 15 seconds left, she took off the feather accessory on her hat and flicked her wrist. Scarlet flame soared up and ignited the white feather. This was Lai's flame-controlling ability. The flames turned pale as they burned. In just 2 to 3 seconds, the feather that was a byproduct of artificial death was reduced to ashes. Nothing changed in the surroundings. Looking at the clock again, Audrey took out a charm made of tin and chanted a word in ancient Hermes, lightning. The charm lit up as though there were many tiny electric snakes entangling it. This was the charm used to summon German Sparrow. After the electric sparks dissipated, the charm completely disintegrated and fused into the void. However, the surroundings remained quiet without any commotion. Zio and Furs should have already found the Evernight Cathedral and begun praying. Audrey calmed herself down and pretended to admire the remaining autumn flowers. She didn't look up at the clock again as she counted down in her heart. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. She slowly raised her head and surveyed the area, but she didn't see Vin Rambis. He noticed something amiss and left? Audrey's heart tightened as she couldn't help but recall where she had missed out. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded in her ear. "What are you looking for?" Audrey's pupils dilated. From the corner of her eye, she saw the silver-haired, light-blue Vin Rambis appear beside her at some point in time. There seemed to be a hint of doubt in his tone. Having hypnotized herself, she didn't hesitate at that moment. She followed her subconscious's response and hummed the beautiful melody of Manor Under the Moon. Amidst the ethereal voice, Vin Rambis calmed down and listened attentively. Suddenly, he realized that the distance between him and Audrey had widened, and they clearly hadn't moved. Darkness shrouded the garden in the afternoon. A huge crimson moon rose from the roof of the nearest house. A figure stood there, wearing a black trench coat and a half-top hat. His face was blurred by the backlight. Upon seeing this scene, Vin Rambis immediately broke free from his calm state, clearly realizing that he had fallen into a trap. Furthermore, he had already been affected to a certain extent. Without any hesitation, he bent his back slightly as his body visibly swelled up. His pupils turned vertical, turning from light blue to golden. His face, the back of his hands, and every inch of his skin that was exposed to the outside world grew ash-gray scales that were like stone. With a ripping sound, the white shirt, black vest, formal coat, and straight pants he wore tore apart, revealing the dragon scales beneath. In the blink of an eye, Vin Rambus had turned into an abnormally massive monster. Apart from his head maintaining his human form, the rest of his body had completely mutated. He was like a grayish-white dragon that hadn't fully evolved and had yet to fully mature. The dragon had 2 grayish-white wings on its back, and its limbs were rather thick. The grayish-white scales on its surface were engraved with complicated and three-dimensional mysterious symbols. They extended into its flesh and blood, extending into the surrounding void, as though they were interweaving into something that didn't belong to the real world. It left one in a state of confusion just by looking at it. Their thoughts would distort, and their spirit bodies would be tainted with all kinds of thoughts that seemed to come from the bottom of their hearts, wishing to tear or destroy themselves. This was the incomplete mythical creature form of the spectator pathway. To demigods of other pathways who hadn't reached the level of an angel, they needed extremely strong willpower and firm beliefs to fight in their mythical creature form. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to control the inclination towards madness and loss of control. There was a high chance that they would directly lose their rationality and truly become a monster. However, the spectator pathway didn't need to be like that. They had placate, a treatment that targeted the mind and mind. They weren't helpless against madness and loss of control. Therefore, as long as the battle didn't last too long, they could use their mythical creature form whenever they wanted. They could return to normal whenever they wanted. Whoosh, all the thoughts in Vin Rambus's subconscious domain boiled. They churned and differentiated, pushing out the parts of his consciousness that had been implanted and modified before melting into nothingness. Whoosh, a violent gust of wind surged around the grayish-white dragon that Vin Rambus had transformed into. It seemed to come from reality, but also seemed to originate from an illusion. They carried some kind of will and blew in all directions. All the creatures that were caught up in them inevitably showed all kinds of abnormal states. Some trembled and stood rooted to the ground, some ran blindly and irrationally to the corner of the garden, some lost control of their bowels and urine, some lost control of their legs, some fainted and fell into a coma, and some showed a fanatical expression and became the followers of the giant dragon. This was a qualitative change that stemmed from a mythical creature's dragon might. It had gone from a simple awe to a mind deprivation with various effects, taking the opportunity of dragon's might sweeping through the surroundings. Vin Rambus combined his will with his thoughts, transforming into illusory and sinister figures. From the sea of collective subconscious that most beyonders couldn't see, he rapidly approached the German sparrow on the roof and Audrey Hall at the edge of the garden. As a spectator, he could determine that the assailant was German sparrow just because he couldn't see the person's face and bearing. At this moment, Audrey was already muttering to herself, hypnotizing herself, according to the results of the discussion above the grey fog and the 2 demigods, the world and the hermit. I can't see a thing, I can't hear a thing, I can't see a thing, I can't hear a thing. She was trying to prevent herself from having a mental disorder or even losing control from looking directly at Vin Rambus's mythical creature form. However, this also prevented her from seeing or sensing that one of Vin Rambus's thoughts had approached her body of heart and mind from the sea of collective subconscious. But suddenly, in front of Vin Rambus's eyes, the island of consciousness corresponding to the blonde, green-eyed girl vanished. Audrey felt a warmth on the surface of her body, as though she had returned from the cold and dark cave to the surface where the sun shone directly. She hurriedly dispelled the hypnosis and opened her eyes. She saw that the sun in the sky had penetrated through the not-too-thin layer of clouds and was shining brilliantly. Amidst the golden and clear feeling, the autumn flowers were quietly blooming, beautiful and peaceful. Audrey looked around in a daze, but she didn't see Vin Rambus, German sparrow, or the gigantic crimson moon. This made her feel as though everything she had just experienced was a dream. What a powerful ability! A battle between 2 demigods might not even touch a single flower. Audrey silently muttered to herself as she calmly left the garden and retreated to the corridor that connected the house to the house. She was afraid that her existence would make German Sparrow apprehensive and affect his battle. In the concealed world, one of Vin Rambus's doppelgangers had simultaneously arrived at the German Sparrow's island of consciousness under the crimson moon. Just as he was about to ascend and open the door to the body of heart and mind to control the other party's subconscious and make him do all sorts of things that went against his own will, he realized that the illusory island that stood in the sea of collective subconscious was dead silent. There were no thoughts floating or flashing, making it impossible to affect it. Puppet. Marionette. Vin Rambus instantly made a judgment. Combining it with the information he had obtained in the past, he gained a deeper understanding of German Sparrow's situation. He wasn't alarmed, nor was he depressed. Instead, he felt a little more joy and confidence. This was because a demigod of the spectator pathway could easily distinguish the difference between a marionette and the main body. This greatly reduced the strength of German Sparrow's strongest abilities. Besides, do you think you can use a marionette to render my mind invasion and consciousness control ineffective? The sinister and illusory Vin Rambus swept the area with his golden vertical pupil and found the transparent channel that transmitted thoughts on the marionette's corresponding island of consciousness. This was the symbol of spirit-body threads in the mind world, in the consciousness domain. Right on the heels of that, Vin Rambus's figure flashed as he followed the transparent channel and found another island of consciousness hidden in the distance. This was the source of the marionette's control through thoughts. In other words, it belonged to the main body. Found you. Vin Rambus snorted coldly, stirring up a terrifying mind storm in the surrounding sea of collective subconscious, making them smack at German Sparrow's island of consciousness again and again. This caused the nearby meteorological phenomena to rapidly change. His spirituality's perception of the surroundings was greatly disrupted. Vin Rambus took the opportunity to approach German Sparrow's island of consciousness and conjured a grayish-white staircase in an attempt to secretly invade his subconscious domain. This was his usual combat style. One in the open and the other in the dark, constantly attacking while the other secretly infiltrating. Using both at the same time, it was very easy to destroy the target's mind barrier and gain initial control over the target's body of heart and mind. At the same time, he flew up in his dragon form and circled in midair. He used dragon's might and breath to influence German Sparrow, complementing the battle in the mind domain. At this moment, the illusory Vin Rambus, who had secretly invaded German Sparrow's body of heart and mind from the depths of the sea of collective subconscious, suddenly felt his vision blur. He saw an endless grayish-white fog, and the surrounding sea of collective subconscious and the mind island had all vanished. Vin Rambus's heart tightened as he hurriedly analyzed his psyche, suspecting that he had been affected by an illusion. However, no matter how he dealt with it, the grayish-white fog didn't change. Of course, there were no accidents or dangerous eruptions. It was as though it was just a background. This was rather puzzling. Just as Vin Rambus was about to stir up a psionic storm here, the grayish-white fog finally dissipated, revealing the island of consciousness belonging to German Sparrow. Vin Rambus didn't hesitate as he hurriedly invaded the corresponding subconscious domain and attempted to modify his target's thoughts. However, those thoughts were all dyed with a clear light, filled with a sacred and solemn aura. They were unshakable and unaffected. Vin Rambus instinctively looked up and followed the stone staircase that had appeared, looking at the part of the island of consciousness that floated above the sea of collective subconscious. Apart from the island itself, there was also a figure with 12 pairs of flaming wings on its back that emitted golden light. It seemed to be the projection of an angel's power. Since he was planning to deal with a demigod of the spectator pathway today, Klein had no doubt used Angel's Embrace on himself in advance. He had used the Red Priest card's level to mobilize the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. This was also the reason why he wasn't affected by the incomplete mythical creature form. And he hadn't directly used this because he was using Vin Rambus as an experiment. When Vin Rambus attempted to invade the island of consciousness corresponding to his main body, his marionette, Kona's Kilgore, had used his powers to distort the enemy's target, from Klein's body of heart and mind to the gray fog projection that enveloped Klein. This way, if Vin Rambus could discover the island of consciousness in the grayish-white fog, it meant that there was a creature of unknown origin sleeping in the mysterious space above the gray fog. Klein had to be wary of it as soon as possible. If it wasn't for that, he could be a little more at ease. This was something he had long wanted to experiment with, but he hadn't dared to do so due to the great danger involved. Today, he finally had a chance to complete it. After all, even if there was any backlash, the one who would die would be Vin Rambus and not him. He might even be able to use this opportunity to easily finish off a demigod. Seeing that the other party had an angel's blessing, making it impossible for him to infiltrate the other party's body of heart and mind in a short period of time, then Rambus retreated without any hesitation. He left the area and returned to his mind through the sea of collective subconscious. Then, the gigantic dragon vanished into thin air, preventing Klein from using his spirit body threads to find it. Psychological invisibility. Vin Rambus planned on using a psychological blind spot to hide in the shadows. As he continued using area of effect beyonder powers like mind deprivation and mind storm to gradually weaken German Sparrow's angel-enhanced mental barrier, he used a sealed artifact to attempt an attack. As a demigod of the spectator pathway, although the dragon was very strong in melee combat, it still lacked the necessary beyonder powers with powerful offensive capabilities. It needed to be made up for through certain sealed artifacts. At this moment, an illusory book appeared in front of German Sparrow, who was unknown if it was his marionette or his main body. An ethereal voice sounded around him. I came, I saw, I recorded. What Klein wanted to use was the lightning storm recorded by the scribe in Creeping Hunger. For something like psychological invisibility, a full area of effect attack was enough to resolve it. It had to be said that against beyonders with similar styles, the storm pathway was a pretty good choice. Boom, bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, covering the area illuminated by the gigantic crimson moon with a silvery white forest. Lightning flashed as a destructive aura swept through, not leaving a single corner unscathed. The grayish-white dragon that still maintained its human shape protruded once again. Tiny bolts of lightning darted across its stone-like scales, causing some inconspicuous cracks to appear. Vin Rambus's psychological invisibility couldn't be maintained under such an all-encompassing attack. After all, he would still interact with his surroundings, but he had eliminated his sense of existence. He was in a blind spot, and once the interaction intensified, he would inevitably be exposed. The moment he appeared, the lightning storm calmed down significantly. On the roof, German Sparrow's body instantly blurred as he appeared diagonally below the incomplete dragon. Right on the heels of that, the glove on the crazy adventurer's left hand protruded with fine black particles that were deep and dark. He opened his mouth and spat out words in the devil language that were filled with foulness and depravity. Slow. Vin Rambus knew that his opponent was using Creeping Hunger and understood the true level of this item. He found German Sparrow's attack amusing. He immediately raised his left claw to hold the icy blue metal cylinder and aimed it at the enemy below. This was a sealed artifact of unknown origins called Rotting Meteor. Vin Rambus had obtained it from a certain existence, and he only knew that a portion of the materials came from the cosmos. This icy blue metal cylinder could shoot out dark green, strange projectiles. Anyone who was hit by them would instantly be poisoned and begin to rot. Even spirit bodies wouldn't be spared. It was equally effective against demigods. Its negative effect was that the wielder had a chance of being stared at by the gaze cast down from the cosmos, unknowingly being corrupted. If it wasn't for a certain existence sealing it, Vin Rambus definitely wouldn't dare to carry it with him. But even so, he tried his best to limit the number of times he used it to prevent himself from dying strangely or experiencing a mutation. This was the common outcome of many wielder of Rotting Meteor. At that moment, Vin Rambus didn't believe that the language of foulness, which was at most a sequence 5, could affect him in his incomplete mythical creature form. He planned on using Rotting Meteor to directly finish off an enemy with a sealed artifact that posed a threat. But at this time, his movements really slowed down, and his whole body gave off a stiff feeling. On the pitch-black roof under the gigantic crimson moon, another German Sparrow in a black trench coat and silk top hat had appeared at some point in time. He held a strange revolver with 6 barrels in his right hand and aimed his left palm at the German Sparrow below Vin Rambus. He clenched his fist and gently twisted his wrist. Earl of the Fallen, Magnify. This was Klein's other marionette, a demigod of the lawyer pathway, Kona's Kilgore, and with his magnification support, the beyonder powers that Creeping Hunger obtained from grazing souls could be maximized, raising it to nearly sequence 4, which was the level of a demigod. Of course, he couldn't magnify more than one at a time. He could only magnify one at a time. As Vin Rambus was currently in his mythical creature form, no matter how slow was magnified, it couldn't affect him for too long. Therefore, the German Sparrow, who was actually a Noonie, seized this short Opportunity to control Vin Rambise's spirit-body threads. Typically speaking, he needed 3 seconds to complete initial control. However, his opponent had already revealed his powerful mythical creature form, so time would definitely be dragged out. Perhaps it would take 6 to 7 seconds, or even more than 10 seconds to succeed. And by then, Vin Rambis would have long escaped the effects of slow and returned to normal, allowing him to respond. At this critical moment, Kona's Kilgore once again aimed his left palm at Anuni as he clenched his fingers. It was still magnification, it was magnification of the ability to control spirit-body threads. Suddenly, Anuni's control of Vin Rambise's spirit-body threads became much easier, as though he hadn't revealed his mythical creature form. This also meant that he only needed 3 seconds to complete initial control. This was already rather impressive, but the problem was that Vin Rambis, in his dragon form, didn't even need a second to escape the effects of slow. No, he had already broken free. At this moment, there was a gunshot. A bullet that lacked luster but didn't appear dim. It was engraved with many strange patterns and quickly hit Vin Rambis, who had just escaped from his slow state. In another corner of the garden, another German sparrow in a black trench coat and silk top hat appeared. Vin Rambise's dragon body stiffened once again. Not only did his thoughts seem to come to a halt, even the wings on his back froze and lost their effect. The entire dragon fell to the ground. Control Spirit Bullet. Klein had used his Worms of Spirit as material to carry the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog to create the Control Spirit Bullet. It could even paralyze a Sequence 3 Saint for a second or two. At this moment, Vin Rambis, who had revealed his incomplete mythical creature form, wasn't much stronger than a Sequence 3 Saint. And back when Amon's avatar was hit by the Control Spirit Bullet, it had also stiffened for more than a second. In addition, Klein could also get Kona's Kilgore to magnify the might of the bullet, but he didn't have the time to do so in order to seize the opportunity. The series of cooperation just now had made Klein sigh at how terrifying a demigod of the lawyer pathway was as a support. It was very, very, very useful. Of course, under normal circumstances, the Earl of the Fallen's magnification could only enhance the effects and influence of certain actions, and it couldn't help others. But the problem was that as a marionette with a worm of spirit in his body, he was undoubtedly one with Klein and other similar marionettes. He wasn't strengthening others, but himself, seizing the opportunity of Vin Rambis falling into a state of paralysis. Anuni completed his initial control of the spirit body threads. Just as the incomplete dragon recovered from its stiffness, its thoughts turned sluggish, and its actions lagged. It had to be said that after a bizarro sorcerer obtained a powerful marionette, they could produce extremely terrifying strength through their cooperation. As for Klein, he still had the cheat-like Control Spirit Bullet and other items. This was something that only he could create because only he could use the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. Of course, powerhouses like Amon could also create similar charms and bullets, but the exact effects would be different. Seeing that Vin Rambis was under initial control, Klein began preparing to interfere with his resistance, preventing him from escaping his current state until he became a marionette. But at this moment, his head suddenly ached as an irrepressible mania surged in him. Then, he became extremely depressed, as though he couldn't feel what happiness was. He was filled with disdain for himself, wishing that he could give up his life to prevent himself from causing trouble for others. In the blink of an eye, he became excited again. His vision seemed to turn blood red, and he was filled with hatred for everything. He wanted to destroy everything he saw. Not good. Before Klein's mental state rapidly deteriorated, he knew that he had been influenced by Vin Rambis at some point in time. His body of heart and mind was acting abnormally. He hurriedly tried cogitation to resist the abnormal mental state, but thoughts that seemed to belong to different people flashed through his mind. Let's just end it like this, F***ck, quickly think of a way to save myself. What the hell is wrong with me? I seem to have a serious mental illness, a mental illness that can be contagious? The strange mental illness that Miss Justice mentioned? This is indeed a high sequence beyond her power of the spectator pathway. What's the point of saying so much? There's a demigod-level psychiatrist on the other side. Turning him into a marionette will easily resolve this problem. Realizing that German Sparrow hadn't shot a second bullet, Vin Rambise's grayish-white scale-covered face revealed a smile. Although he hadn't expected the powerful teamwork between German Sparrow and his two marionettes, causing him to quickly fall into a situation that bordered on despair, it wasn't as though he hadn't done anything previously. Before he retreated from the sea of collective subconscious, he had secretly planted contagious madness in his marionette. The marionette was essentially a dead person, so it couldn't be controlled by any means other than spirit threads. However, it didn't mean that he didn't have a mind island. It was just that it was dead silent. What Vin Rambus had done was to bury a seed in the name of madness. The seed was unable to affect the marionette itself, but it could secretly infect the surrounding sea of collective subconscious, causing the actual body to unknowingly be placed in an environment filled with infectious mental illnesses after switching places. Furthermore, this madness could also be spread through spirit-body threads. In addition, as this infection originated from oneself, it wasn't something that an angel's blessing could isolate. At most, it would weaken the effects and delay the onset. This was a high sequence beyond our power of the spectator pathway, the manipulator's mental plague. In ancient times, there would be people who had been in a repressed state for a long period of time showing abnormalities at the same time. And their abnormalities would affect the people around them, resulting in the so-called mass hysteria. Once, there was an ancient ballad that went like this: 7 girls danced a strange dance on the street, 9 men rolled on the ground laughing beside them, on a passing carriage, a noble slapped his face, outside a house by the street, children shed tears in a daze, people hurt each other, and the entire city went mad. If one thought about this ballad carefully, it would make one involuntarily feel fear. However, Vin Rambus knew that the scene described in the ballad had really existed before. It originated from an experiment by a demigod of the spectator pathway. A highly contagious mental plague. When German Sparrow's true body went mad, he would undoubtedly lose control over his marionette. That way, Vin Rambus would be able to escape his predicament. It wouldn't take long, just a few seconds. At that moment, as a manipulator, Vin Rambus wasn't afraid that German Sparrow had the charm that Audrey had used, a charm that could swap fates for a short period of time. This was because if the swap were to happen, the German Sparrow would be in a state where he would quickly become a marionette. His thoughts would be sluggish and his body would be stiff. And being infected with mental plague was a relatively easy problem for Vin Rambus to resolve. At this moment, Vin Rambus saw German Sparrow on the roof use his left palm to aim at German Sparrow, who was holding the black long-barreled revolver. He clenched his fingers lightly and turned his wrist slightly. Distortion. Klein had used Kona's Kilgore's beyond her powers to distort the extent of his mental illness, making it lighter and slowing down the deterioration. Taking advantage of this moment of lucidity, he raised Death Knell once again and pulled the trigger. Bang! Another control spirit bullet was fired and hit the gigantic incomplete dragon whose movements were sluggish. And at the same time, Kona's Kilgore used Magnify. Vin Rambus had suffered an attack, but he didn't escape Inuni's control because he had fallen into a serious and prolonged state of numbness and stiffness. Klein silently counted the time and shot the third control spirit bullet before Vin Rambus truly recovered. And before the effects of the third control spirit bullet's magnified effect ended, the grayish-white incomplete dragon's body trembled and returned to normal. It was no longer in a daze. P.S. There's one more update at 7 in the evening. There's an additional update for the first person with the September monthly votes. In the dim world, the gigantic crimson moon silently hung above the house. Everything in the garden seemed to be asleep. The despair in the incomplete grayish-white dragon's eyes faded as it retracted its wings that were covered in skin. It was as tame as a domesticated hound. Vin Rambus, a counselor of the Psychological Alchemy Council, a demigod of the spectator pathway, had lost his life and become Klein's marionette. Klein couldn't be bothered to appreciate it. He directly switched places with Inuni, who was beside the grayish-white dragon. He appeared as a German Sparrow in a black trench coat and a silk top hat. Then, he controlled his new marionette to treat the mental plague he had been infected with. A gentle and cool wind blew over, crossing the sea of collective subconscious and seeping into Klein's island of consciousness. It made him feel as if there was something smelly, rotten, split, and contradictory in his mind and body. Bit by bit, it was being gathered into a ball and removed like a surgical incision. Klein's face immediately contorted as he revealed a grimacing expression. Once again, he felt the extreme pain of his soul being torn apart. Thankfully, in order to create control spirit bullets and yesterday once more charms, he was already used to this feeling. He didn't hold his head and roll on the ground. After the highly contagious mental virus was separated from the infected consciousness, the cool wind turned into a warmth that made one want to take an afternoon nap. It made Klein's injured spirit body relax, as though he was soaking in a bathtub. His body and mind were nourished as he began to rapidly grow and recover. After he recovered from his mental illness, the gentle wind that blew over suddenly turned violent. It swept in all directions, clearing away all the remaining viruses in the air. After doing all of this, Klein made the grayish-white dragon quickly shrink its body, restrain its godhood, and return to its human form. However, as Vin Rambise's clothes had been torn to shreds, the grayish-white scales on his body didn't retract. A few seconds later, the leader of the Church of Evernight Ascetics, Ariana, who wore a simple robe and a tree bark belt, walked out of the gigantic crimson moon. She stepped into the void and arrived diagonally above Vin Rambis. The angel reached out his right hand and gently grabbed, causing Vin Rambise's blurry soul to leave his body and float above his head. "Why are you helping George III?" Ariana asked directly. Vin Rambise's confused expression turned serious. "This is the choice of the era. This is the inevitability of fate. We are only following the trend and making a certain amount of guidance so that the era will develop in the right direction." The standard answer of the Twilight Hermit Order. From the looks of it, even the demigods of psychological alchemy don't know what Adam's true goal is. Even the official members of the Twilight Hermit Order probably don't know. Klein thought without any psychological burden as he relied on the fact that he was hidden in the world. Ariana didn't reveal a surprised expression. "What's the next trend?" Vin Rambise's eyes weren't focused, but he replied with a rather solemn expression, "A war. A war that engulfs the entire world." "This? Isn't peace good?" Klein frowned slightly as he couldn't help but mutter inwardly. He knew very well what kind of damage a war of the world would bring to humanity. He only hoped that he and the Church of Evernight could quickly grasp the crux of the matter and successfully prevent the war that the Twilight Hermit Order was trying its best to push for. Ariana fell silent for a second before asking, "What's George III's secret?" Vin Rambis fell silent for a second before asking, "What's George III's secret?" A smile appeared on Vin Rambise's face. "Every king is bound by the 3 great contracts. The highest they can reach is sequence 5. And with our help, he bypassed this obstacle. In essence, he already possesses a higher status. All he needs to do is wait for the tide of the era to come before he can successfully ascend to the position that belongs to him." 3 great contracts. What's that? Yes, it's understandable for a king to only reach sequence 5. After all, under the premise that mystery doesn't appear in the world, it's best for the king to be replaced normally. The people can understand if they live to 80 or 90 years old, but if they're still alive and kicking after 120, it will definitely cause speculation and panic. George III cooperated with the psychological alchemy and the demonist sect just to live longer? Normally speaking, this is only a restriction from the king. It wouldn't affect the other members of the Augustus family. They should have grounded angels among them, so there's no reason for them to support George III. Many questions surfaced in Klein's mind. George III isn't a demigod yet. He's only obtained a higher status through some means and acted ahead of time? Ariana asked unhurriedly. To the Church of Evernight, this was a rather critical problem. If George III was already a demigod, then they could directly contact the Church of Storms and Steam to capture him. This was because the king's existence was evidence. Vin Rambise's soul nodded. Yes. What's the exact method? Ariana continued asking. Vin Rambis slowly shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. The person in charge of this matter is our president. I only remember him mentioning once that he wanted to make George III more talented." More talented? Upon hearing this description, Klein immediately acutely associated it with the contents of Roselle's diary. In the eyes of that emperor, the so-called talent was to make one's mind and soul more like that of an ancestor with a higher status. From there, one could obtain the recognition of the corresponding beyonder characteristic or the mental imprint in the sealed artifact, allowing one to easily overcome the negative effects of consuming the potion and wielding the sealed artifact. This wasn't a perfect method, and it could even be said to be extremely dangerous. This was because the mental imprint would change the soul of the consumer or wielder, causing them to experience a certain mutation. If anyone were to use such a method to advance to a demigod, it was very likely that they would become a stitched monster. Has George III been hypnotized by someone to actually accept such a method? No, if it's hypnosis, the Augustus family's angel or sealed artifact will definitely discover the problem. Klein became increasingly puzzled as he waited for the floating ascetic leader to ask another question. Ariana clearly knew what more talented meant. Without any change in expression, she asked, without any change in expression, she asked, who's your president? Vin Rambus revealed a look of reminiscence. He has many identities and many names, but as long as I see him, I can confirm that he's the president of our psychological alchemy. His current identities and names are, one of the 4 kings of the sea, king of the Black Throne, Barrows Hopkins. The former chancellor of Bakeland Medical College, the royal family's medical consultant, the dead Polly Durlau. The famous recluse of the Central Sonia Sea, Eric Drake, king of the Black Throne. Only then did Klein realize that he had heard of this title before. However, he always ignored it and didn't take it to heart. He rarely thought about it. So this pirate king is from the spectator pathway. He nodded in enlightenment. Ariana listened quietly and asked, what secret is George III hiding in the Blood Emperor's ruins? What secret is George III hiding in the Blood Emperor's ruin? It's something very important. He wants to grasp it, and this requires a lot of sacrificial rituals. It's an extremely important thing. He wants to control it, which requires a lot of sacrificial rituals. What is it? Ariana asked without any hesitation. Vin Rambus was taken aback. I don't remember. He suddenly raised his hand and covered the head of his soul, appearing to be in great pain. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember the answer. Did Adam or an angel of the spectator pathway wipe that memory away? Klein watched with a solemn expression, increasingly feeling that the secret in the ruins might be more important than he had imagined. Ariana was silent for a few seconds before looking down at Klein. What do you want to ask? Klein thought for a moment and said to Vin Rambus, let's go. What are the names of the high sequence potions of the spectator pathway? Vin Rambus's soul's pain was alleviated as she slowly replied, I'm not sure. Sequence 4 Manipulator, Sequence 3 Dreamweaver, Sequence 2 Clairvoyant, Sequence 1 Author. He didn't mention Sequence 0 Visionary, so it was obvious that he didn't know. What is the Manipulator potion formula? Although Klein felt that his question was slightly vulgar compared to Ariana's, he still spoke. Without any hesitation, Vin Rambus said in a daze, that's right. The main ingredients are the complete brain of an elderly mind dragon, or the crystallized heart of a tree mentor, or the beyonder characteristic of a manipulator. The supplementary materials are 80 milliliters of an elderly mind dragon's blood, 3 golden leaves from the tree mentor, and 1 drop of tears from 7 different humans or human-like creatures that are produced by intense emotions. The ritual is to consume the magic potion in a special occasion with at least 10,000 people while they resonate with their emotions. In comparison, the difficulty of the spectator pathway's demigod ritual isn't that high. That's right. A spectator can self-treat and analyze themselves. They can effectively resist the madness and loss of control brought about by the potion, so the ritual can obviously be simplified. Klein nodded in thought. What is the potion formula for Dreamweaver? I don't know. Vin Rambus shook his head. All right. Klein then asked Vin Rambus why she had personally come to Audrey and received the corresponding answer. Then, he said to Ariana, I have no more questions. Vin Rambus couldn't answer the questions he had. Ariana gently pressed down with her right hand, allowing Vin Rambus's soul to return to his body. Following that, the angel glanced at Klein and said calmly, don't worry, Klein. Following that, the angel glanced at Klein and said calmly, don't use him as a marionette. Don't use him as a marionette. Before his mental imprint is removed, it's best not to use his beyonder characteristic to create items. Of course, I don't wish for Adam to pay me a visit. Klein nodded sincerely. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mariana. P.S. First place in September's monthly votes will be updated 9 Heaven's Divine King. After thanking him, Klein immediately gave up his control of Vin Rambus, preventing him from maintaining his marionette state. Hence, this spectator pathway demigod collapsed to the ground and became a corpse. Ariana lowered her head to take a look, and the darkness in her eyes deepened. Vin Rambus's corpse was instantly erased inch by inch like a pencil drawing, leaving only the icy blue metal cylinder. Then, specks of light seeped out of the void and quickly gathered together to form a strange object. It was the size of a fist and looked like a heart, but its surface was covered in grayish-white wrinkles, making it look like a different kind of brain. And on every wrinkle, countless symbols and strange patterns extended out, penetrating the surroundings and connecting to a certain world that Beyonders of other pathways couldn't see. This was the Beyonder characteristic left behind by a manipulator. Mariana quickly extracted Vin Rambus's Beyonder characteristic through concealment and reverse concealment. Klein was taken aback for a second before coming to a realization. At this moment, Ariana said with a calm expression, "The spiritual imprints inside have all been removed." "Thank you, Madam Ariana." Klein was not surprised at all. He bowed as if he was prepared for it. He had decisively abandoned his marionette because he foresaw that something similar would happen. In fact, his original plan was to get Vin Rambus above the gray fog in his marionette state and get him to use the unshadowed crucifix to slowly separate out the manipulator, dreamwalker, hypnotist, and other Beyonder characteristics. This way, not only would Miss Justice not have to worry about where to buy the ingredients before she became a demigod, even her Beyonder dog would have a chance of advancing. Previously, Audrey had mentioned to Don Dantes that Susie had played second fiddle to her escape from Vin Rambus's control. But later, Klein considered that bringing Vin Rambus above the gray fog definitely couldn't be done in the concealed world under Ariana's watch. That would directly expose the fact that he was the fool. And once he left, no matter where he teleported to, Adam might discover Vin Rambus's existence. In that case, directly abandoning the marionette in front of Ariana was undoubtedly a better choice. At the very least, this angel had a high chance of helping Klein remove the spiritual imprint in the Beyonder characteristic. And this didn't affect Klein's original plan. He could easily find some ingredients and turn Vin Rambus's Beyonder characteristic into a problematic potion. Then, he could pour it onto an ordinary item, allowing it to mutate after absorbing the potion. After obtaining such a sealed artifact, he could tie the unshadowed crucifix to it and grasp the timing. Then, he could make the corresponding Beyonder characteristic appear. Slowly. As for the spiritual corruption produced during the process, there was no need to worry. The unshadowed crucifix could similarly purify it, seeing Klein pick up Vin Rambus's Beyonder characteristic, but unable to stuff it into the iron cigar case, all he could do was randomly stuff it into his pocket. Ariana cast her gaze at the icy blue metal cylinder and said unhurriedly, "It comes from the cosmos. It's best you don't use it. Even try not to carry it with you. Otherwise, a gaze will be cast on you, causing you to be unknowingly corrupted and suffer from abnormalities." From the cosmos? This description sounded familiar to Klein. Soon, he recalled the source of the familiarity. This originated from Yellow Light Venethon's prophecy of the apocalypse recorded in the House of Abraham's sites in the spirit world. The gaze will be cast from the cosmos. The land will be torn apart, and everything in the world will cease to exist. Apocalypse. The origins of this sealed artifact are related to the origins of the apocalypse? What does the cosmos represent here? What does it have to do with the astral world? A series of questions formed in Klein's mind, making his expression turn solemn. Faced with his question, Ariana nodded slightly. "Yes, the starry sky." "Is it the starry sky above our heads?" Klein pointed at the dark night sky with the giant crimson moon. "Yes." Ariana gave an affirmative answer, but did not further explain. Klein thought for a moment and asked again, "There are many malicious existences there, existences that seek to destroy this world?" Ariana's gaze swept across his face and finally stopped at his eyes. "I can't give you an answer. For some things, the more you know, the easier it is to be infected. Both your body and soul will be infected. When you become an angel, you can explore the specific answer. The more you know, the easier it is to be infected." Klein felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't asked de Rhodes about the sealed artifacts Vin Rambus possessed, afraid that he would leave behind traces that would be discovered by Adam. Against such a king of angels, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. Seeing that Ariana wasn't going to reveal anything, Klein pointed at the ice-blue metal cylinder. What should I do with this item? The description of the ascetic leader made him a little afraid of bringing the sealed artifact above the gray fog to disinfect it. Ariana calmly said, "My suggestion is to sacrifice it to the goddess. My suggestion is to sacrifice it to the goddess. Combine it with your previous contributions, and exchange it for what you want." Klein nodded slightly. "I understand." After expressing his gratitude again, Ariana's figure was quickly wiped away, disappearing from the abnormally huge dark garden under the crimson moon. And this hidden world didn't collapse just like that. Klein watched silently for a few seconds before taking out the candles and other ritual items he carried with him in thought. He quickly set up an altar and sacrificed the ice-blue metal cylinder to the Evernight goddess. At the end of the ritual, the ashes of the herbs and the surrounding soil rose up amidst the howling winds, landing on an empty spot on the altar. The ashes and soil were connected to each other, forming words. Sequence 3, Scholar of your main ingredients, a pair of eyes of a hound of Fulgrim, also known as a Sapphira Castle Keeper, a demonic wolf of Fog's Heart. Supplementary ingredients, 100 milliliters of Hound of Fulgrim's blood, 30 grams of demonic wolf of Fog's white frost crystal, a large number of real ancient historical records, advancement ritual, completely separate from reality for at least 300 years. Consume the potion after becoming history and not belonging to the present era. This? Klein couldn't help but blink, suspecting that he had misread the description. The description of not belonging to the present era made him think of one of his honorific names, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. I've been hung on that strange door of light for more than 300 years. In a sense, have I already completed the ritual and am just waiting to consume the potion? The mysterious space above the gray fog is really closely related to the seer pathway. Could it be a manifestation of the uniqueness? Klein was instantly delighted and solemn. This was because he didn't know what price such a gift had. Phew, I really want to jump to a neighboring pathway at the step of becoming an angel and not follow the planned path. To other Bizarro sorcerers, the greatest difficulty in this advancement ritual is likely to be how to live past 300 years. After all, this isn't a pathway that's famous for its long lifespans. Also, being separated from reality for 300 years can easily make a person go crazy. To a Bizarro sorcerer who's at the forefront of having a split personality, the danger of losing control isn't too small. Klein looked at the Scholar of your potion formula as thoughts flashed through his mind. After an unknown period of time, he ended the ritual and put away the corresponding items. As he walked out of the garden, the gigantic crimson moon and the pitch-black night sky faded away, disappearing inch by inch. Then, he saw the flowers that belonged to autumn. He saw the sunlight that scattered over them, and he saw the blonde girl waiting between the house and the garden. Audrey's eyes revealed a look of joy as the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. Klein nodded at her as his figure was suddenly enveloped by scarlet flames. Elsewhere in the garden, there were also flames soaring into the sky, but it wasn't obvious. By the time the flames dissipated, German Sparrow's figure was nowhere to be seen. The remnant crimson moon and the night sky had also completely vanished. Audrey fell into a daze for a few seconds before retracting her gaze in thought and entering Viscount Glaine's mansion. When she left with Susie and her servants in a carriage and returned to her own home, she had a chance to be alone. As expected, she received an invitation from the world to meet. Above the gray fog, inside the palace. Audrey looked at the world, German Sparrow, and asked in a less urgent manner, what's Vin Rambus's true goal? She had long known from German Sparrow's calm behavior that Vin Rambus had been dealt with. Klein answered frankly, that's right. Firstly, it's to investigate if there's a mastermind behind Zio and Furz's actions. Secondly, in the process of the princes showing their closeness to the Earl Hall's family, they'll hint to you so that you won't be a hindrance. This is essentially a division of the three churches. Audrey and Mr. World had already discussed this matter, so there was no need for her to seek additional explanations. Then, why did a demigod like Vin Rambus come to me personally? Klein smiled. Therefore, it's best to directly get a demigod to do it. As for you, you know Vin Rambus and have interacted with him before, so you should be the least guarded against him. To fool the guards arranged by Earl Hall and hypnotize a hypnotist without causing any additional commotion, a Sequence 5 might not be able to do it. To be frank, if you weren't careful enough and didn't have a helper like Susie, who hadn't been discovered, the entire matter would have proceeded smoothly without either of us noticing until next Monday. Audrey didn't wear her thick mask as she sighed with mixed emotions. So I'm already that powerful, only a demigod would have great confidence in dealing with him. You're more powerful than I imagined. You actually hypnotized a demigod who's good at hypnosis, Klein praised with a smile. Audrey subconsciously pursed her lips, and a smile appeared on her face. That's mainly because of the fate siphon charm you gave me. My hypnotist potion seems to have been completely digested because of that. Completely digested? That's understandable. This is hypnotizing a demigod. Although the fate siphon charm played a part, it only helped to open the door to the body of heart and mind. The subsequent modification and implantation of consciousness still needs to be handled by him. If he's not careful, he might trigger a strong rejection, leading to failure. Extreme acting will definitely speed up the digestion process. Klein nodded slightly and said approvingly, "This is a good thing, and it is even more so in the current situation." Audrey understood what Mr. World meant. Under the storm that originated from the angel of imagination, Adam, and King George III, even though she was at the periphery, she felt her own weakness and powerlessness. She couldn't wait to improve herself. She grunted and said, "Yes. I'll urge Sun to give me the conditions to complete the transaction and advance to Sequence 5 as soon as possible. When the time comes, I hope to receive Mr. Fool's blessings and maintain my lucidity in the dream." Klein was already prepared for this as he smiled. "Actually, you don't have to wait that long. Tomorrow at the earliest, Friday at the latest, I can sell you a Dreamwalker Beyonder characteristic." Since it was a private conversation, Klein didn't pretend to be whirled and deliberately made his voice hoarse. He only sounded a little reserved. "Really?" Audrey's eyes widened, not concealing her surprise. Klein nodded. "This actually came from Vin Rambus. Mr. Fool's newly obtained cross can allow the Beyonder characteristic to be gradually purged." His explanation was very brief. He did not go through the specific steps, nor did he explain too much. He maintained a bit of the German sparrow's coldness. "Is that so?" The corners of Audrey's mouth suddenly curled up as she beamed. She pressed her chest and said, "Praise Mr. Fool. Also, thank you, Mr. World. Double the gratitude." Klein chuckled in his heart, but on the surface, he said calmly, "It's just a deal." "You need to pay," he silently cursed in his heart. Audrey's smile didn't diminish. "Then what do you need?" "A Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic, £8,000. Klein chose the item that Miss Justice could gather in the shortest time possible. Audrey didn't care about the price. Her eyes turned slightly as she pondered. "Can you sell me the hypnotist characteristic that you've separated out?" At this point, she smiled a little embarrassedly. "This is for Susie. It's all thanks to her this time. The higher her level is, the more help she can provide. I will also help her in return." "No problem, £4,000. Klein had already expected this and immediately quoted the price. In his plan, he could stop once he reached hypnotist. There was no need to separate it. He would place the unshadowed crucifix for a long period of time, allowing the remaining characteristics to separate and take form in one go. A total of £12,000? Audrey asked for confirmation, not feeling too much pressure. As she hadn't had any major expenses in the past few months, she had nearly £10,000 in cash. She just needed to gather some to satisfy her request. Seeing World's German Sparrow nod, she heaved a sigh of relief. "I'll pay it before Friday." After settling this matter, she, who had relaxed a lot because Vin Rambus had been finished off, felt even better. She said casually, "I'm in a good mood." She said in a casual manner, "I'll also buy the complete brain of an adult mind dragon from Sun, but it won't be that urgent. Susie won't be able to digest the hypnotist potion that quickly." At this point, Audrey glanced at Mr. World in embarrassment. "What do I need to exchange for Vin Rambus's demigod characteristic?" Klein smiled. "I still don't know what I'll be lacking. Actually, apart from Vin Rambus's manipulator Beyonder characteristic, I also have the corresponding potion formula. During the process of you digesting Dreamwalker, I'll slowly think about what I need. From time to time, I'll get you to do something and gather some supplies, so as to allow you to accumulate enough to exchange for their contribution points as soon as possible. Audrey's green eyes lit up when she heard this. All right. After answering, she continued to ask with great interest, is this the same as Zio accumulating contributions at MI9? Yes, that's the method used by the major churches. Klein gave an affirmative answer. Audrey nodded and asked curiously in the end, Mr. World, do you know the names of the high-sequence Beyonder potions of the spectator pathway? Klein gave a simple answer. Manipulator, Dreamweaver, Perceptor, Author, and Sequence 0, Visionary. I'm looking forward to hearing these names. Especially Author and Visionary. Audrey thought for a few seconds and steered the topic back on track. Did Vin Rambus say what the king's secret is? Also, why are they helping the king? On the one hand, she was asking on Zio's behalf, and on the other hand, she was very concerned. The king's secret? He wishes to bypass the 3 major contracts signed between the Orthodox churches and the various countries' royal families in ancient times to become a demigod. For this, he needs to go through a large number of sacrificial rituals to gain control of an extremely important item in the Blood Emperor's ruins. Heh, that's Vin Rambis's answer, but it might not be the entire truth. It might only be a portion of it. Klein gave his opinion as he answered. As for the psychological alchemy, or the Twilight Hermit Order, what they need is a war that engulfs the entire world. This is what they're trying their best to push for, and it's the trend of the times they wish to see. A war that engulfs the entire world. Audrey repeated softly as her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Her happy mood had turned gloomy again. Although she hadn't truly experienced the cruelty of war with her status and identity, she was no longer a flower in a greenhouse. She could already imagine it to a certain extent. After a brief silence, Audrey inconspicuously took a deep breath and tried her best to smile. I hope we can stop all of this. After exchanging a few more words, she left the world above the gray fog and returned to the real world. As for Klein, he busied himself with water, tree sap, herbal powder, thousand-faced hunter's blood, spirit world plunderer's powder, and other ingredients to dissolve Vin Rambis's Beyonder characteristic, concocting it into an unknown but definitely problematic potion. Then, he found an ordinary glass bottle and stored the potion inside to see what kind of sealed artifact it would eventually produce. This required quite a bit of time. Klein used the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog to construct a spherical barrier around the glass bottle to prevent the products of the mutation from affecting the entire area. After doing all of this, he returned to 160 Buckland Street and prepared to summon Erodes to inquire about the 2 Beyonder creatures, the Hounds of Fulgrim and the demonic Wolf of Fog. At this moment, with the passage of time, the clouds in the sky thickened. The sun was once again blotted out, and all of Bakeland became as dark and gloomy as it was in the morning. Klein stood in front of his desk and looked out the window at the sky. For some baffling reason, he and the Church of Evernight had neglected an important problem. Their investigations had been relatively smooth during this period of time, and the information they had obtained was also gradually deepening. However, for some reason, it left him feeling uneasy. It wasn't because he was being influenced or misled, but because he really couldn't think of anything. Even going above the gray fog was useless. Divination would likely point to. Klein hurriedly reined in his thoughts, spread out a piece of paper, picked up a fountain pen, and drew a complicated symbol that was a mixture of concealment and prying. 1 second, 2 seconds. After a full 8 seconds, the full-body mirror in the room turned dark. Aqueous light floated and condensed into silver words, exalted, great, and benevolent master, your loyal and humble servant, Erodes, is here to answer your summons. I seem to be late. I'm already considered a grade 1 sealed artifact. To bypass the quarantine, I need some time. I seek your understanding, great master. You're a grade 1 sealed artifact? Klein asked in surprise. He could already imagine the news that had been circulating within the Church of Steam recently. The mirror that liked to play question and answer games had suddenly gone crazy. On the full-body mirror surface, the silver words squirmed and reformed, forming new words. Great master, is this considered a question? Klein originally wanted to answer no, but in order to maintain his image, he nodded. Forget it. Rhodes immediately conjured lines of words. I'm not a real Grade 1 sealed artifact. I've only enjoyed the treatment of a Grade 1 sealed artifact in advance. This is mainly because a Grade 1 sealed artifact needs to be reported to the other churches and have their numbers rearranged. The Church of Steam doesn't wish to do that. If that's the case, it's understandable. Klein nodded slightly. Got it. On the full-body mirror surface, aqueous light floated again as new silver words formed. Supreme Master, what question do you have to test your loyal servant, Rhodes? What do you know about the Hounds of Fulgrim and the demonic Wolf of Fog? Klein asked without any politeness, completely unaware that these were actually two questions. On the mirror surface, the silver words squirmed as though they had a life of their own, changing their shape. The Hounds of Fulgrim are a unique spirit world creature. They live in the historical void. Even the Seven Lights can only know of them, but they can't really come into contact with them unless they leave the historical void and attempt to hunt. But even so, what we see might only be a projection of them from the past. The demonic Wolf of Fog is a high-level demonic wolf. It has experienced the fall of an ancient god, the Cataclysm, and the hunt by the Zeradal family, the Antigonus family, and the Church of Evernight. There are extremely few of them left, and all of them are proficient in anti-divination and deception techniques. It's not easy to find them. In other words, the Church of Evernight might have materials or items related to the demonic Wolf of Fog. And with this, I can head to the spirit world and use the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence and the Beyonder creature's instincts to fish the Hounds of Fulgrim? As Klein read on, he had a certain train of thought. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. After getting a rough grasp of the situation, Klein looked at the full-body mirror in the room and asked, what is the king's secret? On the surface of the mirror that seemed to lead to another world, aqueous light floated gently and gradually reflected a scene. It was a relic that was hidden in the depths of darkness and covered in the dust of history, but it was almost completely intact. This means that the king's secret is in the Blood Emperor's ruins. Does Rhodes not dare to answer directly, or is this all he can see? Klein deliberated for a moment and said to the magic mirror, that's right. It's your turn to ask. The scene in the full-body mirror didn't change at all, but silver words appeared one after another. Great Master, do you have any other questions? Yes. Klein nodded without standing on ceremony. Where's the Sanctus of White Katarina? In the mirror, the silver words quickly faded and disappeared. However, the background didn't change at all. It was still the ruins of the Blood Emperor. If it wasn't for the appearance and disappearance of words, I would have thought that the magic mirror had crashed. Katarina is hiding in the ruins of the Blood Emperor? The real one? Klein nodded thoughtfully. It's your turn. Above the scene, silver words condensed again. Merciful Master, why don't you leave Bakeland? That's a good question. I originally had such plans. When I first investigated the Great Smog of Bakeland, it was only because of my righteous indignation at the innocent deaths of Old Kohler and the other poor people, as well as my confusion when my main goal was nearly destroyed. Later on, I was tied to the identity of a goddess blessed. After that, I wanted to prevent the disaster that was about to happen, so that the people I knew would be spared the pain of the ambitions of the upper echelons. I didn't want to drown in the tide of the times, so I was willing to take on a certain amount of risk. As for now, knowing that there might be a war that will sweep the entire world, and realizing that the advancement ritual of a scholar of yours is almost tailor-made for me, filled with traces of arrangements, I already understand that even if I really want to escape, I might not be able to do so. Or rather, even if I escape Bakeland, I probably won't be able to escape the fate I carried from the beginning. In that case, I might as well take the initiative to take the risk and challenge it. I'll see if I can figure out the truth and find a possible opportunity to grasp my own fate. Klein's thoughts raced endlessly before they gradually settled down. Then, he calmly replied, leaving won't really solve the problem. After that, Klein began to ask questions. Where is Trissy now? In the full-body mirror, the scene finally changed. This time, it was pitch black. Occasionally, a thick object slid across the surface. Rhodes can't see Trissy's situation either. Klein nodded slightly. It's your turn. Aqueous light floated in the mirror again, and wisps of silver light converged into a coherent sentence. Great Master, I have something to tell you. Can I say it? Go ahead, Klein replied curiously. The silver words wriggled and turned into new words. You must be careful from now on. He even used an exclamation mark. A road smells something amiss? Klein thought for a few seconds. What do you think can threaten me? I don't know. It's a feeling. Rhodes reorganized the words, turning them from silver to grayish-white. It directly expressed the feeling of depression and self-blame. Without waiting for Klein's response, new grayish-white words jumped out of the mirror one after another. Great Master, I still have a scene I wish to show you. Can I? Sure, Klein said slowly. The aqueous light on the full-body mirror rippled as the pitch-black darkness changed. It became deeper, embellishing it with resplendent diamond-like points of light. It was a beautiful and vast night sky. Is the scene Rhodes is showing pointing at the goddess whose essence is a star, or is it a starry sky with a gaze? From the looks of it, it doesn't dare to express it directly. Klein thought for a moment and didn't attempt to ask any more questions. Let's end it here for today. All right. The grayish-white words were once again dyed silver. For some reason, the speed at which they protruded had slowed down. Great Master, why you haven't said that if there are any problems in the future, you will summon me again. Your loyal servant, Rhodes. What a ritualistic mirror. Klein said in amusement. Of course, I will summon you again when I have other questions. Of course, I will summon you again when I have other questions. Yes, Master. Goodbye, Master. On the surface of the mirror, the silver words returned to their normal speed as they outlined a simple drawing of a constantly waving hand. After everything returned to normal, Klein burned the paper with the summoning symbol, pulled open the curtains, and stared at the cold and dark sky again. Empress Burrow, in a small Evernight cathedral. Xiao and Furs received Miss Justice's message to Mr. Fool. They knew that the problem had been resolved, and they roughly understood the king's secret. How impressive. Furs, who believed in the god of steam and machinery, opened her eyes in the dark and quiet prayer hall. She turned her head, suppressed her voice, and sighed. She originally wanted to directly say that Mr. World or German Sparrow was impressive, but she no longer made such a mistake. In the past week, she had the feeling that she had been floating in the mysterious world for more than a decade. Xiao opened her eyes as well, but she first drew a crimson moon in front of her chest to repent for her disrespect towards the goddess. Yes, that's a... Before Xiao could finish her sentence, her meaning was accurately transmitted into Furz's mind. What she wanted to say was that Vin Rambus was a true demigod, but from the moment she and Furs entered the cathedral, he had been finished off by German Sparrow in less than 10 minutes. They were both saints, but there was such a huge difference, perhaps an angel's blessing. Furs made a vague guess based on her experience in Beyonder Matters and Creation. As the prayer hall was dark and quiet, making it unsuitable for communication, Xiao didn't directly respond to Furz's words. She nodded, stood up, and entered the aisle. The two of them left the prayer area side by side. When they approached the door, Xiao exhaled. I really hope that I can be that powerful one day. I occasionally think so too, Furs said with a smile. No matter what, you've already completed your investigations, haven't you? Although there's definitely more to the so-called secret that's worth unearthing, the general outline of the matter is already rather clear. Xiao looked at the door in front of her and fell into a daze for a few seconds. But what's the point? I can't do anything about it, nor can I. No. Just as an enemy, that person's identity isn't too noble. At the very least, we can look at him directly. Furs seriously consoled her friend. When you undergo a qualitative change, you'll realize that you have the ability to participate in this matter. At the very least, you'll be able to participate in something that doesn't involve higher-level matters. Furs, who had joined the tarot long before Xiao, had witnessed Mr. Fool's schemes. Through his blessed and the members of the tarot, he had destroyed the true creator's descent, uncovered Bansi's secret, obtained a portion of the Storm Domain's authority, and interfered with 0-08's fate. Compared to the angels, kings of angels, and even true deities involved in these matters, King George III was indeed nothing. Xiao slowly walked to the door and fell silent for a moment. I understand what you mean. We'll return to Eastborough next. There's no rush to move. Once I obtain the judge potion formula, I'll hide completely. I believe that after today's matter, they probably won't dare to take the risk of investigating us again. Definitely. They're just shadows hiding in the darkness that can't see the light of day. Firs hurriedly added, and then sighed. I only hope that teacher's reply can be delivered before I move again. Xiao raised her hand to grab at her blonde hair. As she walked out of the cathedral, she said seriously, when I get the recipe, I'll buy that button and try to level up as soon as possible. Not bad, you've regained your fighting spirit. Firs teased him with a smile. Xiao didn't say another word as she continued forward with a solemn expression. After walking for a few dozen steps, she suddenly stopped and said without turning back, I don't think I have enough money to buy that button. When the time comes, lend me some, I will definitely return it. Firs was stunned for a second before she burst out laughing. All right. If my guess is correct, I should be able to get the follow-up items from my teacher. At noon on Thursday, Klein excused himself to rest and returned to the master bedroom. He entered the bathroom, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived above the gray fog. He believed that the glass bottle containing the potion had already finished absorbing it. Sitting on the fool's high-back chair, Klein waved his hand, removed the isolation, and pulled his target over. The transparent glass bottle was already dyed with a dark color. There were many grids on its surface, and it shimmered with a faint light. It gave off the vibe of a work of art. It was empty inside, without a single drop of the potion left. The relatively wide mouth of the bottle was covered in a layer of fog that floated with light. It made Klein feel like his gaze was being sucked in the moment his gaze landed on it. Vaguely, a voice sounded from inside the bottle, invest 100 gold coins and you can fulfill a wish, invest 100 gold coins and you can fulfill a wish, where did you learn this from? I have to say, this monotonous repetition is indeed helpful in hypnosis. If I really invest 100 gold coins, it's equivalent to opening the door to the body of heart and mind. I'll be controlled by the bottle and become its slave. After some analysis, Klein summoned the unshadowed crucifix. With the gray fog's pressure, he inserted it into the bottle's mouth. You devil! The voice in the bottle screamed before it was blocked by the gray fog. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. After dealing with the mutated glass bottle, Klein took out his golden pocket watch, opened it, and memorized the current time. He had to return in 3 hours and separate the unshadowed crucifix from the bottle of enslavement. Only by doing so could he obtain the manipulator beyonder characteristic alone, and not a product that was a combination of all the previous sequence characteristics. It feels like I'm doing an experiment. Klein nodded slightly and put away his pocket watch. He returned to the real world and began his lunch break. At 4 in the afternoon, Anuni knocked on his employer's door under the watchful eyes of butler Walter. What is it? Don Dantes opened the bedroom door while rubbing his temples in his pajamas. Anuni bowed. Sir, you accepted Madame Rihanna's invitation for afternoon tea last night. It's today. All right, give me 15 minutes to prepare, Klein said to Walter. Then, he instructed his valet, Anuni. Come in and help me change my clothes. When he and his marionette were the only ones left in the room, Klein controlled the latter to bring clothes suitable for afternoon tea as he glanced at the wall clock from time to time. After about 10 minutes, after tying his bow tie and putting on his coat, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and headed above the gray fog. At this time it had been exactly 3 hours since he last entered. Placed at the end of the long bronze table, the mutated glass bottle that had been firmly pressed together with the unshadowed crucifix by the gray fog's power had lost its original mesh-covered shimmering glow. It was as though it had gone from a work of art to a common item on the street. And at the bottom of the glass bottle was a large amount of grayish white. It flowed as though it had a life of its own, forming a heart-shaped object the size of a child's fist. Not only were there many wrinkles on it, but there were also cracks that resembled eyes. As for the complicated, 3-dimensional patterns, labels, and symbols that extended into the void, they were almost identical to what Klein had seen when he obtained Vin Rambise's Beyonder characteristic. There's only a slight difference. Klein released the gray fog suppression and took out the unshadowed crucifix from the bottle's mouth. With these steps, the separated object was completely separated from the mutated glass bottle, becoming complete and independent. Klein reached out with his left hand to pick up the object that looked like both a brain and a heart. After studying it for a few seconds, he threw it into the junk pile and shrouded it in gray fog. At this moment, the voice in the mutated glass bottle sounded again, but it was rather weak. You devil." Klein didn't respond as he inserted the unshadowed crucifix back into his right hand. He relied on the gray fog's powers to hold it tight. Thus, the ancient palace regained its tranquility. After returning to the real world, Klein wore his top hat, held his cane, and took a carriage out of 160 Buckland Street. He headed for Member of Parliament Mock's residence, Unit 39 on the same street. In Member of Parliament Mock's residence, in an elegantly decorated activity room, a few guests sat around an exquisite three-tiered tray. In front of each of them was a cup of enchanting black tea. Klein took a piece of cucumber sandwich and took a bite. He half-jokingly expressed his true feelings. Today's desserts seem very unique. Be it the carrot cake or the cream muffin. Mock laughed out loud when he heard that. Dwayne, you sure are observant. This has nothing to do with observational skills. As long as one isn't blind, they can tell. All sorts of strange shapes. Klein lampooned inwardly before saying, that sounds like a good thing. Sounds like a good thing. This was personally made by Hazel. You can try it later. Although she can't effectively control its appearance, it tastes pretty good, Mock said in a slightly ostentatious manner. Elsewhere, Bakeland University of Technology's Chancellor, Portland Moment, immediately laughed. This doesn't resemble the Hazel I know. Mock glanced at Ma Mariana and said in satisfaction, everyone grows. Everyone grows, doesn't he? Hazel has really matured recently. Not only is she willing to learn the social and marriage lessons that she was very resistant to in the past, but she will also occasionally make snacks and play a piece of music for us. Furthermore, she often takes the initiative to accompany her mother to concerts, horse racing, and shopping at department stores. She also quietly listens in all kinds of salons and banquets. According to Miss Justice, Hazel's treatment process had already reached the stage where she could recall the immense shock and pain she once suffered. Although it's only an intuitive feeling and doesn't involve the actual events, it's enough to make Hazel dream of losing her parents and most of her family from time to time. This made her unconsciously cherish her family. As such, she changed herself to a certain extent. Klein nodded in thought and smiled. That's a good thing. Yes, Mock replied with mixed emotions. I was once very worried about Hazel's character. I was worried that she wouldn't be able to have a good marriage or interact normally with people in this circle. After our deaths, she wouldn't be able to find anyone to help her when she encountered trouble. Now, I'm finally at ease. Mock revealed a heartfelt smile, revealing a rare worry from the past. He then raised his arm, waved it lightly, and said in a very heroic manner, why do I have to be enemies with the darn smog and pollution? Why do we have to vie for colonial interests with Fasak in East Balam and Intis in West Balam? Isn't it to let our descendants lead better lives and have fewer worries? Hazel's maturity is more meaningful to me than the contributions I made in East Balam or the struggles I made in the House of Commons. Klein silently listened to Mock's recount as he couldn't help but turn his head to look out the window. Dark clouds covered the sky outside, and the sun was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Portland Moment replied to Mock in a half-joking manner. No, those things are also for the betterment of ourselves. Having said that, he looked at Klein. Dwayne, have you thought it through? Do you want to invest in my mechanical laboratory? Klein chuckled. Mr. Chancellor, why are you as eager as a young man? I've already flipped through the information you gave me. I have a general impression of the benefits and income one can obtain from investing. To be frank, I'm very interested. I'm very satisfied that this mechanical laboratory can allow talented youths to be tempered. This is where I should invest the most. What's the most valuable thing in this era? Talent. Roselle the Great said that before, Portland Moment said with a chuckle. So, how much do you plan on investing? Klein raised his porcelain teacup and drank a mouthful of black tea. The initial plan is £10,000. As expected of the most famous tycoon in Bakeland. I can't even guess how much you have. First, you donated shares worth more than £10,000, then you spent £20,000 to buy Maker Matter. Now, you're investing in Portland's mechanical laboratory. It's a total of £10,000. Ma and Rihanna couldn't help but marvel. Portland Moment gave a thumbs up. That's a truly discerning investor. Klein smiled. But I'll still find a team of lawyers and accountants to verify the situation and draft the terms. Professional things have to be done by professionals. Also, I have to consider whether to invest directly or set up a company or fund to complete it through. Well, Portland, I think you're not thoughtful enough. Such an important laboratory isn't protected at all. Aren't you afraid of commercial espionage or sabotage by foreign forces? Portland Moment was taken aback for a moment before he slowly nodded. That makes sense. I've neglected this problem before. Klein, who had achieved his goal, did not linger on this topic. Is there still no news of Major General Conas Kilgore? Mocked sighed. No, Civilau's Yard said that they've searched Maker Manor and the surrounding areas, but they didn't find any clues. As he spoke, the House of Commons MP lowered his voice. I suspect that the Major General met with an accident during a secret mission. The atmosphere up there has been a little strange recently. In a sense, you're completely right. Klein sighed as well. Let's hope nothing really happens. During the afternoon tea, Klein made good use of his time and went to the bathroom. He placed the Dreamwalker Beyonder characteristic that had been seeped out of the mutated bottle into the junk pile. By the time the gathering ended and he returned to 160 Buckland Street, the sky had already darkened. The gas lamps on both sides of the road had been lit up ahead of time as a drizzle began to beat against the car windows. Now, all the problems are focused on what's hidden in the Blood Emperor's ruins. As long as the three churches can discover the problem in time, they can prevent many things from happening. Klein looked out the window at the misty lights due to the rain and considered the recent situation. In the short term, unless I can capture Katerina, I won't be of much help. And the goddess is currently digesting or grasping death's uniqueness. She might not have the ability to give a response at that level. To resolve this problem, I have to either get a targeted Grade 0 sealed artifact from the Holy Cathedral, or I have to rely on the Church of Storms or Steam to see which of the two true deities will respond. A Grade 0 sealed artifact might not work. After all, it involves a king of angels, and the two churches might have a traitor. It wasn't far from 39 Buckland Street to 160 Buckland Street. Before Klein could sort out his thoughts, he had already returned to his doorstep and had no choice but to alight the carriage. When he went to the third floor to change his clothes, his spiritual perception was triggered. He saw Rionette Tinker walk out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hands. Sharon's? Klein reached out to receive the letter with a guess. Yes. One of the heads that Rionette Tinker was holding opened its mouth and replied. Klein didn't speak further as he tore open the envelope and unfolded the piece of paper. There was only one line of words: Operation at 10 tonight. Tonight at 10. Klein glanced at Miss Messenger, who was waiting at her spot, and walked to the desk. He spread out a piece of paper and wrote, I'll be punctual. In addition, the situation in Bakeland has been tense recently. You have to pay attention to the degree of control. After reminding Sharon, Klein folded the letter and took out a gold coin and a rectangular diamond that constantly refracted light from his pocket. This is a yesterday once more charm. It can allow you to temporarily borrow the powers of your past self. Klein handed the 3 items to Rionette Tinker. One of the blonde, red-eyed heads in Rionette Tinker's hands opened its mouth and bit down on everything. The other 3 said one after another, you're right. The remaining 3 said one after another, why? 4. I consider it an advance payment, Klein said with a smile with his usual expression. A Rhodes's reminder made him feel that he needed to make more preparations. Rionette Tinker didn't ask any further. Her 4 beautiful heads swayed up and down with the help of the hair she was holding. Following that, she stepped into the void and disappeared from the room. Klein looked out the window at the drizzling rain and the completely dark sky. He took off his coat and handed it to his valet, an uni. 9:50 p.m. on a street near the Tussock River in Sherwood Borough. Amidst the common autumn and winter rain in Bakeland, a rented carriage turned into the area and slowly proceeded forward. On the carriage, Emlyn White, who was holding a top hat, looked at the pale-faced young man with slightly messy hair with his bright red eyes. "This is the place?" Merrick, whose figure looked a little ethereal, nodded and pointed at a street house with a shop diagonally ahead. "Yes. It's a bookstore, and the owner's name is Charlie Laker. He's a pure-blooded Loanese. However, he went to the southern continent once when he was young, hoping to get rich overnight. There, he became a member of the Rose School of Thought, a believer of the chained god. He was sent back to Backland to gather intelligence and provide help to the Rose School of Thought members who were carrying out other missions. Back then, we had been watching him for a long time, hoping to finish him off and sever the Rose School of Thought's intelligence transmission to create a better living environment for ourselves, but we ultimately held back." Emlyn smiled. "The facts have proven that patience can often lead to better results." To be frank, your performance is different from the temperance wraith I imagined. I thought you would be very stingy with your words." Merrick glanced at the vampire who was said to be a viscount. "Different people have different personalities, and temperance is only controlling desires that exceed a certain limit. On this matter, I don't explain it so clearly. I'm worried that you won't understand, and it will affect the final outcome. If that happens, the desire for temperance will exceed the limits it should have." Although it's very philosophical, there's no need to use me as an example." Emlyn leisurely leaned against the wall and looked at him. "Let's continue the previous topic." Merrick looked out the window again. "Charlie Raker's family has a maid from the Paws Valley. She's also a member of the Rose School. In addition, there's a widow and an alcoholic man living in the two houses diagonally opposite Raker's bookstore. They are believers of the chained god, and they will transmit intelligence to the Rose School at critical moments. What you need to do is to secretly monitor these three people while we deal with Charlie Raker. Through the transmission of information, lock onto the person in charge of the Rose School in Bakeland. Of course, we will definitely give Charlie Raker a chance to seek help or send a signal." Emlyn nodded slightly. "I got it." He then turned his head to look at the sky that was filled with dark clouds and couldn't see the crimson moon. He twisted the ring embedded with a ghostly blue gem on his left ring finger. This was the Oath of Rose ring. It allowed Earl Mistral to share his senses of sight, hearing, and smell. The ring spun around and returned to Emlyn's hand. Of course, it was only temporary. As such, Earl Mistral had heard what Merrick had said and shared it with the other sanguine participants. Emlyn originally believed that although he was only in charge of liaison and didn't play any important role, he could at least showcase some of the spell-like powers of a Scarlet Scholar and pass the message in a very prominent manner in front of Wraith Merrick. To his surprise, he didn't need to do anything. All he needed to do was wear the ring and arrive at the scene. This depressed him, making him feel like he was purely a tool. "Without being a demigod, there are many things I don't even have the right to directly participate in, much less save a race." At that moment, Emlyn had an impulse. He felt that his level wasn't worthy of his secret identity. He was unable to shoulder the responsibility he needed to shoulder. As for the Oath of Rose allowing the two wearers' thoughts to appear in each other's minds from time to time, Emlyn wasn't worried. He had gotten Miss Justice to hypnotize him ahead of time, preventing him from thinking about things that shouldn't be known by the upper echelons of the sanguine. Just as he sighed, a voice belonging to Earl Mistral suddenly sounded in his mind, arrogant, childish, naive. This is the Oath of Rose randomly transmitting some of Earl Mistral's thoughts. Emlyn scoffed inwardly as he constantly recited a name, Ernst Boyer. Ernst Boyer, this viscount had been hypnotized under Earl Mistral's protection, and he had volunteered at the Harvest Church for a long period of time. At this moment, Merrick looked at Emlyn's expression and nodded. "Your present attitude makes me feel even more at ease." He was very serious, solemn, and focused. "Ah?" Emlyn was first taken aback before he curled the corners of his mouth. "Thank you." The second floor of the bookstore was Charlie Raker's home. This businessman was over 50 years old, and his parents had long passed away. He had never gotten married, and it was said that he had a few illegitimate children, but none of them lived with him. After instructing the servants to check if the doors and windows were locked, he returned to his bedroom, poured himself a glass of red wine, and sat on the sofa to enjoy it in a relaxed manner. He was used to drinking some wine before bed. After the red wine was finished, Charlie Raker stood up and walked to the bathroom. When he passed by the full-body mirror in the bedroom, he casually glanced at it and his body suddenly froze. In the mirror, his face had turned abnormally pale at some point in time. His eyes were protruding out, and there was blood flowing down the edges. The corners of his mouth had a dark red tint. As a member of Rose School, Charlie Raker was no stranger to such a situation. He didn't scream or run around like an ordinary person. Instead, he raised his right hand and extended it to his chest. Just as he touched the accessory he was wearing, his body felt like it had fallen into an ice cavern that would never melt. It was cold from the inside out. The coldness seemed to have a life of its own as it rapidly expanded, occupying every corner of Charlie Raker's body. It made him feel like his joints and muscles no longer belonged to him, and he was beginning to listen to someone else. At that moment, it was as if there was another person in his body. It was cold, blurry, and filled with malice. It directly took over everything other than his thoughts. At the same time, Charlie Raker saw a new change in himself in the mirror. There were two figures in front of his eyes. They were young men wearing white shirts and black vests. With the help of the first touch of his right hand, a bright light lit up in front of him. This glow seemed to originate from a miniature sun, throwing light and heat in all directions. Charlie Rex instantly felt warm. He was no longer controlled by the coldness in his body. He mumbled a word, "Don't worry." He mumbled, "Purify." The miniature sun in front of his chest became hotter. The light was like warm water as it surged inwards, creating layers of ripples. Charlie Raker regained control of his body. He immediately gave up on the door and ran towards the window. The curtains weren't drawn yet. It was drizzling outside, and the street lights were dim. Thud thud thud, when Charlie Raker passed by the carpeted coffee table and sofa area, he suddenly stumbled and almost fell. The carpet seemed to have come to life and wrapped around his ankles. Bang, the coffee table flew up, along with the porcelain teacups and documents on it. It slammed into Charlie Raker's face, shattering him into pieces and turning him into a strange dismembered puppet. A moment later, Charlie Raker's figure appeared on the other side. He continued running with lingering fear in his heart. He had never hated that his bedroom was too big as much as he did now. Thud thud thud, pens flew everywhere, papers flew everywhere. Charlie Raker finally ran to the window. As a devout believer, he didn't break the window immediately. Instead, he grabbed the curtains and pulled it open. At the same time, he pressed his other hand on the gas pipe. A layer of white frost instantly formed on the surface of the black metal. Crack. The glass window in front of Charlie Raker shattered on its own. Every piece shot out like a bullet and slammed into the businessman's face. There wasn't a single piece of unharmed skin on his face, and blood spurted out from his neck. Charlie Raker's eyes dimmed, and he fell backward weakly. He screamed and shouted in pain during the process, but his voice couldn't travel out of the room no matter what. At this time, in another room, a female servant who was obviously from the southern continent saw the light from the wall lamp wavering. She immediately turned her head and looked at where her employer was. The gas pipe there was covered in frost. In a room opposite Charlie Raker, a man with a red nose who rolled up his sleeves and gulped down alcohol suddenly saw that the curtains were only half drawn. In the secret code he and Charlie Raker agreed on, it meant that there was no problem if the curtains were all drawn or opened. If only one side was drawn or half drawn, it meant that there was an emergency. He had to inform the higher-ups immediately. He stood up abruptly. P.S. I recommend a book on entrepreneurship, Salted Fish's Self-Help Strategy. Make short videos and walk to the peak of life. The red-nosed man rushed to the side of the safe in a few steps and took out a radio transceiver and a codebook from a secret compartment. He squatted there and quickly translated the news of Charlie Raker's accident into a message before sending it out. In the building where Raker's bookstore was located, a brown-skinned maid rolled up her sleeves and poured a bottle of indigo liquid onto her left arm. The skin there immediately changed color, but under the indigo blue, wisps of black light appeared like swimming nematodes. The black light quickly gathered to form a strange face the size of half a palm. Its eyes were as small as rice grains, and its mouth was as big as a saucer. Charlie Lake met with an accident. The maid looked at the face on her arm and said word by word. Every word she uttered seemed to take on a shape of its own, materializing into indigo between her mouth and arms. Right on the heels of that, the words that seemed to be written intertwined together and were enveloped by the same colored smoke. At this moment, the mouth of the strange face on the maid's arm opened bit by bit, sucking in the indigo smoke and words. All the abnormalities disappeared, leaving only the skin on the maid's arm that had yet to return to its original color. In the darkness outside the window, a tiny, ordinary bat flapped its wings, changed its motionless state, and flew off to an unknown location. On another street less than 500 meters away from Raker's bookstore, a restaurant that specialized in southern continent delicacies floated in midair. One by one, tiny bats flew out of the darkness and gathered together, causing thick smoke to rise. The smoke and bats seemed to be illusory as they vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind the figure of a man in a tuxedo without the corresponding hat. The man was thin and tall, and he was extremely tall. His hair was relatively light, almost silver, and his eyes were bright red as though they were filled with blood. He was none other than the Sanguine Earl, Mistral. He raised his left hand that had a ghostly blue gemstone ring on it, touched his slightly exaggerated bow tie, and looked at the restaurant that had long since closed for the day. He looked at the restaurant that had long closed and said, "The two pieces of intelligence have finally gathered here." Just as Mistral finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of him. She wore a dark black regal dress and a small bonnet of the same color. Her hair was pale gold, her eyes were blue, and her face was pale. She looked like the most exquisite doll. The trees on the street below suddenly swayed gently, and the lights of the gas lamps flickered at the same time. A puppet. Earl Mistral nodded slightly, acknowledging Sharon's identity and status. Sharon didn't look at him. She looked at the second floor of the restaurant. There are remnant feelings of worship towards the mother tree of desire. Then there's no problem. Mistral turned around in midair and nodded at the area with the densest darkness. "Lord Nibs, please seal this area." An old and heavy sigh sounded, and a pair of wings covered in dark skin and countless patterns and symbols suddenly stretched out from the darkness. They grew larger and wider, and in 2 to 3 seconds, they completely enveloped the surroundings. The restaurant fell into an abnormal darkness, as if it had been moved out of the world of reality. Mistral no longer hesitated, nor did he attack directly. He took out a bronze box embedded with many rubies and took out an item from it. It was a transparent glass ball shaped like an eyeball. Then, the Sanguine Earl's expression contorted in pain as he let the glass ball leave his fingers and fall down. The glass ball emitted a tiny bit of light in the darkness, as though it was being attracted by something as it constantly adjusted its direction in midair. Finally, it landed in a room on the second floor of the restaurant. A dazzling white light erupted, and it was as though a sun had risen in the room, illuminating everything, causing all the filth, corruption, evil, undead, and darkness to rapidly melt away. Mistral, who had long closed his eyes, suddenly frowned and let out a puzzled sound. He didn't sense any signs of resistance in the restaurant, although Sharon, who had changed her gaze from looking down to level, didn't have any change in expression. Her tightly bound light blonde hair seemed to sway slightly. After the sun rose, it quickly fell. The blazing white light helplessly fell silent in the darkness. As this was something that targeted evil spirits, the building where the restaurant was located didn't suffer any damage. Sanguine Earl Mistral opened his eyes. After looking at it for 2 seconds, he reached out his right hand and grabbed upwards. The darkness above the restaurant instantly came to life, transforming into illusory shackles that bound the entire roof. With a jarring creaking sound, the roof was pulled up by the shackles and hung in midair. Without this obstruction, be it Mistral or Sharon, they could clearly see the situation in the target's room. A radio transceiver was placed on a square table covered with a tablecloth. Beside it was a translated message. Opposite it, there was an indigo charred mark on the ground. On the other side of the room, there was a rather old piano. The piano stool was brown, as though it had just been moved. On top of the piano was a glass of red wine. There was a flesh-colored, sticky, and strange figure soaking in it. The rest of the furnishings and decorations were like those of a normal house. The only difference was that there were some herbal powder and essential oils that had been splattered. This made Sharon, who could directly obtain revelations from the spirit world, have a vague thought the people here had just left, before she, Earl Mistral, and Marquis Nibs could react. The red wine with the flesh-colored figure soaking in it emitted a blurry glow. The glow instantly expanded and became bright, forming a seemingly huge crimson moon in the room. The crimson moon's glow dispersed the darkness in the area, making the demigods who were participating in the battle feel like they were on the ground and looking up at the sky. Sharon's blue eyes seemed to freeze for an instant. She suddenly raised her left hand and flipped it, revealing a dark red accessory in her palm. The accessory was shaped like a full moon. It was embedded with crimson gems, and in the middle was the symbol of the moon and many mysterious labels. This was the scarlet lunar corona that Sharon had obtained with the help of Sherlock Moriarty. It constantly emitted a tranquil glow, making the wielder immune to the effects of the full moon. However, the crimson moon in the restaurant wasn't as simple as a full moon. It was closer to a blood moon, or even exceeded it. An indescribable spirituality was born as a result, causing the area isolated by Nibs's huge wings to produce a demonic and silent feeling. Even though Sharon was holding the scarlet lunar corona, she could feel the evil in her heart swell. She felt as though an unimaginable change was brewing in her body. She instinctively wanted to transform into an evil spirit and hide in the trees and gas lamps, but reason stopped her impulse. This was because the crimson moon's illumination didn't leave any blind spots. At this moment, Sanguine Earl Mistral saw his stomach bulge up bit by bit. He felt the pulse of life slowly condense within him, attempting to take shape. As a beyonder creature that could borrow the power of the moon, he hadn't prepared any additional means to eliminate the effects of the blood moon. He originally believed that he would be filled with joy in such an environment, allowing him to do as he pleased, but he never expected the situation to change so strangely that it completely exceeded his imagination. He felt that if this continued, he would give birth to a new life, an evil and terrifying life of unknown origins. The authority of the moon itself included reproduction and reproduction. At the same time, on the pair of gigantic bat wings that covered the surroundings and created darkness, white fine fur grew out in an extremely horrifying manner. Nibs grunted softly as a crack appeared in the seal on the area. A few streets away, Emlyn White was rubbing the Oath of Rose ring that was embedded with a ghostly blue gem when he suddenly obtained Earl Mistral's senses. He saw what he saw and heard what he heard. As for the feelings and thoughts that belonged to Earl Mistral, they were transmitted into Emlyn's mind after a long period of accumulation. It made him sit up straight in fright as his expression warped. His stomach churned as he had the urge to vomit. With the help of creeping hunger, Klein was hiding in the shadows outside the restaurant, but the marionette he controlled, Conas Kilgore, had long infiltrated the darkness created by Nibs. Using distortion, he bypassed the isolation and maintained the connection with the spirit-body threads. At this moment, under the illumination of the illusory crimson moon, he was surprised to discover that his marionette, which was essentially a dead person, seemed to have the tendency to reproduce, and that new life was definitely a child of the mother tree of desire. This is similar to the sanguine ancestor Lilith in the legends of the City of Silver, as well as the primordial moon that Emlyn mentioned. Indeed, the mother tree of desire has already grasped a portion of the moon's authority. Furthermore, it has been infected to become exceptionally evil, even more evil than it was originally. Klein was just about to switch places with his marionette and enter the range of the crimson moon's illumination to teleport away with Miss Sharon when he suddenly felt an indescribable joy. It was the joy of seeing a flower slowly blooming in one's garden after a long night in the morning fog. It was the joy of leaving the city and heading to the suburbs, breathing in the fresh air in the woods after the rain, and seeing mushrooms grow. It was the joy of all things growing and the birth of new life. The white fur on the gigantic bat wings that covered the surroundings fell off. Earl Mistral's slightly protruding belly shrank back again. Sharon, who was struggling to hold on with the scarlet lunar corona, seemed to relax a lot. Right on the heels of that, the crimson moon in the restaurant rapidly dimmed, as though someone had sucked away a large amount of its glow. Finally, the crimson moon vanished, and everything returned to normal. Did the Sanguines Duke Ulmer take action? Klein nodded in thought and continued hiding in the shadows. Mistral restrained his angry expression and looked down at the restaurant. He said in a deep voice, "The target seems to have sensed it ahead of time, not too much ahead of time." Sharon combined the situation at the scene and the revelation she had obtained from the spirit world to give her answer. Mistral's bright red eyes revealed a strange glimmer. After observing and analyzing for a few seconds, he said, "That's right." After observing for a few seconds, he said, "The people here left almost at the same time we arrived, leaving behind that cup of red wine and that strange doll. This trap doesn't seem to have been prepared. It's more like a last-minute setup." Having said that, Mistral looked at Sharon. Why were they able to sense the danger in such a timely manner? Sharon's expression was calm as she replied in an unchanging tone, "It's not because of the Mother Tree of Desire. It's not because of Mother Tree of Desire." This evil god was still unable to infuse too much of his power into reality, so it was hard for him to give an early warning. The sanguine Earl, Mistral, frowned slightly. He wasn't too willing to admit it, but he still said rather honestly, "That's right. There shouldn't have been any leaks beforehand." This was because if that was the case, the demigod of Rose School would have plenty of time to use the Mother Tree of Desire and Abomination Sua's response to plant a more dangerous and terrifying trap. It wasn't something that an angel could easily resolve. This was also the reason why Mistral said that the trap was set up at the last minute and seemed a little rushed. This was sufficient proof that there was no traitor. After all, the ones who knew about the operation plan were the few who participated in tonight's operation. If they wanted to leak the information, they could have done it long ago. Unless someone changed their mind at the last minute or wanted to use the tight time to gain more benefits, these would all leave obvious traces. Sharon, who was wearing a black bonnet, was still looking at the restaurant that had lost its roof. Maybe it's another way to detect danger. For this operation, the Sanguine had activated a sealed artifact. It could even interfere with the devil's premonition for danger, much less something like spiritual intuition. Maybe. Mistral couldn't think of a better explanation. At this time, in the room on the second floor of the restaurant, apart from the red wine in the glass and the strange man that had evaporated, everything else was intact as if nothing had happened. Originally, Sharon and Mistral could attempt to use divination to seek answers to their questions and restore what had happened before the attack. But now, they couldn't do so. This was because the surrounding area had been illuminated by the crimson moon. It was equivalent to receiving a baptism from something related to the Mother Tree of Desire. Divination could easily point to this evil god, and the outcome would be unimaginable. Without waiting for Sharon to speak, Mistral silently inhaled and said, "Everything has an element of surprise. It's impossible to succeed 100% of the time. Let's call it a day. If we stay here any longer, the government might notice something amiss." As soon as he finished speaking, the black chains that hung the roof in midair instantly dimmed and became illusory. The roof was lowered again, covering the second floor of the restaurant. It looked no different from before. Of course, when there was a storm, there would definitely be water seepage. If there was a storm, the entire roof would be lifted up again. The huge bat wings that covered the surrounding area retracted back into the darkness, and the pitter-patter of rain once again enveloped the area. Klein, who was hiding in the shadows, watched as Miss Sharon, who was dressed in a black regal dress, rapidly turned transparent and disappeared. He watched as an illusory smoke rose and countless tiny bats flew in different directions. He couldn't help but frown as he silently muttered to himself, "What kind of accident happened? It wasn't scary to have an accident." What was scary was not knowing what the accident was. No matter what stage one was in, the unknown was always terrifying. At this moment, Klein suddenly heard a slightly intermittent voice. "What exactly happened?" "Exactly. What happened?" Klein turned his head and realized that Miss Messenger had walked out of the spirit world at some point in time and was standing beside him. The four blonde, red-eyed heads in his hands were all looking at the restaurant. "Were you able to see the situation from before?" Klein asked after some deliberation. After the mutant pathway reached the wraith stage, they could freely enter and exit the spirit world and directly obtain revelations from there. Be it spiritual intuition or divination, they became rather powerful. The corresponding sequence 2 angel was definitely not bad in this aspect, therefore, Klein asked. The four heads in Rionette Tinker's hands shook at the same time and said in unison, "No. No." Klein nodded in thought and didn't ask further. He controlled his marionette to leave the area. It ended just like that. After retching for a while, Emlyn White rubbed the ring with the ghostly blue gem as he muttered to himself in surprise. Through the oath of Rose, he could sense Earl Mistral's depression, anger, and the restraint of not wanting to vent his anger on a lady or others. He determined that the operation had failed due to some accident. It ended? Upon hearing his words, Merrick was equally surprised. He had actually wanted to ask Emlyn White why he suddenly felt nauseous. His expression had warped to a certain extent, but he managed to restrain his curiosity and the corresponding urge. And didn't find the target. Emlyn tried his best to recall what Earl Mistral had seen and heard, but due to Marquis Nibs's lockdown, he was only able to see the situation with the help of the Oath of Rose when the crimson moon rose. And this was quickly rendered ineffective by the abnormal feeling he had. At the same time, Emlyn mumbled inwardly. That demigod from the Temperance faction came by possessing a puppet's body. Which master's work is this? It's simply art. Didn't find the target? How could that be? Merrick couldn't help but frown. From his point of view, everything had been going smoothly up to this point in time. Be it him, Sharon, or the Sanguine, none of them had any motive to leak the news to Rose School. As for Sherlock Moriarty, he had proven his credibility through multiple collaborations. Suppressing his great disappointment and doubt, Merrick said without any change in his expression, "Don't worry. Then let's leave this place as soon as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure began to fade, truly displaying the characteristics of a vengeful spirit. Emlyn subconsciously wanted to ask which puppet master he was familiar with, but when he opened his mouth, he felt that it would damage his image as a sanguine. All he could do was swallow his words. Even if I get to know that master, I don't have the money to buy him. In order to carry out my mission, I have to make some sacrifices. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to capture the demigod of Rose School. I'm unable to figure out the current situation at their headquarters, making it difficult for me to retrieve the holy artifact left behind by the ancestor. As Emlyn's thoughts raced, his expression gradually turned heavy. Bakeland Bridge area, Iron Gate Street, in one of the billiard rooms of the Bravehearts Bar. Klein, in the form of Sherlock Moriarty, was sitting opposite Sharon and Merrick. After a brief silence, Sharon, who was wearing a black regal dress and sitting on a high stool, looked at the detective opposite her. "What's your take on this?" Klein thought for a moment and said, "What do you think?" The effects brought about by the crimson moon were quickly eliminated. "What you mean is that since the demigod of Rose School has already sensed the immense danger through a particular method or existence, why would he set up such a temporary and ineffective trap?" Merrick and Sharon exchanged looks before saying in thought, "Yes." Klein nodded. He should have been able to foresee that under such immense danger, a trap of this level would be easily resolved. Then, why would he waste time setting it up instead of immediately escaping? This goes against the instincts of a creature. Sharon, who was wearing a tiny bonnet, moved her head indiscernibly. "It's a trap on the surface, but it's actually a cover-up?" Klein replied at a slightly slower pace, "That's right. Using such a trap to cleanse the scene, cut off divination, and conceal the exact situation at the time. Only by trying to conceal a secret would the demigod of Rose School take the huge risk and stay at the scene for a period of time. But they might not have expected us to have a sanguine angel helping us deal with the trap." Merrick raised his opinion. Klein smiled and said, "They won't ignore the fact that you have an angel backing you. They won't ignore the fact that you have an angel backing you. To be able to accurately attack the hidden members of the Rose School of Thought in Backland, it must be a defector who knows them well." He was referring to Rionette Tinker's existence. "What secret needs to be concealed?" Sharon seemed to accept Klein's suspicions as she sat upright and asked. Klein shook his head. "There are too many possibilities. Perhaps it's the secret of discovering the attack in time, or perhaps it's the secret of what they're planning in Bakeland." With that said, Klein attempted to introduce Rose School into the tense situation in Bakeland, but he realized that without their presence, be it orthodox deities or evil gods, it was unlikely for them to cooperate with the Mother Tree of Desire. This left Klein increasingly puzzled. He didn't know what kind of accident such an unknown would lead to. He paused and swept his gaze across Sharon's and Merrick's faces. "In short, we have to be sufficiently cautious and careful from now on. We have to avoid coming here." "Yes. Under the premise of ensuring our own safety, we'll attempt to monitor the other Rose School members and see if we can figure out the hidden secret." "Thank you." Sharon's figure floated up and bowed. Merrick did the same. Crimson flames soared, and Klein's figure disappeared from where he stood. According to the agreement, as he didn't have the chance to take action, the reward he received was Rionette Tinker's help once. After returning to 160 Buckland Street, Klein was just about to take off his clothes and get into bed to wake up early when he suddenly heard a series of illusory pleas. It came from a woman. "Miss Justice." Klein nodded with a guess. He entered the bathroom and took 4 steps counterclockwise to arrive above the grey fog. As he expected, the supplicant was Justice Audrey. This noble lady had already gathered £12,000 in cash and wished for Mr. Fool to transfer it to Mr. World, so as to complete the transaction of the dreamwalker and hypnotist beyond her characteristics. Yes, with the ritual being replaced by Angel's Embrace, Miss Justice can attempt to advance in the next 2 days. It's time to put the exploration of Roselle's travels into the schedule. Heh, Leonard has already been a spirit warlock for a few days, and he has nothing better to do. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and responded to Miss Justice, allowing her to begin the sacrifice. With the current situation becoming more and more tense, with more and more unknown factors, Klein wished to improve himself as much as he could in a short period of time. This included many aspects. First, the increase in his marionettes and sealed artifacts. Second, the recovery of his helpers. Third, it was to gain a better grasp of knowledge and secrets. This helped him pry into the truth and grasp the true attitudes of the different factions, allowing him to find opportunities. The exploration of Roselle's travels corresponded to the third point. P.S. Recommended a book. Chidian has been censored. It can be found on QQ Bookstore or WeChat Reading. The title of the book is Tang Can. It's a story about a farmer uprising and a glutton beating up the world in the late Tang dynasty. On Friday, in the dead of night, in Audrey's bedroom. After the golden retriever, Susie, received her gaze, she opened the door and went out. She sat outside to prevent anyone from disturbing her. Audrey took out the Dreamwalker beyond her characteristic, the corresponding supplementary ingredients, and the concocting utensils from various hidden spots where she hid her items. Most of the supplementary ingredients came from the City of Silver, and they weren't items that could be exchanged for with a lot of contribution points. As for the payment, Audrey hadn't paid it yet because Little Son hadn't thought of what he wanted. After concocting the potion skillfully, Audrey looked at the liquid that was dotted with grayish-white light. She took a step back, clasped her hands, and placed them in front of her mouth and nose. She chanted softly in ancient Hermes, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. Just as her prayers subsided, countless indescribable shadows appeared in front of her. They quickly swam and interweaved as though they were active in the sea. And at the top of the sea were 7 pure lights of different colors that seemed to contain endless knowledge. Above the 7 pure lights was an endless grayish-white fog. Above the grayish-white fog, there was a majestic palace. At this moment, the door to the palace opened. A figure condensed from a golden light spread out 12 pairs of scarlet flames, flew down, and landed in front of Audrey. The 12 pairs of flaming wings enveloped the blonde, green-eyed girl. This scene only lasted for a second or two before disappearing like an illusion. However, Audrey was always immersed in this sacred and sublime feeling. She calmed her emotions and sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. With Angel's Embrace, she could maintain her lucidity in the dream. She could wake up whenever she wanted, and she didn't have to worry about being engrossed in it and being unable to extricate herself. This was equivalent to her holding the corresponding ritual for Dreamwalker. Furthermore, the effects would definitely be better than the original version. After all, not every hypnotist can obtain the blessings of such a secret existence and be embraced by a special angel. Audrey, all the best. Audrey grumbled in her heart. Without hesitation, she picked up the glass bottle and gulped down the potion. The potion was not as bad as she had imagined. It was sour, sweet, bitter, hallucinogenic, and stimulating. It was like a wild dream. Before Audrey could feel the effects of the potion on her body, her mind suddenly went blank for a moment, and then she regained consciousness. Outside the window, she saw that the night had turned into morning. Sun was rising in the sky, dyeing everything red. In the garden, flowers bloomed one after another, and crystal dewdrops swayed on the tips of the dark green grass. Audrey seemed to have become the master of this world. Her consciousness floated up and she saw the scene from a bird's-eye view. Her father and mother walked arm in arm along the garden path, basking in the morning light and smelling the fragrance. Her two brothers, Hibbert and Alfred, had overcome their estrangement. They rode their horses and brought their attendants with them. They laughed as they constantly entered the woods in the suburbs, competing to see who could hunt more. The ambassadors or special representatives of Faisac, Intis, Fainapotter, and other countries signed an agreement at the Sodila Palace in Rouen, announcing to the world that war would not happen. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, the smog in Bakeland improved. One factory after another passed the dual inspections of the Alkali Industries Prosecutor and the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, and such standards were extended to other countries. The maximum working hours and the basic working conditions of the workers were satisfied. Various industries were developing better and better, and the number of nomads had dropped to an unimaginable level. The various security programs led by the kingdom covered everyone. More and more workers could afford bicycles. On the streets, bicycles gathered like an army, driving in different directions amidst the tinkling sounds. Children didn't need to enter the factory at a young age. They laughed and played as they ran into classrooms with bright windows and clean tables and chairs. They flipped open their textbooks and began to listen carefully. If they didn't study, it was only because they didn't want to, not because they didn't have the means. Women were no longer discriminated against because of their gender. Even if they were just a laundry worker, they could rely on their studies to obtain knowledge and find a better job. They were reporters, teachers, police officers, soldiers, miners, and government employees. They could be seen in every formal industry. All kinds of machinery appeared on the streets and alleys, bringing convenience and joy to the people. In the square in front of the Evernight Cathedral, white pigeons flew up and landed from time to time. People were either sitting, standing, or playing music, enjoying life to the fullest. This was the future that Audrey dreamed of. Unaffiliated Beyonders didn't need to be afraid anymore. As long as they received regular physical checks and mental evaluations, they would be able to walk under the sun and use their Beyonder powers to legally earn money. This is really beautiful. If I wasn't maintaining my clarity of mind, I might have been engrossed in it. I would have descended from the high point of my consciousness and strolled with my parents, hunted with my brothers, occasionally went to school to teach the children, and often worked hard for the continuation of peace in the world. Audrey stared at such a dream and felt wistful. She then felt her astral projection rise again, breaking through the borders of the hazy world. She saw her dream grow out of the island of consciousness like a huge bubble, silently enveloping it. The surroundings of this bubble were a gray blur. In the distance, she could vaguely see other bubbles, and beneath those bubbles were usually corresponding to an island of consciousness. In the depths of the gray blur was a silent rippling, shimmering illusory sea that had no bottom. The sea of collective subconscious. This is what the world of the mind looks like from the point of view of a dreamwalker. And a manipulator begins to truly involve the sea of collective subconscious. Audrey nodded in enlightenment and retracted her gaze. Without staying any longer, she forcefully escaped the dream. Everything in front of her returned to normal. It was still pitch black outside the window, and only the gas lamps around the garden emitted light. Audrey then cast her gaze at the full-body mirror in the bedroom. She felt that she hadn't changed much from before. Only upon careful observation would she discover that her pair of green eyes had become clearer and deeper, as though they could reflect the souls of others. Closing her eyes and experiencing the knowledge brought about by the potion, Audrey quickly grasped the core powers of a dreamwalker. Through the guidance and control of dreams, she could obtain information and influence the enemy. This was divided into two aspects. The first was guidance. Similar to the nightmare of the Evernight pathway, it used the different changes in dreams to guide the target to reveal the secrets at the bottom of their hearts. The difference was that a nightmare could forcefully pull a person into a dream, but a dreamwalker couldn't, unless it was complemented by hypnosis. The second was modification. Through the modification of dreams, one could influence the target over time, making them change unknowingly, making them do things they wouldn't normally do. The principle behind this modification was to use the dream as an entry point, using the astral projection as a springboard to gradually infect the target's soul body. Only then would it reflect on the body of heart and mind, rooting itself in the subconscious. Compared to direct hypnosis, this kind of control that stemmed from dreams was gentler, more concealed, and less easily detected. It was suitable for targets at a higher level. From the looks of it, a large number of acts of love at first sight might hide a few or more cases of dream modification. In many best-selling novels, the female lead would often dream of a particular figure and have a romantic and beautiful time with him. Therefore, when she saw the male lead who resembled the figure in her dream, she would quickly sink into it and be filled with the yearning for love. Audrey recalled what she had read in the past and momentarily felt like laughing. To her, be it guidance or modification, they weren't much better than hypnosis. Instead, there was another beyond her power that she liked more: dream traversal. This allowed her body to turn incorporeal, as though she had become a dream elf or a dreamwalker. Not only could she directly hide in the dreams of others, but she could also jump from one dream to another, using this to complete a physical blink. The restriction of this kind of traversal was that the distance between two dreams couldn't exceed 500 meters. Furthermore, it had to be an intelligent creature. In specific environments, this can effectively hide me. Why didn't Vin Rambus directly influence me through dream modification? Is it because this place is protected by the church? The Evernight pathway is also good at matters related to dreams. In thought, Audrey began converging her spirituality. Above the fog, in the ancient palace. Beside the long, mottled bronze table, Klein and Leonard sat diagonally across from each other. "Why are you suddenly looking for me?" Leonard leaned back in his chair and asked lazily. Regardless, he still remembered that this place belonged to Mr. Fool, so he didn't dare to act too casually. Klein glanced at him and said, "I need your help with something." "Need my help?" Leonard pointed at himself and asked in surprise, "You're referring to Palez, right?" He didn't think he could help Klein, who had already become a demigod. "You know your position very well." Klein sked. "However, I'm indeed looking for you this time. It mainly involves a few dreams." "Dreams?" Leonard was enlightened as he said in puzzlement and amusement, "Klein, you seem to have changed a little. I mean, you've become more like before. You're no longer wearing that gloomy face." Without waiting for Klein's response, he combed his slightly messy illusory hair and smiled. "That's pretty good." "Yes, I'm still good at dreams." "Whose dreams are they?" Klein replied without batting an eyelid. "A Ruan soldier from more than 100 years ago, a noble from the 4th epoch, an ascetic from the 3rd epoch, as well as an elf and a giant from the 2nd epoch." "What?" Leonard asked blankly with his green eyes, suspecting if he had heard wrongly. Ignoring the elves and giants from the 2nd epoch, even a noble from the 4th epoch had to choose a specific Beyonder pathway and become a saint to survive to this day. It can't be that apart from the Ruan soldier, all of them are angels, right? Entering an angel's dream. It's better to find old man. Leonard's thoughts instantly churned as though he was in a dream. Divine King of the 9 Heavens. Klein glanced at Leonard and said with a smile, "Those targets aren't demigods. Those targets aren't even demigods yet. It's only because of certain influences that they've lived until now. This is exactly the secret I want to discover through my dreams." He deliberately emphasized the word lived. Without waiting for Leonard's response, Klein continued, "That 4th epoch aristocrat is a member of the Zoroast family. That noble from the 4th epoch is a member of the Zoroast family. You might be able to use his dream to gain a better understanding of Palaz Zoroast. Old man's descendant." Leonard's heart stirred as he looked forward to Klein's suggestion. Although he had a rather pleasant time interacting with Palaz Zoroast and had gradually developed a certain level of trust in this angel, he still had the most basic level of wariness. After all, he was an outsider who was living in his body. "Don't mention this to Palaz Zoroast for the time being," Klein added at this moment. "Am I such an unreliable person in your mind?" Leonard lampooned and replied in a bad mood, "There's no need to remind me. There's no need to remind me." Seeing that Leonard had agreed, Klein smiled and said, "Get me a few drops of blood when you return. Get me a few drops of blood when you get back. This is necessary for exploring the dream." He didn't specifically mention how to give him the blood. After all, Leonard had at least 2 methods. One was to sacrifice it to Mr. Fool and ask him to bestow it to the world. The second was to summon the mysterious messenger and place the blood into a bottle before delivering it along with the letter. Blood. Leonard subconsciously repeated the word. In mysticism, one's blood was a rather important and crucial item. It was best not to hand it over to others easily, otherwise, one wouldn't even know how they died. And sometimes, death wasn't the most terrifying outcome. After a brief hesitation, Leonard nodded. When will the exploration begin? Klein, who was already prepared, replied Sunday night, close to midnight. He wanted to give Miss Justice time to converge her spirituality and grasp her powers. All right. Leonard didn't say anything else. Following that, Klein earnestly explained the skills of speaking so that the poet could go back and perfunctorily answer the old grandpa. After returning to the real world, Leonard was deliberating over his words when Pallas Zorost's slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. Why is your ex-colleague looking for you? Is there anything that can't be explained in a letter? Leonard adjusted his sitting posture and chuckled. He's afraid that the letter will be leaked. After all, it might involve that person. Of course, Klein is mainly guarding against you. What I see is what you see. As soon as he finished speaking, Leonard muttered in his heart. That. Pallas Zorost seemed to understand who he was referring to. Yes. Leonard picked up the cup on the table, drank a mouthful of malt beer, and said, he found an ascetic from the third epoch, hoping to explore the history of that era through a dream. Leonard was speaking the truth, but it was only a partial truth. This was the technique that Klein had just taught him. An ascetic from the third epoch? He's still alive? Pallas Zorost asked in astonishment. Of course, he wasn't too surprised. After all, at his level, even if he didn't know 100 ways to allow people to live from the third epoch to the present, he had at least 5 or 6. The most convenient way was to steal the time or life of others for a target. He should still be alive, but in a very special state, Leonard explained what he knew. Pallas Zorost fell silent for 2 seconds before chuckling. Is that so? Then I can only wish you all the blessings of not seeing scenes you shouldn't see in your dreams. Of course, your ex-colleague has the protection of a secret existence. He's definitely prepared. Leonard didn't continue the topic as he suddenly exclaimed. Old man, aren't you curious at all? Don't you want to know the reason for the cataclysm? Don't you want to know the true appearance of the orthodox deities in the third epoch? This was the second verbal technique that Klein had taught him. Instead of being asked, it was better to take the initiative to ask. I can roughly guess the situation, Pallas Zorost replied with a sigh in German. Pallas Zoroas replied with a sigh in German. Then, he scoffed. You took the initiative to control the rhythm of the conversation today. This is different from your usual behavior. This means that you're hiding a certain secret in your heart. Not bad, it's much better than before. At least, it's not something that can be seen at a glance. Leonard's expression froze. Pallas then chuckled. Look, I just gave it a try, and you exposed yourself. You still lack training. Your ex-colleague is really TSK. Leonard could only respond with a dry chuckle. He put down his cup and leaned forward. He picked up a ritual silver dagger and made a cut, producing a few drops of blood. At the same time, at the Earl of Hall's house, Audrey, who was prepared to fulfill her promise of free help, also held a dagger embedded with gems and moved the tip to the back of her hand. This pain is very mild, this pain is very mild. As she hypnotized herself, she forcefully pulled out a wound. Without using strength, it was impossible to tear through her current skin, even if she didn't reveal her dragon scales. On Sunday night, after attending a ball, Klein returned to 160 Buckland Street. Using the excuse of being tired, he went to bed early. When it was almost midnight, he got out of bed, set up a ritual, and summoned himself. After some work, he sat in the seat that belonged to the world's German sparrow. He also confirmed that once he ended the summoning, he could use the gray fog's level to forcefully escape Roselle's travels. At this moment, there were 3 metal bottles and a silver mask in front of him. The former contained his, Leonard's, and Audrey's blood, while the latter was sacrificed by Justice Audrey ahead of time. As she already knew that Mr. Starr would be participating in this dream exploration, she planned on wearing the mask transformed from lie the entire time to hide her true appearance and prevent her identity from being exposed. After examining it for a while, Klein made the hard-covered, dark brown Roselle's travels fly out from the junk pile and land on the long bronze table. At the same time, he stored the unshadowed crucifix into his body. Right on the heels of that, he pulled Justice Audrey and Leonard above the grey fog. Two crimson beams soared up at the same time, condensing into blurry figures. Audrey and Leonard cast their gazes at the bottom of the long, mottled table, sizing up the items in front of Mr. World. Then, their attention was attracted by the book that looked rather ancient. Audrey's eyes darted around slightly as she asked curiously, "Is this exploration related to this book?" "Yes, our goal is in this book," Klein replied with a smile. "In the book?" Leonard asked in surprise. Even as a red glove, even though he had read a large number of Beyonder case files, he had never heard of anyone being able to communicate with the characters in books. Klein nodded gently and said, "Yes, this is a magical book." "Yes, this is a magical book. Inside is an imaginary world. Some of the things that happen in that world are the contents of the book." Imaginary? Audrey acutely grasped the keyword. A few days ago, she had learned from Mr. World that the Spectator Pathway Sequence 0 was called Visionary. In addition, she had long known that the King of Dragons, the ancient god Ankwelt, was known as the Dragon of Imagination. Klein deliberated for a moment and said, "My description just now might not be accurate enough." "My description might not have been accurate enough. It might be a world created from imagination, or a real dream. The only thing I can be certain of is that it was created by the second epoc's ancient god, Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt. I obtained it from Vice Admiral Iceberg. An ancient god's relic. It's no wonder it can allow the giants and elves of the second epoch, the ascetics of the third epoch, the human nobles of the fourth epoch, and the Ruan soldiers of the fifth epoch to live to this day." Leonard was enlightened as he couldn't help but size up the world German Sparrow. It was hard to imagine how much he had experienced after leaving Tingen. At this moment, Klein surveyed the area and pushed Lai to Miss Justice. "Let's go in." "All right." Audrey wore the silver mask on her face. Leonard looked around and nodded. "All right." Klein immediately picked up the 3 metal bottles, poured out a bit of the blood inside, and smeared it on the cover of Roselle's Travels. "So this is the effect of the blood." Just as this thought flashed through Audrey's mind, a white blizzard suddenly appeared in front of her. Amidst the snowflakes the size of goose feathers and the biting cold wind, a city with walls that were more than 15 meters tall stood not far away. The soldiers wearing leather armor were hiding in a spot that could shelter them from the blizzard. As long as there weren't any caravans, they were unwilling to intercept ordinary pedestrians. This is the imaginary world. It's just like the real thing." As Leonard looked around, he spread out his palm and caught a few snowflakes. He found them ice cold and quickly melted into water. After confirming the environment, Leonard suddenly realized something. Klein maintained the image of a cold and refined German sparrow. As for Miss Justice, she wore a silver mask, revealing only the lower half of her face, green eyes, and blonde hair. It made it impossible to imagine what she looked like. As for himself, he didn't disguise himself at all. This was also a habit of official Beyonders. They carried out missions openly and didn't need to disguise themselves. Mr. Starr is indeed undisciplined. His hair is combed very casually. What a pity. Otherwise, with his looks, he could be on the cover of a magazine. As a noble lady who had seen too many handsome men, Audrey politely glanced at Leonard before retracting her gaze. She didn't make too many observations. Klein chuckled inwardly and pointed at the city in the blizzard. "Our first target is the third epoch ascetic, Mr. Snowman." This was the person most likely to be involved with the Amon brothers, according to Klein's plan, after Snowman was Mobit, a noble from the fourth epoch. This was because in comparison, the giant Roselle and the elf Ciadas were involved at a higher level, making it more likely for accidents to happen. It was better to be ranked at the back. After exploring the subconscious of the four through dreams, he would finally enter the sea of collective subconscious of this world to search for the secrets that might exist. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. In a relatively remote area of Passot City, there was a crude-looking cathedral made of stone that was in need of polishing. The most eye-catching and exquisite thing inside was the altar, on which stood a wooden cross and a tall statue of a man carrying a cross. The ascetic, Snowman, was sitting in the front row, facing the statue. He had his head buried and his eyes closed as he prayed intently. He was a middle-aged man who wasn't considered old but had some wrinkles. He wore a simple white robe that had been washed countless times. He had short brown hair, and his exposed arms, shoulders, calves, and feet were covered in all kinds of old scars. At this moment, 2 men and a woman entered the cathedral. The men were wearing black trench coats and trousers that were completely different from their surroundings. However, one of them was wearing a vest, a half-top hat, and a formal bow tie. The other was casually wearing a white shirt. The former had deep lines and a cold expression. The latter had black hair and blue eyes. He looked rather good, but he had the unrestrained aura of a poet. The lady was wearing a long white dress that was tight at the waist. There were ruffles at the cuffs and lace flowers intertwined in front of her chest. She wore an exquisite silver mask on her face, revealing her emerald eyes, high nose bridge, lips and the lower half of her cheeks that were painted with lip gloss. It made people involuntarily imagine how beautiful her full face would be. They were so eye-catching, no matter how one looked at it. However, the passers-by, the few believers in the cathedral, and the praying ascetic didn't even glance at them. They were completely ignored. This was a combination of illusion and psychological invisibility. Audrey was already in an official state of action. She didn't show any obvious curiosity as she swept the area with her eyes and said gently, "The most important problem now is to get Mr. Snowman to sleep. The most important thing now is to get Mr. Snowman to sleep, or we'll have to wait until nightfall." That night in the world. "Relax, it's just a trivial matter," Leonard replied with a smile. Compared to Miss Justice, who only had a few experiences with Beyonder matters, as a Nighthawk, he had seen too much in such matters. He was very calm, and he even wanted to joke with Klein. Of course, he didn't know that Miss Justice had just hypnotized a demigod. Klein glanced at his former teammate. "Then let's begin." He was carrying the unshadowed crucifix. In less than 3 hours, he would fall back to Sequence 5 and expel the Bizarro Sorcerer Beyonder characteristic, so he naturally didn't want to waste any time. He's back to being a crazy adventurer. TSK. Leonard didn't waste his breath. He raised his hand and combed his hair, his green eyes suddenly becoming deep. Without a sound, the praying ascetic, Snowman, had already fallen into a deep sleep. This is the Beyonder power of a nightmare. Audrey's eyes lit up as she muttered to herself in thought. She had actually seen a nightmare before when she was dealing with Sanguine Viscount Ernst Boyar. However, due to the haste, she didn't have a good understanding of it. Only now did she have a complete observation. Right on the heels of that, she raised her hands and grabbed the arms of the world and the star. Using the powers of a dreamwalker, she brought them into Snowman's dream. "I can do it myself." The moment Leonard entered the hazy world, he mumbled. Klein and Audrey didn't listen to what he said. They quickly surveyed the area and took in the entire situation of Snowman's dream. This was also a cathedral, an abnormally majestic cathedral. Ancient stone pillars propped up the towering dome, but it didn't cause the hall to be fragmented. It was still ridiculously wide. The cathedral's door was too tall and wide even for giants. On both sides were candles placed in silver cups, emitting a warm glow. The altar at the front was grand and magnificent. Above it was a grayish-white cross and a cross-bearing statue. The statue's face wasn't too clear, but it gave off the feeling that it was pitying the people of the world. Snowman was also sitting in the first row, facing the altar with his head lowered and eyes closed as he focused on praying. This place is very similar to the abandoned cathedral in Afternoon Town that Little Sun showed us. It should be a building from the same era. Audrey swept her gaze across the brick arches as she whispered. At the same time, she tried hard to calm her curiosity, telling herself to remain calm. "Little Sun? How is it small? That fellow is clearly taller and stronger than me." Afternoon Town's abandoned cathedral. Leonard thought in puzzlement while lampooning. When he joined the tarot, Sun had long returned to the City of Silver. Although he would occasionally mention the matter of exploring the Giant King's court, he didn't conjure the corresponding scene. Indeed. Klein retracted his gaze and agreed with Miss Justice's words. Then, he said to her, "Try to guide Snowman's dream and make him divulge the important information in his subconscious. The main point is related to the King of Angels. This mission could be completed by a nightmare or a dreamwalker. The reason why Klein got Miss Justice to do it was to give her more chances to digest the potion. After all, Leonard had long passed that stage. Besides, no matter what, when it came to matters that involved the subconscious, Beyonders of the spectator pathway were definitely more professional. Their operations would also be more precise and effective. It was only at this moment that Leonard realized a problem. The powers that Miss Justice showcased involved the domain of dreams. This also meant that she had already advanced to a Sequence 5 Dreamwalker. Isn't that too fast? Leonard was secretly alarmed and found it unbelievable. He remembered that when he joined the tarot, Miss Justice had mentioned that she had become a hypnotist in less than a month. It had only been about 3 months since then. She has indeed attempted to purchase the advancement ingredients at the tarot gathering, but to be able to completely digest the Sequence 6 hypnotist potion in less than 4 months is already astonishing enough. Thoughts flashed through Leonard's mind. For some baffling reason, he lost his pride in being a Red Gloves captain, a quasi-high-ranking member of the church, and a Sequence 5 spirit warlock. Amidst his thoughts, Audrey tersely acknowledged and took a few steps forward to Snowman's side. Her emerald green eyes suddenly produced illusory ripples. The ripples constantly sank deep into the depths, returning to darkness and tranquility. An invisible fluctuation was produced as the altar in front of the cathedral suddenly turned blurry. This magnificent object, along with the cross and the statue on it, turned illusory and distorted at the same time before suddenly unfolding, erupting with light and shadows that weren't too intense. The light and shadows intertwined to form a three-dimensional portrait. It was a towering mountain range with the main peak reaching into the clouds. However, the white clouds didn't dare to hide the main peak as they automatically parted to the two sides. At the peak of the mountain stood a huge cross that was taller than the mountain. Sitting in front of it was a majestic figure that was covered in layers of light. 2-winged, 4-winged, and 6-winged angels were either holding horns, playing harps, or flutes. They circled around the majestic figure, sometimes praising and sometimes singing. 8 blurry figures with 12 pairs of wings surrounded the majestic deity. They either sat by his feet, leaning against him with great reliance, or floated by his sides, waiting for orders. Klein had seen such a scene before. He knew that the deity was the ancient god of the sun. He knew that the figures with 12 pairs of wings were the kings of angels. At this moment, the ascetic, Snowman, opened his eyes and looked at Audrey. As though he was teaching his student, he said in a deep and solemn voice, "Only a Holy Spirit can truly serve the Lord. Only the Holy Spirit can truly serve the Lord. This is the goal that I've been pursuing all my life." I saw the Lord standing above billions of rays of light, his benevolence sprinkling over heaven and the land. Beside him, there were 8 kings standing. The angel of darkness was the first angel created by the Lord. He was his left hand, his agent, and the deputy of heaven. The angel of imagination was the Lord's eldest son. The Lord said that in the distant future, you would become the savior of all living beings. The angel of time was the Lord's second son. The Lord said that you were the god of trickery, the god of mischief, the light of the apocalypse. The white angel, the angel of wind, and the angel of fate were the Lord's loyal followers. They were firm, brave, and pious. They went from weak to strong, never changing. The angel of wisdom was redeemed due to repentance and was sanctified due to redemption. He was the exact opposite of those who had fallen to the ground after eating the fruits of sin. The war angel is the Lord's wrath, the Lord's punishment. He came to the land to make war. From the looks of it, this ascetic has never been to the divine kingdom of the ancient god of the sun, nor has he truly seen any king of angels. What he presented and described should be the contents of the religious canon back then. In other words, what he said just now is official. From the looks of it, Dark Angel Sasher is indeed the leader of the kings of angels. He was most trusted by the ancient god of the sun, and he's known as the deputy of heaven. But even such an existence was bewitched. I wonder what happened to him in the end. Why are there no traces of him now? Klein seriously listened to Snowman's description and gained a clearer understanding of the kings of angels. He never expected that the ancient god of the sun would actually prophesy that Adam was the savior. This left him somewhat confused. These are the complete 8 kings of angels. Leonard was also listening attentively. This was something that Old Man hadn't told him in detail. It was a true ancient secret that belonged before the cataclysm. Audrey had seen the mural of the three kings of angels devouring the City of Silver's creator, and through the corresponding images, she had matched them to the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of Storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom. At that moment, she wasn't too surprised. She turned her head and looked at the world and the star, calmly interpreting the hidden meaning of the sentences. According to Mr. Snowman, the dark angels were created. The three kings of angels, Pure White, Wind, and Fate, followed the ancient god of the sun from a weak stage and grew up step by step. The weak here might be referring to sequence 4. The cherubim should be an outsider who joined later on. It's very likely that he was in a hostile faction. Upon hearing Miss Justice's words, Klein suddenly thought of a name. It was the legendary dragon of wisdom of the City of Silver, Haraburgen. He then nodded and gestured for Miss Justice to continue. After reciting a few related scriptures, Snowman suddenly said solemnly, "Our diocese has cultists who believe in the Evernight hiding. This is a decree from the kings. Lord of the Mysteries, a cultist who believes in the Evernight." Upon hearing Snowman's words, the three of them more or less felt a little embarrassed. Klein, Audrey, and Leonard were all related to the Evernight goddess. One was a standard cultist who believed in the Evernight, the other wasn't just a cultist, but a quasi-high-ranking member of the cult, an elite squad leader. The last one was even more powerful. He was directly ableist of the evil god. Ahem. From the looks of it, the Church of Evernight appeared earlier than recorded in history. It can be traced back to a long time before the Cataclysm. However, back then, it existed in the form of a secret organization. Klein cleared his throat and made a simple analysis to break the sudden silence. Audrey pursed her lips and nodded. She continued guiding Snowman's dream, allowing him to reveal the information regarding the kings of angels that existed in his subconscious. Unfortunately, Snowman was only a Sequence 5 ascetic. He was considered a quasi-high-ranking member of the Fifth Epoch, allowing him to come into contact with many important figures and historical secrets. However, he didn't have such a status before the Cataclysm. He couldn't even enter the divine kingdom on earth, so he naturally didn't know much about the kings of angels and the ancient sun god. What he knew was limited to what was recorded in various religious texts. However, Klein acutely noticed that he had mentioned something. There were traces of giants in the northern mountain range. This mountain range was now known as Antares, and it was located in Faysac. This made it easy for Klein to link this piece of news to the Faysac citizens claiming to be descendants of giants, and the god of combat's true form being a giant. Seeing that there was nothing related to the kings of angels, Audrey turned to guiding Snowman's dream, presenting him with the most important matters that had the deepest impact on him. The majestic cathedral they were standing on began to shake as it silently changed. In just a few seconds, the size of the cathedral shrunk. Outside was a square that had been renovated. Snowman knelt down in front of the cross and the statue, his body bathed in pure sunlight. A vague figure in a simple priest's robe appeared on his side and said in a loud and solemn voice, "Don't worry." He said in a grand and solemn voice, "You willingly chose the path of ascetic cultivation. You gave up love, distanced yourself from enjoyment, and didn't wield power. You tempered your body and tempered your mind. Step by step, you walked into heaven and approached my Lord." Snowman kissed the ground devoutly and said, "I willingly chose the path of asceticism. I gave up on love, distanced myself from enjoyment, and refused to wield power. I tempered my body, tempered my spirit, and served my master. From today onwards, this will never change. From today onwards, this will never change." The more Snowman spoke, the more determined he became. In the end, he repeated his promise with a solemn expression. This is the matter that left the deepest impression on him and has the greatest impact on him. Audrey turned her head and said to the world and the star. Recalling Snowman's performance all this while, recalling that even though he was trapped in the world of the book, he hadn't given up on his faith and stopped his ascetic cultivation, Klein nodded slightly and sighed. He was a true ascetic. Audrey retracted her gaze and guided Snowman to say or present the matters that were more important to him. Then, she walked back to the world and the star's side and said in a gentle voice, "That's right. There shouldn't be anything else." Klein glanced at Snowman. "Let's go to the next location." In a particular house in Pesot City. Mobit, who had flaxen hair, dark brown eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips, was wearing a slightly furry pajamas. He lay on the bed that was half high and half low. He opened his eyes to look at the ceiling and muttered to himself, "That's right." He opened his eyes to look at the ceiling and muttered to himself, "This year's winter is much colder than before. It's even starting to snow, although it's almost noon. I don't want to get out of bed at all. Xiadas, as an elf, why are you lazing around in bed? You even pressed your hands and feet on me. I really miss the life when I was single. I could roll around freely in bed, and every corner was mine. It's not like now." Sigh. On the bed, elven songster Xiadas had her body turned sideways as she slept comfortably. Not only did she occupy nearly half the space, but she also left a large amount of space on her side. She was closer to Mobit as she placed her hands and feet on him, squeezing him to the edge of the bed and nearly falling off. After pulling up the blanket from where he was pressed down, Mobit sighed and closed his eyes, preparing to sleep again. Then, he really fell asleep. In the dream, he sat in front of the bar counter of a tavern, occasionally sipping hard liquor and gulping down beer. He didn't return home as he waited for Xiadas to plead with him. "Is this the aristocrat from the fourth epoch?" At the entrance of the tavern, Leonard glanced at Klein. Klein gave an answer that was without a doubt. "Yes." Mr. Starr's tone and actions indicate that he's more nervous than before. He seems to care a lot about this aristocrat from the fourth epoch. According to the information previously revealed by Mr. World, someone Mr. Starr knows might have seen the second blasphemy slate, and this is a very ancient divine item. Although I can't rule out the possibility that it was seen in the fifth epoch, in comparison, powerhouses from the fourth epoch have a greater chance of coming into contact with it. Therefore, this aristocrat from the fourth epoch is definitely related to the person Mr. Starr knows? Through careful observation and interpretation, Audrey gained a preliminary understanding of certain matters. With this premise, she quickly made a judgment. Mr. Starr would take the initiative to suggest that he guide the dream this time. As expected, the fourth epoch advocates asymmetrical beauty. "This outfit really makes me uncomfortable." After Leonard teased, he looked at Miss Justice and the World Klein Moretti and said, "I'll do it this time." "Okay." Audrey smiled and responded in a light tone. And this was a development that Klein was happy to see, so he naturally would not stop it. "No problem." Leonard straightened the collar of his shirt and walked to the bar counter. He sat beside Mobit and ordered a glass of locally produced Sanjian beer. After gulping down a mouthful, he suddenly said, "You look like a member of the Zoroast family. Everyone here knows." "No, it's not just people." Mobit took a sip of his wine and continued looking ahead. Leonard smiled and shook his head. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Pallas Zoroast's student." He planned on using this identity to build a closer relationship and lower the level of ostracism so as to facilitate the subsequent guidance. Indeed, the person that Mr. Starr knows is also a noble from the fourth epoch, a member of the Zoroast family. I wonder what level he's at. So Mr. Starr's secret identity is the student of some important figure. No, he doesn't sound confident enough. He thinks of himself as a student? Audrey confirmed her guess, and the smile on her face became even more obvious. After listening to Leonard's self-introduction, Mobit finally turned his head and sized him up before scoffing. He scoffed and said, "Student? You're the target of the parasite, right?" Leonard's expression instantly froze. The target of the parasite? Although Audrey was already mentally prepared, she couldn't help but twitch her eyebrows. As for Klein, he had a hard time holding back his laughter. Of course, he didn't believe that there was anything wrong with Leonard pretending to be Pallas Zoroast's student. If he were in Leonard's shoes, he would have said the same. He couldn't directly say that he was a parasite, right? Furthermore, their relationship as friends would appear too distant, making it difficult for any further inquiries. The problem this time was that no one expected Mobit to directly guess the truth. After chuckling, Mobit looked at Leonard's slightly stiff face and said, "Don't worry. You aren't a member of our Zoroast family. How can you become Old Man's student? You can only be the target of the parasite." At this point, he slowed down a little. "Don't worry, Old Man isn't too bad. He won't really occupy your body. After the parasite ends, he'll at most take away a few years of your life. After all, you're still young. Raising a sequence will make up for it. Heh. In fact, most Beyonders don't live to the end of their natural age. Why must I take away a few years of my life? Leonard subconsciously asked. Mobet picked up his wine glass and gulped down a mouthful before replying in a slightly dazed manner, "That's right." He replied in confusion, "Since I've already been parasitized, I have to steal something." Leonard snapped to his senses and asked in surprise, "You also call him old man?" "Of course, we all call him old man." He never expressed any objections. Mobet suddenly sighed and said, "He is my great-grandfather. I haven't seen him in a long time. It's been 1,000 years, no, 2,000 years, so old man indulges me in calling him old man because it allows him to recall certain beautiful memories of the past. I wonder if any of his direct descendants are still alive." Leonard suddenly felt wistful. As for Audrey, while she was amused by the phrase "I have to steal something," she was rather surprised to grasp the word him. This meant that old Mr. Pallas Zoroast was an angel, indeed. Audrey had already expected this. At this moment, Mobet acutely noticed a keyword, also? "Why did you say also? Do you also call him old man?" Leonard nodded seriously. Mobet was immediately puzzled as he carefully sized up Leonard. "Could it be that you have the bloodline of our Zoroast family?" "I don't know." Leonard answered truthfully. Mobet shook his head. Doesn't look like it. Perhaps old man suffered a huge blow and changed to a certain extent. "I know that." Leonard deliberated and said, "Him was nearly killed by Blasphemer Amon." "He was nearly killed by Blasphemer Amon. He still hasn't recovered." Roselle's travels was currently above the grey fog. It didn't matter which deity's true name was mentioned inside, as it wouldn't be sensed anyway. Therefore, Klein, Leonard, and Audrey could freely talk about Amon and Adam. That powerful and terrifying ancestor of the Amon family really exists. Mobet's voice subconsciously turned soft. Leonard finally grasped the initiative and began asking, "The nobles of the Solomon Empire seem to be very cold and evil. Why isn't the Zoroast family the same?" P.S. Recommended book, Becoming an Immortal with Paywalls, the story of a lousy game producer who transmigrated to a world of cultivation and magic. 9 Heavens. Divine Emperor Mobet glanced at Leonard and said doubtfully, "It's not too cruel and evil." He immediately picked up the wine glass and gulped down a mouthful. "Don't you know that the higher the sequence, the colder and more serious the tendency towards madness? Which noble family of the Solomon Empire did not have an angel? They were definitely different from normal people. As for the degree of evil and coldness, it has to do with the anchors chosen and the characteristics of one's beyonder pathway. In this aspect, I'm not sure about my great-grandfather's situation. All I know is that he is very kind to us, and his words and actions are relatively casual. In addition, the rules that His Majesty the Emperor made have a key point, which is that they are not coordinated. If all the great nobles have the same style, he will definitely not be satisfied." I thought of the first reason, but the second one was a little unexpected. It was a little funny. Did the Solomon Empire's Dark Emperor turn himself into an obsessive-compulsive disorder? It has to be uncoordinated. Klein didn't wear a mask that was too thick. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. At this moment, Audrey turned her head to look at him and voiced the question that she and Mr. Starr shared. Anchor? They all knew that the aesthetics of the fourth epoch were asymmetrical and uncoordinated. They tacitly accepted this as common sense, so they did not think deeply about why there was such an aesthetic. To the gods, believers and beliefs are anchors, Klein explained simply. Is that so? Audrey felt that her horizons had been broadened, allowing her to examine the relationship between gods and believers from a different perspective. At the same time, she thought with some confusion, at the beginning of Mr. Fool's awakening, he probably didn't have many believers. At that time, what was his anchor? Leonard listened carefully to Klein's reply, and his expression became uncontrollably serious. He seemed to have thought of many things in an instant. He quickly returned his attention to Mobet and deliberated for a moment. What kind of angel is Pallas Zoroast? What are his habits? This. Leonard was still very careful. He still didn't completely believe that the grandpa in him was Pallas Zoroast. Yes, I can't eliminate the possibility that the real Pallas has already perished, and the one alive is an imposter. To an angel of the marauder pathway, this is a common occurrence. And from the point of view of a secret existence, replacing that identity is equivalent to having that identity. They wouldn't deliberately expose it. Leonard is more reliable than I thought when it comes to matters that are more important, interesting, and related to his own safety. If not, he wouldn't have discovered that I was still alive. As for other aspects, he's too sloppy, too used to following past experience. It's not that he's brainless, he's just too lazy to use it. Klein couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Mobit was stunned for 2 seconds before drinking another mouthful of distilled spirits. Old man acts like an ordinary old man at home. He's a little naggy, likes to discourage his descendants, and loves to enjoy life. If I didn't know about it ahead of time, no one would have guessed that he is a Sequence 1 angel. He and His Majesty the Emperor's aesthetic standards are a little different. He is obsessed with categorization and emphasizes cleanliness and neatness. When facing enemies, he's good at deception. He likes to deal with his target in a way that makes him break down. This is in line with the characteristics that Old Man has shown so far. Leonard nodded slightly and asked, "Do you have a portrait of him?" "Do you have a portrait of him? How can I bring a portrait with me? It's not like I'm looking for someone." Mobit shook his head in amusement. At this moment, Leonard suddenly pointed to the side. "Isn't that it?" "Ah?" Mobit turned his head in confusion and puzzlement and realized that an oil painting had appeared on his right hand at some point in time. As he picked up the oil painting, the content on it gradually became clear, revealing an old man with dark brown eyes. The man's hair was completely white, and it wasn't too sparse. It was neatly combed back. There were almost no wrinkles on his forehead, the corners of his eyes, and the corners of his mouth. He didn't look that old. It was obvious that he looked pretty good when he was young. He resembled Mobit, but his overall bearing was more solemn. I really can't tell that he's a Sequence 1 angel. Is this also because he didn't reveal his mythical creature form? Audrey tiptoed and glanced at the oil painting. After Leonard memorized the contents of the portrait, he raised a few more questions related to the Zoroast family and received a rather satisfactory answer. The only exception was the names of the potions from Sequence 3 to Sequence 0. Mobit wasn't sure either. He only vaguely knew that Sequence 1 seemed to be called Worm of Time. After ending the topic, Leonard asked about the Solomon Empire. "In your era, what are the great nobles of the empire?" "There aren't many families with dukes." Mobit put down his wineglass and spread out his palms. "Our Zoroast family, the House of Abraham, the Zeridal family. In addition, although the Medici family and Lord Ouroboros don't have a noble title, their status isn't inferior to the great nobles." With every word he said, he curled a finger and clenched it into a fist. Then, he smiled and said, "Back then, although Tudor and Tren Sostal were His Majesty's most loyal angels, they were still ranked below us, alongside Augustus and Castilla. The history of the Augustus family can actually be traced back to the era of the Solomon Empire." While feeling somewhat surprised, Audrey listened even more attentively. Leonard thought for a moment and continued asking, what was the situation like in the northern continent in that era? All living beings were subservient to His Majesty. Even deities acknowledged His Majesty's rule in order to resist the opposing forces. Mobit chuckled and said, "They all had their own countries attached to them in relatively barren places. In short, Evernight, the god of combat, and death were in a standoff. The 3 gods of storm, blazing sun, and wisdom had great conflicts with each other. The attitude of the land was ambiguous, but it was more inclined towards the god of combat. This caused them to be unable to work together in a stable manner, making it difficult for them to resist the alliance of His Majesty and the true Creator." At this point, Mobit sighed. It was also for the sake of balance that His Majesty didn't attack the southern continent. He allowed death to unify the harvest plains and the ancient forest, establishing the Balam kingdom. No, in the end, the 6 deities came to an agreement. Hence, the Black Emperor perished, and the Tudor-Tuluan-Sostal United Empire was established. Leonard recalled some of the things that Pallas Zoroast had mentioned, and for some baffling reason, he felt the vicissitudes of history. At this moment, Mobit turned his head again and looked at him. "Do you have a cigarette? This little thing that came from the believers of the true Creator isn't bad." Leonard immediately mobilized his dream and conjured a cigarette before handing it over. Is this an improved one? Mobit reached out his right hand and stole a ball of fire from the kitchen behind the tavern. He lit the cigarette and took a deep puff. Seeing the smoke puffing out of his nostrils, Leonard asked curiously, "The believers of the true creator like to smoke?" "Yes, even Lord Medici occasionally smokes a few, although it's just a habit for him," Mobit answered without hiding anything. Leonard nodded slightly and asked, "Which deity do you believe in?" "Of course it's His Majesty. All the nobles of the Empire believe in His Majesty. Other than Lords Medici and Ouroboros, they believe in the true creator. Also, Duke Bethel Abraham might just be a fake believer." "As far as I know, he only believes in himself," Mobit said casually. "Bethel Abraham." Klein's heart stirred. Just as he was about to signal Leonard to ask further in this regard, he heard the poet ask, "Is Duke Bethel Abraham very powerful?" Clearly, the ancestor of the House of Abraham was very eye-catching due to his completely different performance from the other nobles of the empire. Very powerful. Even Lord Medici and Lord Ouroboros are wary of him. Mobit puffed out another ring of smoke and said, "In the era of strife, he is publicly recognized as one of the angels most likely to become a god." "Era of strife?" Leonard asked in puzzlement. Mobit looked at the slowly burning cigarette in his hand. "The smell isn't stimulating enough." "Heh, the era of strife refers to the period from the end of the cataclysm to the establishment of the empire. It's about 112 years. The ancestor of our Zoroaster family who first became an angel perished during the era of strife. Fortunately, we had the help of His Majesty, who had yet to become a god, so we didn't lose our Beyonder characteristic." "Who did it?" Leonard immediately pressed. Mobit shook his head. "I'm not a sequence 4 yet, so there are many things I'm not qualified to know. Let's talk about Duke Bethel Abraham. I actually don't know much about him, but I'm very interested in their family and the Beyonder pathway they control. It's said that apprentices can roam the cosmos when they reach sequence 2. There are also rumors that it's sequence 3. Cosmos?" Klein's pupils dilated slightly as he became more focused. At this moment, Mobit continued. "They left behind quite a number of travel notes regarding the cosmos. There are many interesting things recorded in them. Unfortunately, I've never been able to borrow them. However, I've heard of the 3 rules they concluded for roaming the cosmos. 1. Don't respond to any calls. 2. Don't rashly approach unknown creatures and buildings. 3. Endure loneliness. It sounds like the cosmos is vast and dangerous. I wonder if the House of Abraham still has any travel notes related to the cosmos. I'll get Miss Magicians to ask later." Klein swept his gaze and happened to meet Miss Justice's gaze. The two of them immediately understood that the other had also thought of Miss Magicians. Leonard did the same. He nodded slightly and asked about other matters. During this process, as Mobit reminisced, the dream changed. Following that, they saw the appearances of Medici, Ouroboros, and other high-ranking figures. Of course, as Mobit rarely interacted with the Black Emperor and Bethel Abraham, he didn't dare look at them directly. Their images were a blur. Towards the end, Audrey grabbed Klein and Leonard's arms and jumped into Xianxia's dream with them. This elvish songster was standing in the garden, holding her stomach as she frowned at Mobit. "Can you steal the fetus in my stomach and stuff it into your body?" "I can, but even if it's stuffed into my body, I won't be able to give birth to him," Mobit replied with a look of fear. Xianxia thought seriously. "Then should we steal the corresponding organs as well?" "It's still possible to succeed if it's just stealing, but there's nothing I can do after that. This is beyond my capabilities," Mobit said in a trembling voice. The conversation between the human and elf left Klein, Leonard, and Audrey dumbfounded. "Shall I do it this time?" After a few seconds, Audrey took the initiative to suggest. Lord of the Mysteries. Upon hearing Miss Justice's suggestion, Klein thought for a moment and said, "It revolves around the history of the second epic. The Elf Queen, Queen of Calamity, Kohinum, the lifestyle habits of the elves, the most ancient language, as well as the legendary Western continent, guide the dream." "All right." Audrey's eyes moved slightly as she revealed a thoughtful expression. She digested the information hidden in Mr. World's words. Right on the heels of that, she walked to the side of the elvish songster. Under her guidance, Mulbit's figure in the garden quickly turned blurry and disappeared from Ciatas's dream. Audrey's green eyes rippled once again as her lips quivered, as though she was chanting something. The entire world of dreams began to shake. The garden was like a reflection on the lake's surface as it was smashed into shimmering fragments by an invisible rock that flew out of nowhere. These fragments quickly gathered together, but what was restored was no longer a garden, but a palace that looked like it was formed from coral. Every detail of the palace was abnormally gorgeous, and the entire structure was tall and spectacular. However, due to it being under layers of blue seawater, there was no way to see the sky. It appeared dark and gloomy. Inside, coral pillars propped up an exaggerated dome. The walls and ceiling were filled with murals that depicted the horrors of storms. On these murals and corals, silver bolts of lightning followed a certain trajectory as though they had a life of their own. Finally, they gathered at the 9 steps that were inlaid with pearls, diamonds, emeralds, and sapphires. Ciatas was standing there, and there were many elves opposite and beside her. And on the 9 steps, there were 2 gigantic seats that seemed to be formed from pure lightning. One occupied the center, as though it was the ruler of this palace and this world. The other was on its left, appearing inconspicuous. On the throne in the center sat a man wearing a simple and loose robe. His ears were pointed and tall, his facial contours were relatively soft, and his hair was thick, black and blue. Not only were his facial features outstanding on their own, they were even more handsome when put together. However, he gave off a tyrannical feeling, as if he would pick up the lightning spear leaning against the armrest and throw it forward if he didn't say a word correctly. Sitting next to him was a beautiful woman. Her hair was black and glossy, tied into a high bun. Her ears were slightly pointed, and her facial features were exquisite. She had a pair of brown eyes that were as deep as the ocean. She was playing with a golden wine cup with complicated patterns in her hand. Without needing Ciatas's introduction, Klein and company could easily determine that the couple was the Elf King, the ancient god Xianxia, and the Elf Queen, Queen of Calamity, Kohinum. Ormer, that traitor! Suddenly, a loud, thunderous voice sounded, causing the entire palace to tremble violently. It made Ciatas and the other attendants lower their heads in fear. This roar came from the ancient god. Isn't that the name of the giant king, Ormer? I've even drunk a red wine named after him recently. I have to say that the quality is indeed higher than others. It's just a little expensive. As Klein listened to the ringing in his ears, he casually let his thoughts wander. He remembered that Little Sun had once said that the 3 humanoid ancient gods, Giant King Ormer, Elf King Xianxia, and Sanguine Ancestor Lilith, were allies. They were fighting against the camp formed by Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt, Phoenix Ancestor Gregrace, and Mutant King Faster. Devil Monarch Fabudi and Annihilation Demonic Wolf Fleegria were lone rangers who wanted to corrupt and subvert everything. Therefore, the alliance of the 3 humanoid ancient gods eventually broke down. Klein reined in his thoughts and waited for the subsequent changes in the dream. Due to Sun's existence, Audrey wasn't unfamiliar with the history of the second epic. Without any hesitation, she allowed Ciatas's dream to continue developing. Under the terrifying roar, Queen of Calamity Kohinum wasn't affected at all. Her expression was cold as she calmly said, with a cold expression, she said relatively calmly, "Isn't this already a confirmed fact? His reputation is the exact opposite of his size." At this moment, the ancient god Xianxia's body had already been enveloped by bolts of lightning. His voice was like thunder as he said, "I thought that after centuries, he would understand this situation in the world better. I overestimated his intelligence. If it wasn't for his betrayal back then, how could Lilith have perished?" Sanguine Ancestor Lilith perished so early? Klein's eyelids twitched as he quickly focused his attention. After the Elf King finished roaring, Queen of Calamity Kohinum maintained her posture and said, "That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. At the very least, Faster and Fleegria were dragged to the grave by Lilith. All the gods no longer trust each other. Even if we don't form an alliance with anyone, we can still rule over the seas, lakes, and rivers." Upon hearing these words, as a spectator, Audrey couldn't help but feel astonished. She couldn't help but use placate on herself. This means that Sanguine Ancestor Lilith, Mutant King Faster, and Annihilation demonic wolf Fleegria perished in a battle between the ancient gods. It was because of the betrayal of giant King Ormur and the other ancient gods, and it actually had nothing to do with the ancient sun god? This is the reason why Lilith isn't dead yet and can still occasionally issue oracles? It's also because of this that the Mother of the Sky in Antigonus and the Hornacis mountain range was preserved and lived to the fourth epoch. Klein was increasingly convinced that the history recorded by the City of Silver was also faked or ambiguous. Thankfully, he hadn't digested the Bizarro Sorcerer potion, so he didn't need to consider advancing to Scholar of Year for the time being. Otherwise, the history he used might not be real. In ancient times, Sanguine Ancestor Lilith and Mutant King Faster perished because of each other. Recently, the Sanguine have been cooperating with the Temperance faction of the mutants. Time is really the greatest mage. Heh, I wonder what expression Emlyn would have if he were to learn of this matter. Leonard sighed as he listened. As the three of them fought, the ancient god, Saniathrim, snorted. Ormur has recently wanted to cooperate with some secret religions that have appeared among the humans to deal with us together. It's said that this matter is led by Harvest and the Light of Dawn. I even want to cooperate with Ankwelt to destroy the giant king's court. Unfortunately, every time I see that dragon, I have the urge to skewer it and place it on the grill. It's a natural attraction, a delicacy that's most irresistible. Just as he said that, the ancient god's figure suddenly vanished. The entire palace shook violently, causing cracks to appear. Before all of this could subside, there was a flash of lightning, and Saniathrim returned to the huge throne with a spear made purely of lightning in his hand. You went to the giant king's court? Kohainam asked. I taught Ormur a lesson, Saniathrim answered without hiding anything. Ciadas and the other elven attendants lowered their heads even further. They could vaguely see slippery tentacles that were thicker than their bodies swaying on the ground, flashing with silver-white electric snakes. Then, they even closed their eyes. Following that, the dream changed as Ciadas recalled her interactions with the other elves. Through their conversation and interaction, Klein, Leonard, and Audrey learned that Ciadas lived in a relatively peaceful era in the Second Epoch. The 5 major races, giants, elves, dragons, devils, and phoenixes, coexisted. They divided the ruling rights of the northern and southern continents and the 5 seas. Vampires, demonic wolves, treants, sea monsters, mutants, humans, and other races were attached to different factions, and they were in the middle and lower ranks. This isn't similar to the history recorded by the Church. Even the myths and legends of the City of Silver don't have such matters. Leonard sighed when he heard that. Old man probably doesn't know that much either. That might not be the case. Klein shook his head indiscernibly. Many existences from the Second Epoch have lived to the Fourth Epoch, or even now. For example, that Angel of Wisdom? Leonard asked with a guess. Probably. Klein didn't give an affirmative answer as he said with a smile, when you spoke to Mobit, I thought you would get Miss Justice to avoid him. Leonard immediately shot a glance at him and yawned. You previously mentioned that there's an existence behind me who might have seen the second blasphemy slate. Then, when I was communicating with Mobit Zoroast, I deliberately got Miss Justice to avoid him. Wasn't that making her make the connection? Besides, you also mentioned that when dealing with all the avatars of Amon and Bakeland, Miss Justice was involved in the cleanup. To a Sequence 5 spectator, this is already enough. Once I understand the matters regarding the Zoroast family, the truth will be right in front of me. If that's the case, why should I waste time talking about avoiding her? It's so troublesome. I might as well get Mr. Fool to be a witness and have everyone swear not to divulge each other's secrets. If Miss Justice were to avoid him, it wouldn't be good for you to mention swearing a secret. Klein said with a slight nod. At this moment, Ciadas continued, after the Sanguine Ancestor, the Annihilation demonic wolf, and the Mutant King perished, some of their subsidiary gods were killed. Some sided with other ancient gods, while others disappeared and lurked in the shadows. Audrey, who had transformed into an elf, immediately asked, who sided with whom, who was killed? Ciadas recalled and said, who sided with whom? Ciadas recalled and said, I've never seen it. The Sanguine's goddess of life and the Mutant King's god of war were killed. No one even remembers their names. The Annihilation demonic wolf's god of the dead, Salinger, sided with the Phoenix Ancestor. The Sanguine's goddess of beauty, Ulnia, sided with us, the mutant king's god of phase, Tolsna, and the annihilation demonic wolf's goddess of misfortune, Ammonizes, vanished. Salinger. Alnia. These two names made Klein's forehead twitch. He instinctively used his clown powers to maintain his expression. Alnia was the Blood Moon Queen, the wife of the Fourth Epoch's Night Emperor, the Empress of the Tuluan Sostal Empire, and Salinger was the founder of the Balam Empire, the Fourth Epoch's Emperor of the Underworld, Death, Nine Heavens' Divine Emperor. The subsidiary gods of the Second Epoch are truly filled with hidden talents. Previously, there was the Dragon of Wisdom, Haraburgen, and later, there was the God of the Dead, Salinger. These were all important figures who eventually became Sequence Zero and ascended to the divine throne. Of course, I can't be certain about the Dragon of Wisdom, but it's quite possible. Yes, there's also the God of Dawn, Badhile, and the Goddess of Harvest, Omabella. I can't rule out the possibility that they have lived to the Fifth Epoch and are living very well. I wonder if the God of Spiritual Creatures, Tolsna, and the Goddess of Misfortune, Ammonizes, escaped the deity war at the end of the Second Epoch when the City of Silver's creator retracted their authority. If they escaped, what role did they play in the Third Epoch or even the Fourth Epoch? After a moment of shock, Klein sighed inwardly. Thinking back to the betrayal of the Kings of Angels in the Third Epoch, he couldn't help but lampoon. Fire, theft, and protection against subsidiary gods. At that moment, Audrey, who didn't know much about the true names and authorities of the subsidiary gods, didn't show any emotions. She acted as one female elf after another in Xiaxcia's memories and constantly chatted with her, allowing her to tell her everything she knew about the Second Epoch. According to Xiaxcia, in the annals of the elves, there was no concept of the First Epoch and Second Epoch. In the beginning, it was chaotic, dark, and crazy. There was a lack of written information. It was only when the supernatural races gradually gained a certain level of rationality and had their own written language that living beings began to have a certain level of understanding of history. In that era, the ancient gods appeared one after another. The sky, land, sea, and underground slowly transitioned from absolute disorder to a certain level of order. However, other than the ancient gods who were tyrannical and crazy, no one knew how long this stage took. All they knew was that it was a very, very long time ago, and it was called the Sprouting Era by the various supernatural races. After the Sprouting Era, it was the glorious era of fire where the 8 ancient gods fought against each other. This was also a long time before Xiaxcia's birth. She could only learn from her race's annals that it was a time when panhumans fought against non-human races, resisting the corruption and erosion of devils and demonic wolves. Among them, humans were the vassals or even slaves of giants, elves, and sanguine. The duration of the glorious era of fire varied from record to record, but the common point was that it was less than 1,000 years. This was because the ancient gods were inherently crazy, tyrannical, cruel, and cold. They were often driven by their instincts. After Blood Race primogenitor Lilith, Mutant King Phastion, and Annihilation demonic wolf Fleegria fell in a betrayal, the glorious era of fire came to an end. Wars broke out frequently, and the world suffered damage that didn't stop for centuries. World of Giants and Dragons with of Dragons. When the 5 races formed a new balance, the Northern Continent, Southern Continent, Eastern Continent, and 5 seas restored a certain degree of peace. Xiaxcia was born and grew up in this era until she entered Gurozel's travels. In the history she described, there were 2 important points. First, the Eastern Continent did exist, and it was where the Giant King's court was. Second, after the Sprouting Era, the various Beyonder races actually had their own civilizations. They weren't as irrational as suspected by future generations. Of course, tyrannical, cruel, cold, and bloodthirsty tendencies were common. They seemed to be in a state of half-control. It was only after the Twin Era that the new generation of elves and giants became more rational and possessed emotions, just like Xiaxcia's and Gurozel. The Eastern Continent seems to be the forsaken land of the gods. It was abandoned during the Cataclysm? Similar thoughts surfaced in Klein, Leonard, and Audrey's minds. They were very interested in this, but unfortunately, Xiaxcia had always lived in the Elf King's court. She would occasionally head out to cruise at sea, and she had never been to the Eastern Continent. She lacked sufficient understanding. Influenced by Justice Audrey, Xiaxcia's dream began to show the origins of the elves' living customs and language. In the legends that the queen's maidservant had heard, the Elvish language was created by the king in the sprouting era. Every word was accompanied by the birth of a first-generation elf, and the number of Elvish words corresponded to the number of first-generation elves. And the living customs of the elves weren't very uniform. It was heavily dependent on the surrounding environment. The elves in the sea and the elves in the forest were undoubtedly very different in various customs. What they had in common was that they believed in the king, who was an ancient god, and his queen. They liked to use the blood of prey to make food. They had a wide range of cooking techniques, and even the sea elves would often come to the reef for a bonfire party. They were close to nature and were good at using all kinds of spices. They revered the strong, and they were proud that their actions were faster than their thoughts. Myths and reality are mixed together, making it difficult to tell which is real and which is fake. The living customs have destroyed some of my previous guesses. Klein listened with a seemingly unchanged expression as he quickly analyzed every word that Xiaodas said. After figuring out the relevant matters, Audrey circled around the keyword Western continent and changed Xiaodas's dream, reflecting some of the memories that existed in her subconscious. The Coral Palace returned to Klein and company. Xiaodas followed behind Queen of Calamity Kohainam and walked to a crystal window. She glanced at the queen's intricate dress and stole a glance at the god who wielded the power of catastrophes. She asked curiously, "Your Highness, are you looking west?" To the elves, as long as they didn't feel the oppression of violence, they would ask any questions on the spot. "Why do you think so?" Kohainam didn't turn her head as she asked with an indifferent expression. "I just learned of a legend. Us elves originated from the Western continent," Xiaodas replied. "Your Highness, does the Western continent really exist? Is it really the birthplace of the first elves?" The corners of Kohainam's mouth curled up slightly as she said with a slightly ethereal voice, "The Western continent might exist, but it might not exist either. Every race needs to give themselves an illustrious origin, a homeland of the soul." "Xiaodas, where is the homeland in your heart?" "My homeland?" Xiaodas repeated the question and answered blankly, "It's where the king and his highness are. It's this palace that leads to the forest where my parents live." As she said this, Xiaodas's emotions gradually turned heavy, dejected, and melancholic. Clearly, she had been influenced by the corresponding memories in her subconscious. She had entered travels and left her homeland for 2,000 to 3,000 years. Therefore, to you, the Western continent doesn't exist, but to some elves, it's absolutely real. Queen of Calamity Kohainam calmly gave the final answer. Xiaodas didn't ask again because she suddenly remembered that the queen wasn't a first-generation elf. Such an answer left Klein even more confused and puzzled. Thankfully, from the second epoch to the fifth epoch, the Western continent didn't have any presence at all. It wouldn't involve any important secrets related to him. He only wanted to learn about it in passing and didn't have much expectations. After ending the guidance of Xiaodas's subconscious, Audrey, Klein, and Leonard left and appeared in Mobit and Xiaodas's bedroom since it was almost noon and there weren't any other dreams that they could jump into. Looking at the fourth era Viscount who was tightly entangled by the elf and curled up in a corner of the asymmetrical bed, Audrey's expression suddenly softened. She said with a smile, "That's right." With a smile, she said, "They don't seem too bad as they are now. No, no, no. It's terrifying to have such a violent, direct, imaginative, and daring wife. Only someone like Mobit would like and enjoy it." Leonard, who didn't have the talent of a poet but had the freedom of a poet, stuffed his hands into his pockets and shook his head seriously. At this point, he muttered thoughtfully, "That's right. I wonder what the other members of Old Man's family like. Xiaodas, they don't need us to be envious or object to them. This is how they get along. Roselle the Great once wrote a poem, 'Life is precious, but love is even more valuable.'" As Klein listened to the duo's discussion, he opened his mouth and closed it again. He didn't mention that Xiaodas and Mobit were already dead. Only at the moment of their deaths did they truly feel each other's love. The ones living here were only replicas created by the world in the book. As Klein listened to the duo's discussion, he opened his mouth and closed it again. He didn't mention that Xiaodas and Mobit were already dead. It was only at the moment of their deaths that they truly felt each other's love. The living ones here were only replicas created by the world in the book. After leaving the couple's house, the trio headed for Roselle's blacksmith shop. On the way, when they passed by a street, Klein saw Frunzier, who was known as a philosopher. Audrey also recognized him at a glance as someone from Rouen. Is that the soldier from more than 100 years ago? Audrey slowed down and asked. Klein recalled Frunzier's longing for his hometown and the ashes he had placed in Baekeland Cemetery. After 2 seconds of silence, he nodded gently. Yes. Mr. World is feeling a little wistful. He's like a calm river on the surface, but there are many turbulent currents and whirlpools beneath. Audrey nodded indiscernibly. Can I enter his dream? I wish to obtain the potion formulas for judge and disciplinary paladin. No problem, Klein replied as he glanced at Leonard. Leonard still had his hands in his pockets, but his eyes instantly turned deep. Frunzier, who was sitting on a bench, fell into a deep sleep. Right on the heels of that, the trio appeared in his dream. This was a bustling city with many wooden houses. The pedestrians that came and went were mostly from Rouen. The black-haired, blue-eyed Frunzier stood outside a house, not daring to approach it. Only when a woman in an old dress came out did he rush forward in excitement, spread out his arms, and attempted to hug her. His hug passed through the woman, and the two of them didn't interact at all. Frunzier froze on the spot as he shouted in a daze. Mommy, Audrey, who had wanted to directly guide the dream, silently watched this scene. Then, she sized up her surroundings and discovered the iconic clock. Baekeland. Audrey pursed her lips, turned her head, and looked at Klein with a converged gaze. Are they unable to leave the world in the book? Too much time has passed. If they were to leave, they would directly age, die, or even be eroded by the elements. Klein's tone was like a calm surging river. I've sent an item from Frunzier back to Baekeland. This? As a spectator, Audrey acutely sensed the cruel reality hidden behind those words. She couldn't help but raise her head and look out of the dream, towards where Mobet and Ciadas were. Leonard originally wanted to ask what it was, but after looking around, he maintained his silence. Following that, Audrey seriously guided the dream. After obtaining 2 potion formulas, she allowed Frunzier to return home and live happily with his parents, siblings, and sisters. This was a beautiful dream. After leaving Frunzier's location, Klein, Leonard, and Audrey quickly saw Roselle's home. This was the last stop of their exploration. After obtaining the information from the giant Roselle's subconscious, they would enter the world in the book sea of collective subconscious to seek the secrets behind the book's existence. Note 1, quoted from Hungarian poet Petőfi's Freedom and Love P.S., seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday this. Which one is Roselle? In the dream, Leonard looked ahead blankly. There was a huge bonfire, and around it were more than 10 grayish-blue-skinned cyclopes that looked no different from each other. To be honest, I wouldn't have been able to recognize them without the powers of a faceless. To me, if there's no difference in age, hairstyle, height, scars, clothes, or maturity, giants all look the same. Klein mumbled inwardly as he calmly turned his head to look at Miss Justice, as though saying that she was a spectator and that this shouldn't be difficult for her. Audrey raised her hand and pointed at a giant who was gulping down alcohol and would occasionally roar in praise. That's Roselle. It looks like in the traditions of the giants, the way to express affirmation and praise isn't by clapping, but by roaring. The louder the roar, the higher the level of praise. Miss Justice is acting like a folklorist. Thankfully, it's just roaring and not singing, otherwise, the noise would be worse. It's obvious that the giants here aren't good at music. Their roars didn't have any sense of rhythm. Klein nodded slightly and said to Audrey, "Begin the guidance." As Audrey went forward, Leonard retreated. He raised his right hand and stroked his chin. Tell me, in the second epoch, which Beyonder race widely possessed the Beyonder characteristics of the Evernight pathway? Isn't it the demonic wolf? Klein glanced at Leonard, wondering if his poet had contracted the traditional disease of the Nighthawks, a bad memory. I know. Leonard maintained his posture as he said with a slightly odd expression, then how did they act as the Midnight Poet? Or should I say, the name of the potion back then was Midnight Roarer? In the beginning, there wasn't a potion name. Klein accidentally let Leonard lead his train of thought astray. Immediately, the scene of this fellow squatting on the ground and howling at the moon surfaced in his mind. He couldn't help but mutter, this might be more suitable for you. There's no need to write a poem. It's very simple. The corners of Leonard's mouth twitched. There are different types of poets too. I'm a reciter. As the two of them chatted, Audrey's guidance gradually advanced. Roselle's dream revealed the waning forest, the barren tunnel, a corner of the giant king's court, Dawn Town, the Kingdom of Gold, and other places. As Roselle wasn't a servant of the giant king and the other deities, he could only occasionally see these high-level existences when he was on duty in the waning forest or certain palaces or passageways of the king's court. Furthermore, he didn't dare look at them directly and had to kneel on one knee and bow his head to welcome them. Therefore, the images of giant King Ormur, giant Queen Omabella, and the eldest son of the giant king, the god of dawn, Badhile, didn't directly appear in the dream. They only existed in the form of portraits. Similarly, Roselle knew very few secrets. His grasp of history and the situation in the world was completely inferior to elvish songster Ciata's. However, an interesting point was that in the giant king's court and among the giants, the traitor was synonymous with Siniathrim. They claimed that the one who betrayed the alliance and caused the death of the sanguine ancestor, Lilith, was this ancient god. Klein was deeply suspicious of this because the irascible Siniathrim clearly wasn't good at such matters. That Queen of Calamity seems to have the ability, but the problem is that it's very difficult to hide what she is plotting from her spouse, a true ancient god, Siniathrim. In comparison, it's more reasonable for giant King Ormur to be the traitor. As Klein did a rough analysis, Audrey changed the direction of guidance in an attempt to get Roselle to show what he saw outside the giant king's court. Unfortunately, this giant had left the king's court and passed by Dawn Town. Not long after he arrived in the Nation of Gold, he received a travelogue and entered the book. He didn't know much about the local customs and people in the corresponding region. Currently, the most valuable piece of information is how to avoid entering the giant king's court from Afternoon Town and enter from the waning forest or the barren tunnel. Audrey ended the guidance and walked back to Klein and Leonard's side. This will be very useful for Little Sun and Company's subsequent explorations. Yes, we can tell him at the next gathering. Klein nodded. He was just about to suggest that Roselle's dream enter the sea of collective subconscious of the world in the book when Audrey suddenly looked back and said in thought, "There's one detail that doesn't make sense." There is one detail that does not make sense. What detail? Leonard seriously recalled what he had seen and heard, but he didn't find anything suspicious. Audrey glanced at the world and said, "That's right. The waning forest is where giant King Ormur's parents are buried. The rule that only the ancient god can enter is very unreasonable." Klein originally didn't notice any problems with this detail, but after Miss Justice mentioned it, he immediately had some thoughts as he deliberated. The giant king's father and mother are equivalent to the ancestors of the giant race. Normally speaking, they should be the targets of worship and worship by the entire race. Yes, every race has a certain level of ancestor worship. Giants are no exception. From Roselle's dream, it can be seen that these keepers will often worship the two ancestors outside the waning forest, said Roselle. Audrey nodded in agreement. If there are no other factors affecting it, the giant king should occasionally organize the clan's key groomed targets to pay respects to the ancestor, and not make it a rule that only he can enter. Perhaps the waning forest hides great danger. Weren't the most ancient giants crazy, tyrannical, and irrational? After they died, their corpses would pollute the surrounding environment and affect the entire forest. It's not something too difficult to understand. Leonard gave his guess. Audrey and Klein shook their heads at the same time, rejecting this theory. If it's just danger or pollution, giant Queen Omabella and the god of dawn Badhile can clearly resist it effectively. With the help of the giant king, there's almost no problem. However, they are still not allowed to enter the waning forest, even if they follow the ancient god. Klein simply shared his thoughts and guesses. Perhaps the parents of giant King Ormur aren't the only ones buried there. There are other secrets as well. That's very likely. Audrey nodded seriously. On her silver-masked face, her green eyes darted around slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity. If that's really the case, what kind of secret can't be known by his wife, children, subsidiary gods, or clansmen? Interesting. Leonard smiled and allowed his thoughts to wander. After discussing for a while, the three of them made good use of their time to pass through the barren tunnel and enter the giant king's court. They attempted to enter the palaces that were frozen in the glow of dusk. According to Klein's experience, this was actually the path to the periphery of Roselle's dream. This time, there was no need for him to activate creeping hunger and use the power of a zombie to open the heavy door to the giant guard's residence. Audrey directly affected the dream, causing the 10-meter-tall door to open like paper. Due to the repulsion of the unshadowed crucifix, Klein wasn't actually wearing the human-skinned glove. Outside the door was the gray world. In front of them was no longer the giant king's court, but a cliff. After discussing the various situations they might encounter when entering the sea of collective subconscious, Audrey conjured a staircase at the edge of the cliff. The staircase twisted and turned as it went deep into the dark, gray, silent, and bottomless world of the mind. The three of them didn't delay as they stepped onto the staircase and walked down step by step. In this lonely and quiet environment that could drive one crazy, Audrey would use placate a few times every time she went down a certain distance. This wasn't only to placate Klein, Leonard, and herself, but it was also to placate the grayish-white cliff, Roselle's subconscious. It was to prevent it from becoming agitated and contaminating their astral projection or body of heart and mind. The countless rotting giant palms that Klein had encountered previously didn't appear again. Even the most unbearable loneliness, silence, and endless feeling in the world of the mind didn't seem that terrifying because they were moving in a team and could speak to each other. This is the world of the mind, the domain of the consciousness. It's indeed different from others. Leonard looked around as though he wanted to use a few lines of poetry to express his feelings, but he ultimately chose to give up. If it were any other place or mission, Klein might have gotten his poet to remain silent, but here, he felt that anything he said was fine. Audrey didn't reject the exchange either as she said in all seriousness, she said seriously, what we intuitively feel is the essence of this environment. The cliffs, and gray world we see are a reflection of our subconscious. If it were any other race, it might not be the same. Only now do I find psychology rather interesting, Leonard said with piqued interest after hearing that. Klein glanced at him and resisted the urge to say that with his personality and habits, he really wasn't suitable for the spectator pathway. As they conversed, the three of them descended for an unknown period of time before they finally stepped on solid but blurry gray ground. Looking up from here, they could see swaying figures of light. They were densely packed and overlapped, forming an illusory sea. Klein, Leonard, and Audrey were just about to walk forward when a water current surged past them. A rather blurry figure of light stood up. It was a grayish-blue giant that was 6 to 7 meters tall. Its chest and abdomen were wrapped in dragon-scaled leather. The exposed areas were covered in indescribable patterns, symbols, and labels that exceeded the scope of the normal senses. His vertical eye was bloodshot, and he didn't hide the violent aura it emitted. It had a clear inclination towards destruction, and in his mouth was a bloody human leg. This was a demigod-level giant, he was a remnant phantom in the sea of collective subconscious. Perhaps it came from an actual encounter of the ancestors of humans or other races, or perhaps it came from what Roselle and the other giants had seen. The moment he appeared, the crazy emotion spread to Klein and company like a contagious plague. This was the world of mind, consciousness, and heart. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday. The giant with bloodshot vertical eyes that was biting at the human leg didn't actually exist. He was essentially an intense emotion produced by a particular person or creature. This emotion that stemmed from an extremely deep impression entered the subconscious, spreading from the mind island to the surrounding illusory sea. It gradually settled down and turned into a brand. Not all emotions and consciousness would eventually settle down. Most of them would be obliterated by time and washed away by the seawater. Only extremely intense or repeated emotions would remain. And once it became a brand, it would be a drop of water in the sea of collective subconscious. It would then be able to affect the surrounding creatures of the same species, becoming an ancient memory that was engraved in their bloodlines. Therefore, the mythical creature form that the illusory giant displayed wasn't clear enough. Furthermore, there were many mistakes that were filled in based on subjective consciousness. Normally, it wouldn't make Leonard and Audrey unable to look straight at it, causing their spirituality to be in chaos, or causing them to have a mental breakdown. However, the madness that accompanied it, as well as the extreme fear that came from an unknown source, seemed corporeal. It could infect every living being's body of heart and mind, astral projection, and even soul-body. This was the essence of the danger in the sea of collective subconscious. It didn't originate from strength, level, but from the emotions and feelings that were imprinted. Of course, if one encountered a high-level creature or a brand left behind by a deity, they could really see one or a few mythical creature forms. However, the outcome definitely wouldn't be good. They would either have a mental breakdown and go mad, or they would be completely corrupted by the emotions and feelings of a deity or high-level creature. No one could guess what they would become in advance. In short, here, in this sea of collective subconscious, the way of combat was different from the outside world. At times, the more anxious one was to destroy the phantom, the more likely one was to be corrupted due to the stirring of emotions. It was precisely because of this that Klein immediately controlled his emotions when he saw the 7-meter-tall grayish-blue giant rush over. Then, he used an illusion. The target of this illusion was Leonard and Audrey. In the eyes of these two sequence 5 beyonders, the giant that was 2 or 3 stories tall no longer had the madness and tyranny that made one's heart tremble. It appeared ordinary and ordinary. Therefore, before the true extreme feeling of contamination hit them, Leonard and Audrey were very calm and did not show any emotional fluctuations. Then, with one hand in his pocket, Leonard stretched out his right hand and slightly opened his mouth. He originally wanted to use the Archbishop's help to seal the first spirit in his teeth after he became a spirit warlock, a terror demonis. This was a powerful spirit world creature with a beautiful face and rotting body. It had a pair of gigantic eagle wings and was adept at sucking the consciousness of others and instilling fear in them. However, he quickly recalled that he was not only an astral projection, but he had also experienced the Grey Fog's baptism. How could there be another spirit in his body? Left with no choice, he switched to using the powers of a soul assurer. His green eyes were deep. The giant phantom immediately slowed down, and its emotions seemed to have been somewhat relieved. At this moment, Audrey calmly opened her arms and used placate. An invisible wind blew past, and the giant phantom paused. The infection in its surroundings instantly weakened significantly. During this process, Klein took out the bronze-green cross with many spikes. As he opened the bottle containing his blood, he poured a few drops onto it and said with a solemn expression, "That's not a problem." He said with a solemn expression, "Light." Brilliant, pure, and flawless light burst forth. As Klein's black trench coat fluttered slightly, it drowned the giant phantom. Without putting up any resistance, the grayish-blue giant quickly melted away. One of the main abilities of the unshadowed crucifix was to remove or purify remnant mental imprints. This was also the reason why Klein had brought this sealed artifact with him. And when using the cross that came from the ancient sun god, Klein had dispelled the illusion, allowing Leonard and Audrey to directly see the true appearance of the giant phantom, so as to enhance their experience in this aspect. Although it only took less than a second for the giant phantom to be drowned by the endless light, Audrey and Leonard still felt dizzy. Uncontrollable horror surged out from the depths of their hearts, and their minds nearly collapsed. This didn't last long. Audrey instinctively used placate on herself to calm her emotions. Following that, she treated Mr. Star and Mr. World's psychological problems. How terrifying. Is this a demigod-level giant? When the light dissipated, Audrey looked around and sighed with emotion. At that instant, she had a deeper understanding of a sentence, "Do not look directly at God." Even at the level of a saint, a demigod who only had remnant memories of others, couldn't see them directly, much less a true deity. Leonard was rather experienced as he gave a self-deprecating laugh. Sequence 4 is indeed the level of a qualitative change in life. However, that fear just now was nothing much. It wasn't as intense as the emotions I felt when I faced a pregnant woman. Are all poets basically bragging? You were still able to control yourself back then, but you were on the verge of breaking down just now. However, if Megos had successfully given birth to that child, we would probably have broken down and lost control, turning into monsters just by looking at it. As Klein lampooned Leonard, he sighed as his memories stirred up. Is that a pregnant demigod? Audrey asked curiously. No. Leonard shook his head. But she's pregnant with an evil god spawn. Is that so? Audrey didn't ask further because she knew that the adventure and exploration weren't over yet. It wasn't advisable to waste time. She then looked at Gehrman Sparrow, who was wearing a black trench coat and holding a bronze cross and a metal bottle. She revealed a smile and said she smiled and said, "Thank you for the influence you had on our senses." Where should we go next? As a senior spectator, it wasn't difficult for her to determine the fact that she had received Mr. World's help just now. Klein controlled his subconscious action of furrowing his brows slightly and looked around. Does this sea of collective subconscious not have a core region? No. Audrey shook her head seriously. As long as there are living beings, there will be a sea of collective subconscious. There's no such thing as one being more noble than the other. This illusory sea won't really surge. The situation in different regions mainly depends on the surrounding environment. We call it the precipitation effect. To put it simply, the sea of collective subconscious in Rouen will be different from Intis. This is because it mainly precipitates the intense emotions and feelings of generations of Rouen citizens. In turn, this will also affect the citizens of the two countries, causing them to have different temperaments or personalities to a certain extent. After a brief explanation, Audrey gave a conclusion. If that's the case, how can there be a recognized core area of the sea of collective subconscious? Klein nodded and asked thoughtfully, "What's the matter?" In other words, you can't provide effective advice on where to go? Mr. World is so direct. If it were any other lady or gentleman with a fragile heart, they would definitely feel embarrassed and hurt. As Audrey's thoughts raced, she saw the German sparrow's dark brown eyes that were nearly black. They weren't crazy or cold at all. Instead, they were calm and deep. Audrey instantly came to a realization. She knew that Mr. World was deliberately acting in such a manner so that she could experience the various details of a joint operation and accumulate more experience. Yes. She nodded calmly, not embarrassed at all. Klein nodded inwardly before looking at Leonard. "Don't look at me. My domain is in the dream, not in this strange sea of collective subconscious." Leonard immediately waved his palm. Compared to Miss Justice, he had participated in countless joint operations. He knew that he shouldn't put on a brave front when he shouldn't. "Then follow me." Klein retracted his gaze and handed the unshadowed crucifix, which had been dyed bronze green again, to the hand holding the metal bottle. He then took out a gold coin. Clang, as the gold coin tumbled, he grabbed it. Then, without looking at the outcome, he identified the direction and took a step forward. This is a method of divination. Audrey was enlightened. She looked at the World German sparrows. Serious and calm side profile and the figure in the black trench coat, silk top hat, and bronze cross. For some baffling reason, she felt that he was like a missionary. Leonard suddenly recalled something from the past. It was the first case he and Klein worked together on, the search for a kidnapped child. Back then, it was also Klein who used divination to lead the way while he followed beside him. Compared to how inexperienced he was back then, he was now so proficient that it was as though he had entered the mysterious world for more than 10 years. Sigh, it's actually only been a year. Leonard stuck his hands in his pockets and followed closely behind Klein, feeling a little wistful. Audrey glanced at him and sensed the change in his emotions. Mr. Star and Mr. World aren't just acquaintances in real life. They might very well be quite good friends. The kind that they haven't met in the past year or two. As Audrey made this judgment, she didn't slow down. She combined the knowledge she had learned and observed the details of her surroundings, distinguishing where there might be hidden vortexes or dangerous creatures lurking. With her help, Klein led the way very smoothly. He didn't directly encounter a mark like the giant phantom he had encountered before. Sometimes they walked straight, sometimes they turned. After an unknown period of time, the three of them suddenly saw light. What appeared in front of them was a deep-sea crater. In the middle of the crater was a city the size of an island. The city's foundation was grayish-white in color. On it were magnificent stone pillars that were hundreds of meters tall. They either stood there alone, or together, they propped up towering ancient palaces. The entire structure was strange and magnificent. It didn't look like something ordinary creatures could build. Although Audrey didn't know this city, a thought instantly surfaced in her mind. City of Miracles, Liveseed. Liveseed was a floating city that the ancient god, dragon of imagination Ankwelt, had imagined out of thin air. No matter how one looked at it, it could be considered a miracle, or even a miracle. It was even grander and more majestic than the giant king's court. It had the characteristics of otherworldlings. Every stone pillar was nearly 100 meters tall, as though they were seats for dragons to rest on. It was a city that left a deep and unforgettable impression just by hearing about it. Therefore, although Audrey had never seen the City of Miracles live seed, she instantly made a connection because of the scenes she had witnessed. Of course, she knew ahead of time that Roselle's travels originated from the Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt. This was also one of the main reasons why she had such thoughts. As for Klein, as he had previously divined the origins of Roselle's travels, he had seen the real City of Miracles and the floating city in his dream. At that moment, he was extremely certain that the island-sized city in the deep-sea crater was identical to Liveseed. It just lacked the dragons that flew in from all directions. Was this real, or was it a copy? Or is it the convergence of a certain special creature's subconscious in the world in the book? Klein was slightly surprised as he quickly analyzed the situation. According to the results of his divination and the contents of giant guardian Roselle and elvish songster Ciatas's dreams, he was certain that when the book was created, the City of Miracles Liveseed still existed. When it spread to the vicinity of the giant king's court, the City of Miracles Liveseed still existed. When Roselle began his adventure, and when Ciatas was sucked into the world in the book, the City of Miracles Liveseed also existed. If the City of Miracles Liveseed disappeared, it was impossible for the various Beyonder races to not react at all. In other words, these facts undoubtedly indicated that the city in the deep-sea crater was unlikely to be Liveseed. But soon, Klein recalled something. It was something Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards had once said. What can be confirmed is that it first appeared among the dragons after the disappearance of the City of Miracles Liveseed. That's interesting. What did Vice Admiral Iceberg rely on to confirm that Roselle's travels first appeared, and to believe that it was after the disappearance of the City of Miracles Liveseed? She doesn't have the grey fog, so how can she pry into the origins of an ancient god's item? I originally used her conclusion as a basis for speculation and consideration, but after my divination, I completely overturned this point. I didn't think about it again. Klein stared at the towering stone pillars and magnificent palaces as thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he had an idea. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina was a member of the Church of Knowledge. She believed in the God of knowledge and wisdom, and from the religious texts of the Third Epic and the historical figures of the Second Epic, it was reasonable to suspect that the Angel of the Wisdom was very likely to be. And from the religious texts of the Third Epic and the historical figures of the Second Epic, it was reasonable to suspect that the Angel of Wisdom was very likely the Dragon of Wisdom, Haraburgen. The appearance of Roselle's travels after the disappearance of the City of Miracles Liveseed was confirmed by the God of knowledge and wisdom through some means. The appearance of Roselle's travels after the disappearance of the City of Miracles Liveseed was confirmed by the God of knowledge and wisdom through some means? If he is really the Dragon of Wisdom, it means that he is the dragon in question. Furthermore, he was already of a very high level back then. His understanding of the matter definitely exceeds that of Roselle and Ciatas. But how do I explain the scene I saw above the grey fog? Now that I think about it, my head still hurts a little. What I saw was definitely the true form of the ancient god, the Dragon of Imagination. For a moment, Klein felt enlightened as he strung the pieces together, but at the next moment, he fell into deep confusion. He kept tossing gold coins and quickly came up with a guess. Since the City of Miracles Liveseed was imagined, couldn't he just imagine another one after it disappeared? The original Liveseed was stuffed into this book by Dragon King Ankwelt, and the one that existed after that was a reimagined one. This fooled all the dragons, but not the one known for its wisdom. If this is true, then there are actually two City of Miracles Liveseed. This is the earliest and oldest one, but here comes the problem. Why didn't the Dragon of Wisdom personally enter the world of the book? Even if he isn't a spectator, he should have the ability and level to explore this place with omniscience and omnipotence as a symbol. He has actually been here a long time ago, but he didn't alarm any living being in the world of the book. Furthermore, for some reason, he left this City of Miracles here. As thoughts surfaced in Klein's mind, the star Leonard, who had his hands in his pockets, looked at him and then at Miss Justice, who had been staring down in silence for a long time. He took the initiative to speak and break the silence. This city is very magnificent and magnificent. Furthermore, it clearly doesn't belong to humans or humanoid creatures, but there's no need to look at it for so long. You aren't architects. Klein reined in his thoughts and glanced at Leonard. This is very likely the dragon of imagination Ankwelt City of Miracles, Liveseed. In a sense, it's an ancient god's divine kingdom. Of course, if there was a second Liveseed, the nature of the divine kingdom here wouldn't be too strong. Divine kingdom. Leonard's pupils dilated as he repeated the most critical word. Audrey snapped to her senses and whispered, "Is it really Liveseed? Is it really Liveseed? It's just possible." Klein had already calmed down and replied simply, "It didn't float in midair like the legends say, but sank to the bottom of the sea of collective subconscious. Therefore, it's hard to tell if it's real or fake." At this moment, Leonard finally controlled himself. Once again, he looked at the magnificent city in the deep-sea crater and laughed in a self-deprecating manner. "I never expected that I would one day come to the divine kingdom of an ancient god. Frankly speaking, if Miss Justice wasn't here, he definitely wouldn't have been able to help but sigh at how colorful Klein's life was. Ever since he met this former teammate, not only had he directly met the two sons of God and a king of angels, but he had also entered the magical world in the book and discovered a city that was suspected to be the divine kingdom of an ancient god. This was many times more exciting than what he had experienced in the past year. It was also many times higher in level. Of course, it was also many times more dangerous. After saying that, he looked up at the floating light and shadow seawater above him and asked thoughtfully, "What's going on?" He asked thoughtfully, "How do we tell if the sea of collective subconscious is real or imaginary?" This was a continuation of the question of how to determine whether Liveseed was real or not. Audrey thought carefully for a moment and said with uncertainty, "There's no way to tell. There's no way to tell, or rather, the sea of collective subconscious here is also real. In essence, the collective subconscious is the sedimentation and accumulation of intense emotions and feelings. Although the people of this world might be imaginary, their experiences, their emotions, their joy, anger, sadness, pain, and happiness are all real." As she spoke, Audrey stopped. She vaguely grasped something, but she couldn't really say it out loud. At this moment, Klein suddenly said, "The items it imagines will definitely appear. The objects that it imagines will definitely materialize, and the kingdom that it imagines will definitely descend upon the material world." As his voice echoed, Klein put away the gold coin in his hand and jumped into the deep-sea crater, his black trench coat fluttering. "The future it claims will definitely happen and become a reality." As his figure glided down, he continued to speak. Audrey's green eyes were first confused before they lit up. Following that, she jumped towards the City of Miracles. "Aren't you going to divine the level of danger? This might be the divine kingdom of an ancient god." Leonard looked at the two of them in surprise and blurted out. In the education he had received, this wasn't in line with the prescribed course of action. "When did you have the illusion that I didn't divine it?" "It's just that you didn't notice my petty actions. I just put away the gold coin. Besides, my danger premonition didn't give me any warning. In addition, if my guess is right, then the Dragon of Wisdom, Haraburgen, should have entered this place before. If there really was any active danger, he would have long resolved it. If Miss Justice wasn't here, I really would have lampooned you." Klein silently lampooned as he adjusted his direction and speed. He passed by a few thick stone pillars that were nearly 100 meters tall and descended, stepping onto the grayish-white ground. He was now in a spirit-body state, so he could naturally fly if he wanted to. 2 to 3 seconds later, the silver-masked Justice Audrey landed beside him. Audrey looked up and was shocked by the grandeur of the stone pillars and palace for a few seconds. Only then did she say, "Looking from inside and looking from afar feels completely different. Perhaps, this is the true feeling of a rat in Bakeland." As she spoke, Leonard glided over and turned his head to look at Klein. It wasn't that he didn't trust Klein and wasn't aware of his cautiousness, but in a joint operation, such matters had to be clarified. This was because there was the possibility of a teammate being unknowingly corrupted and doing something rash. This was the conclusion of the Nighthawk's repeated sacrifices in exchange for experience. "The current revelation is that there's no danger," Klein said truthfully. Leonard no longer had any doubts as he surveyed the area. He looked around and said, "The City of Miracles sure is huge. I mean, with such a huge city, even if we can fly, we won't be able to finish exploring it in a few days. Or do you have a target location in mind?" The latter half of his sentence was said while looking at Klein. Klein nodded and pointed at a huge palace that was more than 200 meters tall not far away. There. If I remember correctly, that should be the residence of the Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt. This was what he had seen in dream divination. Seeing that Klein already had a plan, as though he had received a hint from Mr. Fool, Leonard felt a lot more at ease. He looked at the grayish-white foundation beneath his feet. And said, "Is this a divine kingdom? I don't feel anything." At this moment, Audrey, who had been carefully observing her surroundings, said with uncertainty, "All the abnormalities here seem to be gathering towards that palace." She was referring to the ancient god's residence that Klein had just pointed out. In front of the grayish-white palace that was more than 200 meters tall, there were a few thick stone pillars that were shorter than itself. It was as though a team of guards were standing upright. Klein could imagine that when the City of Miracles, Liveseed, was still floating in midair, there must have been powerful dragons crouching on these stone pillars. They were the attendants of the ancient gods, or rather, the servants of the gods. He then looked up at the open door and said to Leonard and Audrey, "Stay close to me. If anything happens, I'll immediately take you out of the book's world and return above the grey fog." This was also the main reason why Klein dared to explore this place. Okay. Audrey and Leonard didn't try to be brave. They walked to either side of Klein and walked beside him. After relying on their spirit body's flight ability to cross the stairs, the trio entered the palace through the exaggerated and magnificent door. The first thing they saw was a spacious space that allowed many dragons to freely roll around, as well as ancient stone pillars that seemed to prop up the sky. On both sides of the hall, there were colorful murals. They constantly extended forward and converged behind a giant pillar that was so wide that it was unknown how many people could wrap their arms around it. The giant pillar stood in the deepest part of the hall, right in front of them. It didn't rely on any external objects. Just by itself, it made one feel a strong sense of fear and experience the vicissitudes of time, like a petrified god. Almost instantly, a grayish-white figure appeared on the giant pillar. The figure's entire body was covered in scales, and each scale was like a solid slab of stone. Just the vague outline was enough to make it seem epic. Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, he heard an inexplicably familiar voice echo in the ridiculously spacious hall, "Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt." As Klein looked around in shock, he heard Leonard sigh with emotion. The deep air around him listens quietly, the breeze is so frightened that it doesn't even dare to breathe. Note 1. This fellow is still in the mood to recite poems. I wonder who he's reciting. Klein turned to look at Leonard. Then, he heard an echo. This guy is still in the mood to recite poems. I wonder who he is reciting. At this moment, Leonard's expression was rather startled. He shut his mouth tightly and shook his head continuously in denial. But in the next second, a voice rang out beside him. I didn't read anything. What's going on? Strange. Klein's heart skipped a beat as he realized that the inexplicably familiar voice belonged to him. And it echoed again, repeating the thought that flashed through Klein's mind. Then, Audrey's soft and beautiful voice sounded. This hall can make our thoughts appear in our surroundings, and even materialize them? When I saw that huge pillar just now, I imagined what Ankwelt, the Dragon of Imagination, looked like. I used the mind dragon I saw before as a blueprint. Why did my words? No, the Great Hall really said them, is that so? Thankfully, I didn't think of anything strange just now. Rein in my thoughts, rein in my thoughts. Klein began to attempt to use cogitation to focus his mind and prevent himself from letting his thoughts run wild. At the same time, the corresponding words sounded beside him almost simultaneously. Rein in my thoughts, rein in my thoughts, rein in my thoughts. So this is what Mr. World's mind is like. He's like a child who has just entered school, constantly emphasizing to himself what he needs to pay attention to. Also, he's actually cogitating stacked balls of light. How beautiful. No, I didn't think of it that way, nor did I describe you that way, Mr. World. It's true. As her true thoughts kept appearing, Audrey finally couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. As for Leonard, the surroundings were already echoing with ha ha ha. These two fellows. No, why should I use fellows? Be polite, be polite. As Klein listened to the words in his mind, he sighed in exasperation. This place is very suitable for playing truth or dare. Perhaps it should be called the Hall of Truth. What game is this? Audrey didn't need to open her mouth to express her puzzlement. It was probably invented by Roselle the Great. I have to be careful not to think about things I shouldn't think about. Seriously, it's too difficult to rein in my thoughts without the help of cogitation. As Klein answered, he habitually warned himself. In the end, he was once again heartlessly betrayed by the Great Hall. This time, Audrey laughed out loud. Haha, Mr. World actually has such a side to him. I actually failed to decipher it in the past, ha ha ha, Klein, to think that you would have such a day. No, what did I say? Leonard suddenly raised his right hand and covered his mouth. As expected, he heard Miss Justice's question. Klein? As well as a certain person's complaint. Perhaps only turning into a marionette can stop this fellow from letting his thoughts run wild. Wait, what am I thinking? Phew. Calm down, calm down. Klein took a deep breath and began to focus his attention on the matter at hand. Let's first take a look at what the surrounding murals say. In ancient times, murals were a very important way of keeping records. They often contain a lot of information. At the same time he made the suggestion, he heard Audrey's inwardly laughing and thinking, Klein, is that Mr. World's real name? No, don't think too much about it. Mr. World will be angry. No, I think it's more likely that he's embarrassed. No, this is all Lai's fault. Mr. World, please believe me. Phew. Calm down, focus. With the help of the spectator pathway's control over her emotions and thoughts, Audrey gradually reined in her thoughts and cast her gaze at the mural on the right. Compared to them, Leonard's ability to control his mind was slightly weaker. There were still noises echoing around him. Turning into a marionette. Are this fellow's thoughts so dangerous now? TSK, so this is your true thoughts. Haha, Miss Justice's reaction is very interesting. It's been a while since I've seen that fellow embarrass himself. After Klein and Audrey seriously looked at the murals and quickly communicated through the stirrings in their hearts, Leonard slowly calmed his thoughts and focused. The mural on the right of the trio seemed to describe the evolution of history. There were scenes of humans building cities, plains covered in snow, war and migration, countries and cities, towers and fruits that symbolized unobstructed communication. Clearly, these murals began from the door and ended with the Dragon of Imagination throne. Towards the end, Klein suddenly discovered a familiar figure. It was a gigantic dragon with ghostly blue dragon eyes and ice crystal scales. It was the King of the North. You listen, this. The development of the world in this book is based on these murals? As Klein expressed his thoughts, he quickly browsed back and discovered many blurry adventurers hunting frost dragons and opening the door to leave. He discovered the melting of ice and snow, the appearance and prosperity of Pesot and other cities. He discovered that the weather was turning colder and that a new story was about to unfold. The contents of the murals will become reality in this world in this book? Audrey couldn't help but have such a thought. This wall and this painting look very ordinary. It can't even be compared to the works of the artists on the streets. As expected of the residents of the Dragon of Imagination. Is this the might and authority of an ancient god? Leonard also felt wistful. It's possible. Before Klein could give a more tactful answer, he heard his inner voice say, let's look at the murals on the other side and analyze everything. Leonard and Audrey didn't object as they followed him to the other side. During this process, they discovered that even a spirit body couldn't fly in this palace. As the murals were huge, it didn't take long for Klein and company to see the corresponding contents. Just the first mural near the door made Klein's pupils dilate. In the mural, a book with a hardcover was held in the hand of a one-eyed giant with indistinct features, grayish-blue skin, and grayish-blue skin. This? Klein heard his own shocked and hesitant voice. In the subsequent murals, the common protagonist was the book with a dark brown cover bound in goatskin. It was obtained by the elves, the words on its surface changed, it was collected, it was obtained by different people, tossed around, and wandered until it flew into the clouds and arrived in the cosmos, landing in a gigantic claw. In the next mural that followed this scene, the book didn't seem to be related to the previous ones. It suddenly appeared above the sea and stayed in a blurry ship. In the penultimate mural, it was obtained by a man in a top hat and left the ship. Following that, the mural appeared behind the gigantic pillar that was suspected to be the Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt's throne. Its content was the book from before meeting a classical quill. At this point, all the murals ended. 0-08. Leonard's shocked voice echoed in the hall. The Dragon of Imagination wants to make this book and the pen into a set. What will happen? This scene nearly happened when I was dealing with Xianxia. But in the end, it didn't happen? It's because this book fell into my hands and was sacrificed to Mr. Fool. Or could it be that Adam was long prepared for this and deliberately provided help? Oh right, in the book, just as the ascetic mentioned the angel of imagination, Adam, the frost dragon, attacked the camp. Is it because the book itself doesn't allow him to finish speaking, or has Adam already heard it and cast his gaze over, triggering a certain reaction? Klein's thoughts turned into words. During this process, he could only control himself to treat the fool as another existence. At the same time he spoke, Audrey's thoughts appeared. The contents of this mural will become reality in the physical world? Note 1, quoted from Tennyson, Godiva. Divine Sovereign of the Nine Heavens, the contents of the mural will become the reality of the physical world. Be it Klein or Leonard, they couldn't help but repeat Miss Justice's words in their hearts. If the mural on the other side of the book determined the direction of history in the world, it would only be surprising and impressive, but the discovery on this side was enough to stir everyone's hearts. It could stir up a huge storm there. The mural you describe will definitely be played out on a real stage, and not in the illusory world. This is the performance of a deity. It can't be that exaggerated, right? After Leonard repeated it, he muttered in a tone of disbelief. As for Klein, he habitually analyzed the situation. Even 0-08 can only affect a large city. It's difficult to exceed this range. The spectator pathways sequence one author should be about the same. And the visionary's uniqueness can be confirmed to be in Adam's hands. What does the City of Miracles rely on to ensure that the contents of the mural will be realized? The divine powers of the Dragon of Imagination back then. When this book was formed, the contents of the mural had already turned into an imprint and sank into the sea of collective subconscious, spreading in all directions, so as to push generations of living beings to unconsciously complete this matter. If this is true, then making another mural now definitely won't be able to turn it into reality. This is because the Dragon of Imagination has already perished, so there's no way for it to provide divine powers, but I can give it a try. If the contents of the new mural are really played out in the physical world, it means that this City of Miracles is really Liveseed from back then. Furthermore, it hides a huge secret. It also means that the waters of the spectator pathway run deeper than I imagined. Writer? There's such a potion name? Leonard couldn't help but mumble when he heard Klein's thoughts. Compared to visionary, which could be extended from the Dragon of Imagination, the name of the potion, author, was clearly more eye-catching. It made one's imagination run wild, and it gave one the feeling of walking from reality to fantasy. Audrey, who had long known the name of the high sequence beyond her potion of the spectator pathway, had another thought flash through her mind. Uniqueness. Mr. World is actually able to instantly connect and analyze so many things. How impressive. Did I praise you too bluntly? Mr. World heard it. This hall is really hard to get used to. No, Mr. World, I'm really praising you. It's from the bottom of my heart. Audrey felt a little ashamed at first. Then, she quickly adjusted her mentality and tried to be calm. As expected of a psychiatrist. He adjusts quickly. Klein immediately had such a thought. Indeed, Mr. World isn't as cold as he looks on the surface. He's actually muttering inwardly. I didn't say anything. Just as Audrey subconsciously had a thought, she immediately denied it firmly. A voice echoed beside Leonard as well. Klein's German sparrow disguise is quite good. Almost everyone who knows him believes that he is cold and crazy. Who would have thought? Just as Leonard's thoughts were about to wander, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Shut up. He looked at Klein, who was dressed as German Sparrow, and spread out his hands. He held back his laughter. He held back his laughter and said, "Look, this isn't cold enough, right? Cold? Then I'll directly press the unshadowed crucifix on your head. If you don't want the Beyonder characteristic, donate it to someone who needs it." Klein, who was unable to use cogitation to control his thoughts, instinctively responded. Audrey looked at Mr. World and then at Mr. Star as the voice in her heart quickly leaped out. So there are so many dramas in their hearts. Previously, I could only see through Mr. Star, but I never expected that Mr. World's poker card-like face to hide a giant boss mini. At the critical moment, the experienced Audrey forcefully used the method of counting objects and reciting names to stop her thoughts. Who are these people? Leonard's attention was diverted. It's the hounds and horses I rear at home, Audrey replied politely. A hound costs more than £450. Klein suddenly recalled that after he bought Maker Manor, butler Walter had suggested buying a batch of hounds. Why is the first thing Mr. World thought of his price? This question floated through Audrey's mind. Leonard curled his lips. Even without saying a word, he replied, "Isn't that normal? This fellow has always been a little calculative in this aspect." I remember. Before he could finish his sentence, Klein coughed lightly and said, "Isn't that normal? This fellow has always been a little calculative in this aspect." I remember. Before he could finish his sentence, Klein coughed lightly and said, "Let's continue exploring other places." Sigh, it's really easy for things to get messy in this hall. The main point is always shifting to everyone's privacy. Upon hearing the latter half of his complaint, Audrey and Leonard laughed out loud, regardless of whether they could hold it in or not. This wasn't something they could control. Seeing that Mr. World clearly didn't wish for the situation to develop into chaos again, Audrey looked up at the dome and focused her attention on the matter at hand. The mural on the right controls the world in the book, and the one on the left seems to be able to affect reality. What if I move the mural to the top? What will happen? Klein immediately connected the dots. The authority of the Dragon of Imagination includes at least 3 major aspects. The imaginary kingdom will descend upon the material world, the declared future will play out and become reality, and the imaginary objects will appear. The first corresponds to the mural on the right, and the second matches our speculation about the left. Could the blank space above the palace be related to the third authority? As long as an imaginary object is drawn on it, it will appear and be usable? Audrey easily understood the meaning of German sparrow, the world. Then what if I draw a dragon of imagination? Leonard raised a question. Klein glanced at him again. First, you have to see the dragon of imagination before it collapses. Second, you have to be able to restore the main details of his body. Finally, you have to know how to draw. I don't know how to draw now, but that doesn't mean I won't be able to in the future. I can hire a tutor for the corresponding courses, Leonard muttered in response. And what are the main details? Is it the body's structure, or the symbols and labels formed from godhood? At this moment, Audrey pursed her lips and tried to control her laughter. Following that, she said in a slightly brisk tone, "I can draw." This was a basic skill for a noble lady, and Audrey was rather talented in this aspect. "Yes, I'll try it when I have the time in the future." Klein nodded and walked towards the huge pillar at the front of the hall. His plan for this exploration was to first have a grasp of the overall situation before considering how to go deeper. At the same time, he thought of something else because of Leonard's question. Symbols and labels formed from godhood. This contains a large amount of complicated knowledge. It can allow a person to decipher the corresponding potion formula and beyonder powers after enduring that kind of impact. Then, before the first blasphemy slate appeared, if one were to look directly at a demigod or even an ancient god without dying, what would they receive? Back then, there was no such thing as a potion formula, only mythical creatures that rely on potions to advance step by step have their godhood. Contain such knowledge? Or could it be that after the potion formula appears, mythical creatures that advance using any method will have the corresponding accumulation of knowledge? If it's the 2 reasons I'm thinking of, it means that the knowledge in godhood can be changed and increased. Do the angels of the Marauder pathway have the ability to tamper with this knowledge, or even directly delete it? Mr. World's considerations are so profound and involve such a high level. Audrey couldn't help but sigh. Leonard couldn't control the voice in his heart either. There's such a thing? I'll ask old man when I get back. This fellow, Klein, knows a lot. His acting as the German sparrow isn't completely a disguise. At the very least, this sense of profundity seems to belong to him. Thank you for your compliments. Stop. With a bottle of blood in one hand and an unshadowed crucifix in the other, Klein forcefully reined in his thoughts and cast his gaze at the throne of the ancient god not far away. They were now in their spirit bodies. Although they were restricted by the hull and unable to fly, their top speed was still much faster than their human forms. It was only at this moment that Klein realized that behind the pillar that was suspected to be the throne of the dragon of imagination, there was a dark passageway that led downwards. I can't see anything. It's good if there's light. A thought subconsciously flashed through Audrey's mind. Then, a pure and gentle light lit up in the passageway, illuminating the interior in an abnormally transparent manner. Without needing to enter, Klein, Leonard, and Audrey saw an ancient bronze door in the deepest part of the passageway. Above the door, there were countless indescribable symbols. They were like chains that extended to the back, as though they were sealing something. It exuded a heavy and mysterious feeling. In the Dragon's City of Miracles, in the residence of the ancient god, behind his throne, there was a door that seemed to be sealed. Almost at the same time, Klein and company's gazes seemed to penetrate the bronze door and see the deep darkness inside. Right on the heels of that, they heard their heartbeats. It came from their own heartbeats. And they were now in a spirit-body state. There was no such thing as a heart. An instant later, the bronze-green surface of the unshadowed crucifix in Klein's hand automatically peeled off, revealing a corporeal body formed from pure light. It emitted a light that resembled the sun. And in Klein, Audrey, and Leonard's bodies, there was a baffling coldness. It was as though every cell had its own consciousness and was attempting to form another me. In their illusory vision, an eye opened in the deep darkness behind the bronze door. The eye was deep black and filled with ghostly blue cracks. At the same time, the same eyes opened one after another. They were densely packed and watched coldly. At that moment, Klein and company seemed to hear a silent cry, a cry that was extremely attractive. Without any hesitation, Klein's spirit body swelled up and enveloped Leonard and Audrey. He ended the summoning and returned above the gray fog. End of chapter 1100. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.